Chapter 1 Rebirth, the Mental Illness Practitioner. In 3 days, the island country will start discharging nuclear wastewater. If she doesn't stock up on seafood now, all she'll have to eat in the future is Godzilla. Recently, typhoons have become increasingly frequent. She set her fishing net by the seaside, and when the tide receded, a pile of seafood was trapped on the beach. The mantis shrimp wriggled and jumped around, various crabs were entangled in the net and unable to move, and there were plenty of small yellow croakers, sea bass, dragonfish, and other catches that are usually hard to find, but now appeared in abundance due to the typhoon. At this moment, there weren't many people around. She picked up the seafood while hiding behind a bucket, tossing the catch into her storage space. The Earth has only 1% of its land left, facing countless natural disasters like blizzards, earthquakes, floods, acid rain, and so on. Over 10,000 ancient viruses mixed with nuclear pollution cover the globe, causing mutations in all plants and animals, resulting in larger sizes and increased aggression. Humans also experienced physical enhancements, and later on, there were so-called cultivators with supernatural abilities. Even before the apocalypse, there were strange papers appearing, rumored to be certificates of cultivation, possessed by only a very few, and those who used them correctly gained special powers. And most of these were collected by certain groups of people. She once had one, but it was taken from her by her boyfriend's cousin who tricked her. After the apocalypse, not only did she starve for 3 days, but she also had to take care of the 2 people who betrayed her and raise their wild child, while her cousin used the ability paper that should have belonged to her to become a savior. First, she had planned to end her life with a blunt object. It was better than starving for 5 years only to be eaten by someone else. That paper also had some inexplicable words that did not exist in her previous life. EarthOL low-level server is being updated, officially launching a new version in 6 days. New content. 1. Start of the nuclear pollution era, adding Apocalypse Module Point 2. New survival difficulty mode, survival of the fittest Point 3. Global food chain reset, gene chain unlockable for evolution. 4. Opening of some cultivation supernatural careers Point 5. All unknown areas will be open for exploration Point 6. Fixing known bugs. Note: the completion of natural disasters will determine whether EarthOL will upgrade dimensions. The average unlock rate of the gene chain will affect the dominator position. Before she could figure out what it meant, she was dragged into a small island space of only 100 square meters. In the middle was a 2-story building with water and electricity, surrounded by a circle of sand, and beyond the barrier was a vast blue sea, shimmering with a gentle white light, which she couldn't touch yet, but the smell was definitely not that of the post-apocalypse, which carried a scent of death. The flow of time inside and outside the space was consistent, but it had a preservation function. Whatever was put in would come out unchanged, and she could see the situation outside the space. She instantly understood why Shanuro, who had been called a lucky charm since childhood, would go to great lengths to get a useless piece of paper, and why she could make it through the apocalypse like a dress-up game. She probably already knew what this thing was useful for, but there was one downside. The moment she bound the space, a line of text briefly appeared. Mental illness practitioner specific space, upgrade method, stabilize insanity, collect fragments. Please explore further on your own. Mental illness practitioner? Insanity? Fragments? He was momentarily at a loss. It was the first time she had heard of this profession. Driven by her curiosity and the confidence given by the space, she abandoned her suicidal thoughts. She had been forced to be mentally ill for over a decade and was involuntarily confined in a mental hospital for 5 years. Without a stable job, she barely survived as a sea forager to avoid starving to death. Now, she had only about 48,000 in total, just enough to stock up on supplies, but it wouldn't last for long. After she finished her list, she rushed to the beach at low tide. In the later stages of the apocalypse, normal seafood was expensive and scarce, so stockpiling more now was a good idea. If she couldn't finish it, she could trade it for other supplies, so it was worth it. After yesterday's typhoon, there should be a lot of seafood today. Why is there only this much? As she was leaving, he heard an old woman who had just come to forage complain. She felt a bit guilty and quickly packed up her things to leave. After all, she only carried 1 bucket. If she didn't say anything, no one would know she had collected dozens of pounds of fish, shrimp, and crabs, along with a few large octopuses. Before heading home, she stopped by a breakfast shop and ordered hundreds of char siu steamed dumplings, buns, and fried dough sticks. and also ordered a bowl of noodles for herself. While slurping the noodles, she scrolled through her phone and casually downloaded a few binge-worthy dramas. Since she ordered so much, the shop owner said they would deliver it to her door. So Ji finished her noodles in 2 minutes and hurried home. If she remembered correctly, Shun Yuro was supposed to bring that child over for her to take care of today. After the apocalypse, she struggled to feed herself, let alone save food for that child. It was only in her last moments that she realized the child was someone Shun Yuro had with an unknown M&I in this life. No matter what, she couldn't let that child move in. In her previous life, it was her own fault for being foolish enough to raise an ingrate. When she got home, she saw Shun Yuro banging on the door with a 2- or 3-year-old child who was sticking chewed gum on the door. He felt nauseous and furious as she rushed forward, using paper to pry the gum off, and swiftly slapped it on Shun Yuro's head. Ta-da! Shun Yuro screamed, frantically trying to pull off the gum. He couldn't help but kick her again. Shut up. If you want to scream, get out. This kick was no joke. Shun Yuro nearly fell down the stairs. Oh, you dare kick me? Do you believe I can make sure you won't even have rags to pick up? Shun Yuro got up awkwardly, her expression twisted to the point of cracking. He wanted to laugh. If this were before, she definitely wouldn't have dared to act like this. But with the apocalypse approaching, Shun Yuro no longer had her space and couldn't contact the Shun family. What was there to fear? 50,000? Are you out of your mind? What kind of worthless paper do you think you can ask for 50,000? Shun Yuro exclaimed in disbelief, her expression nearly splitting apart. Why am I crazy? You don't know? This matter will implicate the Shun family too. He snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with the aggression honed over 3 years of the apocalypse. Shun Yuro wanted to continue threatening her, but when met with He's fierce gaze, she shrank back, inexplicably feeling that he could really go crazy and drag the Shun family down with her today for that child. If that man hadn't denied it and just got tied up with Liu Hang, he wouldn't have been sent to this little brat. He raised an eyebrow, pushed the child aside, and suppressed her urge to kick. Fine, transfer the money to my bank card, and I'll send someone to you. After saying that, she didn't care about their reactions and directly closed the door and locked it. Wait. Xiaoyang, take him away. Shun Yuro panicked, banging on the door without regard for her image. Don't you want the child? No one will give birth to a mentally ill person. The noise was too loud, and he couldn't help but open the door, splash some foot-washing water, close the door, and lock it in one go. The child's cries and Shun Yuro's furious curses echoed outside. She ignored them, put on her headphones, and opened WeChat to contact a housing agent. This commotion reminded her that she had to move, otherwise she would still be entangled with the Shun family as emergency rations. Hello, are there any properties at Yunding Mountain with 0 down payment and move-in ready? She couldn't afford a house, but a 0 down payment should be possible. Chapter 2 Stockpiling Supplies, Space Upgrade. After resolving her housing issue, he couldn't sleep, remembering her tasks. She simply pulled up a list of supplies and went to check how much she had in her storage space. As soon as she stepped into the space, a subtitle blocked her path again. Space owner has stabilized insanity. Space unlocking and upgrading. The bold letters were exceptionally eye-catching. Though they had no physical form, the mockery was palpable. He gritted her teeth, cursing as she walked around it and went to check the area where the space had expanded. The second floor expanded to 200 square meters, with an added rooftop terrace, and the beach area increased by an extra meter in width. His eyes lit up. She cursed too early. It turned out that going crazy could really expand space. So, could she splash 2 buckets of dog blood over Shun Yuro to achieve the same effect? However, the expansion wasn't bad. She no longer had to worry about where to store supplies. After coming out, the breakfast items she ordered were just delivered, which she tossed into her space for preservation. Shun Yuro's 500,000 also arrived, instantly raising her balance to 528,000. The family was not poor. In fact, they were quite wealthy, but in her 20-plus years, she had never seen 500,000 all at once. With money in hand, she suddenly felt wide awake. She cleared out everything useful from the house into her space, rented a large truck, and headed to the wholesale market in the countryside. There it was all farmers selling directly, with no middlemen profiting from the price difference. Vegetables, fruits, rice, and flour were practically being given away. Upon arrival, she handed over her list to the lead vendor and instantly swept through several stalls, getting all kinds of grains, vegetables, fruits, seasonings, and seeds. She especially stocked up on dried ear root, which was said to prevent radiation. While moving the goods, Ji secretly asked the villagers and bought 2 hunting rifles, one short and one long. Though they weren't as flashy as a CEO's standard set, having them was better than not having any at all. Ultimately, she chose a unit on the top floor of Building 6 in a community on Yunding Mountain in the neighboring city. This area was all villas, and a few apartment buildings stood out awkwardly among them. It was far from a city center, mostly bought for vacation purposes. Building 6 was the least desirable and hardest to sell, so it was set up with 0 down payment to attract buyers. But G knew that in a few months, a torrential rain and tsunami would nearly flood the entire coastal city, while Yunding Mountain would remain safe. With the influence of nuclear wastewater, it was natural to move as far away as possible. On the day she signed the contract, she moved in and spent $12,000 on a high-end security combination that upgraded all the glass, doors, and windows. As long as she didn't open the door, no one could break in. Soundproofing and insulation were also arranged. Then, while it was still getting dark, she sneaked into the community where Shun Yuru lived, hiding in her space above Shin's unit. Ji poured a bucket of foul-smelling water, mixed with stinky tofu and snail rice noodles, directly onto Shun Yuru's head. Who the hell is sick? Shun Yuru, mostly sober now, shouted in a frenzy, flipping her hair around, splattering the walls, and hesitating to open the door. Ji chuckled quietly, enjoying the sight of Shun Yuru's misfortune while munching on sunflower seeds in her space. Suddenly, the space shook violently, and she was kicked out. With a loud crash, she slammed against the wall. Ji, is that you? Shun Yuru cautiously approached the source of the noise, the stench nearly making her gag. As Shun Yuru got closer, Ji frantically tried to enter her space again, managing to slip in just before Shun Yuru arrived. When Shun Yuru got there, she only saw a corner of clothing fluttering, but no person. However, her instinct told her this had to be related to Ji. Ji, stop hiding. Get out here, she yelled, her eyes red as she searched everywhere. Ji ignored her, blocking out the external noise, and turned to happily check on the anomalies in her space. Sure enough, as long as she did something that wasn't humanly possible, the space could upgrade. The space expanded by another 100 square meters, but the beach still had barriers preventing access to the sea, and she had no idea when she would unlock that area for use. After resting in the space for a night, she blended into the morning rush the next day. Coincidentally, the mall across the street was having a seasonal clearance sale, and Ji rushed in to spend again. She bought seasonal clothing, survival supplies, daily necessities, a speedboat, various medicines, and items for warmth and cooling. Anything she found useful, she bought in bulk, just as the mall manager sent workers to help her load the truck. After wandering around outside for a bit, she stored everything back in her space. Calculating her balance at home, she found only 27,000 left. She had bought everything she needed and then rushed to the beach to wait for the tide to recede. In the middle of the night, when the tide went out, Ji whimsically started a live stream to catch sea creatures. Today, there were even more fish, shrimp, and crabs. Could it be that even the fish heard about the nuclear wastewater discharge and fled early? The ground was covered with large shrimp, mud crabs, various fish, and eels wriggling in the shadows. Seeing this, Ji's eyes sparkled. She grabbed her bucket and started collecting. When it was nearly full, she put it in her space, forgetting she was live streaming. After finishing her collection, she noticed someone had sent her a $1,000 rocket, all from the same person, warning her to be careful of typhoons and stock up on food. Unfortunately, the person had already left the stream, so Ji said goodbye to a few remaining fans and ended the broadcast. After breakfast, it was already 8 o'clock, so Ji decided to head straight to the morning market to stock up on food she might not be able to buy later. For the next few days, Ji stayed at home during the day, ordered takeout, watched cooking tutorials, and set up a food rack in her space that filled an entire room. The supplies in her space were stacked haphazardly, so she had to put in some effort to organize everything. Both the first and second floors were filled with supplies, but fortunately, she could move them around in the space freely. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to handle so much. The rooftop was bright, though she didn't know the principle behind it, so Ji decided to use it to grow fruits and vegetables. She mixed the soil she dug up from the countryside with nutrient-rich soil, cleaned out the small flower bed at the entrance, and planted strawberries and blueberries. During this time, Shinru sent her messages cursing, accusing her of scamming money and splashing her with dirty water, even threatening to call the police. He simply told her to go see a doctor for her brain and then blocked her. Every evening, she went to the beach on time, casually live streaming, but she never saw the person who had sent her gifts last time. After tonight, she wouldn't come to the beach again. Tomorrow, the Sakura country would start discharging nuclear wastewater, and even if it didn't reach this side quickly, she didn't want to eat seafood contaminated with nuclear waste. At 1 o'clock the next day, Sakura country began discharging nuclear wastewater, but suddenly a level 17 typhoon struck, destroying the pipelines meant for the discharge. The end of the world was drawing nearer. Chapter 3. The end of the world arrives early, going crazy on the spot. When Ji woke up the next day, all the short video platforms were buzzing about this incident, and even the old ladies downstairs in her apartment were cursing. She suddenly remembered the words she had seen on the day she gained her space, which mentioned the era of nuclear pollution. It could very well be that the discharge of nuclear wastewater was a prerequisite for the so-called Earth OL update. However, Sakura country was the first to perish, the entire island nation submerged. The end of the world was only 2 days away. The solar panels she ordered online were also about to arrive. With nothing much to do, she decided not to go downstairs again and instead went crazy cooking prepared foods following online culinary videos. She also froze a lot of ice cubes to preserve in her space. In between, her phone rang several times. It was all Yuru calling. He intentionally didn't answer and blocked her. However, when she went downstairs to pick up a package, she happened to run into Yuru, who was holding hands with her fiancé, Lu Heng, as they got out of Maybach. "Cousin, don't you need to take care of the kids today? Why are you here with Lu Heng?" He deliberately spoke up, wanting to know if Lu Heng knew about this woman's illegitimate child. "You're the one who splashed water on me yesterday, right? You sold me fake goods. What you gave me was completely different from that day." Nimbly dodged and started spouting nonsense. "The money isn't with me. A man asked me to cooperate with him. Who knows what that thing was?" She knew Yuru had a wealthy and powerful ex-boyfriend. It was just a casual remark, but unexpectedly touched a nerve. Yuru froze, her mind involuntarily recalling that man. If it was him, it wasn't impossible, but before she could think further, He sidestepped, and Yuru, not paying attention, fell flat on her face, crying out in pain. Lu Heng immediately stepped forward to hold the person in his arms and help them up, glaring at He with a terrifying expression as he sneered. "Huh, you're the first one daring to put a hat on me, Lu Heng." Really? He now felt like a fool. How blind had she been to be willing to work like a horse and be a reserve grain for him? She tried to suppress the impulse to punch him and disdainfully glanced at Lu Heng. "What are you doing here?" "There's nothing Lu Heng, don't know." Lu Heng snorted coldly, with a hint of arrogance. "Our engagement is over, but you can still follow me." Seeing him in a patronizing manner made he genuinely want to call the police at times. In fact, she really did so, smoothly dialing the 3-digit number. If Lu Heng wasn't bouncing in front of her today, she wouldn't have remembered his tax evasion. "Hello, I want to report that Lu Group is evading taxes, and its subsidiary is illegally profiting $180 million." Before she could finish, her phone was snatched away by Lu Heng. Noticed that the call hadn't ended and screamed in panic, immediately acting crazy. "Help! Don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't report you for tax evasion, for soliciting underage girls, or for sending kids to Mr. Zhang anymore. Boo-hoo, don't hit me." Lu Heng was momentarily stunned by her actions, appearing somewhat at a loss, and the nearby ants who were cursing the cherry blossom country gradually gathered to watch the excitement. "Xiao He, your mental illness is acting up again." Yuru reacted quickly and stepped forward to shout, "Everyone make way. My cousin has a mental illness. Don't hurt yourselves." The onlooking ants were not fools, but seeing he dramatically shrinking to the side, they were half convinced. "Cousin, my mom made me pretend to be mentally ill to have a younger brother, and I've let that go, but please don't send me to a mental hospital again. Don't let them drug me. Again, he'll be killed." He squeezed out 2 tears, saying pitifully. Yuru was also thrown off by her act, feeling something was amiss. Meanwhile, Lu Heng held himself high, unwilling to explain to these ordinary ants, standing there with his hands in his pockets and a frown on his face. Just as the two were being surrounded and pointed at, with he trying to beg for mercy through her revelations, the sound of a police siren rang out. The police arrived, and a man in a hoodie got out of the police car, seamlessly blending into the crowd of ants to gossip. He felt he looked somewhat familiar, and she stopped her revelations reluctantly, but still acted out her plea for help by hiding behind the police. "Who is Liu Hang? Please come with us," the police asked seriously. Ignoring him and approaching the three, Liu Hang shot her a threatening glare and pulled Shinjiro to play the quail. However, Ji couldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Quickly pointing at Liu Hang, "Officer, it's him." The scruffy, shadowy-eyed police officer hesitated for a moment, then took all three into the car. He noticed the gossiping man didn't get in the car. Could it be that the police station provided transportation now? Could she hitch a ride too? She didn't have a penny on her, having spent it all on takeout. The police station didn't provide rides. The earlier situation was purely coincidental. When they left the police station, it was already 7 p.m., and instead of cooling down, the temperature rose to a sweltering 35 degrees. The humidity in the coastal city was heavy, making her feel like she was soaking in a steamer. She regretted it. It would have been better to endure for a couple more days until the apocalypse arrived, and just take a knife to Shinjiro and Liu Hang. Suddenly, her phone emitted a sharp alarm sound. "Typhoon warning. An unknown typhoon will arrive in 5 minutes." This was still the city center, brightly lit with food stalls everywhere. Everyone received 3 consecutive warnings, but they merely shifted from outdoors to indoors. Ji felt a sudden jolt in her heart, sensing something was off, and she took off running towards the Dai building a few hundred meters away. In her past life, this typhoon wouldn't arrive for another 2 days, followed by a devastating tsunami that would flood even the city center far from the coast. Moreover, according to later recovered satellite images, there were massive waterspouts in various sea areas, and tsunamis of varying degrees were hitting different countries. Just coming out of the police station, she found the space had expanded by another 100 square meters, and a garage had appeared on the beach. She aimed to gather supplies before they were contaminated by nuclear wastewater. In the distance, the waves were growing stronger, and the sea retreated sharply by over 10 meters, then crashed back to the shore within seconds. Those who understood started running. The tsunami was coming. The first to 5th floors of the Dai building were storage areas for several large stores to temporarily place goods. He didn't think much and dashed into the underground garage just as the last warning was about to sound. There was a dedicated freight elevator to go to the 1st to 5th floors, and she had worked as a mover there before and knew the elevator code. As she entered the elevator, a rumbling sound came from afar, indistinguishable as wind or the sound of the tsunami. The next second, the entire city went dark. The power was out. He slipped into the space in a corner and emerged completely in black, then quickly began to sweep through the 1st floor. This place would soon be submerged by seawater, and the surveillance cameras would be damaged, but just to be safe, she took some measures to avoid the cameras as much as possible. Chapter 4. Only picking the expensive ones. The 1st floor is for home furnishings and appliances, the 2nd floor is for food, the 3rd floor is for tobacco and alcohol. The 4th floor is for soft furnishings, and the 5th floor is for car exhibitions. Ji did not hesitate and headed straight for the most expensive area. Just right. Her seaside 2-story villa had nothing in it, and now she could fully furnish it. She didn't take much in terms of appliances, just a rice cooker, fan, air conditioner, and television, since after the apocalypse there's no water or electricity, so she could only use them in her space. However, she did collect a huge pile of discs, so she no longer had to worry about not having time to download offline. She also took a box of new smartphones and computers. For food, she took all the snacks as well as the freshly delivered seafood, all of it. For tobacco and alcohol, she also took the most expensive Mao Tai, hugging it by the box. It didn't matter that she didn't smoke or drink. These things were more useful than gold in the apocalypse. She cleared out the entire stock of sanitary napkins, which would last her until menopause. There wasn't too much space left, so on the last floor she took a fully equipped RV, waterproof enough to use as a boat, and 2 top-spec off-road vehicles, a Wrangler and a Land Rover, and also casually collected a Wuling van. There were many cars she could never afford in her lifetime, but the newly expanded garage in her space had limited space. Beyond that, it was filled with people, all hiding from the typhoon. The large trees by the seaside were uprooted and smashed into roadside signs, and people who hadn't managed to move indoors were struggling to stand. They could barely avoid being blown away by holding on to whatever was nearby, just as the wind and waves calmed down. A massive tsunami had already spread to the city center, with sharks even mixed in the wall of water. He stood by the window, the huge teeth of a shark magnified before her eyes, her pupils constricting sharply, and her body instinctively reacted by flashing into her space. The warm breath of the sea enveloped her in the space, and the heart palpitations that had made it hard to breathe suddenly disappeared. He quickly brought up the screen, connecting to the outside. She saw that the spot where she had been standing was now occupied by a tiger shark, and even the 10th floor was filled with seawater, with the water level rising by more than 10 meters. He was shocked. She was glad she reacted quickly, or she would have been inside the tiger shark by now. She really didn't want to be soaking in nuclear wastewater, and even with a kayak and an RV, she didn't want to touch any of it. So she busied herself organizing supplies in her space, decorating a room with the best view on the 2nd floor, while the remaining rooms were stuffed full of supplies, with kayaks and several cars on the beach. Then she lay down on a bed worth $1.3 million and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, the temperature outside had already reached 35 degrees, and the humidity was heavy, making it feel like being in a steamer. She quickly put the RV into the water, climbed in through the sunroof, and turned on the air conditioning to catch her breath, then pressed the accelerator to the floor, zooming out in an instant. It took her half an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. The first thing he did after getting ashore was to put the Maybach that Liu Hang had left behind into her space. Since the water hadn't reached there yesterday, and Liu Hang never locked his doors, the keys were conveniently in the car for her. She imagined how happy she would be if Liu Hang had escaped with great difficulty only to find his beloved car stolen. After the typhoon came the high temperatures. Even the torrential rain couldn't bring the temperature down, only making it worse. She opened the refrigerator to replace the frozen ice blocks. The 5 or 6 large freezers she had gotten for €0 last night were all frozen solid. Looking at the freezers filled with ice, he felt a bit more at ease. Not far away, the sea sparkled, a clean shade of blue. This was probably the only clean sea area left, but it could only exist in her space. Once outside, it would be polluted. He suddenly woke up in a cold sweat from a nightmare. Barefooted, she walked to the window to check. Thick lightning imprinted on the gray sky, and with a loud rumble, raindrops pounded against the window. She picked up her phone to check the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. The room temperature was 35 degrees, and even with the air conditioning running, it was still ineffective. Outside, it must be approaching 50. This was several days earlier than in her previous life. She moved a few ice blocks out and placed them around herself under the coffee table, feeling a bit better. While the internet was still on, he played games, using all the pots she had, steaming, stewing, and boiling without missing anything, while the rice cooker kept cooking rice, trying to prepare as much cooked food as possible before everyone ran out of supplies. She had only moved in a few days ago and had heard that the few elderly folks around were not easy to get along with. So she decided to observe the situation before speaking up. After a busy afternoon, prepared herself a cold pot of skewers, with an especially generous amount of fish mint, and even the dipping sauce was filled with it. This stuff is radiation resistant, as long as it doesn't kill you. Eat as much as you can. She scooped a large chopstick full. Just as she was about to eat, there was a loud knock on the door, sounding as if someone was about to break it down. He paused with her chopsticks, her brows instinctively furrowing. She remembered that when she had 0 down payment. This floor had 3 units, hers was 1. One was empty, and the other had an owner, but it was a vacant house with no one living in it. Who would be knocking at this time? The knocking at the door grew more intense, and she could even hear the other party kicking at it. His originally hesitant mindset suddenly turned fierce. She shoved a piece of meat into her mouth and grabbed the knife beside her, yanking the door open forcefully. The person knocking furiously at the door lost their balance and fell forward, their stout arm getting stuck in the gap of the iron door. Damn! The person cursed in pain, glaring fiercely at He was already feeling stifled, chewing on her meat, and raised her hand to smash the back of the knife toward him. Ah, it hurts. At this moment, she recognized who it was, Liu Hang's childhood friend and follower. Oh, it's you. He sneered, shaking the kitchen knife in her hand. Why not go to the slaughterhouse to work properly? What are you doing here? I'm not a pig butcher. You little bitch. You want to die, huh? Let go of me. Liu was gritting his teeth in pain, unable to say anything nice, banging on the door with his good arm while continuously threatening her. He had reincarnated. evolving from a brainless little bunny. She made an international gesture, and with a swift motion, she brought the knife down again, using all her strength. There was no blood, but 2 large red marks appeared. You dare to kick again? Do you believe I'll chop you up and make pig trotters? Chapter 5. The 18th floor is full. Moo's hand trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but simply from pain. The temperature outside was over 50 degrees, stifling hot, and beads of sweat accumulated in the wounds from the knife, intensifying the burning pain. Damn it. Hurry up and open the door. Give this place to me, and prepare me some good food and drinks. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Moo was at least from a wealthy circle. How could he endure this kind of torture? After just 2 minutes, he couldn't take it anymore. Oh, then let us talk after you come in. Gee, he smirked, and thoughtfully brought out a small heater from her room, turning it up to the maximum. In the sweltering heat of over 50 degrees, wrapped in the warmth of the little heater, Moo momentarily felt like he saw his grandmother. It was at this moment that Moo suddenly realized, gee, he seemed different. But how did she dare? Didn't she fear that Lu Hang would abandon her? If Ji knew what he was thinking, she would definitely use all her heating supplies for him. Look at you sweating from the heat. You can warm up first. Saying this, Ji plopped down on the sofa, taking big gulps of ice-cold cola, which was still sweating with condensation on the outside. As for the other items she had collected, when the door opened, a wave of hot air rushed in, and she had no intention of eating anymore. There was still a bowl of iced jelly left on the table, which was enough to tempt Moo. In this weather, staying outside for even a moment would turn a person into a dried corpse, not to mention facing a little heater directly. Moo's throat was almost smoking dry, yet he still refused to back down. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought his phone, so he could only keep cursing. He pretended not to hear. Finishing her meal before running off to play games, there wasn't much time left to play online. During this time, Moo had also kicked at the door, and each time he would give him a hit, nearly breaking his foot, which made him quiet down. She was busy stealing at home when the door outside suddenly made a noise. She thought it was Moo, who was still unwilling to give up, rushing to the door with a knife in hand, filled with murderous intent. To her surprise, Moo was slumped against the door, completely drained of strength. Is it you? He asked in surprise. The person in the hoodie visibly flinched and took a step back. You know me? You're the one who got off the police car yesterday? He picked up the knife again, radiating a murderous aura. Yes, this is my buddy. He has already called the police, so let me go. Before the man could speak, Moo suddenly found some strength and spoke first, turning his head to threaten with a fierce glare. Hearing this, the person in the hoodie became unhappy. I didn't. I went out and saw a lump of meat hanging there. I thought someone was roasting poor jerky, so I came to take a look. From his tone, He inexplicably sensed a hint of regret from him. Regret about what? Regret that it wasn't edible? Are you on this floor too? He seized on the key point and asked, but she didn't lower her knife. Who knew what this person was up to? The person in the hoodie nodded, saying he had just moved in yesterday and was quite lucky not to be blown away by the typhoon. He sat and waited for the police to arrive, thinking this person might not be in the right state of mind. After such a big tsunami yesterday, half of the city center was still submerged, not to mention the warnings of typhoons and tsunamis. Who would have the time to deal with him? The person in the hoodie also found the situation bizarre. He clearly wasn't in the right. How could he dare to call the police? But wouldn't that just lead to blood everywhere? Her 580,000 yuan door would also get dirty. How could that be handled? The kitchen knife in her hand trembled unconsciously, the silver reflection nearly blinding Moo's eyes, making him feel a chill down his back under the dual warmth of the over 50-degree temperature and the little sun. He caught a glimpse of Moo secretly straining, gritting his teeth in pain but not making a sound, and he actually managed to slip out. Didn't care about him. It was only the first day of the apocalypse. She couldn't go too far. After all, he was just next door. She could stab him at any time. So for now, he could just be a living punching bag. But now the 18th floor was fully occupied. She was in 03 with a terrace. The person in the hoodie was in 01, and Moo was in 02. It was different from what she had originally imagined about having one person per floor. If she had known, she would have put down a bit more for the down payment and taken the whole floor. But now she could only think about it. She closed the door and immediately turned off the little sun, replaced the ice cubes under the table, and brought in the melted ones to refreeze in her space. Walking into the space, she was still greeted by the familiar sarcastic phrases, which she couldn't help but kick aside. She didn't know what the space defined as madness. She was simply having a normal conversation with her neighbor and helping him lose weight. This time, the villa in the space hadn't expanded, but a wooden viewing platform had extended on the beach, and a ring of coconut trees had been added, at least making it look a bit greener and less ugly. Setting up the beach chairs, umbrellas, and small table she had gotten for free on the wall gave it a bit of a vibe. She also watered the blueberries and strawberries she planted a few days ago. The temperature in the space was just right, and they looked very lively. There were piles of soil from the countryside stacked on the rooftop, and since she didn't want to slack off, she hurried to plant. A row of planting pots and foam boxes was lined up, and she first planted some watery vegetables and sweet potatoes, then filled the rest with fish meat. After several heavy rains and water cycles, the impact of nuclear contamination was the greatest. She didn't want to get infected just after stocking up on supplies. After finishing her busy work in the space, it was already 56 degrees outside, and there was a power outage. The power station that had just been repaired in the early morning had burned out again due to the high temperature. Messages in the community group kept popping up asking how long it would take to restore power, and many people were heading to the underground parking garage to stay in their cars and use the air conditioning until 8 o'clock in the evening. He didn't go. With the high temperature and power outage, everyone would leave work early and crowd into the basement, which wouldn't be much cooler anyway, so she was too lazy to run. She moved everything from the refrigerator into the space, leaving only vegetables behind. She brought the ice cubes and portable air cooler to her room and set up the solar battery storage, pulling out a chunk of clean ice from her space to make a smoothie. Suddenly, she heard a creaking sound outside the door, as if someone was scratching at her door. G paused, tilted her head, and naturally picked up the kitchen knife, closing the room door tightly. With a fierce look, she opened the main door. Oh, are you here to reincarnate because you're impatient? Chapter 6. Power outage, originally thinking it had only been 2 hours. Limu was already impatient, but when she opened the door, she saw the person in the hoodie standing at her door with a steel rod in hand. She was momentarily stunned by the knife in her hand. Why are you here? Do you want to reincarnate too? The person in the hoodie, seeing the door open, hurriedly took 2 steps back, loosening his grip, causing the steel rod to fall to the ground with a sharp sound. No need to thank me, he said, pulling his hat down further, revealing only his pale little mouth. He frowned, her face full of question marks. You locked my door and still want to thank you? Is this person insane? He might even be from the same courtyard. It wasn't me. It was that fat guy. The person in the hoodie pointed at 02. He looked over suspiciously. There was indeed a steel rod wedged in 02's outer door. And you say it wasn't you? Are you trying to kill everyone on this floor? Friends? She grinned and raised the kitchen knife, questioning him. The person in the hoodie was at a loss for words. He had forgotten that he had casually placed the steel rod on the neighboring door earlier. He vaguely tried to change the subject. It's too hot. Want to go to the underground parking garage? Together? No. He shook her head, still not putting down the kitchen knife. All right, then I'll leave. The person in the hoodie turned around and went downstairs decisively, looking very much like someone with social anxiety. If she hadn't seen him hanging around the Annie group, eavesdropping on gossip the day before, might have believed he really had social anxiety. 02's door was nice. If it were installed in her room, she wouldn't have to worry about the sound of watching dramas leaking out. Occasionally checking her phone, sure enough, within half an hour, a large number of people were complaining in the group again, and another wave was retreating outside. The basement was filled with running cars and the smell of gasoline, making it even worse than outside. The city center had only just drained the water in the morning, and now it was flooded again. The rescue team couldn't keep up. The news was even more outrageous, with tornadoes of water appearing all over the world. It was unclear whether the seawater was pouring down from the sky or being sucked up from the sea surface. The icebergs were melting at a visibly rapid speed, and it was estimated that they would completely melt within 2 days. This was too abnormal. Even with temperatures of 50 or 60 degrees, it shouldn't be like this. He felt a vague sense of panic inside. It seemed like many things had advanced in this life. She had a persecution complex. As soon as she thought of this, she couldn't sit still anymore. She turned on all the water containers in her house, and the large capacity water buckets she had casually bought at the wholesale market came in handy. Although there was no shortage of water in the space, she wanted to keep some outside, just in case. After doing all this, she was drenched in sweat, her hair wet as if she had just washed it. Taking advantage of the fact that water wasn't restricted at the moment, she took a cold bath in the inflatable swimming pool, soaking until her fingers turned white before coming out. When she came out, the sun had already set, but the temperature was still 40 degrees. The power still hadn't been restored, and the water had already stopped. The group was once again filled with complaints. Someone stepped up to share some motivational quotes, but there was no useful information. He simply stopped looking and decided to take a day off. It was rare not to stay up late, so she placed the ice cubes in front of the air cooler and went to bed early. At 2 in the morning, the sounds of cats meowing and dogs barking in the community were incessant and piercing. People were smashing things, waking up most of the residents who were cursing at the windows. Whose little beast is making all this noise? Can't just calm down? If it can't be managed, just make it in a dog meat stew. Seriously, it's so hot. Finally fell asleep, and now I'm being woken up. How annoying. Most of those leaning at the window were echoing these sentiments, and even those who didn't speak were equally annoyed. Yet the cats and dogs didn't stop. Instead, they became even more frantic, with some house pets continuously bouncing towards the windows. He was wide awake and took out her phone to watch the live stream by the seaside. The sea, which had calmed down during the day, was now raging, with waves rising dozens of meters high, crashing violently onto the shore and devouring the land inch by inch. The next moment, the live stream was interrupted. Everyone's phones buzzed with typhoon and heavy rain warnings. The group chat was filled with cheers. Finally, the temperature was dropping, and tomorrow would be more bearable. He felt a heaviness in her heart. Many people would likely die tonight. The paper from earlier pointed out that everything they were experiencing was being manipulated, and once the high temperature period began, cooling down would be absolutely impossible. She had a premonition that tomorrow would be even harder to endure. After a night of heavy rain, the temperature rose instead of falling the next day. It was already 43 degrees early in the morning, and the air was distorted by the heat. GES space could be accessed at any time and maintained a constant temperature, but she didn't hide inside. Her body needed to endure. The lowest temperature in the future would be around 40 degrees. If she stayed in her space all the time, she would be useless later on. The vegetables in her fridge looked as if they had been there for 3 or 4 days. And the leftover food she had put in the kitchen last night was already rotting and stinking. After checking the community group, she found that many families were in the same situation. She packed the rotten vegetables, put the rest into her space, pretended to carry a backpack, and left early to take a stroll in the mountains. A tsunami had struck last night, an unpredictable natural disaster. Cloud Top Mountain was the closest high mountain to the coastal city, and survivors were likely to be relocated there. Considering the severe mutation of plants and animals later, there would be a period of frenzy, making it troublesome to go up the mountain then. Her goal was the deep area of the back mountain, where the vegetation was denser, but generally, no one would go there. Seeking shade would only be near residential areas. Not long after entering the mountain, she almost tripped over something lying in the middle of the path. When she straightened up to look, it turned out to be a corpse. It had decomposed severely due to the heat, emitting a foul odor. It seemed to have died from the heat. Glanced at it and quickly bypassed it. Once she was far enough away, she disinfected herself with alcohol. She had seen worse deaths in the apocalypse and wasn't afraid of this, but she was worried about the person carrying a virus. Fortunately, she only saw that one corpse, and the path ahead was relatively smooth. She picked a lot of wild vegetables and mushrooms and also collected some goods that were originally sold on the mountain road. Finding a completely hidden spot, she began to dig a pit, sealing it off from above while leaving the side open for wood. Then she lit a fire to start burning. She had stocked up on almost everything in her space, except for forgetting the charcoal. After the high temperature, it dropped to below zero overnight, and water and electricity were completely cut off. Even the solar panels were likely not functioning well. Chapter 7. Going up the mountain. Shinyaru arrived, taking advantage of the current lack of need. She decided to stock up a bit in advance. While waiting for the charcoal to burn, took a stroll around, continuing to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables. and casually looked for any wild game. After the mountain was developed, wild boars were unlikely to be found, but there might still be small, non-threatening animals. After searching around, she only found a few bird eggs, a dozen wild kiwis, and wild oranges. Feeling tired, she set up an umbrella in the area with the most trees and had a bowl of cold noodles for lunch from her space. She spent the entire afternoon repeating the process of making charcoal and collected a lot of dry firewood, stacking it on the sandy beach in her space to form a wall. By the time she came out of her space, it was already dark. The sun, which had nearly blinded her eyes, was now shrouded in black clouds, casting a dark shadow that seemed to engulf the entire land. G felt slightly puzzled for a moment. She had just checked the time before entering her space, and it was only 5 o'clock. She had only been in there for a little over 10 minutes, so how could it be dark? The trees around her began to sway without wind, and vibrations came from underground, but she somehow knew it wasn't caused by an earthquake. The next second, her heart began to race inexplicably and almost instinctively. She climbed up a nearby tree. Within a minute, the ground was crawling with various insects, and a mass of dark birds filled the sky. Truly, even Jihi, who did not have a fear of insects, couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. Her palm was bitten and bleeding without her realizing it. Looking down, she saw insects starting to climb up the tree, densely packed, with snakes occasionally joining the buffet among the swarm. He clung to the tree, her back being scorched by the over 50-degree heat, and she couldn't help but shiver, estimating that it wouldn't be safe to come down for at least 2 or 3 hours. She decided to hide in her space and go down the mountain tomorrow to gather more firewood. Upon entering her space, she again encountered familiar subtitles. But this time he didn't curse. She was unusually dazed and confused. Earth's low-level server update encountered an anomaly. Progress accelerated. She couldn't help but wonder if she had switched to a sci-fi channel. However, this world was still the one she was familiar with. The only difference was that the timeline had accelerated. Was the anomaly referring to her after her rebirth? The more times the text appeared, the more confused he became. She wasn't sure if this world was real or just a sandbox game in someone else's hands. Feeling lost, she arrived at the platform that had been expanded in her space. A cool sea breeze swept through the barrier and hit her, dissipating the heat that had come in from outside, clearing the confusion in her eyes. Her space was filled with supplies. Her abilities carried secrets, and this strange sea was her confidence. Regardless of whether it was a game or something else, what was there to fear about being cooked alive? When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, bury it. The cool sea breeze flowed through the barrier, and without needing to turn on the air conditioner, it was already cool enough. She found a tablet, played a food drama, and began to enjoy the most comfortable night during the high-temperature period of the apocalypse. Originally, she wanted to observe the screen for a while, but she couldn't stand the sight of snakes and insects everywhere. So she temporarily turned off the screen and left the sound on, falling into a deep sleep. From the sounds outside, it was clear that such anomalies lasted throughout the night, providing a buffet for the birds. The next day, she woke up naturally and saw that it was already 10 o'clock. After slowly washing up, she took some meat buns and soy milk and went out. The ground was clean, with no traces of any limbs, but fluids still clung to the leaves and grass. And she could even hear the sounds of snakes crawling not far away. He shivered and took a detour to the small waterfall, continuing the operations from yesterday. It was even cooler here. She didn't even have time to rest, continuously searching for tree trunks to make charcoal. Whenever she encountered wild fruits or vegetables, she tossed them in her space, even digging up a small orange tree that could be planted in a larger pot. In a stream below the waterfall, there were freshwater fish, crabs, and shrimp. She made a small fish trap on the spot, put in some rotten meat, and left it to check later. After a busy afternoon, she had enough charcoal stored, and she also collected quite a bit of dry wood. She knew she couldn't completely avoid going out during the freezing period, so she would gather more then. After packing her things, she prepared to head down the mountain. On the way, she made a special trip to look at the villa area. Almost every rooftop was being watered to cool down. He clicked her tongue in amazement. Indeed, it was a wealthy area where water shortages didn't affect their luxurious usage. If she had known, she would have found a villa with 0 down payment back then. The 18th floor had units 02 and 01, which were too inconvenient, making it hard to water the rooftop without being too conspicuous. Peeking through the peephole, she saw someone in a hooded sweatshirt trying to avoid everyone. "I know you're there." The hooded figure covered the peephole with their hand. And there were two people living next door, named Yuru and Hang, who had just arrived and tried to pry open her door, but failed. The hooded figure spoke succinctly, originally thinking that the 03 unit wouldn't come out anymore. But as soon as the words left their mouth, the door opened. What appeared before her was a delicate and charming face, but the eyes of the 03 unit were clear yet foolish. Upon opening the door, they didn't even look at him, and the first thing they did was walk around the door. You really don't look very smart." The hooded figure coughed lightly, unable to hold back a jab. He paused her steps around the door, almost forgetting about this person. "Did they enter my house?" She asked directly. "I picked up a few potatoes and cabbage and put them in a bag," handing it over to the hoodie girl. This kind of thing might have been scolded as giving alms to beggars before the apocalypse, but now that the city is half submerged, and with intermittent power and water outages, this already shows a lot of sincerity, especially those 2 ice creams that were still cold. Almost instantly, the hoodie girl took the ice creams from her hand, not wanting the potatoes and cabbage. Today, there was still electricity, and Jihee rarely stayed hidden in her room. She turned on the air conditioning in the living room and put in a few ice cubes, then went to check the water buckets in the kitchen and the other 2 rooms. The water storage buckets had a thermal insulation layer. While the outside was warm from the sun, the inside was still cool, and there was still plenty of water. She also watered the plants in her space, which looked green and made her feel comfortable. Then she picked out some snacks to put out and set up the DVDs she had bought earlier, preparing to stay up late. In the middle of the night, after finishing her show, he listened to the noises from next door and took her toolbox outside. She had been working on the soundproof door of 02 for a long time. Chapter 8. 02 has no door. Perhaps Shunyuru and Lu Hang were exhausted from their near-death experience. 02 made no sound at all. Outside, the thunder occasionally roared, making it convenient for her to dismantle the door. Don't they like to scold her? Without a door to block them, wouldn't the insults be clearer? At around 1 or 2 in the morning, Jihee, wrapped in black, stealthily got to work. With the latest electric screwdriver she had gotten for free at the mall. Her efficiency was extremely high. In less than 2 minutes, she removed all the screws. It was only because this door was soundproof that the people inside remained oblivious. Just as she stored the door in her space, the door behind her creaked, and Jihee's hand trembled, almost dropping the bag full of screws. A warm breeze from the hallway poured into 02, startling the 3 people who were sleeping, and they felt an inexplicable warmth. However, the exhausted trio didn't notice anything unusual and continued to sleep soundly. They slept until 10 o'clock the next morning, when the hallway outside was already in chaos. The temperature had risen a few degrees today, and the 3 people without a door were woken up by the heat. As they stepped out of the room, they saw the entrance door empty, not even a single screw left. For a moment, the 3 were stunned in place. Li Mu was the first to lose his composure, kicking the door and demanding an explanation from 01 and 03. Jihee originally didn't want to go out. It was too hot. However, since the 3 kept kicking her 88,000 yuan door, even the inner hollow door was slightly shaking, making a banging sound. Jihee was furious. Her door wouldn't be kicked down, but who knew if this would cause foot fungus? She put on a cooling, sun-protective outfit and opened the door, brandishing a kitchen knife with a fierce aura. "If you have a problem, then try kicking again," she said sternly, the knife in her hand glinting under the light. The few of them were startled. Shun Yuru, realizing what was happening, screamed and rushed over, almost hanging on the door like Li Mu did that day. The doorway was empty, providing no sense of security and unbearably hot. The air conditioning in the meeting room was all escaping outside. Lu Hang, with his hands in his pockets, looked arrogant, saying, "The door is still here. We can overlook it." Lu Hang frowned at the words, nodded, and raised his chin in apology. Ji found it quite strange to hear. She could hardly stand the oily words of Lu Hang, the domineering CEO. If it weren't for the fact that she hadn't eaten, she would have definitely thrown up. It was hot, and she was just watching the excitement. 01 still had people living there, so it was impossible to resolve the three of them immediately. With the door open for a while, she felt herself sweating all over, and she became unusually impatient. "I'm bored and dismantling your door. Where would I put it? Hurry up and roll away. Don't come here to cause trouble." Although she was indeed bored, doing something that wasn't fit for a person to do, who would believe her if she told anyone? Lu Heng looked as if he had been shocked, his brows furrowing. "Jihe, I know you're unhappy about me being with your cousin. I've said you can still follow me. You used to be so sensible. How have you changed?" Not understanding, she asked, "Why am I dismantling your door? Am I making you a coffin?" The hoodie girl tugged at her hood, which covered most of her face, but it was easy to detect the sarcasm in her voice. "Who are you? Why are you speaking for her? Her little boyfriend, living together?" Shun Yuru leaned delicately against Lu Heng, not forgetting to slander Jihe. Upon hearing this, the hoodie girl s 180 centimeters wolf dog figure shook, her hood lowering even further. "Oh, is that how you introduce me to them? Not very good, right?" The four were shocked, as if they could hear a hint of shyness from inside. Jihe couldn't help but suspect that these few were the real lunatics. "I'll curse you." Jihe rolled her eyes heavily, taking out the kitchen knife from behind her, her eyes revealing fierce light. "If you don't leave, I'm going to go crazy, killing a mental patient isn't against the law." Saying this, she sharpened the knife against the iron door, calculating her odds of winning against the three of them. With that bit of courage, you can only dare to shout from behind the door." Shinjuru scoffed without hiding her disdain. The temperature was at 54 degrees, and Jihe was afraid of being discovered, so she only placed ice cubes in the room. In just a short while, the living room became like a steamer, making her even more irritable. With a slap of her knife, she suddenly pulled open the door, kicking Shun Yuru, who was laughing uncontrollably, out, then sending a kick to Lu Heng and knocking down Li Mu, who was hiding behind. "Now, there are no cameras. Do you think I dare not?" He raised an eyebrow, approaching the few of them. Lu Heng, hit and feeling pain all over, still gritted his teeth and endured. Only when he saw he truly coming at him with a knife did a hint of panic flash in his eyes. "Try it. There are no cameras, but there are still people. Jihe, you wouldn't want to end up in a mental hospital again, would you?" The words carried a clear threat. Only then did he turn her gaze to the hoodie girl, who had a low presence. Indeed, with four people, where could they fit? Wouldn't it be too obvious if she was the only one left on the floor? In such hot weather, would she start to smell after just one day? The calculations in her eyes were obvious, and the hoodie girl twitched her mouth. "Where did my cane go? Let me find it." Saying this, she neatly closed the door. Jihe raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. She was quite perceptive. The sound of the door closing was very noticeable in the eerie silence. In the hallway, there was no one but Jihe with a knife, and only then did the three of them start to feel scared. "You wait." Jihe Lu Heng, feeling slightly guilty, threw down a harsh word and pulled Shun Yuru downstairs. Li Mu was still rubbing his butt, and seeing the two run away, he didn't care about the pain and quickly followed. He was almost sick of their soft threats. It was just that the two of them stuck to her like a plaster, and she couldn't shake them off. Anyway, there were no cameras, and their door was wide open. Who would know who took it? Chapter 9. The market at the foot of the mountain after returning to her room. Taking advantage of the electricity today, he started cooking in a hurry. She needed a large amount of flour, either to steam buns and mantu or to make dumplings and pot stickers. She stir-fried more filling, saving it for later to mix with rice. She also stir-fried a large pot of minced green peppers with green peppercorns and minced garlic. It smelled amazing even before it was out of the pot. Fortunately, she had sealed all the gaps before cooking, otherwise the upper floors would be able to smell it. After stir-frying a few spicy dishes, the power went out again. Jihe quickly removed her apron, filled the inflatable swimming pool with water, and pulled the curtains to enjoy a nice soak for a while. She casually opened her phone to scroll, as the days of having internet were numbered. Soon, she would have to play offline, so she cherished every opportunity to go online. Many people in the group were sharing pictures of soaking in pools and making ice cubes to cool off, showing that everyone had learned the trick these days. As soon as the power came back, freeze ice cubes, and when the power went out, gather around the ice cubes. If worst came to worst, they would go to the back mountain to cool off, Although it was still hot, it was certainly better than the initial unbearable heat. Before the apocalypse, not many people stocked up on food, mainly because every natural disaster had passed before, so everyone assumed this was just a particularly severe typhoon or tsunami, and the city's water would recede. But now, the entire urban area was submerged, with only varying depths of water. At this time, those who were keen on stocking up were already late. All supplies were limited for purchase, and prices continued to rise. Although there were complaints, they didn't dare to voice them. Compared to those whose homes were flooded and had nowhere to go, they were indeed much luckier. Moreover, after the discharge of nuclear wastewater, marine creatures attempted to land, crowding in shallow waters, making it not too difficult to find something to eat. Though there was no guarantee of any side effects. It was fine not to look at the news, but once she did, it always left her feeling gloomy. Her stomach growled, and she suddenly realized she was hungry. After a busy day, she decided to treat herself to a nice meal. Spicy crayfish, chilled plum soup, stir-fried river snails, garlic bok choy, and a plate of cut fruits. Then she took out her tablet to binge-watch a show, unsure if she could finish it before the internet got cut off. The following days were similar, and in the midst of it, Shinyuru and her group caused a fuss when they found their things missing, only to be silenced by a knife scare from Jihi. The extreme heat was expected to last at least 3 months, or even 6, with temperatures never dropping below 60 degrees. Living on the top floor was even more frustrating. Stepping out of the air-conditioned room felt like entering a steam room. At this point, the temperature-regulating clothes she had tried out earlier became effective, maintaining a constant 26 degrees. But they felt tight and uncomfortable, leaving her disinterested in cooking. After lying around for a few days, she was just about to join the crowd to cool off at night when the door opened, and 02 came out like a rat sensing meat. Oddly, Lu Heng actually had a smile for her. Was he possessed or just acting strange? She initially intended to ignore him, but Lu Heng insisted on following her. Are you going downstairs? Let's go together, he asked, trailing behind her. He stopped and turned to look at Lu Heng, who looked like he hadn't washed his face in days, with dark circles under his eyes. I know you acted that way because you were jealous. Lu Heng began, but before he could finish, Ji had already slapped a knife against his chest and couldn't help but kick him. Lu Heng stumbled back, hitting his waist hard against the stairs, his face turning pale from the pain, finally not looking so nauseating. Where do you get the audacity? If you dare to follow me again, I'll chop you up, she said fiercely, clearly serious. The knife in her hand gleamed, and Lu Heng could only glare at her, not daring to speak as he watched her leave. After this encounter, her mood was extremely irritable. He kept trying to pry something off her, and with the crowd gathered, there was no way to act openly, which was quite disgusting. Not wanting to linger, she learned that a market had spontaneously formed at the foot of the mountain and headed upstairs. Climbing all 18 floors was good exercise. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Jiangzhou. After the door-opening incident, they had added each other on WeChat and exchanged names but hadn't chatted since. So she was surprised to receive a message now. There's a market at the foot of the mountain tomorrow. Are you going? The message was straightforward. She thought for a moment and arranged to meet at 6 a.m. It took half an hour to get down, and by then, it wouldn't be too hot. The next day, she got up on time, had a light breakfast, and quietly opened the door, bumping into Jiangzhou, who was also coming out. She almost got used to the sight of him in a hoodie. Jiangzhou didn't waste time, gesturing for her to follow, and they quietly made their way downstairs. They first went to the underground garage to get her intentionally dirted Wulingshan car. The sound of the car starting was particularly loud in the morning, but she didn't care much, pressing the gas and speeding off, especially since the license plate was covered in mud. Who would notice? Besides, many people knew about the market at the foot of the mountain. They were just the earliest to set off. The winding mountain road was tricky, and, at a turn, there was a person standing in the middle of the road, trembling and waving. He caught a glimpse of a reflection from the bushes nearby. This was such a glitch. Before Jiangzhou could react, he slammed the gas pedal and sped off. What the hell? Are you trying to kill someone? Driving so fast? The person, who had been limping, saw the car didn't stop and accelerated to dodge, cursing as they went. Didn't bother with him and glanced at Jiangzhou in the passenger seat, thinking if he called her cold-blooded, she'd kick him out. What you did was right. Don't feel guilty. Jiang Zhou coughed lightly to ease the atmosphere. Ji nodded. What guilt could she possibly have? Not stopping to let others take advantage? Ridiculous. She lacked nothing, just casually strolled around to see if there was anything new. Most of the stalls sold rice, millet, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, things that could be stored for a long time, some probably having been soaked in water, and there were also a lot of seafood. She wasn't particularly interested but had to pretend, so she bought some sweet potatoes and purple potatoes, not that she had much money on her. Spending 100 for 10 pounds was a significant increase, but prices would only get higher, and they no longer accepted cash. Suddenly, the noise from a nearby stall grew louder, with a few people arguing, their faces red and necks thick, and soon, someone threw a punch. Chapter 10. Entanglement. No one wanted to get hit, and both sides quickly got tangled up. He looked at him curiously, wondering how he managed to endure his social anxiety to eavesdrop on gossip. Fights inevitably spilled over to other stalls, with many trying to mediate. But more and more people were getting involved in the brawl, and the onlookers multiplied. Ji spotted a few kids pushing through the crowd and tapped Jiang Zhou. Let us go, don't watch. Okay, let us hide our stuff. Jiang Zhou also sensed the strange atmosphere. The two of them tucked their belongings away and moved toward the car. There were plenty of people coming from the opposite direction, but at least it was still passable. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the crowd. There's a thief. Catch the thief. Where's my wallet? Did you steal it? Oh no, I just bought rice. Where did it go? Almost everyone watching the gossip began to voice their anger, and amidst the shoving, more and more people started fighting for no reason, with some seizing the opportunity to snatch things and run. The scene spiraled out of control, grabbing anything and anyone. Ji and Jiang Zhou exchanged glances. Run. They didn't have time for anything else. If they were late, they wouldn't even be able to protect their underwear, and they rushed toward the Wulingshan car. Once they broke through the outer circle, it got much better, but there were still some reckless people trying to grab stuff, who were kicked away by the two of them. Finally, they got into the car, also kicking out someone who tried to sneak in. Start the engine, hit the gas. The car shot out, and those who tried to chase got a mouthful of exhaust and had to shift their targets to other vehicles. In the rearview mirror, the group of rioters got further away, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Ji didn't dare to relax at all, flooring the gas pedal. During the drive, Jiang Zhou suggested he take over, but Ji refused. The winding mountain roads had many turns, and who knew where another robber might pop up. They made the 45-minute trip in about 30 minutes. Once they got out of the car, they both finally relaxed. They each carried their purchase supplies upstairs. But Jiang Zhou dropped a bag of rice and looked a bit gloomy. As they reached the 18th floor and opened the door, Shun Yiru poked her head out, wearing a cool tank dress, clearly having put in some effort to look nice. Ji instinctively glanced at Jiang Zhou's reaction, wondering if he thought Shun Yiru had dressed up for her. The target could only be Jiang Zhou. Shun Yiru was quite attractive, with a figure that had its merits. If she wanted, few men could resist. Xiaohe, I'm sorry. Shun Yiru unexpectedly grabbed her, her tone carrying a hint of a pout. We're all family. We should help each other at a time like this, right? Don't be angry, okay? Ji raised an eyebrow in surprise, feeling a bit nauseated, thinking she had come to the wrong place to sell herself and that she was not her type. Did those three think she was a fool? Couldn't they hide their intention to move into 03 a bit better? Is your apology really that insincere? Xiaohe, how can you, as a girl, speak so harshly? Shun Yiru had a somewhat unpleasant expression. You got out to look for supplies, right? We're all family. How can you eat alone? She raised her voice and confidently reached for Ji's things. Ji didn't even dodge, smashing the large bag of sweet potatoes she was holding at her. Are you crazy? Looking for a beating? Her tone and expression were not good. Shun Yiru called out sweetly and instinctively hid behind Jiang Zhou. Xiaohe's acting up again. While speaking, she desperately tried to inch forward, but Jiang Zhou dodged just in time to avoid contact. Sister, I think you're the one acting up. Get away. Jiang Zhou patted the place where he had been touched and moved beside the unfriendly Ji. They said Ji was crazy, but 02 looked pretty abnormal too. Ji glanced thoughtfully at Shun Yiru, who was just gritting her teeth and glaring at the two, unable to see what strategy she was using. The ice cubes they left behind had melted, and seeing the room temperature at 48 degrees. They hurriedly replaced them and turned on the air conditioning. The power would likely go out again in the afternoon. Without a door next door, they could vaguely hear the three discussing quietly in the living room. The 18th floor still had 3 cockroaches, which was unsettling. How could her luck be so bad? After escaping from the group of vampires in the Shun family, Shinjuru came over again. The weather was getting hotter, and he tightly shut the doors and windows, occasionally turning off the air conditioning to exercise her body. The results were quite noticeable. She didn't sweat as profusely as before. More and more seafood was coming ashore. As long as she dared to eat, she wouldn't starve. Compared to the city center, where there was nothing to eat or drink, it was a million times better. Spent more time cooking in the community and made some heavily flavored dishes to stock up. The aroma wafting out during mealtime wasn't too conspicuous. The group sharing hadn't stopped either, and 03 had become the only relatively unfortunate one, as the 3 of them were lazy to varying degrees. The sun was too hot to go out looking for food, and it was too late at night to go out either. Just focusing on As soon as she went out, Shinjuru would come to make her move. Only because he carried a knife with her did she avoid being taken advantage of. In the middle of the night, there was a metallic clatter at the door of 02, the lock cylinder turning. Someone was trying to pry her door open. Had been binge-watching dramas all night and hadn't fallen asleep. Hearing the noise, she grabbed a watermelon knife and went to the door to listen. Is it working? Why can't you open it? This door lock is a bit strange. It's different from ours. Don't worry. Shinjuru's sweet complaints came through 2 doors, almost making her sick enough to vomit her late-night snack. Unable to hold back, she yanked the door open and stood outside with the watermelon knife. Liu Hang's expression wasn't much better, and he instinctively pulled Shinjuru close. Are you trying to die? Why didn't you say anything before opening the door? Shinjuru, ignoring her act of weakness, cursed angrily. In the next second, the 3 quickly retreated. What are you doing? Do you want to go to jail? No matter how they shouted, she ignored them, not saying a word as she walked towards 02 with a knife in hand. Chapter 11. Don't kill them. Once entered the door, she ignored everything else and just smashed. With the knife in hand, she chopped, kicked, and smashed everything. The sofa, bed, air conditioning, and refrigerator all suffered under her wrath. Even the faucet was knocked askew by her hammer. Liu Hang furrowed his brows and exchanged glances with Li Mu. Instantly, 4 or 5 people rushed into 02. He paused her smashing and coldly stared at the approaching crowd. Keep smashing, Liu Hang said nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. Little bitch. Didn't I say I'd settle the score with you sooner or later? Li Mu also stepped forward. My brothers are all here today. Let us see how much longer you can hold out. You've gone too far. Look at what you've done in the house. And you still want to apologize to Li Mu? It's not asking for much. Just agree. Shinjuru sweetly advised from Liu Hang's arms. Apologize? Agree? She feared that the moment she showed weakness, this group would pounce. As for what would happen next, didn't those guys' hush jokes make it clear? Looks like you really want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Liu Hang snorted coldly, pulling Shinjuru closer and calling out to Li Mu. Don't kill her. He sneered, the knife in her hand clashing against the nearby wall, making a piercing sound. Oh, little beauty, don't play with knives. Let the big brothers come play with you. The group laughed, sizing up H's body, not fearing whether the loud noise would attract others. After all, they were many, and what were they afraid of? The closest guy thought of directly approaching her, lewdly smiling as he tried to hug A flash of disgust crossed He's eyes, and she swiftly stabbed the watermelon knife forward, cleanly piercing in and out, blood splattering everywhere. The rest were all stunned, frozen in place, and she didn't give him time to react, swinging the knife at another person. She looked like an easy target, but after 5 years of struggling in the apocalypse, how could she fall into the hands of these soft-footed shrimp? 1 stab for each, and she kicked as she went, retrieving the knife smoothly. Killing people. Call the police. The screams filled the room, and this was when the lack of doors became advantageous. Everyone rushed outside, and he chased them with a knife. She was genuinely fed up with being harassed. She had already tried to let those 3 live a few more days, but they insisted on coming forward to offer their heads. Ji paused the knife in her hand as a familiar hooded sweatshirt flashed outside, and she continued to swing her knife. Inside and outside coordinated, all were left half dead and then let go. Once everyone had fled, two shadows exchanged glances, tacitly cleaning up the blood on the floor. It was hot, and in less than a minute, it was done. Just now, Jiang Zhou's moves were clean and swift, resembling someone trained in a systematic way. If he had other intentions in that situation, she might not have been able to beat him. But Jiang Zhou remained silent, leaving Ji he even more unsure of a situation. No matter what, if they could coexist peacefully as qualified neighbors, it would be good. Otherwise, the rat poison she had stockpiled could come in handy early. The next morning, Jiang Zhou knocked on 01's door as if nothing had happened. Need a hand? He pointed to the iron door behind him, which was somewhat damaged, and didn't he know where it was taken from. The so-called help was just to ask her to hold it. Installing the door wouldn't harm her, so there was no reason to refuse. While helping hold it, she remained vigilant for any possible actions from him. Suddenly, Jiang Zhou casually said, "Those people are from the 4th floor. Lu Hang and the others moved in." Ji he understood. She wondered why Shan Yuru and the others hadn't come to see her miserable state last night. Probably scared off. They might call the police. Jiang Zhou slightly turned his head to look at her. Not to mention whether calling the police is useful now. Even if they come, they have no evidence to prove it was me. Ji he replied. There were many casualties in the city center. It was likely that there were no police forces dispatched. And even if they did come, the people didn't die here. So what was there to be afraid of? Ji he originally wanted to refuse. But after thinking it over, she agreed. She had enough food for herself. But if she didn't go out to gather supplies, everyone would probably know she had provisions. She initially planned to remain invisibly in the community. But with Li Mu and the others arriving, it was destined that she couldn't be a small transparent figure anymore. In the community WeChat group, someone discussed whether a house was robbed last night. Shen Yuru immediately sent a crying photo with bloodstains, saying, "Sorry, my cousin had a psychotic episode last night and injured a few people. The police have already been notified." A flood of comments below expressed how terrifying it was, with some even suggesting they should be kicked out. In the elevator, Jiang Zhou showed her the phone, how to handle this. Ji he had no reaction. "It's fine. Let them bounce around for a while. Aren't you angry?" Jiang Zhou couldn't help but be curious. "They helped me establish a violent psychotic persona for free. What is there to be angry about? Probably no one would dare come to the 18th floor anymore, which is just fine." Ji he said half-jokingly. In the apocalypse, a mentally ill person and a girl living alone, it's obvious who would be easier to bully. Don't be fooled by the commotion in the group. If someone were asked to go up to the 18th floor, they'd surely run faster than a dog. As expected, when the community committee was sent to the 18th floor to mediate, the older folks in the group immediately went silent, and no one dared to speak up. Especially with the blood in the hallway still not cleaned up, it looked terrifying. They set out early in the morning, and, along the way, they saw people fishing in the water. The previous series of tsunamis had flooded the malls, ruining all the food. To avoid starvation, they had to fish. Even though the nuclear wastewater from Sakura country had leaked into the sea, it was still better than starving to death. They drove their car, deliberately avoiding crowds to prevent being targeted like last time at the small market, and went to the place where he had previously gone to the shore. Various seafood was being washed ashore. There was no need to cast nets. Just picking up along the shore could fill several bags. One person goes to one side. "Whatever you catch is yours," Jiang Zhou inquired. "All right," he answered without hesitation. Although they said one person to one side, they weren't too far apart and could see each other within sight. Chapter 12. Fishing. Now that they were there, he picked up a bucket and a net, fishing more thoroughly than she had before the apocalypse. There were even big lobsters struggling to crawl ashore, and she couldn't resist picking up several. In the future, everyone's physical resilience would increase. Even those who drank seawater would be fine, so maybe if they let it sit for a while, they could eat it later. She didn't have too much seafood stored up. After picking and choosing, she had 2 buckets, and each was larger and fatter than what she had before the apocalypse. She glanced over and saw that Jiang Zhou had caught way more than her, estimated at around 200 pounds. "Can we eat all this?" "So much?" Ji asked. "On the market day, I saw someone buying in bulk to exchange for other goods. I plan to try that," Jiang Zhou explained as he loaded everything into the car. It was only because of that child in her past life who refused to eat seafood that she had been fishing all day, and after a whole day of work, she barely had any rice left, saving it all for that child. The two drove towards the foot of the mountain without having lunch. At the foot of the mountain, tents were set up, all from the places that had been flooded. When they saw another car approaching, the onlookers watched with envy and jealousy. "Be careful. It's just up ahead." Jiang Zhou pointed in the direction, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Ji also perked up, noticing the sign for fish exchange ahead, remaining vigilant. "Boss, how do we exchange?" Ji asked. Jiang Zhou, with his hoodie covering most of his face and standing slightly forward at 8 meters tall, exuded a strong presence. 50 pounds of seafood for a pound of rice or flour. No inferior products or dead fish, and you can't pick the rice. The boss weighed the options and offered a compromise. Although they appeared to be a low-threat pair, somehow they didn't seem to have any intention of cheating. Ji had exchanged before and felt the ratio was reasonable, so she agreed. In the end, Jiang Zhou exchanged all his buckets of fish for rice and flour, while Ji only exchanged one bucket for some noodles that no one wanted. This type of noodle was too fragile and hard to preserve. People here didn't like it, and it was priced the same as rice. However, Ji had a space, so storage wasn't a problem. With a few large jars of sauce, it wouldn't be hard to make a meal. Jiang Zhou's face was hidden under the hoodie and mask, making it impossible to discern his expression. He suddenly remembered that she had been dealing with this person for a month and had never seen his face. He always covered himself completely. Could he be ugly? But he had such a good physique. If you don't respond, it makes me look dumb." Jiang Zhou's voice was low, and his hoodie dropped lower. At that moment, the air conditioning was on, and the indoor temperature was 38 degrees. After a busy morning, she didn't want to cook again. From her space, she brought out wasabi shrimp, cold mixed herbs, spicy stir-fried meat, iced jelly, and cold cakes, setting a small table. With the neighbors gone, no one dared to come up anymore, making it much quieter. Now she didn't have to listen to insults while binge-watching shows. Rarely in the mood, she found a slow-paced variety show to watch. The people in it leisurely hosted old friends for dinner, and she felt the atmosphere through the TV, making the food taste much better. After the night, the small villa in her space expanded a bit more, and the beach widened by about a meter. The familiar subtitles suddenly popped up in front of her. The holder exhibits extraordinary capabilities. Certain areas are purified. Having gotten used to checking for new additions, she went to see the vegetables she had planted on the rooftop. It was amazing. She hadn't tended to them much, and there wasn't a single weed. The vegetable vines were lush and had grown quite tall. Some were ready to be picked. Even strawberries and blueberries in the flower bed were bearing fruit. She had planted these no more than a month ago, yet they were growing rapidly. She picked a handful of small greens, planning to blanch them for noodles later. After picking everything she could, she refilled the empty pots with new plants. After a busy spell, a gentle sea breeze blew by, instantly washing away her fatigue. Ji suddenly had a whimsical idea and tossed a small yellow fish she had caught that morning towards the quarantine sea surface. To her surprise, the barrier she couldn't pass through, the small yellow fish actually went through, perfectly landing on the water's surface and splashing. The small yellow fish, which had just been half dead, began to jump around. Radiation level eliminated. The subtitle appeared for only half a second before disappearing. Her heart raced. She thought she might have seen it wrong and tossed a few more fish, all of which landed in the sea without exception, but the subtitle didn't appear again. Did only prompt once. However, it seemed livelier than before being caught. This space and those characters were inherently strange. Ji believed somewhat that it could eliminate radiation, but she just couldn't enter the bubble. Unwilling to accept this, she cautiously approached the seaside, only able to touch it with her hand, but still couldn't jump in. What does this mean? Is it targeted at me? Ji's mouth twitched slightly in frustration. Could it be that her space level wasn't high enough? But it was too late to say anything now. Slightly regretting, she exited the space and exchanged the melted ice for a new batch. As she left, she noticed a rental sign posted next door, wondering when those people had sneaked in. Looking at the empty door frame, Ji was curious if any fool would actually want to rent it. Not thinking too much, she locked the door and went downstairs to throw out the trash. Her space was well stocked, but she had still been going down to fish for several days, exchanging for rare items that no one wanted. Things like hot water bottles and peony flower thermoses, all with a strong sense of nostalgia. In the heat, just seeing these items made her feel hot all over, and no one wanted them. 100 pounds of fish could only be exchanged for 2 pounds of rice. Fruits and vegetables couldn't even be traded for two. With the hot weather and frequent power outages, things spoiled quickly, and food prices rising was no surprise. But 100 pounds of fish could be exchanged for a lot of these items. They were unattractive and cheap, but they would be incredibly useful during the extreme cold period that was soon to come. After finishing the exchange, it was already 6 or 7 o'clock. Just as she got home, Jiang Zhou opened the door and handed her a dark object that looked somewhat like an old-fashioned mobile phone. It measures radiation. Take it with you when you go out to find supplies. If there's radiation, it will light up red. Jiang Zhou walked in front of her and demonstrated from start to finish. It was homemade and not very refined. It didn't show values. Only colors based on levels. Higher nuclear radiation meant a darker color. Is it useful? He asked curiously, as it clearly looked like it was modified from an old mobile phone. Of course it is. Want to try it tomorrow? Chapter 13. Can the space eliminate radiation? They agreed on a time, and the next morning before dawn, they set off with their gear. He wore a radiation-proof suit underneath, unsure of its effectiveness. But it surely had a psychological effect. Recently, more and more people have been fishing. Everyone was getting tired of eating fish every day due to the lack of food. And many vegetables were spoiling. There were people everywhere exchanging fish for supplies, and the prices for rice and flour had doubled, with fruits being even more expensive than rice. It was just that no one was buying these unsatisfying items. Upon arriving at the location, the two of them continued to walk in opposite directions, spreading a long net along the way, which she had previously used when she was a beachcomber. Ji paused while scooping fish, hesitatingly pulling out a sea bass that had 2 mouths. This fish used to be one of her favorites before the apocalypse. It had few bones and tender meat. But with an extra mouth now, her appetite vanished instantly. Where's the radiation measuring device? Should we give it a try? He called Jiang Zhou over. I'll go get it from the car. It was Jiang Zhou's first time seeing a mutation, and he was a bit excited about the rare sight. The car was parked not far behind them, and Jiang Zhou quickly retrieved the homemade device in just a few steps. As soon as he switched it on, the screen flashed red. Both were startled and quickly stepped back. Testing other fish also showed trace amounts of radiation. The nuclear wastewater is spreading so fast? Jiang Zhou said seriously, unusually not joking. It was predicted to take 6 months, but the typhoon, tsunami, and the tornadoes in various sea areas mixed the nuclear wastewater thoroughly. He pondered. In her previous life, the tsunami wasn't this severe, and the appearance of nuclear radiation was delayed. It's impossible to catch fish now. Even if one's physical condition is good, prolonged exposure will lead to decay and death. Plus, with the viruses brought by the melting glaciers, even if one doesn't die, they would end up half human, half ghost. Are we still going to exchange? Jiang Zhou hesitated. Yes, we've been fishing for so many days. One more day won't make a difference. He said, and besides, there's so many people fishing, and quite a few with measuring devices. If we don't exchange, others will. The two quickly tidied up the fish they had caught earlier, which weighed several hundred pounds in total. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many mutations yet, they filled the car before leaving. This was still prompted by his casual remark today that it couldn't be hot forever. There would be a day when it cooled down. At that time, buying warm supplies might be even more expensive than food. Using a bucket, she collected some seawater from the spatial sea area and placed the 2-mouthed monster fish inside. She had this idea when she first saw it today. She needed to verify if the subtitles she saw yesterday were true. If it could really eliminate nuclear radiation, then she would have another trump card for survival. The fish didn't change after being placed in the bucket, and took out the radiation measuring device to scan it. The screen showed a green light. She was overjoyed and tried several more times, all yielding green results. Immediately, she set up an inflatable bathtub on the beach and began scooping seawater into it bucket by bucket. As the water filled to a certain level, she couldn't help but sit in it, a warm sensation spreading throughout her body. This was just like the real-life, baby, golden water. No wonder in her previous life, no matter how much protection she took, one hand still ended up rotting. It was only later that the country developed special medicines, coupled with her body's evolutionary resilience, that things didn't worsen. Meanwhile, Shun Yuro had smooth, fair skin, wearing pretty dresses all day and calling her disgusting. In this life, the spatial sea area capable of purifying nuclear radiation was in her hands. Could Shun Yuro still have her fair hands? Thinking this way, she suddenly didn't feel the urge to kill Shun Yuro right away. She was more interested in seeing how disgusting Shun Yuro would look, neither human nor ghost. Soaking in the seawater made her feel much more energetic. After taking a shower, she waited for nightfall. At midnight, Ji-hee set off on time, heading to the nearest shopping mall building by the original coastline. However, since Ji-hee had space, she could enter at any time if danger arose. If she didn't take it now, no one would be able to take it after the flood. This time, she didn't call Jiangzhou, carrying a disguised backpack to a blind spot in the community's view before taking out another electric vehicle from her space. She didn't stockpile much fuel, so she had to use it sparingly. Along the way, there were corpses, most of which had died from heat stroke, some already decayed. Ji-hee kept her eyes straight ahead and drove past. When she reached the deserted seaside, she switched to a speedboat, steering clear of the fishing teams and heading straight for her destination. Upon entering, she almost suffocated. The hot air mixed with a rotten smell rushed at her, forcing her to quickly ascend to the next floor. This floor was better. The water only covered a thin layer, just enough to not go over her ankles. And there were crabs and sea snails blown in. Ji-hee didn't hesitate, throwing everything she found into the buckets on the sandy beach in her space, filled with seawater. Not fearing radiation at all. While collecting, she began to loot, but unfortunately, this floor was a home textile market, and everything was soaked and soggy, likely having been flooded as well. Without hesitation, she continued to climb up, and by the 15th floor, she had some gains. These few floors were skincare specialty stores, featuring various big brands. Ji-hee's eyes widened, as many places in her space were empty after its expansion. With a wave of her hand, she collected several high-end brands. A serum worth over 1,000 was enough for her to soak her feet. Climbing further up, most of the stores were light luxury shops, showcasing the latest autumn collections. She picked some convenient items to stock up on, and the outdoor supplies store was nearly emptied. There were also many dining establishments, but unfortunately, the weather was too hot, and the power was out, causing everything in the kitchen to spoil. Ji-hee took advantage of the situation, collecting all the unopened condiments, along with several large boxes of vacuum-sealed hot pot base, and cleared out small liquefied gas tanks as well. The warehouse also had backup solar generators and regular generators. With her fuel running low, Ji-hee stuffed 2 solar generators in her space and took all the gasoline and diesel. Embracing the mindset of having come this far, she pried open the cold storage door. This cold storage had a backup power supply, and when she opened the door, a hint of cool air escaped. It was noticeably cooler inside than outside. Various meats were stored in ice cabinets, along with ice cream ingredients and drink concentrates. Ji-hee accepted everything without hesitation, stowing them all in her space. There was also a large pile of high-end cigarettes and alcohol. She picked up a small portion, as these were more useful than gold in the apocalypse. Which big shot wouldn't love to sip on a drink? Above the 25th floor were office areas, and the items there were quite peculiar. To her surprise, there was even an emergency medicine cabinet, just when her stock of medicine was low. She also cleared out the snack rack nearby. Not even the fire extinguishers in the hallway were spared. Everything was taken into her space. There was even a sex toy shop, and without looking sideways, she collected 2 boxes of small umbrellas, as these would also be worth a lot when sold in the future. At 6 in the morning, the sun rose above the sea, and the entire building was empty, with only her moving around continuously in search of supplies. "Dad, this is the last floor." Suddenly, she heard someone calling out, and Ji-hee felt a cold sweat break out on her back. "Chapter 14, Dad, I killed a bird." "Who's there?" she asked warily, while using her backpack for cover. She pulled out a short hunting rifle from her space. "Dad." Again, the sudden call sounded like a child's voice. Could be a child trapped here before the apocalypse? But after the tsunami, official organizations came here for rescue. There was no reason to leave a child behind. The voice grew sharper, accompanied by the sound of paper fluttering down, yet she still didn't hear any other voices. "Dad, Dad." The voice was getting closer to her. He felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. Has she been discovered? With each call of Dad, the voice drew nearer. Without hesitation, he closed her eyes, pulled the trigger, and fired a shot. Help! I killed a bird. A colorful parrot flapped around clumsily, its voice piercing and terrified, creating an eerie atmosphere in the empty building. Almost lost her grip on the gun, readying for a second shot. The one calling Dad was actually a bird? She was so scared by a bird that her heart almost leaped out of her chest. She had indeed heard that some parrots were intelligent and could learn many words. But who knew this parrot could imitate such random phrases? Moreover, the conversations it mimicked made one wonder how exciting its owner's private life must have been. Dad? The parrot flew in front of her and tilted its head, looking at her with great curiosity. He smirked, reaching out, and the seemingly foolish parrot was caught by her. She had never eaten parrot meat before. Would it be tasty? The parrot seemed to understand human speech, and as soon as it heard it was going to be eaten, it immediately struggled, revealing a charred patch under its wings, its eyes darting around, shouting, "Killing birds! Killing birds!" Jiha was annoyed by the noise and casually let it go. The parrot had starved for over half a month, looking thin and ugly. How could it really eat it? After searching the last layer, she found a bunch of emergency medicine, snacks, and a good number of literary books. She didn't have grand ambitions. She just collected whatever space was left. She even found a nail gun in a few shops that were being renovated. After trying it out, she estimated it had been modified. It was quieter than a shotgun, had great power at close range, and was more convenient to carry. She also collected all the building materials and glass lying on the ground, but she couldn't dismantle the glass by herself. Otherwise, she would have to clean everything up before leaving. The weather was getting hotter, but the trees on the back mountain were seriously polarized in less than half a month. Some trees had become thick and tall, reflecting green light, while others had yellow leaves that were almost all gone, and their trunks were dry and cracked. This was very abnormal, but Jiha didn't want to waste the hard-earned opportunity to climb the mountain, especially since the dead trees would make it easier for her to collect. The extreme cold period would come soon, and now was the perfect time to stock up on warm supplies. As usual, she found a place to dig a pit and make charcoal using a primitive method. After burning charcoal for a long time and digging several pits, she couldn't hold on any longer and hid in her space to take a nap. When she woke up, the charcoal was almost ready, so she changed to a new batch of firewood and then took out a box meal from her backpack. It was the old-fashioned stainless steel kind, looking unremarkable, but inside was a plate of fried chicken, and in another box was jelly dessert. Hiding in the shade of a tree, she wasn't afraid of being discovered by anyone suddenly coming up the mountain. After working hard for a day and night, once this batch of charcoal was ready, she packed up and headed down the mountain. Along the way, there were unfinished stalls piled with materials for building mobile homes, and she collected everything. The way down the mountain was relatively quick, but when she arrived at the community, there was a crowd gathered at the entrance. Upon hearing it, she realized that they were experiencing a power outage today, which explained why there were more people downstairs than usual. The entrance of the community was right at the windbreak, and when the temperature dropped at night, it was much more comfortable than being cooped up at home. Jiha was tired after a whole day and had no intention of letting loose. She hurried upstairs with her backpack. No matter how long she waited, the power would only come back tomorrow, and climbing the stairs in the dark would be even more uncomfortable. The imagination was beautiful, but when she reached the fourth floor, she was blocked by someone. The leader, Shun Yuru, was with two others, likely neighbors from the same floor, not the one she had dealt with a few days ago. In contrast, Jiha, who had been eating well and exercising regularly, had a rosy complexion and was full of energy, causing Lu Heng, who was holding Shun Yuru, to instinctively let go. You can't hold out on your own for long. Move in with us. I'll protect you. We're all neighbors. It's not a big deal to help each other out. Yeah, we don't mind that you're mentally ill. As long as you share your food, we'll forgive you. The few people surrounding her each chimed in, spitting words that almost flew onto her. Have you said enough? Jiha asked coldly. Her calm demeanor made the already dizzy and hungry people even more agitated. Oh, what are you pretending for? Coming and going every day. Who knows what you're trading for? As soon as this was said, they all chimed in with agreement, saying whatever nasty things they could to slander her. Jia and T slept all night and had spent the afternoon by the fire making charcoal. At that moment, she was physically and mentally exhausted and too lazy to pretend to be crazy anymore. She pulled out the nail gun from her bag and pointed it at Shun Yuru without hesitation. The moment the nail gun fired, Shun Yuru, with quick reflexes, hid tightly behind Lu Hang. Lu Hang was hit in the shoulder, blood gushing out, staining his white shirt red. Usually acting like a turtle, he couldn't help but groan in pain at that moment. She's killed someone. The crazy person has killed someone. The neighbors who had surrounded her, hoping to gain something, immediately screamed and scattered, fleeing 800 meters away from the fallen Lu Hang. Shun Yuru also wanted to leave, but Lu Hang, with red eyes, grabbed her skirt. Yuru, call the police. I want to kill her. Go ahead, call the police. Jiha sneered. I'll be waiting right here to see whether the police arrive first or you die first. Jiha, do you really have to be like this? I'm your sister. What's so wrong with you sharing some food with us? If I starve to death, how can you be any better? Shun Yuru glared at her in resentment, wishing she could pounce on her and scratch her face. Don't forget how your mother made you take care of me. Bitch, let go of me. Shun Yuru was yanked hard, feeling as if her bones would fall apart, and couldn't help but curse loudly. Chapter 15. New neighbor, you still dare to bring that up? Jiha's face turned cold as she swung her hand toward Shun Yuru's face. Shun Yuru took the slap but still wouldn't stop, continuously cursing her. Crazy? You're just a crazy person. Let me go. Lu Hang's face turned pale from the pain, trying to pull her away, but Jiha didn't hesitate to kick again, hitting the wound right on a corner and causing him to collapse in pain. At this point, no one dared to intervene, only daring to hide far away at the door to watch the commotion. With no one to stop her, Jiha didn't waste any words. She swung her fists left and right, hitting dozens of times, her hands going numb but not stopping. Shun Yuru had been starving for several days and had no strength to fight back, rolling her eyes as she looked like she was about to be knocked out. Jia's wrist was suddenly held down, just as she was tired from hitting, and she stopped to see who dared to stop her. Stop. Otherwise, just use the gun. No. Let's save it. Jiha returned the nail gun to him, coldly looking at Shun Yuru. I'm waiting for her to send me to a mental hospital. What happened to you? Jiha, with you like this, I will only dislike you more. Lu Hang looked at her with disappointment, covering his wound. You can catch fish everywhere by the sea to trade for supplies. If you're hungry, just go out and catch some. Anyone who tries to take advantage of me. She swept a glance at the good neighbors hiding in various corners, and without hesitation, fired the nail gun, shooting down the emergency light in the corridor. Kill one if I see one. After saying that, she signaled Jiang Zhou to follow her and climbed to the 18th floor. Many people in the corridor were leaning over the railing to look down at the commotion, but when they saw the two coming up with nail guns, they immediately scattered. The corridor was instantly empty, making it less oppressive for the two as they climbed the stairs. Next time you go out, call me. It's not safe on the way down recently. It's better to have two than one. Jiang Zhou broke the silence. Jiha thought for a moment and reminded him, don't push too hard. The country won't abandon us. There will definitely be a way to cope. If you die from severe infection before a solution is implemented, that would be a loss. While that was true, not everyone could foresee what would happen next. And with the ingrained instinct to stockpile food, the anxiety over a lack of supplies would still drive people to hoard food crazily. The first thing Jiha did when she got home was to soak in seawater from her space, coming out refreshed to serve up salt and pepper shrimp, spicy hot pot, cold mixed herbs, and chilled watermelon on the coffee table. She sat on the floor eating while watching a TV series on her tablet. Looking at the temperature, the room was 34 degrees Celsius, the lowest temperature since the apocalypse began. It was feared that in less than 2 months, the extreme cold period would arrive, and she didn't know what caused everything to happen ahead of time. The next morning, at the agreed time with Jiang Zhou, the two of them left at the same time, tacitly, just as they opened the door to the corridor to set off. They saw a man leaning against the door outside, still half asleep with his eyes closed. Jiha instinctively kicked him with her foot, causing half of his body to tumble out. Immediately, a loud male voice yelled, who kicked me? The man stood up in a rage, and Jiha finally got a clear look at him. He had a scruffy beard, and his half-exposed face looked familiar. The man was not to be outdone. Pulling out a pot from a messy bag of urea, Jia couldn't help but twitch her lips. After thinking for a moment, she pressed down on Jiang Zhou's nail gun. It's mine. I used to do live streaming. She didn't want to bring it up. She had tried many names that were already registered, and then just gave up and chose this one, not expecting it to succeed. Outdoor worm digging, is that you? He sneered a couple of times, finally remembering this rare acquaintance. The outdoor enthusiast awkwardly smiled and said, just call me Lin Chuan. Jiang Zhou, who is usually gossipy, fell unusually silent. Did he really have to choose such an inhuman name? What are you doing here? Robbing? I rented the apartment 02, the one right behind you, Lin Chuan pointed out, casually bringing the urea bag into the hallway. The case is solved. The silly person who rented a doorless apartment turned out to be her friend, and it was she who took the door down. Jiang Zhou, who knew the inside story, fell even quieter. You rented this doorless place too? He felt no guilt, just curiosity. What or do I have? It was taken out when I moved in. Do you want it? He asked. You can trade it for climbing gear. Lin Chuan was into outdoor adventures, and his equipment was far more advanced than what she had bought herself. Most of his luggage was outdoor supplies, including an inflatable boat. It was thanks to these things that he rented this apartment. After discussing the items to trade, Jiang Zhou handed Lin Chuan a key to the hallway. Helping to install the security door, he was sweating all over and had no intention of going out again. Back home, she entered her space. It had been a few days since she watered the plants on the rooftop, and the leaves were starting to droop. She quickly watered them, not in a hurry to pick any. As she had enough vegetables to eat, she would save the remaining batch for seeds. The strawberries and blueberries in the flower bed at the entrance had ripened a few, and he happily picked them, planning to have durian later for a whole fruit meal. However, 2 of the strawberries had been gnawed by something, leaving only the vines. There were no other creatures in her space besides the fish she had caught, not even a single bug. Who ate her strawberries? Chapter 16. The Survivor's Commotion Dad. A colorful parrot landed on the flower bed, tilting its head to stare at her. Jihee's heart sank instantly. How did this dead bird get into her space? And it stole her strawberries? There were hardly any to begin with. The parrot's voice became sharp, and its intelligent eyes darted around. What wild woman are you? What kind of bird dares to steal my strawberries? Jihee gritted her teeth in anger and reached out to catch the bird. Just wait. I'll pluck your feathers and stew you. Saying this, she squeezed the parrot's wings and pressed it down on the sandy platform. The kitchen knife glinted sharply, looking very real. You're killing the bird. Help! Help! The parrot flapped its wings, its voice echoing throughout the space, causing quite a ruckus. Even the fish in the bucket jumped up, splashing water everywhere. Didn't know if this bird was mutated. Its noise was deafening, and her ears were almost going numb. In a moment of distraction, the parrot actually managed to escape. Dad! Dad! The parrot flew around in the air, showing off. Jihee rolled her eyes in frustration. This was her space, and anything that entered here, be it human or ghost, was under her control. With just a slight mental command, the proud parrot immediately fell from mid-air, only able to hop on the ground. Originally wanting to chop it up. Who knew there was a commotion outside the space? Someone was knocking at the door. She grabbed a cage to put the bird inside and took it out of her space. Many people had entered the community, all of them from the city that had been flooded. Jiang Zhou signaled her to look downstairs. The community was packed with people, all carrying bulging bags, covered in mud, looking as if they were fleeing. There were probably over 100 of them. In fact, it was not much different from fleeing. The city had been completely flooded, and rescue operations had not come, so there was hardly any social order left. There were many small groups organized by a few individuals, looting everywhere. At night, fear was palpable. One might wake up to find their home gone. The only place that was better than others was the community on Cloud Peak Mountain, lacking only food. Everything else was much better than other places, and neighbors interacted relatively normally, just a bit of bickering and quarrels. People from this community could often be seen driving out. It was impossible not to feel envious. The water was getting deeper, and a group of people had more reason to pack their tents and move up. They also wanted to go to the villa area, but the people there were not easy to mess with. They couldn't even enter the main gate and had to come to this community instead. I put a bell on the hallway door, lock it at night, and don't sleep too deeply. Jiang Zhou reminded her again. Jihee nodded. She would do that without being told. Today, many people had just arrived. and there couldn't be many vacant spots in the community. With so many people mixed together, night was the easiest time for ambushes. Lin Chuan had the key to the 18th floor hallway door, so it was necessary for him to know about this. The two knocked on apartment 02's door and told Lin Chuan about the need for vigilance at night. He had just moved in from outside, so he knew better than they did how many bad intentions these people had. He immediately agreed. As night fell, to save electricity, residents were reluctant to expose their homes. And the community was dark. If she guessed correctly, someone would definitely act out tonight. These people couldn't live well themselves. So why should others eat well and live well? Sure enough, when people were in their deepest sleep, someone couldn't hold back any longer, and screams echoed throughout the community. Help! There's a murder! Robbery! The terrified cries had barely finished when something was thrown down from the 6th floor window of Building 2. He squatted behind the curtain with binoculars, and to her shock, it was a person. She originally thought these people would just rob something. Who knew they would come in and kill someone right away? Should we call the police? Lock the door tight. Don't let anyone pry it open. What is the use of calling the police? Just a few days ago, that incident at Building 6, didn't they catch anyone? Mentioning Building 6, the group dropped the idea of calling the police and began to look for things to block the door. Don't sleep, lock the doors and windows. Jiang Zhou sent her a message. Lin Chuan next door also sent her a similar message, but he was more talkative, filling the screen with shocked emojis. After the shout from the 6th floor of Building 2, those sleeping on the ground floor began to stir, or perhaps it was premeditated, rushing upstairs to knock on doors, daring to enter only if they encountered someone living alone. Suddenly, screams were incessant. The group discussed it, and the younger and stronger ones went downstairs to help. After all, no one wanted to live with robbers. One never knows when their own home might become the target. The three on the 18th floor also locked the hallway door and went down. They weren't saints, just sharing the same thoughts as the others. If they didn't hold their ground today, more people would come tomorrow. These people were merely a small number of survivors. Once they tasted the sweet fruit, they would definitely not stop. Many people had entered Building 6, and almost every few floors, there was a group of people gathered fighting. He and the others went down with knives. Those who knew He's reputation were more afraid of her than they were of the survivors. These survivors looked fierce, but in reality, they were not well-fed or well-rested, much weaker than the residents. But He was different. They had seen her truly become ruthless and willing to kill. If anyone foolishly tried to pounce on her, He would not hesitate to strike, blood spattering, staining the wall. It caused a ruckus for half the night before both sides reached a consensus. They could live in the community, but only in the basement. Even so, it was better than being outside in the wind and sun. From now on, if anyone went out alone, they should inform others, helping each other to keep watch. Okay? Lin Chuan took the initiative to propose. Knew a bit about Lin Chuan, but not much more, and Jiang Zhou was even less familiar. The three of them had different thoughts, but were just living on the same floor. It was already good enough to guard the 18th floor together. Don't sleep too deeply at night. Those people won't be satisfied, he added. The three reached a consensus and placed a row of nails glued together at the hallway door in a sufficiently hidden position. If anyone tried to sneak up and pry open the door, those nails would be enough to deal with them. Back in apartment 03, he checked the battery of the door lock. This door had an alarm function. An unconventional opening would trigger a sound. She could charge in her space, so she was worried about the battery running out. The parrot watched her busily moving around on the balcony, occasionally tilting its head in confusion and calling her dad. A bit of noise makes it less lonely, and I become a free dad. He saved some food as backup, waiting for the day when he can't take it anymore to cook it. All night, he kept his nerves taut, and now that it's dawn, the alarm system is set up, and he buries his head in sleep. He was woken up groggily, and upon checking the time, it was already 6 o'clock. The sun was still shining outside, and the air was filled with a damp heat. However, the window was being knocked on from time to time. This is the 18th floor. He didn't believe anyone could climb to the rooftop without going through the hallway door and then knock on her window from above. Pulling back the curtain to look outside, it was actually hailing. Chapter 17. Extreme cold arrives early. Stocking up on firewood, large hailstones ruthlessly smash down onto the ground. And in no time, There was a shallow layer of ice balls on the ground. Yet the temperature outside was still 48 degrees. No one in the community was out to cool off. Everyone was peering out their windows to look down. Some people even brought buckets of ice home, probably to cool down. The hail kept getting bigger, marking the lowest temperature in nearly a month, dropping directly to 32 degrees in just 10 minutes. In the past, this temperature would still be considered quite hot, but after experiencing a month of 50-degree heat, 30 degrees felt like being blown by an air conditioner. So even if someone was hit by hail, they were reluctant to close their windows. The hailstorm was fierce, and the signal might soon be lost. Moreover, the number of casualties was increasing, and the sea level continued to rise. Official rescue operations were falling behind, and it would probably be a long time before signals were restored. Furthermore, this was a sign of the temperature drop. The extreme cold that would last a year was coming early. The parrot on the balcony had never seen such a scene, calling out Dad in a panicked and terrified voice as it swayed in its cage. He quickly brought it inside, lest others think she was abusing a child. No more shouting. If you do, I'll make you in a braised parrot, she threatened, tossing in a few grains of rice as temptation. Dad, the parrot, now getting food, obediently nodded. After settling the noisy creature and unable to go outside, took out a few boxes to fill with soil and planted radishes and cabbages. These two were relatively better at adapting to temperature changes, so even if the extreme cold suddenly dropped, they wouldn't be afraid. She left these outside as a backup source of vegetables in case someone came into her home. The weather today was still decent. Rare for her not to turn on the air conditioning, she practiced a set of military boxing she found online as weight training. She usually relied on brute force in fights and had 5 years of experience in the apocalypse, but her physical strength was still somewhat lacking, so she practiced whenever she had the chance. The hail fell all night, and the thoughts of those living in the basement became active again. Fortunately, everyone was cautious, and the girls living alone banded together, preventing any mishaps. The next day, there was still a layer of ice on the ground, and the temperature was gradually rising, so it probably wouldn't be long before it melted. Jihe's door was knocked on, and Jiangzhou was also called out. Jihe's eager heart calmed down. She had spent all her money stockpiling supplies, leaving her with nothing. You guys go ahead, I'll guard the house. She didn't feel any particular way about it. She had bought her supplies at much cheaper prices than now, and there were plenty of varieties. Lin Chuan, who was a streamer, got along well with everyone. The three of them agreed, and 2 of them set off with their backpacks. Before leaving, Jiangzhou secretly handed her a homemade nail gun, which looked rough upon closer inspection. Many people in the community also went out to buy supplies, but everyone still left someone behind to guard their homes. Ji continued to repeat yesterday's activities at home, downloading meal replacements, exercising, watering the plants, and occasionally threatening the parrot. Jiangzhou handed her a bag of rice, while Lin Chuan gave her a bag of potatoes. Your reward for guarding the house. Ji didn't refuse and accepted it. After all, she would definitely ask for their help in guarding the house in the future, and she could return the favor later. Are you going again tomorrow? She asked. Not going. There is not much cash on hand now. Today there was a commotion. It almost turned into a robbery, and I spent everything I had. Mine too. The city's supermarket had become a white expanse of meat. If it weren't for the guards having real weapons, who knows what could have happened. For several consecutive days, it was both rainy and haily at night, and in the morning the ground was wet and sticky, and all 3 on the 18th floor took a break. During this time, Shen Yuru had come up to cause trouble, asking Ji He to get medicine for Lu Hang, as they couldn't contact their families. Ji He immediately took up her knife and cut, scaring Shen Yuru away, so she wouldn't dare come upstairs again. Lin Chuan mentioned that Li Mu had sent him a message saying he would raise the rent, requiring an extra 200 pounds of grain each month, even causing a scene at the stairway. Ji saw Lin Chuan pull a snake from his pocket, which scared Li Mu into screaming and running away, only daring to curse in the group chat. Lin Chuan told him to wait at home while he went to the kitchen to get him money, and Li Mu immediately fell silent. The notorious 18th floor was now completely quiet. By mid-November, the signal was cut off, and the base station was damaged by the continuous hail. Due to the high temperatures and intermittent hail, the repair work was not going smoothly. The 3 of them rarely went out together from the 18th floor, and it was Lin Chuan who suggested going to the back mountain to try their luck. The hallway door was locked, and the three of them quietly carried their backpacks to the back mountain. It was 52 degrees today, and few people were out. They didn't take the main road, and he led them along a small path. Having not gone up the mountain for a few days, the area had changed drastically. Some trees had grown unusually large, while others had been uprooted and laid dead on the ground. These trees seem a bit off. Lin Chuan, who often spent time outdoors, noted that such large trees were rarely seen, and they were not usually this dense. Jiang Zhou had been to the back mountain before and noticed the changes immediately. It seemed like they were growing. In this weather, 1 minute it's hot, and the next it hails. If a Godzilla appears on flat ground in the future, I wouldn't be surprised, he said half-jokingly. Who knows? Wasn't there someone who filmed an unidentified flying object before? Besides, the ocean is so vast. Who knows what's out there? Before the signal was cut off, there was a frenzy online about unidentified beams of light, unidentified flying objects, aliens, and so on. He originally didn't believe it, but with her space and those subtitles, she couldn't help but believe. The three of them climbed deeper, finding plenty of edible items along the way. Fungi grew in rows, and their size was significantly larger than usual, resembling something out of a cartoon. Fortunately, she was with Lin Chuan, who could distinguish between edible and poisonous. In the past, she only picked what she recognized without knowing how much she missed. Otherwise, he would have to take the mushrooms to the hospital to eat. Of course, whether the hospital was still operational now was uncertain. Chapter 18. She took off her clothes. Sure, my friend is at the Meteorological Research Institute, and the possibility of a sharp temperature drop is high, and it might be a cliff-like drop, Jiang Zhou said, pulling on his hoodie, making a shocking statement. That is fine, brother. Are you hot? Why not take off your hat? Lin Chuan's focus shifted, and he raised his hand a few times but didn't dare to reach out. Jiang Zhou subtly moved back, taking the initiative to gather firewood. As usual, they dug a pit for a fire. Seeing how skillfully she worked, the other two looked at her with curiosity. She had to explain. I saw it on a survival guide online and learned it. Didn't see that coming. You're quite the learner. Lin Chuan didn't think much of it and casually complimented her, laying the mushrooms out to roast by the pit before quickly going to dig for wild vegetables. Jiang Zhou dug a few more pits not far away, while he went to gather firewood. The three worked together, and by the end, each could get dozens of pounds. The fire pit was warm, and after discussing it, the three decided to continue exploring nearby, hoping to hunt some wild game. I just dug a trap. Want to go check it out? Jiang Zhou signaled to the two. You're quietly doing big things. He gave him a thumbs up. However, she didn't expect to catch anything. Yinding Mountain was a tourist attraction, and the probability of encountering wild chickens or rabbits was extremely low, let alone wild boars with more meat. The wild fruits in the mountains were probably ripe too. Hawthorn, wild persimmons, wild pears, and oranges had all grown well this year. The sun was too harsh at noon, so the three of them found a cool spot and ate self-heating rice for lunch. He brought it specifically when they went out, and they shared a steamed bun. Did you make it yourself? It's quite delicious. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but compliment while eating the bun. He had tried making food with flour these past few days, but everything came out as hard lumps that were inedible, with only the noodles being somewhat acceptable. He had just brought what they had ordered from the breakfast shop earlier, so she didn't explain. After eating, Jiang Zhou went to check on the traps he had dug earlier, and was surprised to find he had actually caught something. Inside was a fat rabbit weighing over 10 pounds, and a snake more than a meter long, as thick as Ji's arm. At that moment, the rabbit was tightly entangled, struggling with its legs but unable to break free, and it looked like it was about to die, its tongue hanging out. Jiang Zhou decisively took out a nail gun, aimed, and shot accurately. Taking advantage of the snake's pain, he swiftly swung a knife, severing the snake's head, which fell to the ground, pinned down. He was startled. The snake was writhing uncontrollably, making it impossible to aim, yet Jiang Zhou shot without hesitation. She once again confirmed her impression that Jiang Zhou was not simple. Lin Chuan looked at him with admiration, then naturally went to collect the carcass. The snake, now headless, was still writhing, and the rabbit's legs continued to kick occasionally. He felt a bit queasy and found a place to deal with it, fearing it would attract more animals. All right, I can make snake soup. How about I show you guys tonight? Lin Chuan, who was naturally sociable, felt a bit excited seeing that after not eating meat for several days, he took the initiative to help with the processing. Seeing someone eager to work, Jihe and Jiang Zhou didn't refuse, pointing him to the small ditch. The two went to collect the first batch of charcoal, and the mushrooms and wild vegetables had also been roasted dry, shrinking quite a bit. They divided it evenly on the spot, each getting a backpack full of dried vegetables. "Are you planning to strip the mountain clean with such a big bag?" Jiang Zhou couldn't help but mock. Jihe replied, "Can't beat it, just bear with it." They filled 3 bags in total, and by the time Lin Chuan finished cleaning up, the 3 of them discussed and decided to make charcoal one more time since it was still early. However, before they could even start, a sudden chill enveloped them. "Is that snow?" "It's snowing." Jihe stretched out her hand to catch a flake, and soon more snow fell on her hand. It had never snowed in this area before, but this snowfall represented the arrival of the extreme cold period ahead of schedule. "How strange. This weather is so unpredictable," Lin Chuan exclaimed as he rubbed a handful of snow. Jiang Zhou quickly packed up his things. "Hurry, the temperature is about to drop sharply. If we don't leave now, we'll be stuck here waiting for others to come and dig naturalized sculptures." Jihe didn't hesitate to grab her things and ran after Jiang Zhou, except for the people on the 4th floor who didn't wish them well. As they entered the elevator, they happened to run into Shun Yuru and her 2 companions, who were dressed in ill-fitting thick clothes and were preparing to go out. He was wearing a thermal vest, but her hands and face were exposed, and the wind made her fingers numb. As long as the others didn't cause trouble, she couldn't be bothered to engage with them. But Shun Yuru, who always disliked her, couldn't help but feel sour seeing the bulging bags in their hands and forcefully blocked the elevator door with the immobile Lu Hang, while positioning herself closer to the exit. "Move aside." The temperature dropped sharply to about 5 or 6 degrees, and with the heavy snow outside, Jihe's voice trembled slightly. Seeing her discomfort, Shun Yuru became excited. "Using Lu Hang as a shield, aren't you short on money? This is a good opportunity to make some. What are you holding on to?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jihe yanked Lu Hang, who was waiting to see her make a fool of herself, toward her and swung at Shun Yuru. Shun Yuru hadn't finished her earlier complaint and got hit again. But since there were others around, she feigned a delicate cry of pain, yet her hands were still busy trying to grab Jihe. Jihe wouldn't let her bully her. She intended to twist her hand, but changed her mind when she looked at Shun Yuru's seemingly expensive down jacket and decided to take it off instead. Then she turned to Li Mu and Lu Hang. "You two take yours off as well." Lu Hang looked at her with a complicated expression. "I knew you wouldn't give up, even wanting to take advantage outside. You really are something, Jihe." Jiang Zhou couldn't help but jump in and started to strip Lu Hang of his expensive down jacket. "With your scrawny body, who would want you? Don't be so self-important. You're embarrassing men. Even my 80-year-old aunt wouldn't want someone like this." He moved quickly in just a few moments. He had put on Lu Hang's ridiculously expensive down jacket, continuing to talk. Jihe had gotten used to his social anxiety face while doing social butterfly things. Chapter 19. Dinner on the 18th floor, wearing the rich kid's down jacket. He felt much warmer, and she had only taken off the outer layer. Looking back, she saw Li Mu had quietly taken off his clothes and slipped out, while Lin Chuan was clumsily putting on his clothes. She vaguely remembered when she first moved in. Li Mu had been quite tough, but how had he turned so timid now? Did he not want to be tough? Lu Hang stood up angrily, but when he met the tacit gaze of the 3, he wilted. In just a short time, the temperature had dropped below 0, and Shun Yuru dared only to shiver and glare at the 3, fearing that the remaining 2 pieces of clothing would be stripped off as well. The 3 wrapped themselves in the down jackets and happily entered the elevator. Jihe had made up her mind not to let Shun Yuru off easily. In the apocalypse, boredom was inevitable, and she had to find some fun. Back in 03, Jihe turned on the heater and then went into her space to soak in seawater. When she came out, she heard a ding. Before she could think too much, she heard the parrot flapping its wings. "Daddy?" The parrot hadn't eaten anything for a day and had become listless. Its usually lively calls had turned weak, and it was even shivering from time to time. "Oops. Almost forgot about you." He suddenly remembered she had a bird. She hurriedly tossed some millet in and cut a strawberry. also moving the cage to where the air conditioning could reach. Most people in the apocalypse couldn't get strawberries, so this bird was eating quite well. But she didn't know if it was because it had been hungry for a day and was throwing a tantrum. It turned its back on the food bowl and refused to eat, even kicking it with its foot. This bird has such a bad temper. It might as well be stir-fried. It would definitely be flavorful. As soon as she finished speaking, the parrot turned around and pecked at the food bowl fiercely. He suppressed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Food is king, and if it was upset with her, she wouldn't mind adding a dish. However, after this little episode, he also realized that this bird's intelligence was definitely higher than that of birds before the apocalypse, though it was a bit silly. After a quick cleanup, she packed a small bag of fish mint and a few bottles of Happy Fat House water to take to the neighboring 02. They had agreed to have snake soup tonight, and it would also be the first dinner on the 18th floor to get to know each other better. As soon as she stepped outside, a gust of cold wind hit her head, almost choking her. It was already over 10 degrees below zero outside. When she arrived, Jiangzhou was already there, not wearing a mask, but still helping with a hooded sweatshirt. You actually have this. Lin Chuan was immediately excited upon seeing the cola, almost running over to grab it. Ji's eyelid twitched, and she thought of an excuse without blushing. I bought it to warm up the house before, but later. She couldn't think of a good reason and could only give the two a knowing look. With both stoves going, one boiling snake soup and the other frying and grilling, the rich aroma of snake meat wafted out. The over 1 meter long snake was made into various flavors. The side dishes were radishes and potatoes, and they steamed a few buns as well. The rabbit was also made into green pepper rabbit, since it was getting cold today. Whatever they couldn't finish could be saved for tomorrow without going bad. The doors and windows were tightly sealed, yet a faint scent still wafted outside. Right now, with seafood being abundant, many people were eating meat. Otherwise, the 18th floor door would have been knocked down. He had just eaten a few strawberries at home, so she was very hungry. But when she smelled the aroma, she couldn't help but swallow. If you're hungry, have some cookies to fill your stomach. Jiangzhou handed her a box of Oreos. Thank you. He felt shy accepting it. Unexpectedly, Jiangzhou suddenly said, no need to be polite. Your drool is about to drip on the table. Damn it, he thought to himself. There wasn't much food, but with the two of them helping, they quickly filled a table with dishes, mainly snake meat, along with other stir-fried dishes, and each had a bowl of steaming snake soup. Lin Chuan was a good cook. He originally thought there would be leftovers, but the three of them chatted and fought over the food, leaving the side dishes spotless. After eating and drinking to their fill, he turned on the electric blanket and fell into a deep sleep. Just as she was sleeping soundly, there was a loud knocking at the door, becoming more urgent by the second, as if someone was about to kick it down. Struggled to wrap herself in warm clothes and put on her earmuffs before opening the door. Don't worry, no one is coming up, Jiangzhou said, wrapped up tightly with a somewhat annoying smile. I just wanted to see if you're still breathing. As long as you're alive, I can relax. Don't sleep too deeply. You might just pass out. Took a couple of deep breaths and after a while asked, are you from Northeast China? Huh? Jiangzhou was momentarily confused by her sudden change of topic. No, I'm not. Nodded and looked out the window. A thick layer of snow had piled up, and it was still falling. The temperature had plummeted to a record low of minus 28 degrees, and no one dared to go downstairs to celebrate the cold weather anymore. The drastic drop in temperature caught people off guard, especially since they were by the coast, where temperatures had never reached below freezing and heating supplies were scarce. Those who had a place to stay were better off. At least they had some warm clothes in their luggage, but those who had been relocated were in dire straits. During the previous heat wave, they had barely worn anything, and now in the cold they curled up into balls, shaking uncontrollably like they had Parkinson's disease. Let alone thinking about going out to rob. They were completely powerless. Several people had already died in the basement downstairs, and some of the community had donated blankets, which prevented a bigger uproar. Jiangzhou's voice was somewhat low, mixed with a hint of relief, grateful that he had suddenly decided to stay here and avoid a disaster. Lin Chuan, hearing the commotion, also came out to check in. Why didn't you call me? I almost froze to death while trying to sleep. It's okay. I'll help you collect your body later, he teased, feeling a bit cheeky. A click was heard, and the power went out. He moved the electric heater out and connected it to the solar power storage panel. putting everything back in a room to avoid being seen by others when opening the door. The parrot that only called for his dad also came in. In the small bedroom of about 20 square meters, as soon as the heater turned on, warm air blew towards the bed. She took off her coat, changed into her pajamas, wrapped herself in the blanket, holding a hot water bottle in her arms and placing another at her feet, instantly feeling much warmer. After sleeping for a while, she didn't feel sleepy anymore, so she took out her tablet to continue watching dramas and playing some single-player games. During this time, the signal surprisingly came back. She quickly flipped through the official news that had just been released, which basically stated that the weather was abnormal, with seawater carrying a large amount of nuclear radiation and unknown viruses, urging everyone to stay at home and not go out. They were in the process of establishing shelters, and those in need could go there. Electricity was still being supplied in a regional rotation, and air conditioning should not be set too high to avoid breakdowns. The message included maps of shelters in various regions, and the temporary cabins established during the previous pandemic were now useful again. They had also set up supply points to distribute warm clothes and blankets for free, but limited in quantity. It was likely that the supplies were salvaged from the water. Chapter 20. Can you get radiation-resistant vaccines? It was still snowing in the evening, and he didn't want to move. She heated a pot of lamb soup, using cilantro, millet pepper, and ear roots as dipping sauces. After eating the soup over rice, she felt warm all over. The next day, the snowfall had decreased significantly, and the community committee came out again to mobilize people to go downstairs to shovel snow. The entrance on the first floor was buried knee-deep, making it hard to go out. The group chat that had been lively just a moment ago fell silent as everyone saw they had to go out to shovel snow. Now that it was minus 26 degrees outside, no one was willing to step out. However, the neighborhood committee tagged everyone on the 18th floor, asking a few strong young men to come down and help. If you don't have tools, come to my place. I can lend you some. But remember to return them. Yes, those fierce guys on the 18th floor, we haven't eaten enough and don't have the strength to compete. Stop playing dead. Come out and say something. He had no intention of responding. She wasn't going down. Did anyone dare to come up to the 18th floor to drag her down? The other two felt the same way. They had long muted the group chat, staying in just to catch up on gossip. The snow continued for several days, completely blocking off the first floor. At first, some thought about going out to clear the path, but the next day, the snow piled up thickly again. Once the first floor was buried in snow, those who had cleared the path gave up, as they could always climb out through the window on the second floor's hallway. Many who lived in the basement had frozen to death, and their bodies were carried out and thrown into the snow piles, soon covered by snow. People on the first floor frequently complained in the group chat, trying to persuade others to come down and help, yet they themselves were hiding under their blankets. Those in the chat were even less inclined to help. The city had originally been flooded, but now with the drop in temperature, it was somewhat more bearable. Places with water had frozen solid, but at least they didn't have to swim out anymore. They could walk on solid ground. At this point, the authorities stepped in, sending people to collect supplies and distribute them uniformly, with a limit for each person. Those wanting more could work or trade items. After the three on the 18th floor went to claim their share, they decided to wait for the snow to stop before making another trip to the back mountain. With such extreme weather, the power wouldn't last long, and repairs would only get harder. When they went out, they bundled up so much that it was hard to recognize who was who. We were just here a few days ago, right? Lin Chuan hesitated. The trees in the back mountain were even thicker, covered in snow, making it harder to see what they originally looked like. I once read an apocalyptic novel where all the plants and animals reverted to their ancestral forms. The rabbit we saw last time was bigger than usual, right? Jiang Zhou interjected. He usually played the role of a socially anxious homebody. So he wasn't surprised and was glad he said what she was thinking. Reverting is too exaggerated, isn't it? A bit unrealistic. Reflecting on the nightmarish days of the past month, Lin Chuan couldn't refute that. Damn it. The house I bought with my savings, and I've never even lived in it, and now it's flooded. What bad luck. Lin Chuan felt gloomy and kicked a nearby tree hard, causing snow to tumble down. He dodged while comforting him. Look on the bright side. I just bought one too. When Lin Chuan heard there was someone else as unfortunate as him, his gloom lifted a bit, and he worked more efficiently. Jiang Zhou, who knew about the zero down payment for the Yunding Mountain community, opened his mouth but ultimately didn't expose her. If Lin Chuan continued to be gloomy, they would lose half their labor force. The wind was strong, and they almost couldn't get the fire going. The three huddled together to block the wind, and the fire finally caught. He eagerly placed her almost frozen hands by the fire, the warmth seeping through her thick gloves. Unable to resist letting out a comfortable sigh. "Look at you, so useless," Lin Chuan scoffed, mocking her. "You're the useless one. Don't squeeze me." He rolled her eyes. Lin Chuan chuckled, his body very honestly keeping watch by the pit. Jiang Zhou took a few sweet potatoes from his backpack, buried them in the coals. And soon the aroma wafted out. After resting for a while, the three of them began to get busy again. No matter how cold it was, moving around made them break a thin layer of sweat, feeling damp and uncomfortable. He intentionally walked a bit farther to gather firewood, taking out a hand warmer from her space and sticking it against her belly through her jersey. She had been fine yesterday, but just before going out today, she realized her period had come. Having already agreed to go out today, she could only take an ibuprofen to keep going. Suddenly, the grass behind her rustled, startling Ji. She quickly stuffed the wrapper in her pocket and gripped her knife tightly. "Who is it?" The grass behind her rustled violently, and she could vaguely hear muffled sounds. Cautiously, Ji moved forward and pushed aside the grass. "Who's there?" As the grass parted, she saw a woman tied to a tree trunk, her mouth gagged with a ball, her coat pulled open. Upon seeing Ji, she struggled desperately. She looked to be in her teens, appearing soft and cute, and somewhat familiar. It was easy to tell from her disheveled appearance what she had gone through. But with the cold outside, it was hard to say if she had anyone to rely on. Ji hesitated for a moment, then swung the knife to cut the rope, but remained vigilant. The woman stiffly dug the ball out of her mouth and said hoarsely, "Thank you." Ji nodded, not wanting to cause more trouble, and stood up to leave, but the woman grabbed her pant leg. "Help me get out of here. I can give you money or any supplies." The woman was equally cautious. "My captors are nearby. I can't go far. Help me, and I'll give you whatever you want." "My name is Joanna." Seeing Ji showing no interest, she had to grit her teeth and reveal her name. She was also taking a gamble, betting that this name had made the news. Even if she lost the bet, it was better than dying at the hands of men. He actually had heard of her. Before the apocalypse, she loved to scroll through short videos. The entire Chiao family, ranked among the top 10 in Haishur, had gotten into a car accident, leaving only Joanna alive, inheriting hundreds of millions in assets and looking soft and easy to bully. Many people had stalked her account to profess their love. Within a few days, several of those who had led the harassment had their hands severed by various accidents. There was no evidence pointing to Joanna, but one couldn't help but think of her. Ji had felt a bit envious when she saw it at the time and never expected to see the real person after the apocalypse. "Can you get the anti-radiation vaccine?" Chapter 21. Snake-tied. Can you get the anti-radiation vaccine? Ji stared carefully at her expression, fearing she might lie. Joanna's eyelashes trembled. She had never heard of such a thing. "Hurry and take me away." Seeing her demeanor, Ji clicked her tongue and turned to leave. As expected, Joanna panicked. "I really don't have that stuff. They're still developing it. This kind of vaccine, which concerns the survival of the race, will be distributed on a large scale. Is there anything else you want?" Joanna forced herself to rise, trying to follow Ji, but Ji didn't even glance back and walked straight into the mountains, leaving her unable to catch up. "I have an escape pod. I have an escape pod." Seeing that she wouldn't give up, Joanna yelled through gritted teeth. The other was just a woman, and against that man, it was clear she had no chance, but she truly had no other options. Her legs were frozen stiff. Even if no one was chasing her, she might not be able to walk down the mountain. It was an escape pod. Ji paused, waiting for her. Seeing she was interested, Joanna quickly explained, "High-density material, resistant to earthquakes, fires, tsunamis, no problem. It accommodates 4 seats, basic survival equipment, dry food, and can even serve as a temporary shelter. It's more useful than the vaccine." "Okay, take me there." Ji nodded without hesitation. But this was a wealthy woman with assets worth over 100 million. Could she really give it up? She pulled a down jacket from her backpack and handed it to Joanna, also taking out 2 warmers for her to stick on her back and abdomen. Her climbing backpack was large enough, so it wasn't surprising for her to pull anything out. Just as Joanna was shivering and lifting her clothes to stick on the warmers, a cold glint flashed, and someone rushed in from the side, holding a knife. Jihi instinctively shouted, "Watch out!" She had already sensed it, dodged to the side, and turned around to kick, quickly pulling out a shotgun from her pocket. In the face of hot weapons, everything else was just child's play. The man dared not rush any closer, raising his hands in what seemed like surrender, but his eyes were fierce. Not much different from the group that had once threatened to cut her up. "How old is your child?" He listened with great interest. "Shut the hell up. I'm underage, and I've been married to you for 7 years. How many years do you want to spend in jail?" Joanna couldn't help but curse. Saying that, she was about to pull the man away. G suspected he had a mental disorder and without hesitation, raised her gun and shot at the man. With a loud bang, the man hurriedly dodged but still got hit, blood flowing down his arm. The man let out a muffled grunt, his face instantly turning pale. But surprisingly, he didn't scream, still acting, "She's really my wife. Don't be fooled by her. Be careful, she doesn't kill you." Joanna was also ruthless. Unexpectedly, she snatched the gun from her hand and shot him in return. One shot at the man, just below the stomach, giving him no time to breathe. Joanna quickly followed up with another shot to his head, blowing it to bits. "Let us go." After dealing with the man, Joanna felt completely relieved, not wanting to see him for even a second longer, not even as a corpse. From not far away came the urgent sound of crunching. Someone was quickly approaching. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan, hearing the gunshots, hurried over. "What are you doing here?" "Hearing the gunshots, I almost thought you were done for." Jiang Zhou habitually spoke without thinking, and this person didn't mention the reward. First, because if these two knew about the escape pod, it would be like going through a clear path, and they couldn't possibly be let into the space anymore. Second, it was originally her who saved the person, so she could take the reward without any dispute. If something unexpected happened in the future, she could find another reason to bring it out. Change careers to do charity? Jiang Zhou teased her. Joanna quietly stood by, watching how Ji handled the situation, looking obedient and appearing like a harmless little girl. From all directions, snakes of various colors surged in, the largest being 3 meters long. Logically, such cold weather shouldn't have snakes appearing in large numbers. But there was no time to think more. The snake swarm was getting closer. Run. The heavy snow sealed the mountains, and there was very little food inside. These snakes had become desperate with hunger and couldn't enter a state of hibernation. So when they saw fresh moving bodies, they became excited. They all turned and chased after the few people who were running wildly. She hadn't gotten the escape pod yet. The 4 of them ran through the snow-covered mountains. A huge mass of snakes intertwined behind them. Thankfully, the cold temperature meant the snakes couldn't run fast. Otherwise, their speed alone would have gotten them killed multiple times. As Jihi ran, she pulled out snake repellent powder from her pocket and scattered it behind her. It was effective at first, but before long, it was covered by snow, and the scent weakened significantly. With the running conditions, it was impossible to ignite the repellent. There was no choice but to run while using the knife to cut the snakes that leaped up. There's an abandoned Taoist temple ahead. Let us go there. No matter how strong their stamina, there was a limit. Although the temple was abandoned, it could at least provide a sealed space for shelter. Otherwise, if they continued being chased like this, they would eventually be bitten. With a target in mind, the previously panting group suddenly felt energized, and it wasn't long before they reached the temple. Before entering, Ji sprinkled a thick layer of snake repellent powder under the eaves and at the door of the inner room. The group moved things to block all openings and sprinkled another layer of snake repellent powder around. The effect was evident since it hadn't been covered by snow, and only a few stubborn snakes still tried to charge inside. As soon as one got in, they would cut it down. Even the seemingly fragile Joanna was smashing with a stool. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the sky, with the sounds of various birds flapping their wings. It turned out to be a large group of sea eagles, with the leader being nearly 3 meters long. Chapter 22. Mixed battle and picking up leaks. The flock of birds circled in the air twice before swiftly diving down. Birds were the natural enemies of snakes, and the snake swarm immediately scattered, with only a few mutated ones leaping up, managing to entangle a few. The largest snake clashed with the eagle, and a fierce battle ensued. In just 2 minutes, feathers, scales, and blood were scattered everywhere. The four inside the temple dug a hole to watch, wide-eyed, and took the opportunity to finish off a few. With the threat of being chased gone, to the three on the 18th floor, the ground was filled with delicious meat. Only Joanna was a bit disgusted. She had inherited hundreds of millions, stocked up plenty of supplies after the apocalypse, and had no worries about food. Even if she lacked something, she would never eat snake. As night fell, the snake swarm, no matter how they struggled, couldn't defeat their natural enemies. Those that could escape fled, while the wounded were left to be torn apart by the sea eagles in the clearing. They didn't dare to start a fire, and with all that meat on the ground, they could only eat the frozen hard buns, dry and bland, without even a sip of hot water. The four began playing Gamoku in the room. He made an excuse to go to the bathroom and slipped away. The rooms here are all connected, so she simply pulled open the partition door and walked to the last room, then quietly entered the bathroom. After confirming that no one was following her, she quickly slipped into her space. It had been almost an afternoon since she last handled anything, and just moving made her nearly lose control. Luckily, she was dressed warmly, so it wasn't too noticeable. After taking an ibuprofen and just applying a warm pack, she noticed shadows moving outside the space screen. Someone was about to enter. He hurriedly exited the space, pretending she had just finished using the bathroom. Ahem, did you bring any sanitary pads? Xiaona asked shyly as she approached, not knowing how she had forgotten to bring any. He couldn't help but think of the rumors online about menstrual cycles being contagious, but without hesitation. She handed her one. It's fine. Do you want me to wait for you? The bathroom wasn't soundproof, and Xiaona might feel embarrassed. So stepped out first to wait next door. He wasn't worried about her dying. She was simply concerned that if the rich lady disappeared, they would have lost the escape pod too, and they would end up being chased by a snake swarm for nothing. When Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan heard this, they became energized, no longer playing Go, and quietly took a bag to sneak outside. Although Xiaona didn't need to, she followed the three of them to help clean up. During the chaotic battle with the snake and bird swarm, most of the dead had been carried away, leaving only a few, and even those were rarely intact, especially the snake muscles that were still writhing even when severed. After picking through, they managed to find about 10 snakes, enough to add to their meal. He wasn't picky. She used a stick to pick out the intact ones, being careful of some snakes that were not fully dead to avoid being bitten. Xiaona quietly followed behind, helping her carry the bag. In the post-apocalyptic world, there were many starving people, and they felt lucky to find fresh meat. After picking and choosing, they finally found 18 snakes and 4 sea eagles, the smallest of which was still about a meter long. They separated the snakes and sea eagles into different bags, wrapping them layer by layer, burying them in a snow pile in the corner, covered with a wooden board, which became a natural refrigerator. By midnight, the snow was getting heavier, quickly covering the traces on the ground and dispersing the bloody smell with the wind. The temperature in the mountains dropped to minus 32 degrees, and the four of them rubbed their hands and stomped their feet in unison, squeezing into the Taoist temple room. He went to the next room to borrow some homemade charcoal for warmth. You guys come take a bit. My hands are going numb. Jiangzhou quickly found a basin to ignite, and the room gradually warmed up. From outside, it was nearly impossible to notice. Taking advantage of this time, pulled out a deck of playing cards from her backpack, which she had originally intended to play with while making charcoal. She blinked, having become quite adept at lying. The others didn't suspect anything. Unable to sleep in the cold, they played cards until 1 a.m., each of their faces marked to varying degrees. Jiangzhou had the least but the largest area, still a revenge mark from He before the game ended. We could take turns, 2 hours each, Jiangzhou suggested. Although first, you guys sleep, volunteered. The other three had no objections, finding comfortable spots around the fire pit to settle down. By the end of the last watch, the day had already brightened, and the snow in the corner had thickened. When the wind blew, it felt like being cut with a knife on the face. They dug out their supplies and prepared to head down the mountain. The three decided to rekindle the fire, gather another batch of firewood, and roast the spoiled charcoal again. However, Xiaona was still with them. No rush. I want to play for a bit longer, Xiaona said sweetly, shaking her head. He couldn't help but feel a twitch in her brow. She had seen how this person had killed with a single shot yesterday. Definitely not someone to be underestimated. Fine. They each took a bag and wrapped up their work, taking a detour to the villa area, and after dropping off at the door, the three left. As for the escape pod, they had agreed the night before that she would go pick it up in the morning, put it in the car, and he would drive it away, returning it later. The escape pod was nearly 2 to 3 meters high, and her van definitely couldn't fit it. On the way back, with large and small bags, someone in the community saw them by the window, but dared not say a word. The incident where Shun Yuru and her companions were collectively stripped of their clothes had spread long ago, just as Shun Yuru pressed the elevator button and saw them. She ran away as if she had seen a ghost. He felt a bit regretful. She had to admit that the rich second-generation's down jacket was indeed very comfortable, able to withstand minus 20 degrees. After returning, she fed the parrot and took an early nap. The next morning, she woke up fully armed, even sticking warm packs on her knees through her clothes and kept a hot water bottle in her arms. She dressed warmly and went to the agreed-upon intersection, confirming it was correct before driving away. The road was slippery, and he carefully drove around a couple of times, only putting her things into the space after confirming no one was behind her. However, in the corner of the truck, there was still a box of sanitary pads. The most expensive kind, with a note on top that had Xiao Na's phone number and WeChat ID. He instantly understood. She had given her 2 pads yesterday and returned her whole box today. This rich lady was worth keeping in contact with. So she decisively took out her phone to search for the phone number. However, the internet was down again. Chapter 23. Space hot spring. The outdoor temperature was below minus 30 degrees and continued to drop. Suddenly, a few people rushed out from not far away, shouting, "Don't move. Hand over everything." They were wrapped in ill-fitting clothes, wearing layers from all seasons, probably because they couldn't find any thick clothing, shaking as they held a fire axe menacingly at her. The only exposed faces and hands had varying degrees of decay, with pus freezing on their faces when the wind blew. He was startled and couldn't help but take a step back, realizing they clearly looked infected. However, her retreat was interpreted by the group as fear. Dressed in what appeared to be expensive women's clothing, they felt emboldened to wave their fire axes. "Hurry up! Hand everything over!" The leader was particularly arrogant, greedily eyeing his outfit. The others joined in, and a foul stench hit her face. Seeing the leader fall dead with a single shot, those who were originally watching the show went insane and rushed at her together. "Brothers, go. She's just one woman. What is there to be afraid of?" He quickly stepped back to create distance, continuously shooting. However, these people had long disregarded life and death. As one fell, the others became even more enthusiastic. She had no choice. Not wanting to engage in close combat, she had to take out a short gun from her space, firing several shots until no one was left standing. After dealing with them, he swiftly left the scene, deliberately taking the mountain path to avoid encountering survivors drawn by the noise. Ancient viruses had been statistically recorded in over 100 varieties, with a low infection probability. But once contracted, one could only wait to die or become something inhuman. Although her space could eliminate radiation levels, she wasn't sure if it could cleanse these chaotic viruses. It was better to be cautious. Not long after she left, another wave of similar survivors rushed into the area from a distance. She caught sight of their clearly decaying faces. They nodded at each other as a greeting. He locked the door and immediately entered her space. The temperature in the space was always the most suitable. As soon as she entered, her frozen limbs instantly felt warm and tingly. Sometimes, she really wished she could live in the space forever, but that wasn't realistic. At some unknown time, the space had expanded to form a hot spring-like pool in the far corner of the beach, gently steaming, with a wooden shower room beside it, where water flowed in from the seaside. After the temperature dropped that day, she had become lazy. Later, she went up the mountain, feeling uncomfortable. So she and T entered the space to soak in the seawater, and naturally hadn't T discovered it. She looked at it with a bit of longing, but wasn't T suitable to soak during her menstrual period, so she only took a shower in the nearby shower. Having been so close to those people today, it was hard to determine if she had been infected, and washing with seawater at least made her feel more at ease. The vegetable she had planted on the rooftop had matured again, and the baby bok choy was so tender it could almost drip water. Ji decided to make a hot pot for dinner. After coming out, the parrot weakly called Daddy a couple of times, looking quite sleepy. However, he had no time to pay attention to it. The heating equipment in the room was still on, and with the charcoal stove roasting, the indoor temperature had not dropped below zero. She changed into a comfortable set of home pajamas and quickly hugged a hot water bottle to her chest. The outdoor clothing she had taken off was thrown into the space to soak, and then she washed it clean with a washing machine. Finally, she brought a bowl of hot lamb soup from the space and had a brunch. Under the dual pressure of natural disasters and viruses, the survivors' unrest became more evident. If it weren't necessary, Ji didn't plan to go out. She just wanted to survive this wave of infections. However, the other two people on the 18th floor had far fewer supplies than her. Jiangzhou was a bit better. He was a homebody and had stocked up quite a bit, plus he had collected more later. Lin Chuan had moved in later, and his supplies were obviously not as much as theirs, especially since the heavy snow kept falling, making it dangerous to go into the back mountain. Even so, their situation was still much better compared to others. Several times they saw a few survivors lingering at the entrance of the community units. Fortunately, the authorities set up more rescue points in a timely manner, distributing supplies on a limited basis, once a week, and no one could collect them on behalf of others. The elderly and infants had relaxed conditions, and family members could collect supplies with a household registration book and ID. The nearest distribution point was at the foot of the mountain, where market used to be held. Now the ground was frozen, and it would take at least an hour to get there. The three gathered at Lin Chuan's house for a meeting. I don't have much stock, so I definitely need to go. If you guys are going to, we can go together. Lin Chuan looked around, also testing the waters. I don't have much left either. Let's go together. Jiangzhou made his decision without hesitation. Ji originally wanted to stay comfortably at home, but Jiangzhou gently kicked her under the table. She wasn't annoyed and instantly understood his meaning. I'll go too. The supplies in her space were enough for her to last 100 years. But if she never went to collect supplies, it would be equivalent to everyone knowing that she had endless resources. Not to mention that every household in the community was starting to run out of food, but over time, would Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan have other thoughts? No one could say for sure. She understood the principle of the tall tree catches the wind and didn't dare to trust anyone. When the time for distributing supplies came on Monday, the three were fully armed and set off. Almost everyone in the community, except for those who couldn't move, headed down the mountain at the same time. In weather below -30 degrees, nearly 200 people descending the mountain together was quite a spectacle. Ji even saw Shun Yuru and her group, and it was evident that their relationship wasn't as harmonious. Their clothes were almost worn out, and Shun Yuru's face had become gaunt from hunger, no longer having the flamboyance she once had. It seemed she was scared of Ji. As soon as she saw her, she hid in the crowd and didn't dare to approach. Shun Yuru silently advanced with the crowd, occasionally casting a strange glance at Ji. This continued all the way, and Ji was too lazy to care, simply letting her stare. In her previous life, she wore worn-out clothes while Shun Yuru wore a princess dress. Now the roles were reversed. Ji hoped she had some memory of how things had changed and what her reaction would be upon seeing the difference. This strange atmosphere persisted until they reached the supply distribution point, and Ji finally understood what Shun Yuru was up to. Chapter 24. Collecting supplies at the foot of the mountain, a long line had formed, with armed soldiers guarding the surroundings. Anyone trying to cut in line was caught and made to rejoin the queue. Ji and the others suppressed their urge to cut in and obediently stood in line. Although the rescue point was set up in a sheltered spot, it was still below -30 degrees, with wind and snow mixing, and standing there for just a while left them frozen. Yet, no one got up to leave. Even with frostbite on their faces, they refused to go. Ji was also extremely cold. The warmers in her abdomen and back had long since failed, and with so many people around, she didn't dare take out any heating devices from her space. She carefully felt around. It should be something like a hand warmer, much more effective than what she had bought herself. Did she buy a fake? Do you have any? She took a step back and whispered. Jiangzhou took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her. There were quite a few people huddling together for warmth in the wind and snow. so they didn't stand out. Don't worry, I have one. Hand one to Lin Chuan. Jiang Zhou whispered back, putting a hand warmer into her coat pocket. Ji nodded and did the same for Lin Chuan. The people around them suddenly looked at the three of them with strange expressions, especially when they saw Ji. Their disdain was barely concealed. During this time, someone attempted to create chaos in the crowd, but was dragged out by the authorities and blacklisted from ever coming to collect supplies again. No one dared to take chances anymore. Everyone obediently stood in line. By the time they reached the front at 1 p.m, the three of them had successfully collected their supplies, almost turning into ice sculptures. He felt she was just looking for trouble, but to survive in human society, she had to do this. This is for you. As soon as Shinru arrived, she shoved a portion of supplies into Ji's hands and then turned to run. He was confused by this action, but since it was free, she wouldn't refuse. Still, she was wary of Shun Yuru tampering with it, so she put it in a separate bag. Has she suddenly gotten better? Jiang Zhou leaned over, curious. He casually pushed his cold head away. Perhaps her condition had worsened. Lin Chuan, not knowing much about the situation between these people, was about to ask when the crowd behind them erupted into chaos. Look, he exclaimed in surprise. The crowd quickly parted, revealing a person in the middle who was helplessly holding their head, resembling someone isolated. Upon closer inspection, that person had an enormous head, bald on top with several eyes growing from it. Their face was so decayed that it was unrecognizable, and yellowish fluid seeped from white gloves. What happened to that person's head? Jiang Zhou, usually so talkative, found himself at a loss for words. The person isolated in the middle was too bizarre. A large head could be explained by developmental issues, but what about those eyes on top? Mom, why does that person have so many eyes? Is he an alien? A child's voice rang out in the crowd, breaking the silence. Seeing that strange man showed no reaction, the onlookers grew bolder, pointing and loudly discussing. Among them were not a few malicious curses. How disgusting! Who dares to go out looking like that? Damn, he looks worse than a monster. Did this brother undergo genetic modification? Can he even use those eyes on his head, or are they just for show? Get lost. Just looking at him makes me want to vomit. The abnormality drew the attention of the guards, and those with guns marched over. Upon seeing what it was, they were also frightened, instinctively raising their weapons. This action completely enraged the man, who suddenly lifted his head and glared fiercely at the crowd. His gaze was terrifying, causing the onlookers to jump back, and the words that followed were even more vicious. He sensed something was wrong. This was clearly a virus-infected person. She nudged the two who were watching the commotion. Let us go quickly. This disease is likely contagious. Her voice was low, and the two only heard contagious. Tightening their shoelaces without hesitation and quickly leaving. Just as they turned around, an angry roar came from the center of the crowd, followed by a deafening gunshot. His heart tightened, urging the two to speed up. With so many onlookers, they made it up the mountain smoothly. But behind them were at least 1,000 people, with 100 of them nearest to the infected person. Even if the infection rate was not high, as long as there was one infected person, the consequences could be unimaginable. At the foot of the mountain, the bodies were carried away, and once buried by the snow. There were no traces left. The line formed again, but this time everyone seemed more spirited, gathering together to gossip about what had just happened. He felt heavy-hearted and kept urging the two to hurry, while Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan, though feeling it wasn't too necessary, ran quickly alongside her. Back home. He mixed 2 bottles of seawater with alcohol in her space, then knocked on the doors of 01 and 03 at the same time. The two of them followed suit and sprayed the entire hallway. The smell wasn't very pure. There was a special scent, as if it had been diluted with water. They assumed it was due to the current scarcity of supplies, so they had to use it sparingly. Little did they know, this casual spraying could eliminate trace radiation. And only he bizarrely saw the radiation value disappearing in the form of transparent subtitles above them. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter which neighbor was infected, it was all quite bothersome. Returning to 02, she didn't enter the room, but instead went into the space at the entrance. After expanding a hot spring, she realized she hadn't enjoyed it yet. She specially pulled out a swimsuit and comfortably slipped into the hot spring. where there was a spot just right for her to lie down and still keep her head above water. She also grabbed 2 oranges. The moment she put one in her mouth, a special fragrance burst forth, and the tension she had felt all day finally relaxed. After finishing her bath, she didn't want to move, so she hugged a hot water bottle, let the parrot out to take care of its physiological needs, and added a handful of rice along with a few peanuts. The parrot looked listless, showing no interest in the food, only weakly calling out, "Daddy, where did you go? Why aren't you with your wild woman?" He clicked her tongue, feeling that this bird was just a bird with stories. Just as she was thinking, the parrot suddenly toppled over, sprawled out in the cage. Dead? Chapter 25. Fighting downstairs while I cook hot pot. He rubbed her chin and paced around the birdcage, thinking, what should I do? Braised or stir-fried? As soon as she finished speaking, the parrot still hadn't woken up. Normally, it was the least affected by stimuli, and now it just flapped its wings weakly when she said that. She wondered if she was seeing things. It seemed like the color of its feathers had faded, as if it were losing its color. More confused, she thought that it wasn't lacking food or drink, and the room was warm. So how could this happen? Could birds hibernate? She had never raised any pets, so she couldn't figure out the situation. After thinking for a moment, she decided to take the cage and knock on 01's door. Zhao was quite surprised to see her carrying a bird cage and invited her in. Ji didn't hesitate to follow him inside. It was nearly minus 40 degrees outside, and she, having never seen snow, was almost frozen stupid. What is going on? Where did you steal it from? No, it followed me here. I wanted to ask if parrots hibernate. Zhao was stumped by the question. Some parrots indeed hibernate. But in this weather, it was hard to tell if it had kicked the bucket. He wasn't one to be vague in his speech, and he was used to it. So she tilted her head and asked another question. Can you eat parrots? Is braised or stir-fried better? The parrot lay there and kicked its feet with all its might, shouting, Daddy. And then it seemed to have exhausted its remaining strength, not even flapping its wings anymore. Zhao was dumbfounded. What have you done to it? He had a similar thought and finally felt relieved. She then noticed that Zhangzhou's living room was filled with boxes of all sizes, and another room had its door open, with boxes piled up to the ceiling. Moreover, the temperature inside was noticeably higher than outside. She thought her observations were discreet, but to Zhangzhou, she looked like a thief sneaking around. Followed his gaze and saw a rather ugly machine in the corner, with a shell that looked like high-quality material, emitting a blue light as it rotated. She had never seen such a machine. If it existed, it would have long been considered ugly. Zhangzhou always had an odd air about him. She had thought so since the day they met. She didn't expose him. After all, there were others with abilities in this apocalypse. And even if Zhangzhou claimed to be Ultraman, she wouldn't bat an eye. Forget it, I have one. I bought it when I moved. But it's not as good as yours. He declined and was about to leave. Zhangzhou didn't try to keep her. Instead, he handed her a windproof mask. Put this on. If you keep going out like this, you'll ruin your looks sooner or later. He reached out to take it. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, the room went dark. The floor shook violently, accompanied by familiar roaring sounds. An earthquake? Or a beast tide? The floor felt like it was violently struck, and on the 18th floor, which was already high, the tremors were more pronounced, making it hard for the two of them to stand. Without time to think, Zhangzhou grabbed her and steadily moved toward the corner, securely protecting in his arms. Valuing her life, didn't hesitate to use Zhangzhou as a cushion, curling up tightly in his protective embrace. They held each other tightly, and she could even feel Zhangzhou as hard abs. The earthquake lasted for a minute before it ended, but the commotion outside grew increasingly intense, and the two of them peered into the dark toward the window. They saw 2 giant snakes, about 7 or 8 meters long, fighting over the same rabbit in the middle of the community. The rabbit looked to be about 1 to 2 meters long, charging around, and every time it tried to dodge, it crashed into the walls. It looked like it was from before the apocalypse, yet its size had absurdly increased. In an instant, the community was filled with screams and the cries of children, and the rabbit, in its attempts to hide from the attack, kept jumping toward the floors where the screams were loudest, with the snakes following in pursuit. Several windows of the nearby houses shattered, and no one dared to make a sound anymore, fearing that it would attract the snakes to their homes. It must have been an earthquake. These creatures couldn't possibly cause such violent shaking. The changes were too rapid, Ji thought. She had assumed that being far from the city center would mean less danger. But who knew that in the mountains, mutated plants were even more rampant? In the apocalypse, there was no place that was truly safe. There was a hurried knocking at the door, sounding like Lin Chuan was knocking on 02's door. Jiang Zhou opened the door, and the two of them went out together. Lin Chuan looked surprised, pointing at Jiang Zhou. I came to find him to look at the bird. I just happened to hide here during the earthquake. Lin Chuan's face became subtly complicated, and without bothering to tease them, he pushed the two of them straight to the window. Look, the snakes downstairs were still entwined with each other, their flesh being torn apart and falling onto the snow, staining a large area of the ground red. How about a snake meat hot pot tonight? Sure, if you're not afraid of getting pus-filled spots on your body. Lin Chuan wanted to be stubborn, but Ji handed him a pair of binoculars. Now the pus-filled spots on the large snake were clearly visible, and even the blood on the ground was mixed with yellowish thick liquid. Ugh, he gagged, nearly throwing up, instantly losing the desire to eat snake meat. But we can still have a hot pot tonight. I have hot pot base from the supplies I sent last time. However, the hot pot had a strong smell, and they worried that once they started cooking, the nearby floors would smell it, so they decided to cook in 02, the farthest position. They even found the air purifier they had initially gotten for free and placed it next to the stove. Potatoes, pumpkins, and the like were specifically placed on the windowsill to freeze so that they wouldn't be suspected when taken out later. She had just finished tidying up when Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan arrived. The two of them brought some ingredients suitable for a hot pot and worked together to move the heater from Jiang Zhou's room. Seeing her carry out the small cabbage nearly made them drool. Outside, the weeds were all vibrant green, but the carefully tended crops were all dead. They had been eating only dried vegetables for nearly half a month without any fresh produce. The two of them circled the fresh, green, and watery cabbage and radish leaves, pondering for a long time, ultimately confirming that they couldn't grow them. Chapter 26, Virus Incubation Period. Downstairs, the fire was blazing, while the residents in the community were on edge, not even daring to eat. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, they closed the doors and windows tightly, sealing the gaps, and turned on the purifier to cook hot pot. The spicy aroma dispersed the trio's fear of the unknown in the apocalypse. And he felt friendship for the first time in a serious way. In the end, she realized that they had never been worried about her starving. They were more concerned that she might get too fat to eat. What's wrong? Jiang Zhou noticed something was off with her and asked, "Don't play the weak card. We won't go easy on you. Under the apocalypse, there are no genders." Lin Chuan was quickly picking up his food with chopsticks, showing no mercy with his mouth. Ji instantly dismissed the brief moment of hesitation, and her chopsticks moved even faster than Lin Chuan's. If she couldn't even outpace others for food, hadn't her years of survival in the apocalypse been in vain? After eating, the sounds of fighting downstairs quieted down. A rabbit over a meter long was entangled between two large snakes, almost torn in half. In such a situation, no one dared to sleep. So Ji simply took out a deck of cards and said, "Let us play do di ju." "All right, let us go." The three of them got into it, huddled around the stove, playing cards while keeping an eye on the commotion below. The struggle between the two snakes continued into the night, tightly coiled around each other, seemingly in a deadlock with neither able to break free, and the rabbit in between was squished into a meat patty. During the high temperatures, at least there was grass to eat, and small animals and seafood could be caught. But in the extreme cold, the crops had mostly died, and now they were completely frozen, with ice on the sea thicker than a person. The only food came from what the government pulled up and distributed, leaving everyone starving with green glints in their eyes. At this moment, seeing that the two large snakes downstairs were relatively still, those who were starving began to stir. However, he didn't expect that the first to act would be Shun Yuru. She rushed forward and smashed the heads of the two snakes to a pulp. Shun Yuru had always maintained a weak and clean image, and such a sudden transformation took Ji by surprise. Then she saw Shun Yuru slice off a large piece of snake meat and run into the building, turning to smile gently in the direction of Building 6. 18th floor as she left, with a rare opportunity of food left waiting for them to take. Those peeking from behind the windows lost all reservations. The community was silent for a moment. Then sounds of hurried footsteps came from every unit, as residents pounced on the snake carcasses like starving wolves. The two 7 to 8 meter long snakes were quickly dismantled, and the rabbit meat was carefully scraped down, with even the fallen pieces not spared. In less than 10 minutes, the snow was left with only chaotic footprints, and not a trace of blood could be seen. Most of the community had snatched up snake and rabbit meat, and everything was scraped clean, mixed with a thick liquid. He felt her hair stand on end, and even her breathing tightened. She had once been one of those fighting for food. Before the signal was cut off, the authorities had reported the detection of an unknown virus and nuclear radiation in the sea, and after a brief moment, Jiangzhou spoke up, his voice somewhat low. This news was received daily. No one could claim ignorance. But now there was such a dire lack of food that everyone clung to the belief that it was better to be a glutton than to starve. For a moment, the three on the 18th floor fell silent. Until the sound of the corridor door stirred, they instantly became alert. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause trouble." Shunyiru stood outside the corridor door, awkwardly handing a bag to Jihe. As she spoke, her hand revealed a wound, as if she had just cut herself while slicing the snake meat, with some yellow pus on it. Jihe's pupils trembled, and she pulled the others back. "Don't be scared. It's just a small injury. It's fine." Shunyiru smiled sweetly, placing the item at the door. "As long as you forgive me and stop being angry, a little injury is nothing." Although no one acknowledged her, and they were staying far away, she inexplicably kept talking to herself, gentle and soft, reminiscent of when she had flirted with Liu Hang. "You smell bad. We're going in." Ji didn't even look at her and kicked the item back out. "I'm leaving first." He pulled Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan, forbidding them to speak. Curious about her unusual attitude. You can't really be touched and force a happy reunion, right? Such a fake ploy for sympathy. You can't really believe it, can you? The two hinted subtly to each other. He was immediately speechless. "I look that stupid?" The two instinctively looked at her clear but foolish eyes and nodded slightly. "Yeah, a bit." He was even more speechless. "Can't you see the wound on her hand? That snake must be doubly infected with a virus and nuclear radiation. If we don't run fast, are we waiting to be infected? In low temperatures, viruses should be unable to survive, right? Ancient viruses hidden in glaciers." As she spoke, the two suddenly realized something and froze in place. The virus in glaciers has existed for tens of thousands of years and has not disappeared. How could the current temperature of -40 degrees kill the virus? The virus wouldn't be killed, it would only lie dormant within various organisms, waiting for the right moment to erupt. The updated version of Earth on the note brought about the apocalypse, which was the best time for the virus to break out. And it was global. She rolled her eyes at the two, seeing that Shunyiru really left, taking the disinfectant mixed with seawater out the door. Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan followed behind to help, disinfecting the inside and outside of the 18th floor. Although infection was inevitable, delaying it would at least help them last until the vaccine was distributed on a large scale. After closing the door, she quickly entered the space for a bath. The sea breeze blew in, and her chaotic mind relaxed a bit. She completely slumped in the hot spring, staring blankly into the distance. Now everyone was lacking food. Even the supplies distributed by the authorities couldn't avoid being soaked in seawater, making infection from ancient viruses unavoidable. Even the beasts far from the sea, like those in Yunding Mountain, were automatically delivered to them. In the city, it was even more dire. Some people were already covered in pus-filled sores. She said that the idea of dormancy was actually false. The virus in the apocalypse could survive at any time. Once the extreme cold was over and the body adapted, it would be the time of a massive outbreak. Where could she go then? Or rather, where would there still be a place untouched? After thinking for a long time, the final conclusion was that there was none. Chapter 27. The unexplored area. Suddenly, the fish bucket next to the hot spring shook slightly, and a sea fish jumped, splashing water. In her past life, she had survived for years without space. Now that she had space, it was impossible for her to be worse off than before. At most, she could leave Yunding Mountain before the big earthquake hit. When she was poor, she had dreamed of traveling the world. Now wasn't that opportunity coming? After clearing her mind, she was filled with energy again, got up, and changed into a fluffy loungewear worth 50,000, with several beautiful tail feathers on it. She tugged at those feathers and suddenly felt invigorated, wrapping herself warmly before going out to knock on door 01. Before she could knock, Jiangzhou immediately opened the door. "I knew you would come to get it, but you need to prepare yourself mentally first," Jiangzhou said, his expression a bit strange. Ji paused. "Did the bird die? Can it be eaten?" Jiangzhou was even more speechless, giving her a strange look, and directly pulled her to the birdcage. There, the originally colorful parrot had turned milky white and shrunk to the size of a palm. If it weren't for its beak still looking the same, he would have really thought Jiangzhou had brought a pigeon to fool her. "I saw it like this when I came in. It must have evolved?" Jiangzhou said hesitantly, not very sure. Because they had seen all the evolved creatures, none of them had shrunk. They had always grown larger. He clicked her tongue, thinking it was quite cute after the evolution. It curled up into a ball and slept obediently, not making a sound. "She didn't care, let them scold me. It one cost me a piece of meat. I just love how they can't stand me, but can't do anything about me." Jiangzhou gave her a thumbs up, agreeing with her viewpoint. "By the way, are you going out tomorrow?" He asked, looking up at him. "Not going. Resting for a couple of days. What's up?" "I need to go out tomorrow, but I'm afraid Shinuru will come upstairs to cause trouble." Shinru's behavior these past few days had been very odd, as if she had become a different person. If she truly had a sudden epiphany and sincerely apologized, he wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten. No matter what bad intention she harbored, he couldn't possibly spend all her time guarding against her. "I'll be careful," Jiangzhou promised without hesitation, "but it's so dangerous outside now." "Can you manage going out alone?" "I can. I'll be careful," he replied. This time she planned to go to the undeveloped area of Yunding Mountain. She had her space, so if she encountered danger, she could just hide inside and collect more things. However, if she went with them, the efficiency would be halved. After they made their plans, they parted ways. Jiangzhou gave her a hand warmer, which he accepted without being coy and put in her pocket. It was still early when she got back, so she entered her space to start organizing the messy supplies piled on the beach, which included items collected from the building before in charcoal, dried vegetables, and jerky from the back mountain. She stuffed everything into the small villa, leaving the beach supplies for firewood tomorrow. She also placed the bird in the villa's bedroom to take it with her tomorrow, and didn't turn on the heater to avoid a sudden fire while she was away. After tidying up the supplies, she prepared a simple meal. Squid braised noodles, farmer-style stir-fried pork, and beef bone soup were all laid out on the table. She quickly finished eating and went to bed early, planning to set out the next morning. At 6 a.m., had already finished packing and stealthily left the community. At this time, everyone was still in deep sleep, and apart from Jiangzhou, who was aware, no one else noticed her leaving. Had a clear goal this time and carefully climbed along the way, tossing dead tree branches into her space. The undeveloped area was on the other side of the mountain, and it took her 2 hours to arrive. It was said that there were wild boars inside, surrounded by iron nets that prohibited access. She circled the iron net twice. The ecological environment inside was more primitive. There used to be patrols from the Forestry Bureau, but she didn't know if anyone was still managing it now. He climbed the nearest tree, which was about 5 or 6 meters high, gritted her teeth, and jumped into the open space within the iron net. The feeling of weightlessness made her heart race. If she failed to land successfully, she might end up injured. Fortunately, just before landing, she quickly flashed into her space and then emerged again, safely landing in the same spot. Her eyes lit up with joy. She could actually operate like this, and this space was better than she had imagined. Before she could celebrate for long, the soft sensation under her feet made her smile freeze. Looking down, she found herself standing on the tail of a 3-meter-long snake. The snake was jet black, propped up and staring at her, its tongue flicking in the air, slightly retracting. She quickly pulled up her screen to observe the outside world. She saw the black snake still vigilant, twisting its body in search after noticing her disappearance. After a few minutes, the black snake finally moved to the spot where she had vanished, conveniently turning its back on her, holding a sharp watermelon knife in her hand. The moment she exited the space, she swung hard at the snake's 7-inch mark, but the knife got stuck in its body due to its poor quality. The black snake writhed in pain, and without hesitation, he took out a hammer and struck down. The watermelon knife finally severed the snake's body. The 3-meter-long snake was headless but still wriggled around, a small amount of blood staining the snow, turning a patch red. Ji hesitated for a moment, but didn't mind. She put the snake into a bag and continued to explore inside. The trees here were not much different from those in the scenic area, with large trees spaced apart by several dead ones. They appeared to have been drained of nutrients, supplying everything to the large tree. They weren't decayed either, looking as if they had simply dried out. Ji took out a silent chainsaw and cut down the dead trees, tossing them into her space to deal with later. After cutting down more than 10 trees, Ji was a bit out of breath. Climbing the mountain had already consumed a lot of her energy, and cutting down trees was even more exhausting. After resting for a while, she continued, hoping to find a rabbit burrow or something, preferably one with hibernating rabbits, so she wouldn't have to rely on brute force to catch them. She wanted to raise a few. Suddenly, it started to snow at noon, the flakes landing on her head and frosting up when she breathed. Ji found an abandoned cave to hide in, planning to wait for the snow to stop before continuing. She also brought out some beef bone soup for lunch, but after a couple of sips, she found it lacking in flavor, so she made a bucket of instant noodles. This stuff was criticized for being lacking in nutrition before the apocalypse, but now, one sip could make a whole bunch of people crave it. However, there was no one here to be tempted by her, just the vast white snow and the strange massive trees. She quickly slurped her noodles, warming herself up, her eyes occasionally scanning the cave entrance, where she surprisingly found a shovel. This looked like a man-made cave entrance. Was someone here? Chapter 28. The eyes in the murals. Ji finished her noodles in a few bites, pulled out the watermelon knife she had set aside, and quietly approached the cave. However, the ground had a thin layer of ice, and no matter how lightly she stepped, it made a crunching sound. Besides her own footprints, there were no signs of anyone else. Deciding to be bold, she readied a short gun from her space, holding a short-barreled shotgun in her hand. And if worst came to worst, she could rely on her space for safety. The cave was dimly lit, and Ji took out a flashlight. Just as she got a clearer view of her surroundings, she was startled and stumbled backward, almost falling. Inside, the cave was about 3 or 4 meters high, with a straight passage leading deeper with no visible end. The walls were covered with various murals depicting natural disasters, some even from the time of the dinosaur extinction. Moreover, these murals had one thing in common: a massive eye watching from above the sky. For some reason, Ji thought of the subtitles that appeared when she first unlocked her space. If what the subtitles said about Earth updating was true, then perhaps the eye in the mural was real. This apocalyptic disaster that overturned her understanding might be the so-called Earth's self-preservation mechanism activating, or it could simply be someone else's sandbox game. After the initial shock, Ji calmed down and took out her camera to capture this stunning moment. She hadn't heard of any plans to develop this place into a scenic area. These murals looked like they had existed for a long time and were somewhat appealing. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she could have profited from this in some way. With a snap, the sound of sand grains echoed in the silent space. The murals on the walls suddenly turned to sand and vanished, and nothing was captured in her camera. Ji's expression remained unchanged. She had grown accustomed to such occurrences since unlocking her space. Going further inside, she found some dry branches, presumably left by the owner of the shovel. With a wave of her hand, she collected them all, as finding firewood in the deep snow wasn't very convenient. There was a section that was too dark to enter, so she didn't dare to go further. Once outside the cave, the snow had stopped. She picked up her chainsaw and started cutting trees again, doing it without needing to push them down. She just cut them and stored them directly in her space. Fortunately, no one would come here. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain the trees disappearing into thin air. The tree-cutting activity lasted all afternoon, and in the process, she actually found a nest of wild rabbits, still quite young. The mother rabbit hadn't mutated and was only about 20 centimeters long, curled up with several small ones trembling together, not knowing to run at the sight of her. She collected the whole grass nest into her space. As long as she could keep them alive, she wouldn't have to worry about meat in the future. When night fell, she found a random corner to hide in her space. As soon as she entered, she was once again blocked by familiar subtitles. Ji's mind automatically recalled the mural she had seen at noon in the cave. But what did the unknown fragments mean? Those murals recording natural disasters. What were they a fragment of? After circling the villa, she confirmed that the overall size of the villa had expanded by 50 meters, and the beach had widened by 3 meters, just enough for her to stockpile firewood without worrying about space. Unable to figure it out, she decided not to think about it anymore. Inside the space, the temperature adjusted automatically, warming up in less than 2 minutes. She set aside her chaotic thoughts, soaked in a seawater hot spring, and changed it to a long-lost spaghetti strap nightgown. It was silk with a tag price of $48,000. She also applied an expensive facial mask, taking good care of her skin. Today, as tree cutting had made her too tired, and she didn't feel like cooking. So she ordered some spicy and garlic-flavored crayfish, assorted seafood, and fried chicken, along with yogurt to cool off the spiciness. Outside the screen, it started to snow again, accompanied by the sound of the wind. He felt inexplicably a bit lonely and took out her tablet to watch a comedy. Suddenly, a metallic clink came from the birdcage behind her. "Daddy!" He dropped her chopsticks in surprise, not expecting the bird to wake up so quickly. But at least one bird calling her daddy made it a bit less quiet. She hurriedly added some rice for the parrot, which was almost starving, and even gave it 2 strawberries. The happy parrot hopped around the cage, its tone of daddy clearly more cheerful. However, when it saw he sitting down to peel shrimp, the parrot jumped up anxiously. "Daddy, open, Daddy!" The parrot's vocabulary had expanded, and he found it quite amusing. So she let it out to see what the bird was so eager about. After coming out, the parrot flew around the table, chattering, "Daddy, eat. You want to eat this?" The parrot nodded its head up and down like a wind-up toy, looking a bit silly. "Do you have a name? If not, I'll call you Silly Goose." He ignored its begging for food and named it on her own. Silly Goose didn't seem to mind its name much and just stared longingly at the shrimp, seemingly trained, drooling while standing far away and nodding vigorously. He hesitated. Can birds eat spicy food? They probably can't, right? Tentatively, she picked up a shrimp and placed it on a feeding plate. Silly Goose rushed over to take a bite, then was hit by the spiciness and flipped over. Not long after, it flipped back up and continued to nibble, only to be stunned again by the spice. He watched, dumbfounded, thinking she might have a knack for naming things. Just then, the screen she was observing began to tremble slightly, and faint pig sounds could be heard. She jolted awake, adjusted the screen to zoom in, and turned it to see the source of the sound. Not far away, 2 wild boars were ramming into a tree. One had mutated and was 2 to 3 times larger than the regular one. Upon closer inspection, the tree was thick enough to be surrounded by 2 people with a hole at the bottom, and she wondered what was inside. Before long, a few squirrels burst out of the hole, scurrying in all directions and running to other trees, while the wild boars moved to a different spot to continue their ramming. Jihee's eyes lit up. She quickly changed her gear and stealthily climbed the nearest tree, grabbing a more powerful long-range shotgun. When the scuffle of the wild boars reached her tree, she didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, hitting the mutated one. Half of its head exploded, but it didn't fall. Instead, it became even angrier, thrashing around and accidentally colliding with the smaller boar. In an instant, the smaller wild boar was sent flying into a large tree and fell heavily, seemingly dazed. The 3-meter-high wild boar crashing caused a small area of the forest to tremble. But it didn't last long. He fired 2 more shots, hitting the other half of its head. The wild boar fell to the ground with a thud, its limbs still struggling. Jumped down to deliver the final blow and, seeing the blood flow out, hurriedly took a basin to collect it. The other day's boar was dealt with in the same manner. She couldn't move both heavy boars by herself. The 2 of them weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, and only filled 1 basin with blood, wasting most of it while some still lay there bleeding out. She collected everything into her space and quickly went to check the spot where the squirrels had emerged. Animals have a better instinct for food storage than humans, and there were plenty of nuts in the mountains. She was about to score big. She also released Silly Goose from her space and stuffed it into the tree hole to check the situation. She didn't dare reach in directly, fearing there might be snakes. Chapter 29. Supplies. Silly Goose tilted its head and softly called out, "Daddy." Gave it a push, and Silly Goose bounced inside. Not long after, a thumping noise came from the tree. Chestnuts and pine cones poured out of the hole, making it seem like the entire tree had been hollowed out. She quickly stuffed them into her space, collecting a bag and a half worth. The squirrels that had jumped onto the tree finally realized what he was doing and panicked, scurrying around and chattering loudly. After she finished collecting, she ran to a concealed spot and dove into her space. Looking out from the windowsill, she saw the freshly killed wild boars and nuts on the beach. Interestingly, the strong stench of the wild boar that had been outside vanished once it entered her space. The blood that was flowing from them disappeared immediately upon hitting the beach. After a busy night, as the sea breeze blew, her tense nerves relaxed. A quick rinse, and she went to bed. Before sleeping, Silly Goose stubbornly refused to go back into its cage, pretending not to hear her calls. He decided to let it be. The next morning, she struggled to get up early. She changed into a thick windproof down jacket, wrapping herself tightly. Today, she didn't plan to focus on chopping trees, but rather to find where the squirrels were hoarding their food and collect any visible dead branches into her space. In such a large forest, she didn't believe there were only a few squirrels. Silly Goose was bouncing around in her space, and he let it out to search. Last night, she discovered that after evolving, Silly Goose was not afraid of the cold and had a slightly higher intelligence, helping her look for supplies when it came out. In the morning, the two of them dug out 2 squirrel holes. But the contents weren't as plentiful as the night before, totaling just 1 bag. During the process, Silly Goose excitedly jumped into a hole, and less than half a minute later, it flew out in a panic. He was still waiting below with the bag when a snake, as thick as her arm, slithered out. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and stabbed it right in the middle, pinning it to the tree. Silly Goose flew in the air and even mimicked a human, making a spitting sound, but with its hard beak, it looked a bit comical. She chopped off the snake's head, doused the body with some water, and it instantly froze like a popsicle. She stuffed it into her space and found a spot to sit down for lunch. The temperature in the mountains was frighteningly low, reaching -50 degrees. He was almost completely covered in heating pads, and her thermal clothing only managed to keep her warm down to around 0 degrees, failing to live up to the promise of eternal warmth. He felt like she had been duped into buying fake products for thousands of dollars. In the afternoon, she continued chopping trees. When she got tired, she drank hot milk tea, not fearing weight gain with her current level of activity. Suddenly, she discovered another iron fence, about 4 to 5 meters high, covered with a layer of snow, resembling a wooden house that had been buried. It seemed to be a temporary residence for the Forestry Bureau's patrols, and it looked like no one had been living there for a while. He carefully climbed over the iron fence and peered inside. There were cobwebs, and a few cockroaches scurried out. She took a step back to avoid them and began to observe the situation inside the house. In the corner, there were several bags that had been gnawed on by insects. Upon closer inspection, she found they were coal blocks. Her expression brightened, and she drove away the insects, collecting the stove into her space as well before going outside to check. Outside, there was a piece of land, but whatever had been planted had either frozen to death or withered away a long time ago. After walking around, she finally found the cellar. It was covered with a layer of plastic, looking as if it hadn't been damaged. She carefully squeezed through a gap and found it stored with 200 to 300 pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes, as well as a few stalks of sugarcane. Some had already sprouted, but didn't mind and collected them all into her space, planning to grow the sprouted ones later for seeds. After clearing out the items, she noticed a sign standing in the corner. He had an idea and took out an iron shovel from her space, digging below the sign. It didn't take long before she saw the neck of a wine bottle, looking like it contained snake wine. With some effort, she dug up all the surrounding soil and unearthed 4 bottles. After putting them all into her space, the cellar became empty. She called out for the erratic Silly Goose to come out. The wooden house had been abandoned, and not much was left inside. So she collected all the firewood stacked against the wall before leaving. After coming out, she continued to gather good firewood, throwing everything thick and thin into her space. When she checked her space at night, this time the haul was quite rich. 5 sacks of coal blocks, 200 to 300 pounds of sweet potatoes and potatoes, 2.5 bags of nuts, 5 bottles of snake wine, 2 nearly 1,000-pound wild boars, several wild rabbits, and a half circle of firewood on the beach. The journey back took about a day and a half, and the stockpile of firewood could last until the day the mainland reappeared. On the road, she encountered quite a few people going up the mountain to gather firewood. seeing her fully equipped and her gear still brand new. They instantly felt a sense of imbalance when comparing it to their own worn-out clothes. One of them, getting too close, maliciously tried to trip her, but she didn't even glance at him and nimbly dodged, causing him to fall face first into the snow. The community remained eerily quiet, with every household tightly drawn curtains. "Hey, sell me that gear and follow me. I can protect you." A man ran out from Building 2, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, eyeing her gear greedily. He tilted her head, sensing many eyes watching them from behind the layers of curtains in the community. "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Seeing she didn't respond, the man attempted to push her. His move was meant to intimidate, but the hand that reached out to touch her was swiftly severed, and before he could even scream, another knife ended his life. The man convulsed for a moment, and within 10 seconds, breathed his last. He stepped over the still warm body on the ground and quickly headed upstairs. When she looked down from the hallway window, a crowd rushed out to search the body. Most of the men, all drawn by the cigarette he had just smoked. When the crowd finally dispersed, the body had been stripped clean, and the blood that flowed was frozen solid. At that moment, the door to Unit 02 opened, and Lin Chuan, wearing the thick clothes left by Li Mu, looked like a ball. Seeing that they were chatting without him, he joked, "Why didn't you bring me one?" He pointed at the red ice block downstairs, and Lin Chuan, disgusted, immediately shut the door. Chapter 30. Have more litters, so she packed 2 bags of 10 pounds of sweet potatoes and potatoes, chopped a good segment of sugarcane, and a small bag of coal. When she prepared to take a bath, Gua circled around her. Filled a basin with hot spring water and threw both the basin and the bird into the space. After her bath, the room temperature had risen. She didn't even eat dinner and went straight to bed. The next day, she slept until the afternoon, feeling dazed. After lying in bed for a while, she finally sensed a subtle noise in the space and remembered something she had forgotten. She rolled over and slipped into the space, finding the wild rabbits in the grass pile looking weak and hungry, even worse than when she had first caught them. She had never raised rabbits and didn't know what to feed them, so she tentatively offered them a handful of cabbage leaves, which were a bit old and something she didn't like to eat. As soon as the cabbage leaves were placed next to the nest, the animals perked up and quickly finished eating them, staring eagerly at Jihe. Seeing this, he hurriedly added another handful of leaves, and the rabbits scrambled over each other, completely forgetting their previous lethargy. These seemingly old cabbage leaves, which could have been chewed into mush, were considered a rare delicacy in the eyes of the wild rabbits from the mountains. After they finished the leaves, their bellies round and satisfied, they squatted next to Jihe's feet, seemingly understanding that following her meant they could eat well. Jihe felt pleased and thought, little braised rabbit, little pepper rabbit, little dry-fried rabbit, little hand-torn rabbit, little cold pot rabbit, grow up quickly and have more litters to ensure my survival. The wild rabbits couldn't understand what she was saying and rubbed against her feet in confusion. She took the opportunity to check their genders. There were 2 males and 3 females, so once they grew up, she wouldn't have to worry about meat. After catching 2 rabbits, she became even hungrier and decided to have spicy rabbit today, of course avoiding the wild rabbits she had brought out. When she asked about the spicy flavor, Gua flew down from the window, nodding excitedly by the side. Gua's evolutionary direction was a bit strange, while others were increasing in size and attack power. It had transformed from a majestic parrot into a tiny squeaky voice and had gone from being a vegetarian to enjoying spicy food. It was quite a sight, as it buried its head in the food and even nibbled on 2 spicy rabbit heads. After this meal, she couldn't stop thinking about the few rabbits in the space. Previously, she hadn't stocked up much rabbit meat due to her limited funds, and now the only option was to wait for those small ones to grow quickly. Outside, heavy snow fell, and with the temperature at -40 degrees, she didn't want to move much. Every day, she took out 2 hours to exercise, spending the rest of the time curled up in bed, watching TV dramas and reading novels. When she got bored, she would go into the kitchen in the space, follow recipes to cook and stock up, or tend to the plants on the rooftop and the rabbits on the beach, counting the days until she could eat them. This was the kind of slacker life she had envisioned in the apocalypse. Aside from not having internet access, her life was still quite fulfilling. However, Not everyone had her stockpile. Many were so bored that they could count the bricks in their homes. When they got tired of that, they switched to Monopoly, chess, or a card version of sheep. But the biggest winner was always Jiangzhou. After a few days of this life, it was time to collect supplies again. Ji, who initially didn't want to go out, began to feel a bit of anticipation. On her way downstairs, she ran into Shun Yuro, dressed in dull gray clothes and wearing a man's hat, who naturally followed her when she saw her coming down. It seemed she had been waiting to walk with her. I won't disturb you. I'll just protect you from behind. Shin Yuro explained softly when he turned to look at her. The spot on her hand where she had been injured was swollen, and it was unclear if she was deliberately showing it to her, as she wasn't even wearing gloves. Seeing her face, Ji knew that this person definitely had bad intentions. Shin Yuro only pretended to be sisterly when she needed something from her. What surprised her was that this time she managed to hold her tongue for so long without asking for food or trying to please the people around her. This made her even more curious about how Shan Yuro would fare without her space. Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan were also disgusted. They had seen how ruthless this woman could be. The three of them tacitly ignored her and quickened their pace down the stairs, joining the larger group heading down the mountain. They had all exercised at home, so their stamina was much better than Shan Yuro, who spent every day curled up in bed for warmth. Surprisingly, she didn't curse at them, but took a detour to meet up with Lu Hang and Li Mu. "How's it going? Any changes?" Lu Hang asked, hands in pockets, though he couldn't hide his anxious expression. Shin Yuro dropped her pretense and rolled her eyes. "What are you so anxious about? Why don't you go?" "Huh," he sneered and eagerly followed the crowd down the mountain. Li Mu quietly listened from behind, his eyes darting around as if plotting something. Jiangzhou teased that the three of them had isolated the entire community with just their strength. Lin Chuan laughed in agreement. The three chatted about trivial matters, and after walking for an hour, they finally reached the rescue point. There were fewer people than before, and it was unclear whether some hadn't arrived yet or couldn't make it at all. They lined up in an orderly fashion, with Ji standing in the middle, flanked by the two men for protection. As soon as they arrived, Ji noticed someone trying to take advantage of the queue. Although she wasn't afraid, she didn't want to be bothered unnecessarily. Having had 2 experiences with receiving supplies before, and with the cold weather, the queue moved quickly. It felt a bit like the scenes during the nucleic acid test back in the day, but people were much more anxious and unsettled now. Before it was their turn, a long queue formed behind them, and Ji took a glance, her interest piqued. Chapter 31. They look like family. She poked the 2 men and her eyes sparkled. "Look, ISNT, that jacket, the one from the magazine, the one that costs over 50,000. Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan, having flipped through the magazines out of boredom these past few days, also found it familiar. "That guy over there, he seems to be trending." ISNT, he the CEO of the Shun Corporation. Lin Chuan quietly pointed at the man with the cigar. The man was flanked by 2 bodyguards who looked as thin as monkeys, strutting around like they were royalty. "Don't you think he looks a bit like Shin Yuro?" Jiangzhou pondered for a moment. He was very familiar with that man. Shun Guai, Shun Yuruo's nouveau riche father, who in her past life had carved her flesh piece by piece. Her gaze darkened, and the flesh on her body seemed to ache. She instinctively hid back into the crowd. Then she immediately realized that she had been reborn and escaped from that den of cannibals. "What's wrong?" Jiangzhou, who was behind her, noticed something was off and asked in a low voice. Ji unconsciously leaned back a little, feeling somewhat safe, and shook her head to indicate she was fine. "You guessed it right. It's Shun Yuruo's dad. But doesn't he matter? Sooner or later, she would make the Shun family taste the retribution they deserved." Indeed, looking at their facial features, they looked like a family. "What facial features?" Jiangzhou had a subtle expression and after a moment spoke, "A brainless facial feature." Ji was taken aback and took another look at Shun Guai. It really did seem a bit fitting. Before the 3 could chat for a bit, the commotion on Shun Guai's side became even louder than before. The 3 listened for a moment and figured out what was being argued about. The residents of the Yunding Mountain Villa area had also come down to collect supplies, and everyone either rode sleds or wore ice skates to slide down, making many people envious and jealous along the way. That aside, the people from the villa area all had some status and were unwilling to squeeze into the mixed crowd of survivors with various odors. They insisted on standing in a separate line. When the officials disagreed, they walked to the front and lined up side by side. Why should you cut in line? Just because I have money, you poor bastards. Shun Guai spat out smoke, disdainfully glancing at the person. The one leading the line was him. Dressed so well and still smoking, he must have plenty at home, right? Why is he still fighting for supplies with the poor? Gee, he shouted across the crowd. The remark was a bit sarcastic, even carrying a hint of moral kidnapping. But who cared? Let's enjoy it first. It also voiced the feelings of most people, who began to curse loudly. How can you look down on the poor and still come to squeeze with us? What's the use of being rich? Aren't you still here collecting relief food, like us? Unfair. My man is afraid the child will starve. And he arranged to cut in line with the people in front. And those soldiers quickly pulled my man out. But now he is cutting in line right under our noses. Why is no one managing this? A woman shouted indignantly. Those who witnessed the entire process rolled their eyes. If you beat someone up, wouldn't they agree? The aunt raised her eyebrows and immediately began cursing at that person. The guards, hearing the commotion, rushed over and dispersed the crowd. The aunt lay on the ground trying to play dead, but when the guard raised his gun, she immediately got up obediently. The crowd continued to line up in the long queue, and Xinguoyi and his group were politely asked to the back. He was too blatant. Even if someone wanted to give him a backdoor favor, it was not appropriate to pretend not to see in front of so many people. Let us go. Talking to these poor bastards is demeaning. The villa area people didn't lack food. They were just out for fresh air. However, because of Shun Guai, they were looked down upon, and everyone's expression turned sour as they turned away with pride and disdain. The crowd quieted down, but everyone's eyes were filled with bright envy. At this moment, the officials took the opportunity to release several pieces of information. First, all areas had slight nuclear radiation. Second, the glaciers had all melted and hundreds of unknown viruses had been detected in the sea. Third, some plants and animals had shown abnormal growth and aggression. Due to the city being flooded, most factories were frozen underwater and usable medicines and vaccines were extremely scarce, with urgent efforts to develop them. It was advised to eat more how-to-inia core data to prevent nuclear radiation, cook food a little longer, and if infection occurred, try to avoid hospitals to prevent cross-infection unless it was serious. After the broadcast ended, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into small complaints. It sounds nice, but in this cold weather, you can't even find a blade of grass to plant how-to-inia core data with the power and gas cut off. How long can we rely on burning firewood? Shun Guai looked at her thoughtfully, and Ji sneered. If it weren't for the many people here, she might not have been able to hold back. The three quickly left, taking the mountain path and picking up a bundle of firewood along the way. On a snowy day, everything was covered in thick snow. The main road and mountain path were no different, but at least the mountain path still had trees to help. The villa area probably really didn't lack food and drink, right? Lin Chuan stomped his feet in the cold, somewhat lamenting. It would be fine if they enjoyed themselves behind closed doors, but showing off like this today made Jiang Zhou pause. That can't be. There are security guards in the villa area who could rush in. That is hard to say. The last thing you lack in the apocalypse is desperate people. There were quite a few people seen today. Jiang Zhou's last sentence was directed at her. Ji instinctively felt that Jiang Zhou was hinting at her, but she couldn't be sure what he guessed. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Are you interested in doing something big? The one leading was a bald man. Swinging a machete, what big thing? Why not take us along? Chapter 32. Let her return to the Shun family. The people surrounding them wore relatively new clothes. But there were bloodstains on them, and the one at the back seemed to be pieced together from various pieces. It was obvious they had been robbed, and they were targeting them. TSK, are your ears deaf? The bald man impatiently stomped his foot. Jiang Zhou stepped forward. If you want to do something big, you have to pay the membership fee first. His hoodie covered his face tightly, and standing at over 8 meters tall, he spoke confidently, making the bald man's knife seem less smooth. Get lost with your membership fee. The bald man realized he had been intimidated and, feeling humiliated in front of his underlings, immediately became furious. Go. I'll chop them into meat paste. Saying this, he swung his knife with full force, aiming to take down the man who made him lose face in one blow. His underlings followed in a rush, with over 10 people surrounding them. Anyone else would surely not be able to break out. But in the 18th floor, there wasn't a single weakling. Even the seemingly delicate G, he could kick a 200-pound man away. With just a few, G didn't even bother using her gun. Each bullet was precious. She was the first to strike, slicing through one person like chopping a watermelon before continuing to rush toward another. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan did not hold back either. Drawing their knives, and the group of over 10 was quickly resolved. Bodies lay scattered all over the ground as he crouched down, rummaging through the belongings of those people. Along the way, someone eyed their 3 bundles of firewood, and he casually pulled out her short gun, instantly causing everyone to hesitate. It was just some firewood easily found in the mountains. There was no need to risk their lives to fight for it. They encountered Shen Yuruo in the middle, who even asked if she needed help. He impatiently told her to get lost, and only then did Shen Yuruo back off. He dove into her space, enjoying a comfortable soak in a hot spring. Without drying her hair, she ran to the flower bed at the door. The strawberries and blueberries were growing well, so she picked them all and arranged them on a plate at the beach stand. She carefully saved the strawberry seeds, hoping to see if she could plant them when she had time. With her hair pushed back, she waited for it to dry naturally while munching on the fruit. A wild rabbit hopped to her feet and rubbed against her. Her pet, Gua, got so annoyed that it flew onto the rabbit's back, sending fur flying everywhere. Tossed 2 berries to Gua. The rabbit only ate the vegetable leaves and finally calmed down. She stayed in the space until her hair dried, then went out and lay down on the bed to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Zhou knocked on her door loudly, causing he to feel a pang in her heart. "Look at this." Jiang Zhou immediately stuffed a note into her hand, signaling her to open it and take a look. Didn't rush to read it, but instead said, "Can you knock a little lighter next time? This door is quite expensive." Jiang Zhou had a strange expression for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You look first. I saw it hanging on the door when I went out to throw away the trash this morning." He opened the note, which essentially said that Shen Yuruo recognized Shen Guai and wanted to make a move against her, and that Shen Yuruo's apology was all an act. At the bottom, there was a drawing of a fat man, and the first person he thought of upon seeing it was Li Mu. Isn't Li Mu the most loyal lackey of Lu Hang, here to deliver a letter of surrender? She doesn't believe it, but it doesn't matter what the purpose is. She tore up the letter. It doesn't matter. It won't be long before it all falls apart. If the Shun family doesn't come looking for her, she will eventually go to them. However, before that, she needs to figure out the current situation of the Shun family. In her past life, the Shun family didn't move to Yunding Mountain. For several days, the 3 on the 18th floor took turns going out to gather firewood, leaving one person to guard the house to avoid being targeted by those in the community who might conspire to break in. Although this place is in the mountains, losing power and gas in the middle of winter means everyone is short on heating supplies. If they don't stock up quickly, they might not even be able to dig up tree roots later. Shen Yuruo was originally one of those gathering firewood, but ever since that day, she encountered Shen Guai. She hasn't gone out. She should have received coal from Shen Guai. That day, just as the Shun family members left, Shen Yuruo eagerly stood at the 4th floor staircase with a pile of items. As he was coming down, Shen Yuruo suddenly darted out, and fortunately, she dodged in time. Otherwise, she would have been knocked down. Her tone was sincere, but he was too familiar with that look. It was just short of directly mocking her. Still, he took the items. Free things are always welcome. Why not? The Shin family has so many supplies. Just the cigarettes and alcohol could fill the basement. How could they bear to let an outsider like her live in? She raised her voice, deliberately making it loud enough for everyone upstairs and downstairs to hear. "What nonsense are you talking about? Our family doesn't have much food left either, but there are many people now who can work, and besides, we are sisters." "What do you mean by outsider?" Shin Yuruo wasn't stupid. She vaguely explained and tried to get closer, but he wasn't buying it. She shook the bag of coal she was holding. "Stop pretending. Your family still has coal to give away, and it's so expensive. We can only use frozen firewood." The bag made a clattering sound, and with that weight, who would believe that the Shun family had no supplies? Saying this, she was about to pull her, but took a step back, her volume increasing. "What? Your family has a lot of food? You can spare leftovers for the dogs? I'm so envious of you." The people still alive upstairs and downstairs all opened their doors, staring intently at the commotion in the 4th floor hallway. They were starving while others had leftovers every meal, and their feet were freezing but still had to go out looking for firewood, while others used premium coal. How could they not be jealous? At this moment, Shinyuro also sensed that something was off, but for some reason, she was unwilling to give up on Jihi, grabbing her clothes and trying to drag her downstairs together. The feeling of being touched by someone she disliked made Jihi feel disgusted. She immediately couldn't hold back her anger and slashed at Shinyuro's hand. Shinyuro screamed, dodging in time, but her sleeve was cut and down feathers flew out. "You're insane. You're really insane. You think you can just punish me for not eating your strong liquor?" Shinyu was furious, but she didn't dare to shout loudly. Squeezing out a few words between her teeth, "You wait for me." She was smart enough to see that there were people watching upstairs and downstairs. So after delivering her threat, she ran downstairs unexpectedly. However, those upstairs and downstairs all followed her down with gleaming eyes. Chapter 33. I acknowledge you as my boss back home. The fool was blowing cold wind on the balcony. This guy recently loved burying himself in the snow. He ignored it, took 2 bags of nutrient solution to water the carrots and potatoes in the living room, which were a bit wilted, wondering if they could last until they could be eaten. The few rabbits in the space adapted quickly. It would probably take 3 to 4 months to breed, and she couldn't help but stroke them. Finally, she took out a bag of spicy rabbit heads to satisfy her craving. After taking a bath and applying body lotion, she left the space. Outside, it was still over -40 degrees, but her room was above 5 or 6 degrees. There was always a charcoal basin burning in her room, and she had a rechargeable electric blanket on her bed, which she had just found while sorting supplies a couple of days ago. With the temperature up, the risks also came. Either she would be burned to death or electrocuted. But he was fearless. There was a large pool of seawater in the space. She wore a plush pajamas, moved the table to the front of the bed, and sat on the electric blanket, not wanting to move. Tonight's meal was hot pot with frogs, which had been cooked beforehand. But it didn't have much flavor and was blown away by the wind as soon as it floated out. She also poured a cup of homemade milk tea, with fruits and desserts on the table, and a mystery drama playing. After eating, she casually lifted the curtain and happened to see someone from their building hurriedly leaving the community with a backpack. The figure looked a bit like Liu Hang. She casually pulled the curtain shut. If it was Liu Hang, it wouldn't be surprising. He must be going to join the Shun family. Just as she was thinking, the door to the hallway banged loudly. Someone was banging on the door. Ji's expression changed, quickly drew out her machete, kept a short gun in her pocket, and walked forward quickly to check the situation. The 3 on the 18th floor opened the door simultaneously, and upon turning their heads, they saw Li Mu covering his hand and grinning in pain. He must have gotten hurt on the iron spikes of the door, and he had come sneaking in, afraid to make a sound. Seeing the 3 come out, he didn't care about his hand pain and yelled as he turned to run. He was already fat and bundled up, looking a bit comical. Jiangzhou was quick and pulled the door open, dragging him inside. The nearly 200-pound fat man was thrown against the wall, making a muffled sound. "What are you sneaking around for?" Li Mu's whole body hurt, and for a moment, he didn't know where to hold. I came to deliver a message. Don't kill me." With his stubbly beard, he looked pitiful, completely lacking the arrogance of wanting to kill her before. He clicked her tongue and put the knife away. "You're not Liu Hang's lackey. What news could you have?" Hearing this, a flash of hatred crossed Li Mu's eyes. "They took all my stuff to the Shun family and didn't take me with them. And they usually treat me like a dog. I'm the one who goes to gather firewood. If it weren't for not being able to find anyone from the Li family, would I be?" The 3 on the 18th floor finally understood that it was a psychological imbalance caused by issues of interest. "Speak, what news do you have? You go first. Or else no deal." He sneered. "Now you're trying to play tricks on me. If you don't speak, then I'm leaving." Jiangzhou cooperated. Lin Chuan leaned closer, showing his big white teeth. "Landlord, are you raising the rent? Do you want me to go to the kitchen to get you some money?" "What money to get from the kitchen?" Li Mu dared not even think about it. Seeing the 3 truly uninterested, he finally smiled bitterly. "I heard them say they seem to have their eyes on your treasure. If you don't hand it over, they will come to steal it. There are quite a few little brothers from a Shun family." Ji's heart sank, but she didn't show it on her face. "What do they want? How many people are there?" "I heard there are more than a dozen or 20. They said they would take action in a couple of days. As for what they are eyeing, I don't know. They didn't tell me, and they left secretly. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan gathered around, asking her, "Do you want to silence him?" There was also a possibility that Li Mu's words couldn't be fully trusted. How could such a loyal lackey suddenly betray them? Were they throwing Li Mu up as an inside man? Shen Yuro, wanting something from her, still had some credibility. She suspected that the reason for Shen Yuro's change in attitude was related to her space. After all, Shen Yuro had been called a lucky koi since childhood. The weather was cold, and Li Mu was freezing, with tears and snot almost flowing out. His expensive down jacket was either left in 1802 or stolen by Lu Heng and the others. Ji He and the others weren't feeling well either. They were standing in a spot that was right in the wind. Li Mu hesitated, wanting to say something, but Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan moved closer, dragging him out. "Boss, I recognize you as my boss. Let me back in. 1802 is also my home." Li Mu clung to the iron door, trembling, but didn't he dare to reach out. Ji He scoffed, raising an eyebrow. "Do you think I lack little brothers?" Lin Chuan looked puzzled for a moment, then saw Jiang Zhou standing calmly behind Ji He, looking proud to be a little brother. He gave up and stood behind Ji He as well. The hallway door was locked again. Li Mu saw that they really wouldn't let him go up, so he didn't dare to say anything and reluctantly went downstairs. After returning home, Ji He changed into her pajamas and went to bed. Shen Yuro and Lu Heng had just moved out today, and if they wanted to cause her trouble, they would have to wait a couple of days. Unless Shang Guai was a fool, he wouldn't sneak over at night. After thinking for a moment, she sat up in the middle of the night and put on her stab-proof vest. Only after putting it on did she feel at ease enough to fall asleep. The next morning, Ji He went out with Jiang Zhou. The silly dog had been too noisy, so she threw it on the balcony, letting it play with a basin of snow, and since the window was sealed, it couldn't fly away, which made her feel at ease. Someone was following them from behind. Jiang Zhou leaned closer to her and whispered. Ji He calmly turned her head to take a look. It was nothing, so she let them follow. Chapter 34. Breaking ice to catch fish not far away. Someone was picking up firewood. No matter where they moved, those two people followed along, almost having peeping written on their foreheads. As the two walked, they were competing with more and more people for firewood. The weather was getting colder, and it was said that the ice age was coming, and it would never warm up again, so everyone was working hard to stockpile wood. Even small branches were being stuffed into pockets, fearing that later there would be no wood at all. But Ji knew that there would be even more natural disasters in the future, not to mention trees. They might not even dare to walk barefoot on the soil. Ji worked diligently like everyone else, hauling firewood back and forth, and even when she went upstairs, she didn't dare to let her guard down. Killing was easy, but if people found out about her space, it would be uncontrollable. After squatting for 2 days, finally, no one came on the third day. Ji and Jiang Zhou took advantage of picking up firewood to sneak towards the originally coastal area. Ji was still hesitating about whether to wear ice skates, but unexpectedly, Jiang Zhou acted faster than her and put them on directly. The two skated, stumbling their way to the seaside. Lin Chuan had been waiting for them there for a long time. He sneaked out early to prevent others from discovering that the three of them were not at home. Their food supplies were running low. Ji had a lot of things, but she didn't dare to take them out openly and had to pretend to look underfed. The ice layer was thick enough, and the three of them worked hard to break open a hole a meter wide. They didn't even need bait. Octopuses and crabs surged up, and some fish jumped up, trying to leap onto the ice. Ji took a probe to look down. The water was mixed with ice shards, so it wasn't very clear, but down below, schools of fish and crabs were rushing towards them. With a snap, the lens was crushed by a giant claw, and the final image looked like a king crab. The cold seawater splashed up, and the hole had already started to freeze slowly. The three of them took out the fishing net and quickly fished, taking advantage of the weak ice layer at the hole and quickly knocking it open again. They couldn't finish fishing. It was simply endless. Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled. Although he had a lot of compressed food, eating too much made him want to vomit. These fish had generally grown larger, and their breeding speed was also very fast. Even the deep-sea king crabs that weren't found here were now plentiful. Let's have a crab feast tonight. Jiang Zhou didn't even care that his hat was blown off, staring wide-eyed at the king crabs. Fine, I'll cook, but I won't handle them. He was also tempted. She had hoarded everything, but she really didn't have king crabs. They were too expensive for her to afford. After pulling up a few, the three of them were even more motivated, with at least hundreds of pounds piled up behind them. Just as they were about to stop, a group of people came not far away, dressed in thick, warm clothing, a colorful group of about 4 or 5 people. They were carrying various fishing gear and dragging carts directly towards them. The three paused their packing and took out their knives for protection. They wouldn't naively think that these people would walk past them when there was so much open space. Sometimes in a disaster apocalypse, not even family could be trusted, let alone strangers. "Oh, quite a haul you have there." A man, smoking, looked at the pile of fish behind the three without any restraint. He and the others cautiously stared at each other. There were plenty of fish in the sea, and with their good equipment, they wouldn't have trouble catching any. The man was almost as tall as Jiang Zhou, and the heavy cold-weather clothing he wore was tight, vaguely outlining an inverted triangle shape. He must have trained before the apocalypse, and his companions looked strong and robust, making the three of them unusually cautious. "Don't worry. We're not those kind of barbarians. We want to rob you." The man laughed heartily, the smell of smoke wafting towards the three. He frowned at the smoke. "What are they up to?" "We're here for trade. You can exchange the fish with us. Of course, if you're unwilling, we won't force you. But this hole will belong to us." A person about 1.7 meters tall suddenly jumped out from behind the man, easily breaking a wooden shovel in two with his hands. Didn't hesitate to pull out her shotgun, aiming at the triangular man. "This place is ours. If you want to take it by force, let us see whose people are faster, yours or my gun." Lin Chuan clicked his tongue. This place was good. After killing, they could just throw them into the sea, and in less than half an hour, no one would know who they were. Jiang Zhou didn't speak, but stood with He, glaring at the few people. In front of hot weapons, everything was inferior. The triangular man sized them up for a long time, then suddenly grinned. "I remember you. You exchanged supplies at the foot of the mountain before, familiar faces." No need for this, right? Hearing this, the three finally found him somewhat familiar, but they still didn't lower their weapons. The triangular man wasn't truly domineering. He immediately signaled his people to put down their weapons first. "The price is absolutely fair. For all this, I can give you 30 pounds of rice. 30 pounds of frozen potatoes, or something else. How about that? 100 pounds could be exchanged for about 30 pounds. A price that was indeed higher than during the warm season, and the three were a bit tempted. Fish could still be caught. There were no planting conditions for rice now, and eating a little less would only make it more expensive, so this exchange wouldn't be a loss. "Okay, but you bring the goods over here for the trade. Nothing else is negotiable." He nodded in agreement, and the other two had no objections either. "All right, I'll have my people deliver it at 4 in the afternoon. You can catch more fish." The triangular man had no objections. Recently, not many people came to exchange supplies, and the big boss over there specifically wanted king crabs, so they could only come out to find some willing to trade. Moreover, although it seemed they had a lot of people in a real fight, it wasn't certain who would suffer. With a gesture, one of his men took out a list from his pocket, which listed the supplies they could trade. There was a wide variety, even antiques and gold chains, indicating a large scale of operation. He called the two behind her to come forward and take a look. "We only want food, as long as it can be stored." After confirming the trade of 1,000 pounds of fish at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the triangular man's group left. The three continued to work hard, afraid that the fire would melt the ice layer, so they held on, having a bit of bread for lunch with the soy milk from the thermos. In just a short while, they felt cold and stiff, hurriedly finishing their meal before continuing to work, and they ended up catching 100 pounds more than expected. At 4 in the afternoon, the triangular man's subordinates arrived on time for the trade, bringing them a bag of hand warmers as a bonus. He and the others planned to refuse, but the triangular man was very shrewd, accepting it might provoke unnecessary trouble. "My boss instructed me to give this. I don't want anything from you. Just make sure you can trade fish with us in the future." The subordinate forcefully shoved the items into their hands. Fine. In the end, Jiang Zhou accepted it. Refusing it would make them seem too petty. Chapter 35. Surround attack on the way back. They had a lot of things, and since it was uphill, Jiang Zhou quickly made a drag board on site to carry the 200 or 300 pounds of goods, which made it much easier. Just as Jiang Zhou was about to draw his knife, He pulled him back, signaling him to wait until they were back up the hill to talk. Let them come, otherwise how can we kill the chicken to honor the monkey? After a busy day, the three decided to freeze the food and have a big feast tomorrow. They ate a little casually and went to bed early. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, someone came to pry open the door on the 18th floor. You see, if it weren't for all the supplies piled up at home, who would have the leisure to secure the door? A voice in the dark said, slightly jealous. Tonight, we're making a fortune. It seemed that quite a few people were blocking the stairway, so no matter how low they kept their voices, the three on the 18th floor still got alert and got out of bed. The three of them dressed up in tacit agreement and opened the door, each holding a large machete, with a nail gun and a hunting rifle hanging gleaming at their waists. There were more than a dozen people prying the door, and who knows how many were hiding in the dark. As soon as they showed any signs of retreat, these people would pounce on them like hungry wolves. But it was about time. They were all huddled together. No one wanted to rush forward, yet they all wanted to be the first to get the benefits. And everyone was crowding. Behind them, a bunch of people waved various weapons and shouted, exactly, you on the 18th floor are too selfish, hiding all the good stuff for yourselves without any thought of sharing. Don't say there aren't any. We've seen you moving things up one trip after another. Gee, he was so angry she laughed, too lazy to argue with them. If you want it, come through here. Not only will I give it to you for free, I'll even help you carry it home. She tightened her grip on the handle, her gaze sharp as she looked at the crowd. Next to her, Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan were even more brutal than Ji He, directly pulling open the stairway door, chin raised. Come on, come up. As soon as the door opened, the few people who had been crowding forward in fear of losing out quickly retreated. Cowards, step aside. A fat man standing in the middle of the observing crowd forcefully pushed through, charging over aggressively. Ji He remembered him. He often boasted about his strength in the community, and today this was further confirmed. He seemed to have evolved to a certain extent, probably an ordinary occupation. She didn't even move her position, directly meeting him with her knife, cleanly chopping off the arm of the bull-like fat man, and taking advantage of his pain, stabbed him several times. No matter how much the fat man evolved, he was still just flesh and blood. With the screams getting weaker, his hefty body fell backward. Some people couldn't avoid it and were heavily pressed down on the stairs. Lin Chuan watched with gritted teeth, Sking, hurry up, who has next to die? His words were extremely arrogant, and mixed with the bright red blood, it stimulated the nerves of the others, unwilling to give up just like that. Gritting their teeth, they charged up. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan stepped forward, mercilessly blocking the stairway, taking down whoever came. Ji He pulled out the loud hunting rifle and aimed at the most crowded spot in the crowd. With a bang, it affected quite a few people, and flesh and blood splattered on everyone's faces. The brave ones who rushed forward suffered heavy casualties, while the timid ones at the back saw this and scattered in a panic. Ji He, with her keen eyes, spotted people from the Shun family among those fleeing. The corners of her mouth curled up, with killing intent surging in her eyes. They really underestimated this lunatic, bringing over a dozen people. The three chatted casually while cleaning up the hallway. They worked together to lift the bodies to the window and throw them down. The snow covered the first floor halfway, and at the moment they threw them down, several hollow shapes appeared at the bottom of the building. I'm going. Do you believe I'll tear them apart? Silly bird wants to go out and fight? How can you fight with such a small size? Are you just delivering yourself to be plucked and thrown in the pot? The silly bird seemed to sense her sarcasm, flapping its wings in anger, and then surprisingly grew a little larger. Ji He was startled, getting a mouthful of feathers. The silly bird grew to over 2 meters, and the edges of its feathers looked extremely sharp. Ji He took a strand of hair and lightly rubbed it, and it broke. When did you learn this? I'm hungry. Daddy, stop bothering that wild woman. Hurry up and cook. The silly bird squeaked, circling around Ji He. She was disappointed for a moment. It seemed the silly bird could only grow big for a while and had to fill up its anger meter first. After feeding the silly bird, she quickly took a shower to wash off the smell of blood, then dove into bed and fell into a deep sleep. After last night's incident, the three on the 18th floor were much more alert. As soon as they heard any noise, they all picked up their things and opened the door. Was it you guys making a racket last night? An old man frowned and asked, looking disdainful. The old lady spoke more tactfully, saying they were neighbors. Why fight and kill? Every household struggles. If they need some food, just give it to them. Why cause such a ruckus? It sounds nice, but after so long of natural disasters, we haven't seen these busybodies being helpful. Hurry up and take things to apologize to them, or you'll get reported. It's not easy in prison with this weather. He drew her hunting rifle from her waist. Then I'll just kill them all and apologize to each family. How about that? I think that's a good idea. Which family should we start with? Lin Chuan chimed in. Jiang Zhou scanned around and said, let us start from Building 5. Unit 601. Upon hearing this, the old lady's smile immediately hardened. How can there still be half of the people alive in the community? How many bullets does your gun have? You either share your supplies with everyone, or just move out of the community. The other members of the homeowners committee behind them also looked smug, chiming in. We're old enough to be your parents. We've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You can't go wrong listening to us. Chapter 36. Giant Python Jiang Zhou was ruthless and said little. Directly pulled out his knife and opened the door, striding forward with his long legs. Brother, you go ahead. I'll go to the kitchen to get some money to appease their family. Lin Chuan followed behind like a comedic sidekick. Although he said that, he didn't move, holding his knife with bright eyes waiting to see the excitement. A group of old men and women, who had just threatened them and were quite happy, quickly ran away as soon as they saw the stairway door open. How boring, Lin Chuan said regretfully. All right, can you really chop those old men and women during the day? He carefully put away her gun. There weren't many bullets left, and she was really reluctant to use them. The three of them casually gathered in Unit 02 to have breakfast. Jiang Zhou surprisingly took out the steamed buns he made himself, each the size of a palm and very solid. Lin Chuan, not to be outdone, also took out a pancake, one bigger than the other. So Ji silently took out 3 cups of soy milk, the kind that comes in pouches. After breakfast, he went out alone. The people from the Shun family who had escaped in the chaos yesterday followed her. She deliberately led them toward the villa area, and the person behind was shivering as they chased. Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared behind him, knocked him down, and while he was still confused, stripped off his outer coat. Hey, wake up! He kicked him. The person didn't wake up, so she kept kicking him until he couldn't take it anymore and jumped to the side. I'll let you go if you answer some questions. He fiddled with the machete in her hand. The person resignedly curled up. You can ask. What's the situation over at Shunguai? How many people are there? Who lives there? Are there any special people? About 17 or 18 people. Living at the position closest to the mountain in the villa area, there's a small stream on the left, all ordinary people. The person curled up, his stomach growling. Don't kill me. I'm just trying to get a meal. I haven't done anything. Shunguai rose to wealth, only knowing how to paint big pies for his subordinates. This person didn't even think of struggling and spilled everything he knew. For example, the news that there were supplies on the 18th floor was spread by Shunguai, and those people were also incited by them. He got the information she wanted to know, kicked him one last time, sending him a meter away. You can leave now. Upon hearing this, the person's face lit up, and he rolled and crawled away. Local rain, you're really unlucky. He said with a hint of regret. With a wave of her hand, another stream of water surged, with stones heavily smashing him to the ground. The man didn't even have time to call for help before being buried deep in the snow. After that, put on her ice skates and stealthily made her way toward the villa area, avoiding the crowd. Shunguai believes in feng shui, yet he doesn't understand it. According to his younger brother's description, he is the easiest to find. She circled to the back of the villa area and immediately spotted the villa by the stream. She wasn't sure at first until she saw the familiar, colorful flowers in the yard. The walls were topped with glass shards and iron nails, likely to prevent anyone from climbing down from the mountain. He didn't plan to go inside. She was just there to scout the place. So she found a corner facing the house and slipped into the space. On the beach platform, she pulled up a screen and grabbed a bag of chips, setting aside some spicy strips and sunflower seeds, while the silly guy was cracking seeds on the small table. Though she claimed to be gathering information, there was no need to suffer in the cold wind, so she decided to treat it like watching a movie. He brushed the crumbs off her hands, moved to a different spot, and snuck around to the back of the villa. The slope was perfectly aligned with the second floor, and a faint warm light was seeping through the window of the middle room, where Shun Guai was inside, along with Shun Yuru and Lu Heng, who were cuddling together. Her eyes brightened as she accidentally found the master bedroom, and then she hid in the space next to a slightly open window for ventilation. What's the rush, Dad? Once I catch that wretched person, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. Shun Yuru lifted her chin slightly, full of pride. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Shun Guai waved his hand, wanting to snuggle out. The two embraced and left the room. Jihe waited for a while, and soon the lights in the adjacent room turned on. Shun Yuru and Lu Heng hurriedly entered the room, embracing eagerly. He clicked her tongue in disgust. Taking advantage of the moment, she slipped away from the back mountain. Next time she came, she would clear this place out. The villa area was quite large. As she walked through, there was nothing as extravagant as Shangguai's decor, and hardly any outsiders lived there, with at most 1 or 2 drivers or bodyguards. Suddenly, someone reflected light at her. He cautiously hid behind a tree and looked in the direction of the reflection, only to find it was Chi-Na. Chi-Na's villa was taller than last time, with walls over 1 meter high, topped with sharp edges and vertical branches, making it look like she lived there alone. Chi-Na stood by the window holding a huge blackboard that read, "Come and play." He checked the time, 4:30 p.m., and declined, gesturing to her that she would come next time. Chi-Na threw something to her. She caught it and opened it to find the latest long-distance walkie-talkie. With a reception range of 10 kilometers, perfect for the community in this area. The two communicated for a while from a distance, and Ji put on her roller skates and skated down the mountain. Jiang Zhou didn't ask where she had been, but Ji felt inexplicably that he was watching her since he was supposed to be guarding the house today. While Lin Chuan and Ji were free to move around. Just as they reached the entrance of the community, a snake's tail suddenly whipped towards them. The two were startled and barely dodged it, quickly retreating to hide behind a nearby tree. Others weren't as lucky. A few were swept by the tail and heavily slammed into a snow pile. After Ji and Jiang Zhou hid well, they looked toward the source of the commotion and saw a colorful snake, over 1 meter long and nearly 2 meters wide, slithering through the community. "Is that a python?" Jiang Zhou asked in confusion. Ji looked at him strangely. His reaction was too calm, and she had never seen him display fear. How long would it take to make dried snake meat out of that? He mused, though he didn't seem greedy like others. Originally just an ordinary, even non-venomous snake, it had now evolved into a python, and naturally, its combat power wouldn't be weak. With a sweep of its tail, several people were sent flying. Ji and Jiang Zhou hid behind the snow pile, their limbs nearly frozen, while the snake showed no intention of leaving, roaming around and herding the fallen people into a pile. Is it stocking up on food? He wondered, unsure. After all, she had never seen such a bizarre scene. Chapter 37. Python 2. Those who had been coiled had broken ribs piercing into their organs, wishing they could faint from the pain. The community wasn't safe either. Several low-floor apartments had their windows smashed. Evolving must require a lot of food. It's probably treating the people here like canned goods, Jiang Zhou said solemnly. Then we have to deal with it. At the very least, we need to drive it away, Ji replied. If it were just her, it would be easier to use the space card. But what about your gun? Jiang Zhou pondered and asked. He took out a short gun from her pocket, saying she had brought it, but the range wasn't far. Jiang Zhou took the gun from her, adjusted his hat, and looked serious. I'll sneak over. You stay back. He was slightly surprised. His words implied he intended to go alone. Together, she said without elaborating, directly pulling out a machete and a nail gun from her bag. With a glance, the two crept forward from the edge. The python was focused on herding the people into a group and didn't notice anyone approaching. Or rather, it didn't feel anyone could hurt it, which facilitated Ji and Jiang Zhou's movements. Jiang Zhou hid in the snow pile, applying something to his gun, then raised it and aimed. The snake's head was massive, and with one shot, he hit the python's eye. The python writhed in pain, its eyeball bursting, and Jiang Zhou quickly fired a few more shots. However, the python was now wary, and none of the shots hit the vital spots. The snake thrashed violently, angrily searching for the one who had hurt it, disregarding the people it had herded together, its massive tail smashing everywhere. Taking the opportunity, he moved closer, firing the nail gun into the python's body. The nails caused less damage. The python slammed its tail down fiercely, and he couldn't dodge in time, causing the snow pile to scatter and obscuring everyone's vision with snow mist. Jiang Zhou grit his teeth and charged forward with the machete. Just then, a figure rushed out from the second-floor corridor of Building 6, holding a fire axe that glinted coldly. Jiang Zhou's sharp eyes recognized the person as Lin Chuan, who was trying hard to attract the python's attention. Lin Chuan took a running start and brought the axe down heavily, embedding it deep into the python's body. However, the force was still insufficient. The python angrily twisted, throwing Lin Chuan out. At that moment, he quietly crawled out from the snow pile and poured a layer of water under the python. Being a cold-blooded animal, it froze in just a couple of seconds. He felt a surge of joy and frantically added more strikes. But the python only paused slightly before continuing to move as if nothing had happened. Run! The python surprisingly stood up with great effort. Everyone finally saw how long it was. When it straightened its body, it was nearly 20 meters long. The movie-like scene struck reality, and the air fell silent as everyone was too scared to speak. The python flicked its tongue, its vertical pupils seeming to mock the desperate struggles of the people. Water could freeze the python, but after such a long time without water, everyone had to use melted snow. How much water would it take to freeze this gigantic creature? He didn't dare to think. She had an endless ocean in her space, but would she expose it to save those who had wanted to unite against her last night? Just as she hesitated, a water column fell from the sky, freezing half of the furious python's body. Water. It works. Quickly pour water. A shout came from somewhere in the building. Soon, several residents opened their windows and began splashing water on the python. People from the second-floor corridors of various buildings rushed out in twos and threes, armed with various tools, their eyes shining with determination, eager to strike. However, the thin layer of ice only caused the python to struggle a couple of times before the frozen areas cracked open inch by inch, making it even angrier as it threw off all the people clinging to it. Jiang Zhou caught Lin Chuan, who had been thrown out, and then, without hesitation, picked up his gun and aimed directly at the python's wounds. He gritted her teeth and took out her long hunting rifle as well. It had come to this. She wouldn't be satisfied until she killed this python, especially since she had stored plenty of things in the room. Lin Chuan regained his composure and, along with a few others who were gritting their teeth and holding on, waited for the right moment to strike. A 20-meter-long giant python crashed to the ground, its massive head severed by a few people who were blinded by rage, leaving its body to writhe helplessly on the ground. In an instant, more people flooded out of the corridor, rushing toward the snake's corpse with gleaming eyes, just like the previous night. He and the others quickly cut off a large chunk, each carrying at least 30 pounds, and then ran upstairs. There were also people from Building 6 coming down to grab snake meat, along with some unfamiliar faces. As they went up, many people deliberately bumped into them, not trying to steal anything, seemingly just stalling for time. A thought crossed Ji's mind, and without blinking an eye, she swung her knife. Now the way upstairs was no longer blocked, and the three of them reached the 18th floor smoothly. Jiang Zhou stretched out his long arm to stop them, careful. There are people. A few people were bent over in front of the corridor door, messing around. Just as he had suspected, someone was prying the door open. While they were fighting for their lives to kill the snake downstairs, the entire community benefited. And now they were uniting to stall for time to let someone break into their door. She had no hope for these people as humanity, but she expected them to be this shameless. Moreover, the snake's corpse was still lying downstairs. Her expression turned cold as she stepped forward with her knife, silently stabbing each of them multiple times. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan, unwilling to be outdone, joined in and kicked the corpse down from the 17th floor. They couldn't be bothered to throw it all the way down to the bottom. They wanted these people to clearly see what happened to those who tried to pry open the door to the 18th floor. Covered in blood, it was quite disgusting, and who knows if there was any viral infection. Half an hour later, the three gathered in Unit 01. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan went to the kitchen to prepare ingredients while Ji rummaged through the spices. The student supplies were abundant, but Jiang Zhou's steamed buns were as hard as rocks, yet the condiments were surprisingly plentiful. Today, a snake meat didn't have any pus. And Lin Chuan brought over 2 pounds, cutting a bit to cook a pot of porridge, while the rest was stir-fried. One king crab was steamed, and another was made spicy, with Ji preparing a garlic and green pepper dipping sauce. She had intentionally frozen everything for a while before bringing it over. And the two didn't suspect anything. Maybe they both felt the other had secrets, but they tacitly chose not to mention it. The more than 10 pounds of king crab, once steamed, were presented whole on the table, with the rest arranged around it, even more abundant than what they usually had during the New Year. The three raised their glasses together. Cheers to celebrating that we've survived another day. Chapter 38. Shen Yuro's son. After the meal, Ji fought off drowsiness and fed a few in the space. The silly creature protested strongly, and Ji promised to take it next time, which calmed it down. Ji relaxed and lay in bed, falling into a deep sleep. She spent the day eating and sleeping, practicing when not tired, and casually watched a mystery drama. The male lead was really handsome, but she didn't know if he survived. The next morning at 6, he struggled to get out of bed. Supplies were distributed per person, and the community was almost empty. They reinforced the corridor door again, then all donned their skates and quickly headed down the mountain. Lin Chuan's skates were still exchanged with Jiang Zhou for steamed buns and a sleeping bag. No matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun the starving crowd, which had already formed a long line ahead. With limited supplies, the upper management had developed cold-resistant crops. The yield unknown but definitely safe, allowing everyone to choose between seeds or supplies. Furthermore, from today onward, supplies will be distributed every 2 weeks, with the same rules. As soon as this news broke, the crowd erupted, mostly with discontented voices. Why couldn't the supplies and seeds be distributed together? Give people a way to survive. The national survival rate had dropped significantly, but various places were still distributing supplies for free. It was only a matter of time before supplies dwindled, and they might not be distributed again in the future. Yet these people only heard what they wanted, clamoring for both. Taking advantage of their uproar, Ji and the others quickly moved to the seed distribution point, got their seeds, and fled. Before leaving, they found the triangular man from the last supply exchange and agreed on a time to swap supplies. They stashed the seeds in their backpacks, avoiding the crowd and heading to the last fishing spot, breaking the ice, casting nets, and hauling in fish without a moment's pause. By 2 o'clock that afternoon, they had only caught over 500 pounds, leaving 50 pounds each. The 500 pounds were exchanged for 20 pounds of rice and 30 pounds of potatoes. The 18th floor was being eyed by many, and today no one was guarding the home. Before anyone could make a move, the three had swiftly returned home. The strawberries and blueberries in the flower bed were completely picked clean, and they pulled up a batch of well-grown vegetables, planting some leeks in the empty spots, which could be harvested several times. After quickly tidying up these, they hid under the covers, starting a day of laziness. Just as he pulled up the TV series, the doorbell rang in the corridor. Cursing, she grabbed her knife and opened the door. However, she only saw a shadow flash by, with a red-green envelope lying lonely on the ground. TSK so tacky. Ji instinctively thought of Shun Guai. Upon opening the envelope, it was written in Shun Yuro's tone, but the handwriting was sloppy, clearly dictated. The gist was that Shun Yuro had heard she was attacked by residents in the community and urged her to move to the villa area quickly, where she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink, and there would be people to serve her. With this letter, she was even more certain that Shun Yuro was still suspicious of her, and now she was quite sure. If she were still the same as in her previous life, she would probably be rushing to deliver herself at this point. Unfortunately, she had been reborn, expressionless. She tore the paper into tiny pieces and continued to lie down and be lazy. For 2 consecutive days, she stayed home, while Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan went downstairs. On this day, just after Jiang Zhou and the others left, someone banged heavily on the corridor door, followed by a flurry of footsteps, and then a child's cries rang out at the door. Wah! Mommy, open the door. Great. She hadn't even gone to settle scores yet, and they were coming to cause trouble again. She remembered that the child was named Ji Hao, given her surname specifically by Shen Yuro. In her previous life, upon hearing that the child shared her surname, she thought it was fate, not knowing it was a man-made connection. Mommy, don't abandon me. Mommy, I was wrong. Please open the door. The child, with small hands, rattled the iron door gap. However, Lin Chuan hesitated. When did you have a child? He was speechless. That child is Shun Yuro's, not mine. As soon as she said this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief and locked their doors tightly, pretending not to hear. No matter how ungrateful that child was, he was only 2 or 3 years old now, still not fully weaned. What could they do if they went out? Threaten a child with a knife? The child wailed outside the corridor door for 10 minutes before crying and going downstairs. But if one looked closely, they could see the child was all bluster, no substance. There were no real feelings, just a hoarse act. He wasn't surprised. That child had clung to her from the beginning, and in this life, she wouldn't be that foolish again. Meanwhile, he, guarding the house, received a second letter, still the familiar red-green envelope. The gist was that the child was clinging to Shun Yuro, wanting his mommy, urging he to hurry to the Shun family. Or else the child would cause a scene every day, and Jihe's reputation would be ruined. He hesitated, unsure how to phrase it. He bluntly replied, "My private life is chaotic. I raise but don't give birth, abandoning a child." Lin Chuan gave her a thumbs up. You guessed it right. He nodded knowingly. These people couldn't even fill their stomachs and still had the energy to worry about this? Let them talk anyway. Those who already scolded her would have plenty of new vocabulary to use, so it wouldn't get boring. She had always been like this. Being scolded wouldn't cost her anything, but seeing them hate her while being unable to do anything about it made her happier. Thinking of the 2 consecutive letters, her expression turned cold as she extended her consciousness into the space, starting to count the usable weapons. Chapter 39. Selecting the lucky one to break in at noon. The child came crying again. 3 people on the 18th floor refused to show their faces. They just cry, but the child isn't theirs, so it has nothing to do with them, even if they cry to death. There are too many people watching them, and, as long as they show up, someone will want to break into their door, forcing the 3 to stay home. Shall we go downstairs together tonight? He raised an eyebrow and asked the 2. What for? To catch fish? Seeing the various expressions on their faces, she helplessly added, "We're not doing anything illegal, just kicking the door a couple of times. If it doesn't close properly and someone else breaks in, it has nothing to do with us, right?" Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan's eyes brightened. They had also been annoyed for days, but before they could act, those people ran away faster than rabbits. Now, they can't even manage murder. So what's wrong with kicking a couple of times? The 3 agreed on a time to act, taking advantage of the afternoon when most people were out, and swaggered downstairs. They randomly picked some lucky houses without breaking the doors, just damaging the lock so it wouldn't close tightly. Most homes had no one inside, and some who heard the noise got scared and fled, no one daring to stop them. There were still several corpses on the 17th floor. No one wanted to be the next. They didn't spare other buildings either, and when their feet hurt from kicking, they used a hammer. If they weren't doing something unethical, they poured water on the locks, freezing the doors shut. They didn't go overboard. In a community with over 100 households, they only targeted about 30 or 40. After a round, the 3 squeezed into the best vantage point on the 02 floor. They felt a sense of relief. Finally, they didn't have to guard the stairway door, which had kept them from sleeping well. The results of the houses they had pried open versus those they had in 10 days or half a month were already obvious. It was rare for them to stay in one place, so they gathered ingredients to make hot pot, mostly fish, shrimp, and crabs, along with a few hard, wilted potatoes, and some dry wild vegetables. He pulled up some radishes she had planted inside, unexpectedly still fresh, though small, and also took out some bean sprouts from her space, along with the essential folded ear root. They had never liked these 3 items before, but now they were more excited than seeing their own mother, with the 2 surrounding Jihe, asking her how to grow them. She didn't dare to explain and just muddled through. As night fell, the community became lively. They sat by the window, eating while watching shadows sneak around in the stairwell, even seeing several people appearing at the same door. Those who had their doors broken were not foolish either. They moved furniture to barricade their entrances. Some were ruthless, starting fires to melt the snow, then splashing water on the doors to seal them tight, which would make it tough to get out the next day. They don't have much to eat. Do they need to go to such lengths? Lin Chuan asked curiously. They just got supplies yesterday, Everyone has some. Even if it's just one portion per household, it's enough for a person to eat for a week. Is what we're doing not too good? Some households had blood splattered on their windows, and occasionally someone struggled and screamed as they were thrown out of the building. However, such cases were rare. Most doors were tightly guarded, or they simply handed over their supplies without a fuss. Jihi was silent for a moment, but she never regretted her decision. If we were a little softer-hearted, those people would be our fate. Lin Chuan buried his head in grabbing radishes, once again marveling at his good luck in renting this place under such circumstances, and the two neighbors were no saints either. Jihi and Jiang Zhou shared the same thought. The three quickly finished a large pot, leaving the bottom pot relatively clean, and unanimously decided to put on the balcony to freeze so they could eat it again next week. Such things diminish with each meal, and Jihi didn't want to waste anything. The hustle and bustle in the community continued until the early hours of the morning, and sure enough, no one from the 18th floor came up again, allowing the three to sleep in peace. However, Jihi forced herself to stay awake and enter the space. Once inside, a familiar notification hit her. Total doors broken. 38, mental state meets standards, keep up the good work. She hadn't seen this for almost a month, mainly because her space had been sufficient for a while, and the weather was so cold that she had no desire to mess around. Skirting the notification, she found the upgrade area. The newly expanded sandy area was a square patch about 55 meters long. Perhaps it hadn't been developed for too long. It felt a bit skimpy, giving only this little. However, with the sandy area, the planting space finally expanded, and she hoped for a rice-growing area next time. But she didn't rush to take care of it. First, she washed off the hot pot smell, then quickly dove back into bed. She wasn't lacking food for now, so farming could wait until tomorrow. After staying up late yesterday, the child didn't come upstairs to cry today, allowing Jihi to sleep until the afternoon. Once awake, she entered the space again, with today's goal to fill the sandy area with crops. The first batch would be soybeans and chili peppers. She couldn't eat vegetables without spice. The silly bird watched her for a while, seemingly understanding what she was doing, and flapped over to drop the seeds into the holes Jihi had dug. Seeing it play happily, Jihi felt justified in directing the silly bird's work. When it was time to plant the chili peppers, she didn't let it use its beak, marking out a patch of land for it to play on instead. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Did she just see that silly bird leave a pile in there? She walked over and fenced off that patch of land, saying, "This is yours, don't mess it up." The silly bird protested a couple of times, but eventually gave in to the threat of being stewed. The 5 rabbits had grown a bit, but were still far from being able to breed. So she tossed all the old vegetable leaves into the feed bowl and petted the rabbits a couple of times. After everything was tidied up, she exited the space, only to find it was already 7 or 8 o'clock. Tonight, there would be a special snack event, and she planned to stay up all night binge-watching shows, sleeping only during the day. She woke up at 8 p.m., and Jiang Zhou knocked on the door. After a day and night of silence, he was worried she might have collapsed inside. She quickly checked her gear, put on her anti-stab suit, and quietly climbed up to the rooftop. Then, she leaped down. Chapter 40. Searching the Shun family jumping from the height of the 18th floor required immense courage. He only dared to do it because she had her golden finger. Unable to resist the urge mid-jump, she entered the space to pause briefly before continuing, landing lightly. She came down from the back of the community, and, at night, as temperatures dropped, most people were tucked under their blankets, completely unaware that someone had jumped off a building. Quickly circling the community, she put on her skates, covered her face, and glided towards the villa area. Having scouted the place last time, she found it effortlessly this time. The glass on the courtyard wall seemed to have been thickened again, but that didn't pose a challenge for her. If she could jump from the 18th floor, how could a few meters high courtyard wall stop her? Using the same method, she landed in the yard without making a sound. Tonight was Shun Guai's birthday, and according to his rules, regardless of the circumstances, they had to party all night. There was no one guarding outside today, and the living room door was tightly closed, with red and blue lights and loud party music seeping through the cracks. She wandered around and found the water barrel used by the Shun family in the kitchen. He was fair and square. Every barrel contained animal laxatives, the same ones given by the boss in the countryside. They would take effect in 2 minutes. And the results were excellent. Worried about uneven distribution, she circled around again, looking for her target. He smiled slyly as she sprinkled a layer of frosting on the cake. She wasn't reckless enough to face 20 people alone. But if they ate her carefully concocted laxatives, it would be a different story. Then she slipped back into the space from a concealed spot. Before long, someone from inside came out to move the cake, light the candles, and then sing happy birthday loudly. The noise was so loud that he could hear it from the second floor. She suspected that even if she hadn't tea come today, Guai wouldn't tea last long. Although it looked like there were many people in his villa, they were all cheap labor he had recruited during the flooding, just looking for a place to live and something to eat. If they encountered life-threatening situations, they would likely run faster than the unlucky ones who had been following her. She waited in the space for more than 10 minutes, and the Shun family villa couldn't hold it any longer, with everyone rushing to the bathroom. Even Shun Guai, who acted all high and mighty after getting rich, couldn't hold it in anymore. He kicked away the little brothers who were fighting him for the bathroom and stayed inside without coming out. With the bathrooms occupied, those who didn't make it ran out of the villa, not knowing where to find a place to squat. The effect of the drug would last at least half an hour, enough for her to do her work. He held the nail gun in her hand. The machete tucked at her waist, covered her face, and silently stepped out of the space. When she pushed open Shun Yuru's room, she hesitated a bit. It would be too embarrassing if the other party was inside. Luckily, the two of them disdained mingling with Shan Guai's little brothers and were hiding in the room, sweet-talking each other, calling each other darling and baby. He almost vomited at the door, took a deep breath, and quietly pushed the door open. The two on the bed were suddenly hit by a cold breeze, and Shin Yuru impatiently turned her head to scold. "Get out and play. Who dares to open my door?" However, the dark figure at the door remained motionless, seemingly holding something in hand. The two felt a wave of anxiety and quickly turned on the light. They saw a person completely covered, holding a machete with blood dripping from the tip. After arriving at the Shun family, Lu Hang regained his arrogance. Seeing the person not leaving, he impatiently got out of bed barefoot and was about to take action. Ji decisively stabbed twice, pushing him into the room and closing the door. "You are Ji? What do you want? If you kill me, your secret will be exposed. You better think it through." Shin Yuru surprisingly did not shout, but instead attempted to threaten her calmly. Ji became interested upon hearing this. "What secret of mine? Do tell. You must have used that ability paper, right?" A hint of jealousy flashed in Shun Yuru's eyes. "That thing was supposed to be mine." Ji nodded knowingly and then brought down the bloodied knife. Shin Yuru felt her heart race, and before she could even feel the pain, she fainted. Ji hesitated for a moment before preparing to stab again, clicking her tongue. "Really can't take a hit." She tied the two of them up securely and stuffed them into the space. The last stab hit Shun Yuru's collarbone. Even without a follow-up, Shun Yuru wouldn't survive. Keeping her alive would be useful. If Shun Yuru woke up halfway and found herself tied to a corpse, that would be even more entertaining. After changing into Shun Yuru's clothes, they were of similar build and quite fitting, though too conspicuous for action. She conveniently collected all the jewelry as well. Finally, she locked the door and went to the kitchen to collect everything, not leaving even the pots behind. The 17 little brothers were still useful. Just the relief food was over 100 pounds. The mountain goods and sea fish combined filled 3 freezers to the brim. The separate boar house was stacked with firewood, charcoal, and items that hadn't been moved yet. He cleaned out every last bit. She didn't believe Xinguai would keep everything out in the open. After thinking it over, she pinched her nose and approached the bathroom where Xinguai was, kicked the door hard, and then hid back into space. "Who the hell kicked my door?" Xinguai shouted in surprise. Ji held her nose and remained silent. Stepping out of the space to slice a small hole in the door, the smell was overwhelming and she couldn't stand it anymore, so she went back into the space. A minute later, Xinguai shakily supported himself against the wall as he came out, just about to call for someone. Ji quickly stepped out from the space and dealt with him in one swift motion. Those who talk too much always end up reversing. She didn't want to take risks or torture anyone, feeling uneasy, so she directly killed him to eliminate future troubles. She fished out the basement key from Xinguai's pocket and quickly walked toward the basement door. Once it opened, He felt her ambitions were still small. Although Shengwai was a nouveau riche, what he hoarded was all top quality. Cigarettes and liquor filled the floor, steaks and foie gras were preserved by ice. And there was 1,000 pounds of rice. The garage next door housed 2 large trucks. It was no wonder the Shun family had no real power and lacked abilities, yet could still hold a place in the apocalypse. After collecting about 2/3 of the supplies, the rest would serve as a smokescreen. Having everything disappear would be too conspicuous. Ensuring that someone saw Shun Yuru's hand moving, she drove away in one of the trucks. The surrounding villa residents could see someone speeding away in a truck. Looking from the rooftop, there was a pool of blood in the neighboring yard. They were relieved that the nouveau riche could finally stop bothering them, but worried about who would be next. Chapter 41. Disposing of the body. He carefully drove the truck down the mountain, deliberately avoiding the road by the community. Only then did she feel at ease to stop the vehicle, observe her surroundings, and store the truck in the space. Before coming, she had specifically cleared an area on the beach, which was now perfect for use. She quickly hid behind a rock and released Shun Yuru from the space. Shun Yuru's shoulder was bleeding profusely, her expression terrified as she struggled desperately. He expressionlessly surveyed the two tied together, then swung the hammer and smashed a hole in the ice surface. She kicked the inseparable pair down. Even if Shun Yuru struggled with all her might, it was pointless. The weight of the two dragged her straight down to the bottom of the sea. Watching the gradually freezing hole, he felt no emotional fluctuations. She had initially wanted Shun Yuru to experience the contrast, but Shun Yuru had been too much of a troublemaker. After confirming there were no traces on the ground, she changed into a white winter coat and walked toward the community. Just as she reached her doorstep, she unexpectedly found that the bell on the hallway door had been removed, and there was a thermos at the entrance of room 03. He instinctively glanced at room 01, where Jiang Zhou was, sensing that he knew she had slipped out. So what did this thermos mean? A threat? She almost fell asleep while taking a bath, forcing herself to get into bed before meeting the Sandman, completely forgetting about the thermos. The next day, when she woke up, the thermos was already cold. She opened it to find red sugar millet porridge and a few goji berries inside. She took the thermos into the space, heated it in the microwave, and called it breakfast. Taking a sip, she was unexpectedly surprised by the slightly salty sweet taste, as if salt had been added. Cult. It was definitely a cult. By the afternoon, the child still hadn't come upstairs to cry, and the community speculated whether he had frozen or starved to death in some corner. They then hated the 18th floor even more, feeling it was too cruel, leaving them with no way to live, unable to rob or beg. That night, he went out with the thermos, and the bell on the hallway door was reinstalled. She was sure that no one had gone out from last night until now. Jiang Zhou opened the door, unable to detect anything unusual. Is it good? I made it randomly. Not bad, he said, her eyes twitching, not wanting to dampen his confidence. Jiang Zhou's eyes immediately sparkled like a little dog. Then I'll make it for you again tonight. After taking the medicine, she felt a bit better. If she ate another meal made by Jiang Zhou, she would almost ascend directly to heaven. After returning home, she continued to lie down and rest, with a hot water bottle under her feet and an electric blanket warming up the bedding. After lying there for a while, it wasn't as uncomfortable anymore. She had OCD and couldn't stand seeing things messy. Just as she was about to walk around, as usual, her sharp eyes caught a line of small text below. Update progress 20. He felt something was off, resembling an icon that appeared while loading a game. But she wasn't smart and didn't want to think about it. She put the newly collected cigarettes and liquor in one pile. There were over 100 boxes, all good quality. In the apocalypse, even a bottle of watered-down alcohol was worth quite a bit, and most cigarettes had been soaked in water. When cravings for smoke or alcohol hit, they could only gnaw on tree bark to satisfy their appetites. By the later stages, cigarettes and liquor were worth more than gold. She carefully organized everything, planning to take some out to find bargains since she neither smoked nor drank. Any trade would be a profit. After tidying up, she fed the rabbits and then went out. You came at the right time. I have something to tell you. Lin Chuan welcomed the two into the house. The wealthy man they saw at the foot of the mountain has died, apparently killed by his own underlings. Now the house is occupied by those underlings. But some locals saw the wealthy man's daughter fleeing in a truck. Lin Chuan spoke with great interest. There were too few forms of entertainment after the apocalypse. Now everyone around is looking for her, thinking of stopping the road to get a piece of the pie. Ji made a surprised face. Huh? Did his underlings betray him? Jiang Zhou shot her a glance. Ji blinked innocently, not feeling guilty at all. One was excitedly gossiping, while the other pretended to be excited to listen. The conversation drifted further and further away, with all sorts of chaotic plot lines being mentioned. Jiang Zhou, unable to tolerate it any longer, interrupted them. Are we missing the point? He took a deep breath and continued. I heard from people at the foot of the mountain that the authorities are recruiting people for snow removal and rescue operations, offering 5 pounds of grain per month. The jobs will pay a little more, and those who perform well will earn points, which can be exchanged for supplies. The specifics of the exchange will be known later. Next time we go to collect supplies, we'll sign up together. Are you in? 5 pounds of grain a month is very little. But anything collected during the operation belongs to the individual, and there are no more restrictions. Everyone is short on food, so there will probably be a lot of people signing up. I'm definitely going. Lin Chuan was the first to express his intent. When he came, he brought 2 suitcases full of supplies, relying on what he hoarded before and some items he snatched. After the heavy snow blocked the mountains, food became scarcer, and he was relying on that little bit of relief grain in his stockpile. Even if he tried to ration it, he couldn't last much longer. Besides, he was already going out almost every day. Getting an additional paycheck wouldn't hurt. Ji hesitated for a moment. I'll decide next time when I go to collect supplies. But from obtaining space to stockpiling, her mindset had always been about being laid back. With those conditions, why should she put herself in a difficult position? So, she couldn't make a decision for now. Jiang Zhou used the same reasoning. He didn't find it strange. She always thought this seemingly socially anxious neighbor was not simple. The 3 quickly discussed and decided to start breaking ice and fishing for supplies again from tomorrow. More and more people were doing this, and the supply ratio had already started to drop in price. If they didn't take action, they would really have to stay home. They then moved the charcoal basin to the living room, closed the windows, and set up the snail noodles. After taking a bite, she felt something was missing, so she took the bowl into the space and made a fried egg to put on top. She made a super small bowl for the silly bird, and they all started to eat together. One bite in, it was greasy, both stinky and fragrant, and her stomach instantly felt better. Chapter 42. Attempt to log in the next day. They got up on time, changed into outerwear, and filled their clothes with hand warmers, one in each hand. After confirming there were no exposed areas on their bodies, they took the silly bird and headed out. Jiang Zhou knew this bird was strange, but it was okay. Lin Chuan didn't find it weird at first glance, but on the second glance, he realized, your backup food has mutated, hasn't it? Daring to fly out in this cold. Backup food? Ji paused for a moment before realizing he was talking about the silly bird. Its name was Silly Bird, but calling it backup food was a bit too cruel. She quickly picked up the silly bird and stuffed it into her pocket, leading the way downstairs. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan were dumbfounded behind her, and after a while, they both gave a thumbs up. The 3 of them quietly made their way downstairs. But someone still noticed them. They didn't mind. Jiang Zhou had recently welded the corridor door back together with something and put up a lot of spikes outside, including on the ground. The locks on the 3 houses had also been upgraded. It looked ordinary now, but they had all tried it together. No one could pry that door open. That was how they could go out together. With many people exchanging supplies now, fish were no longer a rarity. The ratio had dropped to 100 pounds of fish for 1 pound of supplies, and rice was even more expensive. Moreover, it had to be pure fish, and one had to go ice fishing themselves during the exchange. But many people were willing to trade. After all, seafood was abundant, and with some effort, one could earn more in a month than working for the authorities. The triangular guy's business was booming, and he stopped collecting fish. The triangular guy's base was a cluster of 3 rural villas by the shore, just a few hundred meters from the mainland. Fortunately, they hadn't been flooded yet. The extreme cold had come, freezing the sea surface and eliminating the risk of flooding, so they hadn't moved. He went to get the cart, while Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan went to break the ice. The triangular guy accepted the one-eyed man's cart and handed it to her, but her attention was drawn to a big object on the ice. It was a yacht about 6 meters long. Is it yours? She asked seemingly casually. The one-eyed man turned to look. Yeah, bought it at a high price when the water rose, but not long after, the sea froze. The boss scolded me terribly. He looked dejected, but GE's mind started to whirl. How much is this thing worth now? Bought for over 100,000. Now it's worth only 5 or 600 pounds of grain. GE was somewhat surprised. So cheap? He scratched his head. Now that the ice age has come, anyone buying this thing is a fool. Maybe it won't even sell for 2 pounds of sweet potatoes. Knowing that the extreme cold could last for a year or at least half a year, and that the ocean would cover the globe, GE, who was preparing to take advantage of the situation and buy the yacht, thought just chatting a bit. She quickly grabbed the cart and rushed to the place where they had fished before. Before leaving, she glanced back at the yacht reluctantly, but to avoid looking foolish. She held back for now. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan worked efficiently. By the time she arrived, the thick ice had already been broken, and the silly bird had flown off to play somewhere. Countless octopuses waved their tentacles and crawled onto the ice, with some tentacles even clutching a few crabs. The three of them worked hard to fish, and the cart behind them was piled high. Someone passing by saw there were only 3 of them and attempted to rob them. Ji decisively pulled out a nail gun and shot the leader, knocking him to the ground. Red blood gushed out, instantly freezing him to the ground and gradually stiffening. Those behind him saw this and quickly ran away. They didn't deal with the body. Leaving it there deterred several waves of people. It was true that everyone wanted shortcuts, but one had to consider whether they would live to enjoy it. With no one disturbing them, their cart quickly filled up. Ji continued to fish by the ice hole, while Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan took the cart to exchange for supplies. Ji wasn't worried about the 2 of them secretly pocketing the goods. Not to mention they wouldn't do such a thing, even if they did. She would just pry open the door, steal everything, and run away. Are all the fish in the sea coming ashore? So many people are fishing, and there doesn't seem to be any less, Lin Chuan said while pushing the cart, trying to lighten the mood. Is it possible their reproduction speed has increased, and most of them have grown larger? If they remain frozen, that's fine, but if it warms up one day and the sea surface thaws? He hinted subtly. That is unlikely, right? Didn't the experts say we enter the ice age? Jiang Zhou interjected. When have the experts ever been right? The weather is so abnormal. Maybe we can all become sea bandits. Ji nodded in agreement. In the future, not only will there be sea bandits, but also underwater bandits. In the ocean era, some people will evolve to breathe underwater, living directly in the water. Mermaids won't be a myth anymore. But she couldn't say that now, or she might end up locked in a small dark room. When they returned to the community, many people had their eyes on them, loaded with supplies. They had also fished, but their equipment wasn't as good. They were fishing barehanded, and the best they could manage was a homemade small net. No one was willing to lend them a cart. They relied entirely on manual labor, and after a while, they couldn't handle it anymore. Getting dozens of pounds in a day was already considered excellent. So, when they saw the 3 on the 18th floor who had obviously exchanged a lot of supplies, they felt both envy and jealousy. But seeing the knives hanging at their waists, with blood frozen on them, looking still fresh, they thought of the fate that befell those who tried to rob the 18th floor, and they wilted, hastily closing their curtains and rubbing their frozen hands. The amount one person got was almost equivalent to what a whole family could exchange. When the exchange ratio dropped to 200 pounds for 1 pound of supplies, they took a break. This ratio was worse than just eating the fish directly. There are too many fish on the shore, so many that the ice layer hasn't even been broken, and various seafood have broken through the ice layer on their own. Jiang Zhou stood by and watched for a while, pondering. They're trying to land. Chapter 43. Do you believe in light? Landing? That's unlikely. How can they land without legs? Lin Chuan didn't quite believe it. The silly kid heard his name and tilted his head, the little girl's voice saying something strange. Daddy, why are there so many wild women? The 3 of them twitched their mouths and pretended not to see her. Lin Chuan still thought they were just talking nonsense and hurriedly slid down the roadside. Now the areas affected by nuclear pollution aren't that wide, and with parts of the sea frozen, the spread has been blocked, so most sea fish can still be eaten after a little processing. Just thinking about how the sea surface will thaw later made he feel a chill down her back. She couldn't bring herself to eat, so she could only try to catch as much as possible now. However, before they could land, something nearby surged up through the ice, causing the surrounding ice to crack inch by inch. Run! With a shout from someone, screams erupted nearby, and everyone began to scramble onto the road. After he and the others ran far away, they could see what had caused such a commotion. A 5-meter-sized crab jumped out of the sea, and a large area around it broke apart, causing many people to fall into the sea. In 50-degree temperatures, falling into the icy sea water is basically a death sentence. The lucky ones who escaped screamed and scattered, and he and her companions were among them. The silly kid was quite crafty, flapping its wings faster than anyone, and seeing it run towards the community, didn't bother with it. But for some reason, that crab seemed to be chasing after them. Sister don't be afraid of difficulties, go for it, Lin Chuan shouted while running. He gritted her teeth and said, you go ahead if you can. She wasn't stupid. A crab as big as a house, with claws 3 times her size and a hard shell. How could she fight it? If it really chased her down, she could just hide her space. Who cares if those two live or die? That being said, the crab behind them had more legs and was longer than they were, and it was getting closer. Suddenly, the movement behind them slowed down, and he seemed to sense something. She turned around sharply to see a water column spraying onto the crab's legs and claws, quickly freezing it to the ice under the low temperature. A water-type ability user. He was shocked. There were very few ability users, and it had only been 3 months, yet someone could use their abilities so skillfully. What is this? Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned and almost fell flat on his face. Not only that giant crab, but also the extraordinary water ability. Many people were scared out of their wits and scrambled away from the scene. Hurry up! I can't hold on for long. A slightly hoarse female voice shouted desperately. He looked towards the sound and recognized that girl as someone from their community. She had also led the charge with water during the giant python incident. Go! Are you just standing there waiting for death? Jiang Zhou grabbed her and ran, kicking Lin Chuan's leg as he passed, not forgetting to insult him a bit. He pulled the 2 of them towards another patch of ice away from the crowd. This way, if the crab is coming after us, then the others won't be affected either. I'm not a saint. I just don't want to expose my space in front of too many people. They ran further away from the sea, leaving the crab far behind. The water-type user girl, seeing that everyone had dispersed, instantly lost strength and was taken away by her companions. The crab was completely frozen in the ice, with only its claws slightly moving. That person, did you see her? She can shoot water, Lin Chuan said, panting as he ran, still surprised. He was just about to say something when there was another tremor behind them. The crab broke free from the ice that had trapped it, leaping behind the 3 of them, casting a large shadow over them. The ice surface couldn't withstand the impact, and with a series of crisp sounds, the ice blocks beneath their feet shattered, about to drop them into the sea. Jiang Zhou reacted quickly, kicking he out. Damn! He shouted, and before she could react, she landed on a small piece of floating ice, weighing over 90 pounds. She hadn't even stabilized herself when the floating ice tilted and she fell into the sea. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, the icy cold seawater still froze her to the core. He instinctively wanted to slip into her space, but a subtitle bumped into her, and with a flash in front of her eyes, her connection to the space was abruptly cut off. Surprised, she read the subtitle, Abnormality ahead. Please explore. In less than half a second, the cold sensation around her disappeared, and she fell to the ground. The moment she opened her eyes, she checked her space, and everything was functioning normally, as if the earlier blockage was just a glitch. Only then did she have the time to observe her surroundings. She found herself in a dripping cave, with the entrance obscured by a curtain of water, and she could still see fish swimming. She was still in the sea, not knowing what principle prevented this area from flooding with seawater. Moreover, she could breathe freely. Connecting this to the subtitle that had just bumped into her, she instantly understood that there was something in here that her space desired. But why couldn't it just communicate properly instead of bumping into her? The next moment, she was automatically drawn to something on the stone wall. It was another complete mural. In the center of the mural was the shape of the earth, surrounded by countless eyes carved into it, and she could even discern emotions from them. He, being somewhat naive, took a few steps forward and reached out to poke one of the eyes on the mural. The moment her hand touched it, The eye turned to sand and fell away. She found it intriguing and was about to poke another one. However, before her finger could land, a subtitle appeared out of nowhere and forcefully pushed her out of the cave, instantly filling the cavity where she could breathe with seawater. She was thrown into the dark currents of the sea, her head slamming into a rocky bottom, and she lost consciousness in an instant. In a daze, someone grabbed her waist and started to float upwards. Then a blinding light pierced through her heavy eyelids, waking her up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a giant light bulb holding her, shaking so much that she couldn't keep her eyes open. She thought she had gotten up too suddenly, but the next moment, the light faded, revealing the original figure. That familiar face, seemingly devoid of desires, enlarged in front of her. After confirming she was awake, he expressionlessly stepped back and sat down. He remained in shock, slumped on the ground, staring at Jiang Zhou. The atmosphere was awkward for a while, until Jiang Zhou broke the silence, softly asking, "Do you believe in light?" Chapter 44, Water-type ability user, fragments. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't manage it. Her whole body was soaked, and the wind was freezing her, sticking her tightly to the ice surface. Unfortunately, she had just been bumped by the subtitle and still hadn't recovered, feeling completely drained. The scene was too beautiful for her to even dare to think about it. She could only awkwardly ask Jiang Zhou, "Ultraman, can you help me up? I'm stuck." Jiang Zhou's expression was even more strange, with a hint of eeriness. What if Ultraman also got stuck on the ice and was exhausted? The two exchanged silent glances, both sharing disdain for each other, but their situations were the same, so they didn't voice it. He turned her head and saw the crab's severed limbs scattered on the ground not far away. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, "What about that crab? Where did Lin Chuan go? Did he get eaten?" Exploded. Jiang Zhou pointed at the nearby remnants, completely ignoring Lin Chuan. The scattered limbs on the ground were larger than a normal whole crab. He was surprised who killed it. It didn't even take the meat? Maybe Ultraman came out to fight the monster. Jiang Zhou said seriously, not sounding like he was joking. His mind spun several times before she understood what he meant. "You?" He was astonished, but didn't he ask how he killed it? "What are we waiting for? Hurry up and collect the crabs. If people come, I won't be able to compete with those old men and women." She bent down and made an effort to grab the backpack that had fallen to the side, at least for some cover to take things out of it. Suddenly, a hand reached over to help her, handing her the backpack, and then a familiar voice rang out. "How'd you guys end up like this? Damn, how did this crab get blown apart? Who's so powerful?" Lin Chuan exclaimed in surprise. The two exchanged glances, and he decided to keep her mouth shut. Jiang Zhou, without blinking or skipping a beat, said, "I don't know who buried a bomb here just now. We fell into the water just in time to avoid a disaster." Lin Chuan circled around them in wonder. "Stop talking nonsense. Come help." "All right." Lin Chuan, enjoying the jokes and not delaying on the work, quickly built a fire and then scampered off to catch crabs. Initially, he wanted to burn right under the two of them, but after their strong objections, he settled for roasting from a distance. The ice gradually melted, and the two of them struggled to stand up, but thankfully their pants were intact. The water on their bodies had long since frozen due to the wind, and when they found a stick and looked, the ice was cracking and falling down, making their clothes dry instantly. The three of them had no time to rest and piled up the crab that had chased them for quite a while. Lin Chuan froze a slab of ice and joked, "Do we count as having struck gold? Just bumped into it a couple of times, and my lower back still hurts." As she was thinking about this, she noticed Jiang Zhou's pale face, looking at her with concern. He cleared her throat and said, "Let us have hot pot tonight at my place." She was the only one who knew the truth. He didn't want to talk about it, and she couldn't let him do all the work alone. She had to give him some benefits. Otherwise, what if he left her to die next time? This suggestion had a good effect. Jiang Zhou's face regained some color, and his eyes lit up, though he still nodded modestly. Lin Chuan was different. Upon hearing about hot pot, he nodded vigorously without a second thought, comparable to the silly guy next to him who was still shaking his head in midair. He understood that this was to give her time to tidy up, so they wouldn't see what they shouldn't see. Every time before she went out, she would pack things into her space, and the house would be empty. Now, she had to deliberately take something out to put in the kitchen fridge. Just to put on a show, everything else remained as is. Anyway, everyone's supplies were generally locked in other bedrooms, and they wouldn't go in to check. After about 10 minutes, the two of them came back with 2 large bowls full. The broth from last time could still be used. And G processed the ingredients a bit. There was still a pack of hot pot seasoning left. The main ingredient was today's crab meat. And the vegetables were still just wild vegetable dried mushrooms, radishes grown by Ji, bean sprouts, and what she falsely claimed was her own sun-dried lettuce. She offered vegetables that were hard to come by, and Jiang Zhou and Lin Xuan didn't let her offer any other ingredients, telling her to just sit and wait for the food. The silly guy tilted his head and observed for a while, then suddenly spoke. Bootlicker, Daddy, bootlicker. Ji walked over with a face full of black lines to help the silly guy open the window, glaring at the two with her eyes. What are you taught it? The two exchanged a knowing glance, but didn't dare to say anything, laughing as they quickly slipped away. Ji sat down with peace of mind, relaxing and waiting for the food. The neighbors on the 18th floor were quite decent when they left. They even helped carry away the trash. Take care, come again next time. The silly guy poked its head with its wings, repeating it several times, causing the 3 of them to crack various expressions. Before Ji could recover, the 2 quickly left, giggling. As soon as she sent them off, she went to her space. She hadn't seen what the subtitles were before she fainted. Unknown Fragment Collection 2, Space Upgrading. Upon entering the space, she was hit by familiar subtitles. When she saw the text, it disappeared instantly. Aside from that, there was no other change in the space. She cursed for a while, but there was nowhere to kick. All she could do was pet the rabbits, muttering for them to grow up quickly. It was too late. The space hadn't expanded, and she didn't even manage the things inside, directly going out to toss the silly guy onto the balcony before going to sleep. The next day, she woke up to do some fasting exercises. The water-type ability user who had appeared yesterday, and Jiang Zhou, has unknown ability, inexplicably put pressure on her. Water didn't have much attack power, but in extremely cold weather, it was different. As long as there was enough water, it could freeze a person to death. Jiang Zhou was even scarier. His ability was like a light bulb, able to take down such a large crab by himself. She was just a walking stockpiling machine. If she didn't get her act together, she would have to hide in the space for the rest of her life. 2 hours later, she finally laid down completely. Forget it, the sea area in the space is quite enchanting. If it means hiding for a lifetime, then so be it. Chapter 45. Dragging to work for free. Since that day, large marine creatures occasionally broke through the ice on the frozen sea or were attracted by strange sounds while fishing. The 3 of them on the 18th floor had gone a few times, fishing a bit at the edge, and when they saw schools of fish quickly approaching, they would run away. After a few tries, they had accumulated quite a bit of fish. The 18th floor had completely rested, spending time playing cards at home. When Ji went downstairs to take out the trash, Li Mu was once again sneakily following her upstairs. She pretended not to notice, opened the hallway door as usual, and then yanked Li Mu in and threw him inside. Li Mu had lost quite a bit of weight, but still weighed around 150 pounds. She managed to handle him with just one hand. She was delighted and kicked out. What are you here for? Looking for a beating? Li Mu cried out in pain, quickly begging for mercy. You said I could move in. He tilted her head and thought for a moment. Did I say that? I don't remember. At that moment, 2 doors behind them opened simultaneously. Jiang Zhou walked over to Ji's side, looking gossipy but not saying a word, while Lin Xuan took a few steps over, looking very interested. Hey, isn't this the landlord? Lin Xuan squatted down to meet his gaze. Back then, you said you lived alone. Now you want to go back on that? You only paid 1 month's rent back then. Lin Xuan stared at him with a smile, urging him to continue, but there was no hint of a smile in his eyes. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, feeling that it wasn't entirely fair. But the current relationship on the 18th floor was stable. Suddenly adding someone who had previously caused them trouble made them uneasy. They had already been quite reasonable. Had it been someone else, they would have long since dealt with Li Mu decisively and taken over. However, Li Mu was unwilling to accept the outcome. And seeing that they wouldn't budge, he got angry. You guys wait. He left in a hurry, making a threat as he dashed off. The 3 didn't go too far. They locked the hallway door and didn't pursue. He nodded, considering it an agreement, and then eagerly closed the door. She thought she heard a strange sound in the space, probably indicating that the upgrade was complete. Upon entering the space, familiar subtitles hit her face, and she instinctively took a step back to avoid being hit. The space expanded as usual, and in the corner by the hot spring, 2 panels floated in midair. She walked closer to take a look. It turned out to be the 2 missing murals. The overall framework was vaguely visible, and the fragments of natural disasters and the earth were not touching each other, but rather separated by a large gap. Based on the size of the 2 fragments, there were at least 10 unknown fragments still to be collected. If she was lucky enough to collect all the unknown fragments and piece them together, perhaps she could understand the secrets within. Was the Earth merely a sandbox game? After exiting the space, it seemed to have gotten colder again. Her temperature-regulating clothes had completely failed, and she didn't dare to light the charcoal stove too much for fear of poisoning. For the past few days, she had been alternating between using electric blankets, keeping an eye on one to avoid it burning out. She ate and drank in bed, only getting up to use the bathroom when absolutely necessary. Just like that, when it was time to collect supplies, she resigned herself to get up early and, after meeting up with the 3, mixed into the crowd heading down the mountain. This time going down the mountain, besides collecting supplies and getting the latest official news, she also wanted to get her hands on the small yacht from the Triangular Man. There was no way around it. That small yacht was too tempting, and it could come in handy later on, perhaps even for a water balloon trip. Thinking about it this way, the cold wind at -50 degrees in the morning doesn't seem so hard to accept. Today, everyone in the neighborhood is out again. The ice on the mountain roads is thicker and too slippery, and it takes about an hour to walk down. G doesn't really want to wear ice skates to slide down the mountain. It's too cold, and even a slight increase in speed makes the wind feel like it's drilling into her insides. The 3 of them slowly follow behind the crowd. By the time most people have arrived, the official loudspeaker is brought out again. Disasters are affecting regions across the country. Temperatures continue to drop, and in less than 2 years, all buildings will be buried under ice and snow. In 3 years, there will be no living space for any plants or animals. Just then, it starts to snow lightly, perfectly matching the mood, and the atmosphere on site becomes gloomy. We always believe that disasters will pass, as long as we respond positively. Everything will get better, but currently, everyone is short on manpower and resources, and repairs and rescues are needed everywhere. Therefore, tasks are open to those aged 12 to 60. Everyone can voluntarily register at the registration desk to help restore our homeland to its original state. Considering personal and family factors, the tasks are not fixed shifts, and you can freely choose your working hours. The pay is calculated daily, and after registration, you need to work at least 20 days in a month. For example, 5 pounds of grain for 30 days means if you work 20 days, you'll get 3 pounds and 4 ounces. It's not much, but those who truly want to do this are not just after the grain. There are many resources buried under the ice and snow that they really want. So quite a few people signed up. Moreover, forced possession or robbery is not allowed. If any bad behavior is found, they will be blacklisted, and they will no longer be able to receive relief grain or tasks. After the 3 of them received their anti-cold seeds, they squeezed in front of the task board where there were fewer people. Although it was said to be less crowded, there was still a large group of people. They only squeezed in when the crowd had thinned out somewhat. The tasks were divided into ordinary, skilled, and exploratory. Ordinary tasks involved snow shoveling and road rescue, while there were more skilled tasks, most of which were construction-related and required physically strong individuals, with the highest pay being 10 pounds of grain. The exploratory tasks involved collecting designated resources for the officials, and you'd be given a map to salvage and excavate, with richer resources available. Non-food items found could be exchanged for 30 of their value, while food items could yield 50. Items you didn't want could be exchanged for points, which are valid long-term and can be used in various locations. This should be the easiest task to earn points. He immediately spotted the exploratory tasks. She didn't lack for food or clothing, and she took the task just to collect so-called unknown fragments to upgrade her space. This was perfect for her. Chapter 46. Huazi exchanges for a yacht. Are you going? Jiang Zhou's entire face was buried in his scarf, his voice muffled. If it weren't for the two people beside him, it would be hard to hear. Yes, the pay is low, but the commission is high. We could do it for a month, Lin Chuan expressed his thoughts. He quickly decided to sign up for the exploratory tasks. Jiang Zhou didn't hesitate either, and also lined up for the exploratory tasks. Lin Chuan ultimately decided to take a chance between the ordinary and exploratory tasks. All three from the 18th floor signed up for exploratory tasks. Not a single person took the skilled work. There were many applicants, and the long wait in line was tedious. Standing in the cold wind was both boring and chilly. They could only scrape their shoes against the snow. Suddenly, a foot reached out from beside her, and she saw it was about to step on her foot. Instinctively, she kicked out, and there was a muffled grunt. The foot felt quite solid. She turned in surprise to see it was Li Mu with some people, who had been knocked over by her kick, lying sprawled on the ground and groaning while holding his chest. The frowning person behind him helped him up and said with slight disgust to the three of them, "Occupying someone else's house, whether before or after the apocalypse, is illegal. Please come with us." "Okay, can you wait until we finish registering?" Ji asked. "We're almost next." The security personnel were not pleased with them, but were also unwilling to deal with such matters. There were plenty of people outside having their houses robbed, and they were still in line for processing. Li Mu still had some connections, which allowed him to cut in line. In short, they didn't show much good attitude to either side, but agreed. Li Mu didn't oppose. Once registered, he wouldn't be able to escape. The three of them quickly completed their registration and followed Li Mu and the security personnel to the tent behind, where armed patrols were everywhere outside. Once inside, Lin Chuan calmly explained the situation, while Jiang Zhou was even bolder, showing the surveillance footage and the screenshots of Li Mu and his people breaking in. It must have been taken with a Polaroid camera, directly reporting him for hiring someone to commit murder. Ji also testified alongside him, but unfortunately, she hadn't taken photos in advance. With evidence firmly against him in a 1-to-3 scenario, Li Mu's dream of forcibly moving into the 18th floor was shattered. Lin Chuan's renting without moving out was still somewhat reasonable, but Li Mu's breaking and entering and hiring someone to commit murder would lead to imprisonment even before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, now if he got locked up, he would have to eat prison food, so they were all sent to do hard labor, shoveling snow on Ginkgo Street. "You'll be free in a month." The security personnel quickly issued a punishment, putting a red wristband on him that he couldn't remove. Removing it once would add another month to his sentence. Ji curiously looked at it more closely, asking, "What is this?" The security personnel, seeing their good attitude, patiently explained, "This is a new regulation just issued. The wristbands are color-coded: white, yellow, and red. Red means involvement in malicious harm. In the future, if you encounter someone with this wristband, try to stay far away." "Okay, thank you." He nodded obediently. Li Mu watched from the side, wanting to curse. Why wasn't she so gentle when his hand was almost broken by her? Just showing off, but lacking direct evidence. He could only sullenly wear the wristband and follow the staff. The three from the 18th floor also followed back, and as they left, he waved goodbye with a big smile. Li Mu, furious, couldn't hold back, and was scolded by a nearby staff member. He didn't even dare to utter harsh words, only glaring resentfully at the three as they walked away. After resolving everything, the three of them went to the seaside to prepare to fish. And he made an excuse to check on resource prices and slipped away. Business at the Triangular Man's place hadn't been great recently, relying on a few big bosses to support them, and most of the underlings were at home doing nothing. Today, she deliberately wore neutral clothing with a hat and scarf, even wearing windproof goggles, making sure she was bundled up tightly. As she approached, someone immediately came up. It was a familiar one-eyed man, but he didn't recognize her. He cautiously asked, "New face? What do you want to exchange?" He was still holding a weapon. They did honest business, and the officials didn't manage it. But they had to be wary of some people wanting to take advantage, so they were especially cautious with newcomers. "It's me." She pulled down the various coverings from her face, revealing her features and flashing a smile. The one-eyed man relaxed his grip on the weapon. "Hey, did you wear height-increasing shoes today? I didn't recognize you." "Ah, yes, being taller makes it less likely to get bullied." She joked. "By the way, where's your boss?" "Yes, inside. I can make decisions for exchanges." "I want that big guy," Gee, he said, subtly pointing at the small yacht that was frozen in place. Although the small yacht had dropped in price significantly and no one wanted it, the one-eyed man really didn't dare to make that decision. Let us go in together. It's warm inside. After trading a few times, both parties felt pretty good about each other. So the one-eyed man directly led her to the countryside villa in the middle where the triangular man lived. The one-eyed man went upstairs to inform the triangular man. And only then did the triangular man come down wearing fluffy slippers, still looking like a shark with his mouth open. What do you want that for? The triangular man rubbed his hands, his eyes shining, as if he were looking at a fool. 500 pounds of grain, that's quite a lot. It's not for me. A boss in the tobacco and alcohol business wants to buy it. He loves collecting things like this. Gee, he blinked without hesitation, not wanting to be mocked as a fool for the next 6 months to a year. Saying this, she took out a pack of Huazi from her down jacket pocket to exchange. The packaging of the Huazi was intact, showing no signs of being soaked or damp. And even the triangular man, who smoked all day, couldn't resist. Smokers have this one bad habit. They can skip meals, but they can't skip smoking. And they are picky about the quality. What he had smoked before were all dried after soaking in water, just barely satisfying his cravings. When he suddenly saw a pack of intact cigarettes, his eyes lit up. Were they all unsaturated? Gee, he broke one, lit it, and handed it to him. 6 packs of such cigarettes, plus 2 bottles of Erdwood, what do you say? As soon as the aroma of the well-preserved cigarettes wafted out, the triangular man couldn't resist and took a puff without hesitation, saying deal. After they agreed, the triangular man's subordinates immediately went to break the ice to get the boat out. Even if they couldn't smoke these 6 packs, they could still make a good profit, as rich people are often picky about their taste. But gee, he wasn't losing out either. In their eyes, the yacht was just a hunk of scrap metal, and trading it for dozens of packs of cigarettes could make them a windfall. But in her eyes, it was the same. When the oceans cover the globe and turn into water balls, even a small wooden boat could be traded for an astronomical price. Calculating it this way, she was still the one profiting. Chapter 47. Learn some techniques. Delivery to your doorstep will require an additional fee. The triangular man said again, it's been chaotic everywhere lately. And this thing is so big. Gee interrupted him and handed him a location map, saying there's no need for delivery to the door. Just have your people bring the stuff to this location, and I'll give you 2 extra packs of Huazi. The triangular man readily agreed, and after smoking one, he felt refreshed, completely unlike the soaked goods. She didn't take long coming and going, and neither of them suspected anything, each picking up 20 Jin of their favorite items. Jiang Zhou glanced at her, but didn't ask anything, and even stopped the curious Lin Chuan, saying, go ahead, be careful. Ji nodded and walked in the opposite direction of the two. Not long after Ji left, it suddenly began to rain, although it was just a light drizzle. It changed Ji's expression drastically. A few people nearby were still leisurely fishing, and she hurried her pace, heading towards a remote area. The faint sound of footsteps behind her caught her attention, instantly calming her fear of the impending downpour. She quickly turned the corner and slipped into her space, and the two following her quickly followed, only to be dumbfounded. Where did she go? She was clearly walking this way just now. There were no other paths. The two cursed as they turned in circles at the dead end, even digging through the snow piles to take a look. The raindrops gradually grew larger, pounding onto the snow surface and quickly freezing into ice, slowly trending towards a heavy downpour. Ji didn't want to move, so she stayed on the beach viewing platform, rocking in a chair, and turned on a drama, which masked the panicked shouts of the two. The place where she just entered the space was still a kilometer or two away from the nearest cover, and by the time those two found a place to shelter from the rain, they would probably have already frozen into ice sculptures. She didn't know when the rain would stop, hoping her yacht wouldn't get damaged by the freeze. The temperature outside dropped a few more degrees, and the rain fell heavier, turning to ice within 2 seconds of hitting the ground, likely raising the freezing line significantly by tomorrow. In the middle of the night, the rain gradually stopped, and it began to snow. She got up on time, put on her thick windproof and cold-resistant clothing, and released the most durable wooling hongguang from her space. The two who had been following her were already frozen to death next to a pile of stones, their faces marked with frozen blisters. She poked at the snow pile on the stones, and the snow fell off, covering the bodies of the two. After handling this, she rubbed her hands. got into the car, and didn't bother to turn on the air conditioning. Instead, she placed a hot water bottle in her arms, with heating pads all over her body. The ground was completely frozen, which was slightly better than when covered in snow. At least the wheels wouldn't sink. Carefully driving towards the predetermined location, she occasionally encountered a few people who had no choice but to roast themselves in the open to escape the rain. Upon seeing her driving, their eyes turned green with envy. She lightly pressed the gas, and the car quickly glided away, with the taillights disappearing from view. When she got close to the location, she hid the car and walked over on foot through the snow. The location was set near the coastal area, close to the Villa district. When she arrived, there was a mound covered with a tarpaulin, with a thick layer of ice on top, blending into the ground from a distance, making it impossible to tell that a yacht was hidden underneath. After confirming that there was no one guarding the area, she carefully lifted a corner of the tarpaulin and quietly slipped inside. The triangular man's people were quite trustworthy, and there were no ambushes inside. She took the yacht along with the tarpaulin into her space. Just as she entered the space, footsteps sounded outside again. He had initially planned to keep quiet, but she heard a familiar voice. "You idiot, trying to ambush me? Go dream in hell." Joanna's familiar cursing voice came. Joanna's usually soft and cute face was now fierce, and the machete in her hand moved smoothly, striking down without a trace of blood splattering. The man she had pinned down was unrecognizable, with no discernible features left. He clicked her tongue. She knew Joanna wasn't just a cute girl, but seeing her today, she was even more fierce. Shin Yuru and Lu Heng had died too easily. Unable to hold back, she quietly slipped out of her space to observe and learn. In the end, Joanna kicked the already deceased man away and walked towards the place where he was hiding with her knife. "Wait, he, don't run." Joanna threw her knife and called out softly. He paused, goosebumps rising all over her body, and reluctantly revealed herself. "How did you know I was here?" Joanna replied proudly, "I could smell you. It's a family trait." He was a bit at a loss for words, instinctively sniffing herself. It shouldn't be. She showered every day, and this outfit was freshly changed. Before she could organize her thoughts, the person in front of her suddenly closed their eyes and lay down. Instinctively, she caught the person, only to realize that while Joanna was ferocious in killing, she also had many wounds on her body, and even the part of her neck covered by a scarf showed signs of being choked. He clicked her tongue, hesitating whether to just leave the person there. But this is a rich woman. She wasn't clear about the situation in the Villa district, but from what she had heard earlier, it seemed to be a family feud over inheritance. The person who looked small and weak was actually heavy when passed out. He steeled herself, first blindfolding Joanna and then taking her into the space for simple bandaging, stuffing her into a cardboard box before exiting the space. Sighing, she stared at the wind and snow, continuing towards the community. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The snow was slippery and easy to sink into. Plus, she had to be cautious of the person in the space waking up suddenly. The journey that usually took over 10 minutes took twice as long due to the snow, and she finally reached the community's gate. Near the community, she took Joanna out of the space, and at the staircase, she sighed deeply again. Could she turn back now? Just throw the person out? Clearly, she couldn't turn back now that she was here, so she resignedly bent down and carried her up the stairs. After climbing to the 6th floor, she was starting to struggle. Although Joanna looked small and only weighed about 90 Gene, she felt incredibly heavy when passed out. Carrying her up the stairs was exhausting. Even a strong man of 180 centimeters would struggle. Suddenly, she heard someone coming down the hallway. She kept her expression steady and continued upwards, only to bump straight into Jiang Zhou. Chapter 48. This is a rich woman. He hadn't understood his meaning at first, but at that moment, the person on her shoulder moved, and she realized what Jiang Zhou was talking about. Clearing her throat, she said seriously, "Is it possible this person isn't completely dead? I'm just being a good Samaritan." Jiang Zhou was silent for a moment, looking skeptical, but still took out a large urine bag from his pocket. He hesitated, feeling it was inappropriate, but her body honestly cooperated as she placed Joanna onto the bag, and the two of them lifted her up on either side. It was indeed much easier, and her guilt disappeared instantly. After all, no one should tire themselves out. They carried Joanna into the living room of 1803, and her face was turning pale. In just a short time, the blood on her body had frozen. He lit 2 pots of charcoal, and the indoor temperature gradually rose, making Joanna's complexion look less like a corpse. Since she needed to change clothes, Jiangzhou automatically avoided the area. In the next room, a regular bed was set up with an electric blanket, and after moving the charcoal basin from the living room into the room, the person was shifted onto it. After a few moves, the previously simple bandaging of the wound came undone a bit, seeping a few drops of blood. This was her first time bringing someone into room 03, and she was a bit overly cautious, unable to fall asleep. She quietly took her phone and hid under the blankets to read a novel. By the middle of the night, she still couldn't hold on, and dozed off in a daze. The next morning, she heard someone opening her room door and reflexively grabbed a machete, springing out of bed. No, it's me. Joanna, looking slightly pale, quickly waved her hands when she saw her brandishing the knife. There were people around, so she didn't dare turn on the heater. Stepping out of the blanket for a bit made her feel extremely cold. He poked her head out from under the covers and nodded. He didn't refuse. She preferred this straightforward approach over saying thank you, instantly feeling invigorated. She turned over and sat up. Are you hungry? Come in and warm up. I'll cook something for you. Joanna eagerly entered the room and sat by the fire basin to warm herself, clearly wanting it. She got up from the bed, put on a fluffy pajamas, opened the cupboard, and took out 3 packets of instant noodles. Is this enough? Just instant noodles wouldn't suffice. She also picked some frostbitten cabbage leaves and wild ginger from the balcony that had been frozen in the rain last night, and placed 2 small sweet potatoes in the charcoal basin to roast. No one could refuse instant noodles, not even a wealthy person, who stood by the pot with eager eyes. Covered in dirty feathers, it was a mystery how it managed to get so messy in the heavy snow. As soon as Joanna saw the silly bird, she wanted to grab it to pluck its feathers, but fortunately, he noticed in time and stopped her, preventing them from having roasted bird. After the silly bird flew away, calling out for its dad in fear, Joanna felt a bit regretful. As soon as the steaming, fragrant instant noodles were ready, Joanna quickly took a bowl and started eating. This went on for 2 days, completely shifting he's routine. Joanna showed no intention of leaving, and he wouldn't chase her away, but Joanna's overly punctual biological clock was becoming a bit hard for her to handle. She really enjoyed the feeling of lazily staying in bed until the afternoon. Just then, Jiangzhou knocked on the door and called Lin Chuan over, and the 4 of them played poker together. After getting tired of playing, they gathered some ingredients to cook a big pot of food. During the meal, Jiangzhou suddenly remembered the purpose of knocking on the door. When are you all planning to report? Don't be late, or you won't even get soup. I'm going tomorrow. I was just about to tell you, but I forgot while getting caught up in a game, Lin Chuan said first. He felt a bit awkward. She knew that those who acted first would get to eat meat, and those who arrived late would only get dishwater, but they still had someone living at home. I really envy you guys, she thought when Joanna suddenly sighed. The 3 of them looked at Joanna in confusion, equally puzzled. He understood. Her previous life at the Shun family had been even tougher. He nodded, somewhat expectantly. Do you need an escort? Half price. I can go too. Jiangzhou chimed in. I'm better than them. The wealthy lady chooses me. Lin Chuan said with a wink. Joanna turned her head proudly. Am I that weak? In the 2 times we've met, either I was about to die or about to kick the bucket. How can that be considered weak? But didn't voice her thoughts, quietly pulling out a few sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and peanuts to put on the charcoal basin. Jiangzhou felt it wasn't enough, and quietly added another basin of charcoal, placing a few crabs on top. The 4 of them had a simple version of a hot pot, although the tea turned into boiling water. He had stocked up on tea, but didn't want to take it out. This setup made Joanna even more envious. She couldn't help but suggest, why don't you all move to my place? I'm all alone at home, and it's a bit boring. The 3 on the 18th floor didn't know whether to call Joanna naive or what. If they said she was naive, she had encountered them both times while committing murder. If they said she wasn't naive, she was still foolishly inviting someone she had only met twice to move in with her. If you're bored, you can come find us to play, but moving over is out of the question. He politely declined. She wasn't going, and the 2 men were even less likely to move over. Joanna looked disappointed, not at all like she was joking. The four of them surrounded the charcoal basin, eating while roasting, and when Lin Chuan got excited, he told a few corny jokes. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but tell a couple of ghost stories, which left the three of them in silence, almost driving him out. Occasionally gathering was fine, but living long-term with others was still a bit difficult. She had many secrets, and her comfortable life relied entirely on her space. She didn't trust anyone, and being alone in a crowd was the most comfortable state. She wasn't detached from human society, but could secretly enjoy slacking off. The next day, she couldn't sleep in, as she was knocked awake early in the morning. It was time to report to the mission point. Chapter 49. Riot in the Western District G. He put all her things in her space, stuffed the silly bird into her arms, and then left to gather. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan sealed the doors and windows, piled ice blocks in places like the balcony to use as a refrigerator, hiding their supplies inside. Jiang Zhou also took a bunch of sticky things to reinforce, claiming he had mixed them himself. The three checked the hallway door again, confirmed there were no issues, and then set off down the mountain. The wind was strong on the way, making them not even want to talk. Communication relied entirely on gestures. They were among the late arrivals, with only a few scattered people reporting alongside them. The dispatcher handed them a simple work badge with the word exploration written on it. They were given 2 maps, and after he took a quick glance, she followed them out of the distribution tent. I knew this wouldn't be easy to obtain. The Western District is the most severely affected area, and there were riots back then. There are probably still some extremists around, he said, pinching the map and raising an eyebrow at the two. I went there once before. It's indeed not peaceful. Those people will rob anyone they see, regardless of anything. Jiang Zhou added. Lin Chuan, optimistic and open-minded, said, I'm not afraid. We have brave sister He. Dealing with a few people is a piece of cake. He was speechless, confirming that the silly bird in her arms had kicked the bucket, and then headed towards the Western District. It was about a 2-hour journey to the Western District, so they had to hurry. Otherwise, they would only get dishwater if they arrived late. However, it was also strange what could still be collected in the Western District. Rebar? Lin Chuan muttered. Jihe's heart stirred, but she felt there was indeed a possibility. With the industry basically paralyzed and construction materials not recovering quickly, these materials would be essential for rebuilding. She just didn't know how they could be preserved during the tectonic activities. Right, your task is to collect construction materials and deliver them to the near supply point. You can rent a truck, and once the survival base is built, you will have priority for selection, the dispatcher said with a tone that held a hint of schadenfreude. Construction materials, regardless of which, were all quite heavy, let alone the severe collapse in the Western District. Finding them wouldn't be hard, but extracting them from the ice layers would be the most difficult part. Renting a truck was even more daunting. These days, oil was more precious than gold, and the cost of renting a large truck was unlikely to be cheap. Even if they managed to rent one, the roads would be tough to navigate. These 5 pounds of food are really hard to earn. He sighed. I never thought that, even in the apocalypse, I would still be a worker. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan both nodded in agreement. The expressions of the other people who reported with them were a bit strange, with a look of relief in their eyes as they took their maps and headed down another path, presumably toward the city center. Were you all headed for your task? Jiang Zhou stepped forward to block the person holding the map. The person, thin from hunger, saw Jiang Zhou, who was over 180 centimeters tall, and immediately replied, We're going to the city center. It's already been assigned. We can't steal it. The three of them bundled up their clothes and quickly walked in the opposite direction of the main group until they could no longer see the supply point. Only then did they speak behind the heavy towels. It seems like it's just the 3 of us doing this task, Ji noted, observing that there were only the 3 of them on this expressway. Jiang Zhou leaned closer to her, thinking it was fine since no one was competing for the task. Yeah, just think about it. Such a huge ruin, we wouldn't even be able to complete the task if we died trying. Lin Chuan added. The 3 of them were in good spirits, joking and laughing, yet their efficiency in traveling was not low. When they got tired, they put on their skates and glided against the wind. Along the way, they saw a supply point in the distance, which should have been an emergency tent converted from a previous structure with a couple of large trucks lined up outside. They went over to ask about the price. 5 pounds of grain for a day's rental, which was about the same as one person's monthly salary. After some discussion, They decided to wait until they reached the West District to assess the situation before deciding whether to rent. They weren't foolish if it didn't work out. They could collect some easily transportable items instead. Moreover, if there were still people in the city, the noise from their vehicle could attract unwanted attention. And they might not even be able to find a single building material before being surrounded. After gliding for more than half an hour, they finally saw the road sign for the West District at 10 in the morning. The West District was an old area initially planned for demolition during the earthquake. It experienced the strongest tremors, leading to widespread collapse. Later, heavy rains and high temperatures made rescue efforts even more difficult, and anyone who wasn't rescued within 2 days was likely lost. Due to the immense difficulty of rebuilding, all residents have been relocated, with a few survivors wandering here, using the still intact buildings as bases. Among them were small-time thugs, various extremists, and escapees from prisons. All sorts of crimes written in law had occurred among these people, essentially turning it into a den of illegal activities. Officials sent people to suppress them forcefully, but the people only became low-profile rather than disappearing entirely. Thus, the West District was rumored to be very dangerous, and access was restricted, with consideration for it only after the reconstruction of several main urban areas. Once the task list opened, supply points were set up between several districts, with the West District being the farthest away. He reviewed the information they had gathered, glanced at the map, and decided to head to the central area first to assess the situation. The three of them decided to split up and explore cautiously, noting any resource points they could collect and then regrouping to share maps and search systematically. Jiang Zhou took the middle road, while Ji He and Lin Chuan went left and right, respectively. It was said that most of those who hadn't left were in the middle area, where Jiang Zhou's abilities could handle the situation. As for Lin Chuan, he rarely showed his skills in front of them, but often acted alone, meaning anyone who survived was no ordinary person. Though Ji He was alone and had fewer people to talk to, she felt much freer. Unless the opponent had abilities to suppress her from entering her space, no one could kill her. She walked to the left, the area hardest hit by the earthquake, where there were few hiding spots, with debris everywhere covered in ice and snow. Upon closer inspection, she could see spots of blood. She had seen worse scenes in her past life, so she felt little as she found the original street and walked inward. Shops had all been crushed to varying degrees, and those that remained were thoroughly looted. She wandered around for 2 circles, not even a single empty packaging left. Chapter 50. Hunting Frenzied Day. Feeling bored, she wandered elsewhere. There were plenty of rebar and building materials, but they were of no use to her. Besides, everything was frozen under layers of ice, and it would take more effort to gather enough for a truck than to just go shovel snow. Even the simple-minded, seeing there was nothing to eat, flew off to wander elsewhere, showing no concept of companionship. As she walked further in, the buildings collapsed even more severely, with bodies stripped of clothing lying on top, bloody cleavers, and a hand that didn't belong to any of the corpses. Someone had fought to the death here, and it had been not long ago. He was just about to find some cover to hide when she realized there was debris everywhere, and no matter where she hid, she would be seen. So she boldly walked past. Just as she rounded a corpse, a snow-white figure suddenly sprang out from behind it. He had anticipated this, quickly drew her pistol, and shot the attacker. The person cried out in pain, but their movements were not affected at all as they limped towards Ji He. Unfazed, Ji He took 2 steps back, intending to take another shot, but after a moment's thought, she holstered her gun and kicked the man's injured leg. "Don't move. I have a few questions for you, and then I'll let you go." She stomped on the man's thigh while pointing her gun at him. The man trembled with pain, but gritted his teeth and did not scream, even lowering his voice intentionally. "What do you want to ask?" He took a deep breath, nervously looking around. "And I suggest you keep your voice down, otherwise, our fates won't be much better than that person's." He gestured towards the frozen corpse and the severed hand on the ground. "What do you mean? Ever since the officials came last time, business has been tough. It was hard to get a chance to play freely, and yet he refused to give me everything, so I had to kill him." The man spoke with righteous indignation, as if killing someone was not a strange thing. The reality of the situation coming from the West District was likely far from half of what was true. The nearest survival base was only a 2-hour journey away, with resources available to collect and tasks to complete. Yet these people hid here, robbing and killing out of malice. While blaming the officials for being strict, Jihe frowned and applied more pressure with her foot. The man was nearly passing out from the pain, but dared not cry out, only silently groaning while biting down on his back teeth. How many more people are hiding here? Where have all the supplies from the West District been moved to? There are over 100 people forming a gang, and they control all the supplies. They are right in the city center. Those who could do such things were not particularly loyal to save their lives. Jihe didn't even need to press further. He clearly revealed the exact location of their base and how to navigate to it. It was as if he was saying, if I can't have a good time, neither can you. Of course, if Jihe followed his directions to the base and got caught, he would be even happier. Jihe was not foolish. She could see through what he was thinking at a glance. She raised her leg and kicked him hard again. Get lost. The man, angered by the kick, covered his wound but pretended to be submissive, though there was a ferocity hidden in his eyes. Jihe ignored him and found a pile of debris that could serve as cover. The man had not yet left her line of sight when, sure enough, another person sprang out, stabbing him through the chest, then excitedly rifling through the man's clothes. Suddenly, the man froze, then fell straight down, blood slowly oozing from the back of his head, staining the surrounding snow red. He stepped out from behind the debris pile, quickly moving forward to remove the handcuffs from both individuals, then rapidly distanced herself from the scene. The person who came after was clearly attracted by the gunfire, and more people might follow. She could handle one person, maybe even two, but if a group of desperate individuals came to fight, she couldn't guarantee her safety. Shortly after she left, 2 more people arrived, but since she was not there, it had nothing to do with her. These individuals were not very skilled. They were just fighting recklessly. If they faced Jiang Zhou and the others, they would undoubtedly win, so she wasn't too worried. The destruction at the city entrance was not so complete. The 3 found a relatively intact, low building and hid on the 3rd floor, where there was a room with thick blackout curtains, perfect for concealing themselves. They didn't have to worry about collapse. The walls were frozen solid with thick ice, so they didn't have to fear it falling until the temperature rose, which was why those people could still stay there. Just as they settled in, familiar sounds of flapping wings came from outside, along with the shouts of the father. Dad, where are you going to that wild woman's house? Dad, you didn't take me. The 2 sentences repeated over and over, and fortunately, that group of people had gathered in the center and rear areas. Otherwise, a crowd would have rushed up to surround them by now. Jihe quickly brought the simple-minded bird inside, accurately pinching its beak. You silly bird, if you keep squawking, I'll turn you into stewed parrot. The silly bird was startled and stood up straight, not daring to flap its wings, its volume reduced significantly. Dad, braised meat, delicious. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan chuckled from aside. Come on, I'll treat you to some braised meat, but first, jump in and get cooked. Jiang Zhou lit a piece of charcoal he brought out, teasing the silly bird. Although the silly bird was foolish, it wasn't stupid. After a few seconds, it realized what was meant, and its feathers trembled with anger, growing to over a meter in size with a loud bang. The 2 showed surprised expressions, and only then did the silly bird feel satisfied, slowly flying to the charcoal pile, shrinking down, and turning its body to enjoy the warmth. All right, stop teasing this silly bird. Let's talk about what you know. Jihe lightly kicked the silly bird, almost kicking it into the charcoal pile. The silly bird jumped in anger, but when it saw who it was, it instantly wilted and obediently shrank down under Jihe's feet to warm itself by the fire. There are people living in the city, and it seems like they are part of a gang, but they are robbing each other, which is quite contradictory. Lin Chuan said with confusion. I caught one person who said it was a hunting day, Jiang Zhou said as he warmed his hands. The blood on his arms already dried. Jihe clicked his tongue. Those people are pretty weak. How did you get hurt? Jiang Zhou, who had originally planned to casually show his wound for sympathy, replied, I ran into 5 or 6 people. They were robbing each other, and then more and more people surrounded me, and I got caught. So you got beaten up? Jihe added, I encountered them too, but I just laid down in the snow and was discovered. Lin Chuan said, smiling a bit too obviously with schadenfreude. Jiang Zhou pretended not to hear and got up to check the curtains and other things to prevent any light from shining outside and attracting attention. So, are we still doing this exploration mission? Ji asked. Jiang Zhou answered without hesitation, of course, why not? The points exchanged from the official channels will definitely be useful. And just for the priority selection rights of the shelter alone, we must get it. If the plants and animals continue to mutate, then the Yunding community, which is by the mountain and sea, won't last long. We'll have to move sooner or later. Ji knew that no matter where they moved, they would eventually be flooded. So, shall we get a vehicle? Let us get a vehicle and see how it goes. The three quickly decided and began to prepare dinner, worried that the smell of other dishes would drift outside. Ji could only take out a few buns from his backpack to roast by the fire, and also took out a jar of green pepper sauce he made earlier, specifically putting it in his backpack to freeze for a while before taking it out. They placed a pot on the charcoal pile to boil some snow water, which they could soak in later. The three gathered around the fire, stretching their hands toward it. The steam from the pot wafted up, and they didn't even flinch as it blew on their faces. At least it warmed them for a little while. When the water boiled, they took out 3 foldable cups, and each had 2 big buns. Boiled water with buns. Now that's a life with aspirations. Jiang Zhou sighed rarely, slowly chewing on the buns. The other two's eyes lit up, eagerly waiting for he to distribute. Thanks, but you should eat yourselves. He said with a face of refusal. She still had a huge pile of fish in her space. If she ate it every day, she would surely throw up. Jiang Zhou smiled and said nothing, while he and Lin Chuan quietly fought for the green pepper sauce, being relatively restrained and only eating the top layer. They would have to stay in the West District for at least several days. How would they survive without this sauce? The temperature dropped another 10 degrees at night, and the three took out their sleeping bags, chatting casually until they could no longer handle it and fell asleep around the fire. They set a rotation for guard duty. Jiang Zhou first, He in the middle, and Lin Chuan last. In fact, it was so cold at night that hardly anyone wanted to go out. Guarding the night was just to prevent the fire from going out, as sleeping too deeply meant they might never wake up. He wrapped herself tightly in her sleeping bag, which she had specially brought out, but it was only slightly better than the others. She placed a cup of water next to the charcoal pile to avoid sleeping too deeply and rolling into the charcoal pile without knowing. Around midnight, he was carefully woken up by Jiang Zhou. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Zhou quickly covered her mouth and pointed outside. Only then did she notice that there was light sweeping back and forth at the door, as if someone was shining a flashlight. She nodded at Jiang Zhou, who then let go of her and used the same method to wake Lin Chuan. Even the silly bird had its beak tied up to prevent it from making noise. Damn it, why can't I open the door? Outside, someone was cursing, and the frozen security door was shaking violently, with ice shards continuously breaking on the ground. Hey, 58, are you capable or not? It's almost midnight, and we need to deliver the rating numbers. Another slightly hoarse voice impatiently urged. What are you urging for? This is my family heirloom. With it, I can at least rank 20. That person said proudly, filled with anticipation. The other person spat, seemingly disdainful. The door frame continued to shake, accompanied by occasional curses. But from the conversation, it seemed there were only 2 people. The 3 felt relieved, with just a glance. They all grabbed their handy tools and carefully approached the door. The noise outside suddenly decreased, and the 3 waited quietly behind the door, not believing that these 2 had run from the city center for at least an hour, willing to return empty-handed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open violently, affecting the 3 hiding behind it, and then a fire axe came crashing in. Jiang Zhou reacted quickly, pulling He behind him and meeting the axe with his machete. With a crack, the machete didn't even hold for 2 seconds before breaking into 2, and blood marks appeared in Jiang Zhou's palm. Damn it! Who the hell dares to enter my house? 25, you better kill them. The one prying the door cursed from outside, waiting for 25 to settle the battlefield. The 3 regained their senses, moving closer to each other, assessing the man called 25. This person had bulging muscles, not something that could be naturally built. They had seen someone like that with the triangular man, who was probably also a physically evolved being, just passing by to borrow a place to stay. If you mind, we'll leave immediately, he cautiously spoke. 25 spat, full of disdain. A woman dares to talk to me? Leave your stuff behind, including your clothes, and get the hell out. Yeah, women stay, men strip and get out quickly. 58, hiding behind, said with a grin, there's charcoal in here. It won't be cold. Ji instinctively frowned, feeling disgusted. She pulled out a nail gun from her lower back and fired it fiercely. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan saw her make a move and didn't hesitate to step forward, each grabbing a nail gun, firing nails continuously. 25 was startled, and before he could dodge, he was hit by 2 nails. Damn you, do you dare to be so arrogant with a toy gun? Just a woman. You two can roll now, and I can let you go, otherwise. Saying this, 25 forcibly pulled out the nails, breaking them in his hand without changing his expression. He was likely evolved to a higher degree than the triangular man subordinates. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan exchanged glances, their faces serious as they threw the nail guns on the ground and took off their outer clothes, saying, "We'll leave." Ha ha ha, at least you're being realistic. Hurry up and roll. 25 laughed mockingly upon hearing this. The two stripped down to their base layers, their faces instantly turning pale from the cold as they shivered towards the door. Chapter 52. The angry silly bird, hurry up and strip, you two. Your big brother's 1T let you off. 25 glared wide-eyed, a line of blood appearing on his neck. Jiang Zhou made a clean and swift finishing blow, so fast that no one present could react. Lin Chuan immediately stepped forward to subdue 58, casually stuffing his recently removed socks into 58's mouth to prevent him from calling out. After Jiang Zhou dealt with 25, he took out the rope he had prepared earlier and tightly bound 58. The strong as an ox 25 was killed in one blow, and the sneaky 58 was tied up. The entire process took less than half a minute. The fool seized the opportunity to break free from Ji He, suddenly grew larger, and shouted angrily, "Damn you! Damn you!" Everyone present was stunned, and 58 was gagged, whimpering as if cursing. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan exchanged a knowing thumbs up. Ji He clicked her tongue in disdain, tossing the silly bird aside, and threw clothes to the two of them, thinking it's not like we can't fight. Why strip? She knew how powerful Jiang Zhou's abilities were. Even a house full of strong men probably wouldn't be enough for him to shine. It was inconvenient to move in those clothes. Jiang Zhou caught them but didn't wear them, instead moving 25's body outside, saying, "I'll transmit it when I'm done cleaning up." Lin Chuan, who had half his pants on, silently swallowed his words and helped carry the body outside. Ji turned her gaze to 58, who was tied to a chair and unable to move. 58 was scared, with snot all over her face, and Ji He felt a bit disgusted. Just then, Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan finished cleaning the blood at the door, dressed up again, and she beckoned them over. "Come on, this one has a ranking, so they should know something." She moved a chair and sat down opposite, both disdainful and excited. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan followed her lead, sitting in a row. "Speak. Who are you people? And what do 58 and 25 mean?" 58 was timid, but surprisingly tough. Even with tears and snot streaming down her face, she still refused to speak, even taunting them. "How dare you ask me? If you have the guts, kill me." Her tone trembled slightly with fear. Ji He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, pretty tough. Then don't cry. Shut your mouth. I'm not crying." 58's voice was sharp, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Ji He felt a bit nauseated and quickly had the two of them gag her again. "This person has a foul mouth. Just kill her." Ji He frowned. The person sat in front of her, their face frozen with tears and snot that had turned into a thick yellow-green layer. In just a short time, their face was covered with a thick layer of something unsightly. Jiang Zhou circled around her several times, stopping Lin Chuan from throwing her out, and said, "Don't rush. She just made us take off our clothes. Shouldn't we get some revenge?" Ji He and Lin Chuan's eyes lit up at this and thought it was a good idea. She took a step back. "You two go." She hadn't planned on letting her strip a man, and Jiang Zhou wasn't into that either, so the task fell to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan glanced helplessly at the two hiding behind him, disdainfully took out a knife, slashed the clothes open, and then moved her to the door to block the gap. It was still early, so Ji He continued to keep watch, letting the two sleep a bit longer, and soon she heard snoring. Ji He, feeling bored and worried someone might freeze to death at night, kindly piled the torn clothes on a 58, planning to remove them later, ensuring she wouldn't freeze to death. She had once seen an organization that used rankings as names. It was a group of people who had evolved gills in the ocean, a pirate group that had given the authorities a headache. They lived underwater, and most had abilities, although their numbers weren't large. Even one ranked last was much stronger than most ordinary people. She wondered if the group that started the hunting carnival was the same as the later underwater crew. Hundreds of extremists. Her guns wouldn't be enough. Unable to think clearly, he let everything go and sank her consciousness into her space. She hadn't tended to her space for several days, but fortunately, the temperature remained constant, and all the plants were growing well. The plants she had sown in the sandy field had sprouted, and Ji noticed that the growth rate in her space seemed to be faster than outside. She was inspired to try using her mental power to lift a water bucket and found that it worked, and it was more convenient to draw water directly, though less efficient than doing it by hand. So she started days in her sleeping bag while watering the plants with her consciousness in the space. After some exhausting effort, her head felt heavy, and just then Lin Chuan came to replace her, and she buried her head and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, Jiang Zhou was roasting sweet potatoes and potatoes by the fire, while Lin Chuan was fanning 58. Awake? Come eat something. Jiang Zhou called out. Ji put on thick clothes in her sleeping bag and finally gathered the courage to come out. So, is that person still not speaking? She asked. Pretty tough. Don't know where they got the courage last night, Jiang Zhou replied. Ji nodded, holding a warm sweet potato as she walked around the room. She and T clearly seen the place when they arrived too late the previous day. The house was a two-room layout. One room had a bunk bed of 5 meters, and everything else that could be moved had been taken away. In a drawer of the table, there was a drawing left behind, a simple sketch of a family of 4. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Are your family members in their hands? After a night of crying, 58, who had no strength left, burst into tears and snot again. Looks like I guessed right. He shook the paper. We just came to collect some supplies. We don't have the ability to take down your base. I'm just curious about 58 and 25. Is it a ranking? 58 nodded, looking utterly despondent, her eyes fixed on the drawing in Jihee's hand. Let him go. Let him leave. Although Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan didn't understand what she meant, they cooperated and released the frozen, stiff 58. Unable to speak from the cold, 58 was afraid they would change their minds and, clutching his clothes, limped away. Do you want to follow us to scavenge? Jiang Zhou asked her. He nodded. I checked yesterday. The things buried inside have basically all been dug out. There's nothing left. Your side should be the same. These people are quite united. So, they probably keep everything in one place. Although someone had told her the location at the beginning, who knew if it was true? Plus, the center of the city was so large, with just the 3 of them searching, they would be discovered before they found anything. With so many people on the other side, we probably couldn't snatch anything. Jiang Zhou raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised by her ambition. He looked at the 2 of them, her tone a bit strange. Didn't you see the bulletin board yesterday? There's a reward for reporting illegal activities. There are about 100 people here. We could achieve something big. I thought I was going to raid their base. I'm not stupid. He looked at the 2 as if they were fools. If I went in, I'd be surrounded in no time with their human wave tactics. Of course, I'd throw the problem to the authorities. Once it's resolved, wouldn't there be a share of supplies for us in the city? Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan hadn't thought of the feasibility of this method. The 3 of them immediately packed their gear and followed 58's footprints. Chapter 53. Sneaking in, 58 had frostbite on his legs and was limping. He doubted if he could survive the return. Fortunately, 58 was tough, shivering but unwavering. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived in the city area. The place was filled with collapsed ruins, and they dared not get too close, only following the footprints from a distance. Who would have thought that it would start snowing heavily, with flakes falling like they were being smashed down? Not wanting to make too much noise, the 3 quickened their pace, but the footprints in the snow were gradually covered. A few minutes later, they were completely gone, and 58 seemed to have disappeared as well. Good news, with the snow, no one is wandering outside, so we won't run into anyone. Bad news, we can't find our way, and it's easy to be discovered by those idling in the shadows. Jihe, wrapped in her towel, felt quite helpless. The 3 were forced to stop, feeling lost in the icy ruins. He had no choice but to pull out the simple map. Our direction should be correct. But with this heavy snow, can you handle it? No problem. Most of the structures had collapsed, which actually made their movements quicker. At least they didn't have to take detours. However, when they encountered intact buildings, the three automatically avoided them, and even the fool bird was gagged again. If you dare to shout, I'll strip you bare. He whispered a threat to her. The fool bird was shocked, looking completely wilted. Can he grow bigger and then be cooked? He is too small to be filling, Jiangzhou said, looking her over with some disdain. Lin Chuan was eager to take action. Don't say it, but you really shouldn't say it. Eating too much fish is quite greasy, and I haven't had other meats in a long time. All right, but can we braise or deep fry it when the time comes? It should smell great. The two of them discussed back and forth, while the silly bird seemed more dispirited, not even poking its head out for air. He sighed helplessly and quickly moved in the general direction. The closer they got to the city center, the denser the intact houses became. Most of them had been repaired in the years before the apocalypse, and the quality was fairly decent. The three of them also stopped. As if those people weren't lying, their stronghold was nearby. Among them was a newly built large shopping mall, only 5 stories high, with every floor tightly covered by blackout curtains and clothes hanging on the balcony. Not far from the main entrance, the body of number 58 lay there. It seemed they had arrived at their destination. He stopped the two and pointed to the window, then found a pit in the blind spot to hide in, while the two of them also hid beside her, one on each side. How about it? Jia, should we go up and take out everyone? Lin Chuan trembled from the cold, joking to shift focus. I can't, but someone definitely can. He smiled, with Jiang Zhou keeping watch. I'll go check the situation. Lin Chuan will go to the survival base to report. Can they trust us? We have no evidence. What more evidence do we need? Yesterday was a hunting day, and the loot is probably still piled inside, he said with confidence. Lin Chuan twitched his mouth, just about to persuade her, when someone on the balcony called another person over and pointed in their direction. More and more people pulled back the curtains. And then one person jumped down from the second floor and walked towards them. They were discovered. Jiang Zhou pressed down the heads of both of them with one hand and said, let us do what he said. I'll mix in with he to take a look. You go report to the survival base. All right. Seeing this, Lin Chuan stopped joking and immediately crawled up quietly to sneak away. Just don't get yourself killed. Lin Chuan sneaked away, and the person didn't notice him. He tilted her head and thought, how about we run too? She seriously proposed, as if she hadn't just said she wanted to mix in alone. Then she caught a hint of disdain from Jiang Zhou's only visible eye. Forget it. Just consider it a day trip. Ji sighed, put on a white hat, changed positions, and released the silly bird from her pocket. Go take a stroll and draw that person away. The silly bird hadn't even gotten happy after being released when it learned how to work, and in frustration, it grew larger and shouted sharply, you bastard. A parrot over a meter long soared into the sky, accompanied by a clear curse. The man cursed loudly and then pounced with his weapon. They shared the same thought as Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan. Such a big bird could be eaten soon, and it would be a change of taste. The silly bird flew up and down, just out of reach of the man's outstretched arm. Anything could touch it. From afar, cheers erupted in front of the mall Escalating. Number 30, are you capable or not? If not, just admit defeat. The brothers are waiting for your supplies. Number 30, in a fit of anger, threw a knife into the air, trying to catch the silly bird, recklessly chasing after it. At this moment, Ji and Jiang Zhou had already crawled under the window of the mall, slowly wriggling like caterpillars. Isn't this a bit embarrassing for us? Jiang Zhou couldn't hold back after a long time. Ji continued to wriggle and turned her head to ask quietly, how about we make a grand entrance with a bang? At least 100 people would bet on us, and we could take them out one by one. Jiang Zhou was momentarily speechless, then continued to wriggle forward in silence. After crawling to the back of the mall, they finally relaxed and stood up. The first floor was flooded with snow, and they could only climb in from the second floor. Fortunately, they had chosen the fire escape, and no one noticed them, but wearing too many layers. Jiang Zhou almost got stuck in the window. The second floor wasn't in a good position, with not many people. Just as they reached the stairway, They heard movement from upstairs. Ji poked Jiangzhou and pulled him downstairs. It was too easy to get discovered if they went up, so they could only continue down to the basement. With every level they descended, the temperature dropped a bit, and by the time they reached the basement, it felt like they had stripped and soaked in ice water. Not only that, but it was pitch dark all around, with not a glimmer of light. Suddenly, a cold sensation came through the gloves, and then the surroundings gradually lit up, and it seemed to warm up a bit. He turned in surprise, and Jiangzhou looked at her and said softly, "Do you believe in light?" He gave him a thumbs up, pondering the lock in the basement, while Jiangzhou signaled her to back up and pinched the glowing finger against the chain. "Wait!" Jiangzhou's head, covered by the cap, seemed to have a bit of light too. Jiangzhou awkwardly extended a hand, pushed Ji's surprised face away, and looked ahead. The door to the basement had already been opened. Inside were things that ordinary people would collect for a lifetime, but could never hoard. Chapter 54. Shot and near death. The basement was filled with supplies, some covered with plastic sheets, and there were red stains around, from their shape. They seemed to be the corpses of some animals. They must have collected all the supplies in the city. He said solemnly. She had enough things stored in her space, but after being hungry for 5 years, seeing food made her hands itch. If it weren't for Jiangzhou being there, she would have surely started a $0 shopping spree again. Jiangzhou nodded. "How should we handle these things? Turn them all in? TSK, we can steal a bit," he suggested. The two hit it off and prepared to move things, but the problem was that the mall was full of people. They could sneak in from the back only because everyone was watching the excitement. Now, there was no excitement to watch. Where could they hide the stuff? They were lucky, and the opportunity soon came. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor from the upper level, and they exchanged glances, putting down what they were holding and hurriedly ran to the first floor. Here, they could hear more clearly. It sounded like some animal was roaring, and it was the sound of being provoked. Then, there were a few hoarse cries for help. The two exchanged glances, quietly opened the glass that hadn't been completely submerged, and dug the snow inside, barely able to see the commotion outside. A small yellow figure flapped in front, being chased by several 2-meter-high wild dogs. At the front was number 30, covered in bite marks, running crazily on a limp leg, shouting for help without caring about his image. "Your bird is pretty fierce," Jiangzhou said enviously. He was also shocked, but her bird seemed to be in serious trouble. It was clearly not intentionally luring the dogs, but was genuinely being chased. The mall, which had originally been full of betting excitement, suddenly fell silent, and no one dared to go down to block the windows. The curtains were drawn tightly, and upon closer inspection, one would find pairs of eyes hidden behind these curtains. The first floor was flooded, and the wild dog's gaze turned towards the second floor's window that hadn't been closed in time, baring their teeth and preparing to jump through the window. Suddenly, an arrow shot from upstairs. The wild dogs, having evolved, reacted quickly and lightly jumped to avoid it. With someone starting, all the floors began to move, each grabbing weapons and jumping out of the second-floor windows. Most of those gathered in the Western District weren't weak, and a few even had abilities. Although it was a bit of a struggle against the wild dogs, they were fighting fiercely. He looked out through the gap, counted, and estimated there were nearly 100 people, all rushing to grab the meat. "Stop looking. Let us take the opportunity to move the supplies." She jumped down from the chair and called Jiangzhou. It was like a cold storage here. Most of it was frozen, and moving it took quite a bit of effort. He deliberately ran to the farthest corner to find things, secretly stuffing a few of her favorites into her space when it was inconvenient to carry. Suddenly, the chain at the door rattled. Someone was coming. He quickly shoved the things in her hands into her space, squatted down to hide, and the light coming from Jiangzhou's side suddenly went out. The person should be like them, here to steal supplies, but the difference is that this person should be someone from within the Xiqing district. The person was too nervous and didn't notice that there were 2 others in the basement. Jiangzhou signaled her from a distance, then emitted a bright light from her hand. This time, the light was blinding, causing the person to cover their eyes in pain, and everything in their hands fell to the ground. He seized the opportunity to suddenly leap out from behind the pile of goods, and without hesitation, smashed the ice block down. The person hadn't even had a chance to scream before they fell to the ground. Jiangzhou lowered the brightness of a light in her hand, and the two continued their actions, hiding the packed items in a snow pile behind the commercial building. When they went for the third trip, just as Ji was about to descend the stairs, she saw Jiang Zhou facing away from her with both hands raised. Frozen in place, Ji instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a large machete that swung in from the door. She kicked the door hard, slamming it shut. A pained cry came from behind the door, but Ji remained vigilant, because there was someone pointing a gun at both of them from directly across Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou subtly shifted a step to shield her behind her. Ji froze in place, not daring to move. Even if she were fast, she couldn't outrun a bullet. Damn, there are still people sneaking into my territory. Xiao Lu, go call the brothers to deal with them, and then come in for a party. You two can play however you want. The person had a scar on their face and was glaring fiercely at them with triangular eyes. Ji abruptly lifted her drooping eyelids, kicking Xiao Lu down again while pulling out a shotgun from her space, firing without hesitation. The man with the gun reacted quickly, firing at the same moment she did, and Ji was caught off guard, hit in the side of her waist. Even though she was wrapped in thick layers and wearing a stab-proof vest, at such close range, the impact knocked her to the ground. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and continued to fire again. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhou quickly rushed forward, taking down Xiao Lu, who was preparing to attack from behind. With one dead and one injured, they were in no better shape. Jiang Zhou's arm was cut. Ji was the worst off. She had been shot twice by the scarred man, one in the waist and one in the arm, and blood was already seeping through her white windproof and cold-resistant clothing. However, that wasn't even the worst part. Outside the building, the chaotic fight was nearing its end, and many people had heard the gunfire, with footsteps already echoing in the hallway. Let's go. Jiang Zhou gritted her teeth and prepared to carry her away. Ji felt a sting in her waist wound as it rubbed against Jiang Zhou's back, causing her to wince in pain. Blood was still oozing from the wound, and the pain made her vision go blurry. She pressed Jiang Zhou, insisting, "Put me down, go by yourself." Jiang Zhou slowed down considerably, but still showed no intention of stopping. "No way, I don't have a habit of abandoning my teammates." Ji was in so much pain she felt like passing out, helplessly gripping Jiang Zhou. After a silent wave of energy, the two bloodied figures vanished from spot. Before losing consciousness, she used her last bit of strength to threaten, "If you touch my stuff, I'll kill you." Chapter 55. Walking medical kit. The bullets from her arm and side had been removed, and the wounds were no longer visible, thanks to Jiang Zhou's abilities. The rarity of such powers was comparable to space abilities, and she felt a twinge of envy. However, even though Jiang Zhou saved her, she still didn't dare to fully trust him. "The space is bound to me. Only I can open and control it," she said expressionlessly, her hands stirring under the quilt. Jiang Zhou watched her struggle to hide her little expressions for 2 seconds before he couldn't help but laugh. "With our relationship, if I wanted to harm you, why would I even bother with you? Not to mention, you're the only one who's seen my abilities." Ji secretly breathed a sigh of relief and promised, "Okay, thank you for saving me. Whatever you want from that gang's basement in Xiqing district, I'll help you clear it out." Jiang Zhou nodded with a smile and pointed to the flower bed outside the courtyard, asking, "Did you grow your vegetables here?" Hearing about fresh greens made Jiang Zhou even happier, and he healed her other scrapes as well, even removing old scars. She looked rejuvenated like freshly baked goods. Then Jiang Zhou's gaze shifted to the wild rabbits that had grown considerably since they arrived, and Ji even saw him swallow. "Not yet. I saw on the screen that they thought we escaped through the window, and a few went after us." Ji unconsciously touched her smooth hand. Glancing at the time, only a little over an hour since Lin Chuan left. It would take at least another hour for him to bring people back. If the survival base people didn't trust him or needed to prepare before heading out, they would have to wait even longer. The urgent matter was gurgle. Her stomach let out a rumbling sound, and Jiang Zhou was about to laugh at her when a similar sound came from his stomach. "Want to eat?" Ji cleared her throat, suppressing a laugh. Jiang Zhou nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Once again, she felt a sense of incongruity from his cold face and puppy-like demeanor. That face was truly handsome, but his mouth was truly troublesome. He rarely showed any big expressions, but when he did, he looked like a little dog. The little money she had here corresponded to a space full of supplies. Even Jiang Zhou, who usually showed no emotion, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Today, there was no way to pull Jiang Zhou into the space. There were outsiders, so it wasn't convenient to eat too well, even though Jiang Zhou also knew what kind of life she usually led. In the end, she took out a few bags of instant noodles, boiled them in a pot, and fried 2 eggs, adding some vegetables they hadn't had before and a bit of frozen meatballs. Once the pot was done, a familiar aroma wafted out, resembling the smell of hot pot. Ji divided the food into 2 large bowls beforehand, needing a basin since she couldn't compete with Jiang Zhou. The two had been busy all morning, and when they saw food, they didn't even want to talk, quickly slurping up the noodles. After eating, Jiang Zhou contentedly took the initiative to clean up the bowls and chopsticks, while Ji relaxed in a lounge chair, observing the situation outside. Their previous position was at the stairwell, where they couldn't see anyone, only occasionally hearing some sounds. Once Jiang Zhou finished cleaning up, she suggested, "Let's go out and find a place where we can watch the show. If we encounter anyone, we'll come right back in." "Let's go." Jiang Zhou began putting on clothes, still wearing the one that had been cut. He felt a pang in her heart as she put on the clothes from Li Mu's gang that she had previously stripped off, and Jiang Zhou didn't hesitate to change into them as well. In this dreadful weather, even the slightest gap in clothing would make one freeze, and she certainly didn't want the mobile medical kit to face any issues. Outside the space, 2 people had died in the mall, and everyone began searching around. Seizing the opportunity, Ji pulled Jiang Zhou out of the space when no one was around and headed straight for the basement. Jiang Zhou already knew of the space's existence, so there was nothing to worry about. They rushed in and collected everything they had previously set their sights on. Once they had gathered enough, the 2 stealthily moved up to the second-floor entrance. Just before entering the space, they fired 2 shots at the door, and a unique door of the basement produced a strange sound upon being hit. "Someone's in the basement. Protect the supplies." With someone shouting, everyone rushed toward the basement, even the injured grabbing weapons and following down, leaving only a few to guard the corpses of the wild dogs outside. In this day and age, food was life. Without food, there was no life. "Let's go," Ji whispered. After that, the 2 emerged from the space again and charged up the stairs. The people in the building were surrounding the basement, and they moved freely all the way to the 6th floor, where the decor was different from the simpler rooms below. Jiang Zhou melted a few locks, and when they entered, they took whatever they could find. These people were much wealthier than those downstairs, with luxury items like gold chains stored in bowls. The better the accommodation, the more people had robbed from them, and thus they felt no guilt in taking what they had. When they reached the last room, the group of people came up again. As Ji hurriedly pressed a button, the wall behind Jiang Zhou suddenly pulled aside, revealing an entrance with a steel bar over a meter long, tapering to a point as it extended. Jiang Zhou uncontrollably lunged towards a steel bar, and in shock, he twisted to the side just in time to avoid a fatal injury, but his side was pierced. Ji quickly stepped forward to support him. "Hold on. I'll help you pull it out." Jiang Zhou was in so much pain he couldn't speak, but he gritted his teeth and gestured for her to proceed. However, he was pinned to the wall by the steel bar, with barbs gripping tightly onto his flesh, making it difficult to extract. The searchers were getting closer, and in their current state, if they were discovered, even with Jiang Zhou's healing abilities, they wouldn't escape. "You should go," Jiang Zhou urged her in a suppressed voice. Ji remained silent, thought for a moment, then smiled at him, gripping the steel bar that was embedded in Jiang Zhou and the wall. In the next moment, with a powerful pull, she pulled everything connected to the steel bar into her space. As Jiang Zhou disappeared, he suddenly fell to the ground, stars appearing before her eyes. The force used to extract the steel bar converted into an equivalent amount of mental energy, leaving her nearly exhausted. She had no time to rest, quickly pulling all the boxes in the compartment into her space before running to the corner of the room and disappearing into her space. In just 2 minutes, as she tumbled into her space, a pale, thin young man burst into the room. Seeing the compartment opened and emptied, his pale face gradually turned a shade of gray, and strange fluctuations appeared in the air. "Find them. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to." Chapter 56. Someone else knows about the fragments. Jiang Zhou was forced to stand upright, hanging from the steel bar, blood dripping down to the ground, staining the sand below. Help me stabilize the steel bar, Jiang Zhou said, his voice trembling in pain, veins bulging on his forehead. He immediately understood his intention and quickly held him in place. Wait. Jiang Zhou's pale face showed a hint of confusion. Then he felt his body lighten and automatically move forward, the steel bar piercing him becoming shorter, and he felt no pain during this process. Only after the steel bar was completely removed did the tearing pain return to his side. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and use your powers to heal. He urged anxiously. It was only then that Jiang Zhou masked his shock and the wound began to glow, his hat also emitting a faint halo. He had many questions in his mind, but swallowed them down, not daring to ask. He let out a sigh of relief when she saw his wounds healing. Thank goodness you can emit light. Otherwise, I would have dragged my teammate down. He nodded, poured him a cup of hot water, and took out a bunch of snacks that were no longer available for purchase, including spicy strips. Seeing that Jiang Zhou wasn't angry, she walked over to the wall that had been pulled in with them. She had vaguely seen something on it before, but hadn't looked closely because she was too focused on saving Jiang Zhou. Upon closer inspection, the wall had turned completely blank, but there was an additional piece in the frame that held the fragments of a mural. She leaned in to look. For some reason, this piece had become somewhat blurry, and the image on it was unclear. Just then, Jiang Zhou approached with a bag of chips. Time fragment? He sounded quite surprised, as if it wasn't his first encounter with it, and even she only knew this thing was called an unknown fragment. You seen it too? He asked, suppressing her curiosity. I've seen it, but I don't have a space. She nodded, her heart filled with uncertainty, but her face showed no signs of it. Do you know its origin? As soon as I touched it, it came in on its own, in this piece. I don't know if it's because I brought the wall in with it, but I can't see what's on it. A strange glint flickered in Jiang Zhou's eyes. His tone low. Seeing it doesn't matter. It won't change anything. The more he said that, the more he felt that Jiang Zhou knew something she didn't. Perhaps even the secret of the space. Before she could press on, there was another commotion outside the space, and she suddenly remembered that things weren't over yet. Lin Chuan was probably coming with people soon. The two of them walked to the screen, observing the situation outside like watching a movie. A bunch of useless fools. I step out for just a moment, and my home gets cleaned out? Over 100 of you, and you can't do anything? The pale young man spoke in a tone as if he were chatting normally, but the people inside didn't feel the same. One by one, they knelt straight, their faces full of guilt. Boss, I'm sorry. I didn't keep the brothers safe. Please punish me. A nearly 2-meter tall man knelt, hands palms up, looking devoutly at the pale young man. Get lost. The pale young man turned around, impatiently spitting out a word. By the way, those people said someone reported us. Tell those useless fools to pack and temporarily relocate. His tone wasn't good, but the tall man seemed to perceive it as a reward and hurriedly went to relay the message. The room was left with only the pale young man, who then vented his frustration by kicking the door of the compartment. It's sealed like this, and you can still run. This fragment is definitely not an ordinary object. He listened closely, and upon hearing the last sentence, she couldn't hide her shock and pinched her thigh hard. She had actually discovered 2 people who knew about the fragments in one day, and they knew even more than she did. We should go, Jiang Zhou reminded. He forcibly suppressed her curiosity and said in a deep voice, it's been almost 4 hours. Lin Chuan still hasn't brought anyone. And someone notified this guy they call boss, which means there are eyes on their side. They probably won't sweep this area. Jiang Zhou supplemented her unspoken guess. As for whether to tell Lin Chuan about the abilities, they both decided to take it slow. He's not an easy person to deal with. We can decide later whether to say anything, Jiang Zhou suggested. He agreed, knowing that their mutual knowledge of each other's secrets was purely related to life and death, and they both understood part of each other's cards. On the 18th floor, everyone had their own agendas, and not knowing each other's secrets was actually a good thing. They also agreed to keep each other's secrets, and if anything leaked out, it would be on the other party. After their discussion, they took advantage of the pale young man, leaving the room for a brief moment to change locations several times. They almost got discovered along the way and even heard a description of the informant. They listened carefully, worried that Lin Chuan might get caught, but fortunately, Lin Chuan was clever enough to say he had escaped. Only then did they feel relieved and quickly made their way to the rooftop. The people in the building were busy packing supplies, and no one noticed them when they reached the rooftop. The silly bird rolled around in the snow, looking quite satisfied, burying itself completely in it. When it saw them come up, it flapped its wings and flew onto Ji-hee, settling down. Ji-hee rubbed the bird's head and continued to watch the movements inside the building. People were constantly moving in the corridor, each carrying a load of items. Even the children's bags were stuffed full. Unfortunately, time was short, and she was too weak. Otherwise, she would have plucked the feathers off everyone in the building. Once everyone had left, and the main door was locked, Ji-hee released the silly bird and fed it the few strawberries she had left. The bird's clear eyes instantly sparkled, but it still remembered Ji-hee's instructions, softly calling out Dad before soaring onto one person's back. Turning to Jiangzhou, she asked, "Want to try a post-apocalyptic version of a bungee jump?" Jiangzhou looked intrigued and nodded instinctively. Ji held back a mischievous laugh, grabbed Jiangzhou, and jumped off the back of the building, then flashed into the space just half a meter above the ground. Before Jiangzhou could catch his breath, they emerged from the space and landed safely. The movement was light, without a sound. Jiangzhou leaned against the wall, a rare excitement on his usually expressionless face. "We can play like this." Chapter 57. Hidden Supplies. Hee. There's something even more thrilling. Next time I'll take you, 5 pounds of grain at a time. He was accustomed to jumping and immediately began searching for the hidden supplies. The two quickly found the items and hugged them tightly, feeling their way towards the positions they had separated from the three of them. Just as they had moved the items to a new hiding place, they saw Lin Chuan braving the cold wind coming this way. "What's going on? Aren't they coming?" Lin Chuan's voice was a bit muffled. "Do you remember Li Mu? He's at the survival base. I went to report him for spreading alarmist claims, and he came to the West District where there was no one at all. He said if I kept making a fuss, he would tie me up and treat me as making a false report and take me to do forced labor." "Did he recognize you?" Lin Chuan hesitated for a moment. "Probably not. I deliberately disguised myself." He raised an eyebrow. 2 guesses popped in her mind. She knew that Li Mu's family had some money, but it shouldn't extend to meddling in the survival base. She shared her 2 guesses with Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan, hoping they would analyze them. Jiangzhou frowned. Li Mu is a bad person, but judging from his behavior that day, he should be afraid of the officials. Not like an informant. Not necessarily. What if he holds a grudge and wants to make you do forced labor? Lin Chuan suggested. He fell silent for a moment, recalling a scene she had seen in the room of the thin young man. "Jiangzhou and I saw them evacuate, right? Don't you find those people strange?" Their attitude towards their boss was very reverent. She thought for a long time and finally found the word. Even those who worship in temples might not be as devout. "All right, let's assume that boss has some kind of sorcery. What should we do now?" Lin Chuan sighed. He was almost frozen stiff. He handed him a few hand warmers she had found inside. Lin Chuan had no other thoughts. He just acted recklessly, retreating swiftly when faced with danger. They went down to the basement. The first-floor hallway door was blocked, and the original basement door had also been concealed, looking like a wall without seams. But He and Jiangzhou had been down before, so they easily found the entrance. Inside, some supplies were sealed by ice, almost blending into the wall. Anyone who hadn't been there might think it was empty. The 3 of them found a few bags and a cart from the first floor, quickly loaded a cart full of supplies, and hurried out of the commercial building. Not long after they left, a large number of official armed personnel arrived, moving slowly in heavy trucks. Maybe we all guessed wrong. That bastard just wanted to swallow the reported supplies himself. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "Anyway, we've already got the supplies. Let him be the informant. That group probably won't be so easily eradicated," he said indifferently. She was now pretty sure that this group was the later underwater pirate gang, and the reason they all evolved gills was likely related to the abilities of the thin young man. The gun shoots the bird that sticks its head out. Let Li Mu take the role of informant for such a troublesome group. However, to ensure their lives would be a little more peaceful in the future, she still had one more thing to do. "Damn it. You ran away without taking me with you," the silly bird repeated several times, then slowly flew towards the direction where the group had left. "Captain Lee, hurry and follow that bird. It knows the evacuation point," someone shouted, and part of the team stayed behind to load supplies while the remaining personnel all went to chase. when the silly bird caught up. The three of them and the bird found a wind-sheltered house to rest for the night. The next day, after waking up, they took a detour to grab their backpacks and then hurried towards Cloud Top Mountain. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some mutated animals, and they hid behind snow piles to go around. It wasn't that they couldn't fight, but they were afraid of making too much noise and attracting the wrong crowd. They hid part of the supplies in the snow, leaving the silly bird to guard them, then loaded the supplies they needed to deliver onto the cart. The thick ice weighed at least 100 to 200 pounds, and the people at the aid station were all astonished when they saw it. They were the team that had found the most supplies in this exploration group. Moreover, the position assigned to them was even harder to search. "Are we supposed to collect rebar?" The dispatcher looked suspiciously at the two. What she said actually had many loopholes, but the effectiveness of Huazi was obviously visible to the naked eye. So the dispatcher, no longer worried about these details, and counted the supplies with undisguised joy in her eyes. Finally, they pushed half of it away. He took advantage of the gap, while transporting supplies upstairs to stuff quite a few things into her pockets. By the time they finished moving all the supplies, it was already 2 a.m. They tacitly gave Lin Chuan an extra share. Lin Chuan was never one to dawdle. He happily moved the items into the house. After all, he would lose out no matter what. Wrapped in a military coat, he shivered as he dug out the vegetables, which had frozen hard in the soil, but they should still be edible. The survival rate of cold-resistant potatoes was quite high. The leaves were few, but they were still alive after all. Indeed, it seemed that being laid back suited her. Chapter 58. My taste in cards is bad, having been away from home for a long time. They couldn't help but worry about the family or supplies left at home. They didn't want to end up earning little in wages while losing their home. Unlike the three who went to the West District on the 18th floor, other exploration teams had 20 people each, and there were officials as team leaders, making it impossible to hoard supplies. It wasn't realistic to want to take on tasks alone without an assignment. The maps provided by the officials were mostly high-rise buildings, research companies, and the like, mainly to bring out some resources that could no longer be regenerated but were still useful in the current situation. There was food too, but if they were to find it themselves, they probably wouldn't be able to dig out a single bag, even after searching for several days. It was far from the ease of working for the officials to earn a share. In comparison, although the place the three on the 18th floor went to was dangerous, each family gained over 100 pounds of stored food after one trip. Lin Chuan had become addicted to this feeling. When he had nothing to do, he happily calculated the supplies in his room. He had enough stored for about a year, not counting the frozen fish and the surplus from the sea. However, the Chinese always had a spirit of stockpiling. He felt it was still not enough. After discussing it, he decided to take a break for 2 days, while Lin Chuan and Jiang Zhou, who felt insecure without food, went to do tasks. As long as they didn't get in a conflict with anyone and had officials accompanying them, they would be fine. All right. The two responded with smiles and left the community early. The reason she didn't go out was partly because she wanted to be laid back, and she also wanted to see if Jiang Zhou would have different thoughts after experiencing the convenience of space and then carrying things himself. To be honest, after her rebirth, she didn't dare to trust anyone again. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan were at most temporarily cooperative partners with common interests. If one party's interests overshadowed the other two, the stable triangular relationship would break. But she still hoped to have trustworthy teammates in the cold disaster apocalypse. Lin Chuan also had infinite trust in their little group and even called her sister he. Although it started as a tease, over time, it just became a habit. She didn't think there was anything wrong with concealing her space, but thinking too much made even the sour and spicy noodles lose their flavor. So she simply threw everything aside, took out her tablet, and happily started watching movies. After eating and drinking a warm cup of milk tea, she finished one movie and continued to watch the next one. When she got tired, she exercised and rested. The laid-back days were always comfortable, just as she had anticipated before the apocalypse. But she didn't know if it was because she had played a card game with Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan for too long. She always felt her hands itching. Unfortunately, there was no internet now, and she couldn't play online. On New Year's Eve, she specifically took out a set of mahjong and prepared the ingredients she would use in advance, placing them in the living room to freeze for a while. At 10 o'clock, Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan climbed up to the 18th floor with big bags. Ji He, dressed in a thick red down jacket, opened the hallway door to let the two in. Wow, sister, he is quite festive today, Lin Chuan joked. Ji He's brows were full of joy. It's New Year's Eve, it should be a bit festive. Jiangzhou even brought over that uniquely designed heater from his home, which was much more useful than a charcoal basin. Lin Chuan was carrying the guard fee allocated to Ji He. By the way, there's still over a month. Jiangzhou's words were interrupted by Ji He. Today, let us just happily ring in the new year. Let us talk about other things tomorrow. Hearing this, the two laughed. After being tired outside for a few days, they also wanted to relax a bit. Most people in the community felt the New Year's atmosphere, with the aroma of food wafting from various homes, though not as abundant as on the 18th floor. The 18th floor opened a brand new hot pot base, adding a bit of every available ingredient, and Ji even brought out hot pot balls and fatty beef. The hot pot smell drifted out through the window cracks. Not very noticeable at that time. The three enjoyed their meal, with the base becoming too murky to save. So, she won the first half, but lost the second half. Still unable to win. At 5 in the afternoon, Ji got anxious and said, "I'm not playing anymore. I have bad luck, and if I get too upset, I might hit someone." The two laughed heartily and quickly changed their game. Fortunately, Ji had stocked up on enough card games, so playing just 1 or 2 rounds was enough to switch. He kept losing until nightfall, still unwilling to give up, when suddenly an unusual sound came from the open space in the community, prompting the three to pause their game and move to the window. As she stood up, Ji overturned the game she was sure to lose, feeling satisfied as she followed them to the window. Outside, tiny stars were blooming in the low sky. Is there someone setting off fireworks at this time? Ji and Lin Chuan were excited to watch, while Jiangzhou felt something was off and took out a telescope to get a better look at the fireworks. This doesn't have smoke. It looks a bit like fluorescence and ice, Jiangzhou hesitated to say. Upon hearing this, Ji instinctively glanced towards the rooftop of Building 3. They were far away, but at a similar height, and Ji quickly spotted 2 figures standing at the edge of the rooftop, a girl in pink standing out prominently. Look at the rooftop of Building 3. That water ability user from the other day, Ji said, pulling the curtain a bit so they could see each other's position. The two followed her finger, and Jiangzhou, holding the telescope, could see clearer. A man and a woman were up there creating artificial fireworks. The glowing substance was likely a mixture of fluorescent liquid and a small amount of water, controlled by the water ability girl to freeze in midair, then launched by the man beside her. When the thin ice exploded, it resembled fireworks. Look at how well they live, so ambitious and romantic, Lin Chuan said with a hint of envy. Ji thought for a moment, you could do it too. Splash water and then smash it, same effect. Lin Chuan was just speaking casually and had no intention of actually trying it. Just seeing how the two were shivering on the rooftop made him feel cold. Our community might not be peaceful anymore, Jiangzhou suddenly said, his tone somewhat regretful. Chapter 59. The secret of the box currently. Most mutations in humans are generally about enhancing body size and strength. Water abilities are too conspicuous. Either she leaves voluntarily, or all parties will come knocking, including the authorities. Water ability users are extremely rare, even in the late apocalypse. With such a noticeable presence in their community, quiet days will become scarce. However, that's also good. It means they won't stand out. They play cards until the early morning, raising their glasses to celebrate New Year's Eve and making a collective wish for a peaceful new year ahead, no matter what the future holds at this moment. This simple wish is the best hope. The sweet scent of sweet potatoes wafted out, waking Ji and Jiangzhou, who circled around the charcoal basin. Less than 10 minutes after eating, all 3 of their stomachs began to rumble. Once they left, the door quickly locked behind them, and they eagerly dove into the space. Perhaps something they ate last night wasn't fully cooked. They had been too happy eating to care about whether it was done, and today they had to sit on the toilet all day. Fortunately, Ji had stocked up on medicine for diarrhea, and she forced herself to drink a packet of montmorillonite powder despite feeling nauseous, then quickly jumped into bed, forcing herself to sleep. The temperature had been continuously dropping, and Ji still hadn't figured out the last fragment, not wanting to go out again. Besides going downstairs to take out the trash, she lounged at home. She wasn't sure if the rabbit in the space had mutated, but it had grown a bit, although it was still too young to breed. She occasionally fed the rabbit a couple of carrots, but it seemed to prefer cabbage leaves, which were obviously more appealing than carrots. She didn't force it and happily threw in a large handful of old cabbage leaves, which were too old to be eaten. She regularly watered the sandy area, and the potatoes she planted were now sprouting green shoots. She didn't know what to feed the sea fish she kept in a bucket, but they were still alive. She just needed to top off the water as it had decreased. Since she couldn't modify the ground in the space, she really wanted to dig a fish pond. Putting them in the sea seemed unappealing since she'd have to use that water to bathe, and keeping them all in buckets would require a row of them, which wouldn't look good. No matter how she rearranged it, she could only hope for an upgrade to the space next time. After tidying up her supplies, she happily jumped into the hot spring. Last night's commotion from the artificial fireworks wasn't small. At least the nearby people could see it, and those people moved quickly, with 2 waves arriving early in the morning. Lin Chuan knocked on the door, urging her to come out and see the excitement. Just after getting out of the hot spring, she surprisingly didn't feel very cold. Jia, are you refining elixirs in there? Why do you have such a strong heat coming from you? Lin Chuan asked curiously, unconsciously leaning in, thinking only of warming up. He didn't notice there was another person in between and couldn't squeeze past. Lin Chuan raised his head in confusion, and Jiang Zhou pretended not to see, pointing towards Building 3. Below Building 3, 2 groups were in a standoff, and the people behind them looked like they had some training. They then realized that there were likely many gangs like those in the West District, whether for business or other dealings. It took at least an hour to get from Yunding Mountain to the foot of the mountain, and it would take even longer for those coming from other places, making it clear how sought after this water ability user was. Who do you think she will choose? He suddenly asked with interest. What if she chooses neither? Lin Chuan suggested a third option while trying hard to squeeze closer to the 2. Jiang Zhou raised his hand, and Lin Chuan was once again pushed away, so he could only sigh and shrink back sadly. I guess she will choose the authorities. Jiang Zhou pointed to the approaching vehicle, which had a red 5-pointed star on the side. Sure enough, the water ability user, who had initially refused to budge, moved closer to the authorities upon seeing their vehicle. The 2 sides engaged in friendly conversation, and before long, she pulled the boy from last night to get into the official vehicle. The car slowly and steadily drove through the snow, while the 2 groups left behind looked displeased and exchanged glares before each getting into their own cars and leaving. In terms of recruitment, the authorities were the best. As long as they're not stupid, they should all choose the authorities, Lin Chuan said. In this situation, the authorities are the optimal choice. Joining any private faction would put them under scrutiny from other parties, especially when it comes to making choices in person. He continued. Go ahead. Nodded. The defenses on the 18th floor were already very strong. The reason she wasn't called was likely because Jiang Zhou knew about her supplies and deliberately left her out. She was happy to be relaxed and nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Jiang Zhou brought over his heater, saying it would be damaged if left unused. Found the appearance of the heater quite ugly, but was tempted by how it could raise the temperature without making noise, so she accepted it without hesitation. Jiang Zhou nodded, shouldered his backpack, and went to catch up with Lin Chuan. He looked down from the window and saw that they weren't the only ones leaving after New Year's, which made her feel at ease. Back in room 03, the silly fool was still making a corpse out of the snow on the balcony. He ignored it and continued to tidy up in the space, developing its uses and researching the blurry fragment. She hadn't even reached the wall with the fragment when suddenly she tripped over something hard underfoot, almost falling flat on her face. Cursing, she steadied herself and saw that these were the items she had collected from the secret room in the West District last time, which she had completely forgotten to open. Curiously, she violently opened the lock, and inside was still a box. Ji's face darkened as she continued to forcefully open the box. Inside lay a blank piece of paper. She rubbed it with her fingertip and discovered it was similar to her ability paper, but without the prompt text on it. Perhaps the person who had it before her had seen it, causing the text to disappear. These individuals were referred to as fortunate ones with beta testing qualifications by the subtitles. Maybe that water ability user also had a piece of scrap paper and just happened to find the correct way to use it. Suddenly, The fragment emitted a strong light. The area where she touched the blank paper felt a burning pain, and the paper gradually shattered, just like when she first unlocked the space. In the next moment, she was kicked out of space. Chapter 60. He is about to finish. He covered her palm with a grim expression, taking a while to recover. She opened her palm, which had just experienced intense pain, but saw no abnormalities. The space also indicated it was upgrading and could not be entered temporarily. Jihee's tense nerves finally relaxed. The commotion this time was so great that she thought she had blown up the space. A gust of wind blew in through the window gaps, and she couldn't help but shiver. Instinctively lowering her head, she realized that she had been able to move easily in the space, wearing only a thin layer. After waking up, she tried to enter the space and went in without any obstruction. Her face lit up with joy as she hurried to check the fragment wall. The blurry fragment revealed its shape, but it was still somewhat fuzzy, even more incomprehensible than the previous two. Upon closer inspection, she noticed it depicted various forms of people. The most common were hybrids of humans and other animals, as well as alien shapes imagined by humans, some with long limbs hanging down, others with bodies twisted into unbelievable shapes. Among them, only the section depicting modern humans was clear. For the first time, there were words engraved on the fragment. After testing, seed sequence is optimal. A large mosaic covered it, and she could only roughly guess some parts. Coupled with the initial prompt about Earth, this might not be a game. But the word test further confirmed that the natural disasters they were currently experiencing were artificially controlled. But what was the purpose? This left her with many more guesses and increasing confusion. Jiangzhou was the only one she had met who could call out the names of the fragments. Perhaps asking him could clarify some doubts, but unfortunately he was not around. She could only set that aside for now and proceed to open the boxes she hadn't finished opening before. There were 3 in total. One was the blank paper that helped her clarify the fragments, and the other 2 were unopened. She continued to forcefully open the locks. One contained firearms, and the other had matching ammunition. It was filled to the brim with various models. No wonder the thin white youth was so angry to find the secret room emptied. Although she and Jiangzhou had both sustained injuries, and Lin Chuan had endured several hours of cold wind, if Jiangzhou hadn't secretly used his healing ability on him, Lin Chuan's feet would have been frozen solid. The space underwent a major upgrade, and she got her desired fish pond just as she wished. On the expanded beach, far from the hot spring, she didn't have to worry about murky water. Moreover, there were 2 ponds on either side, with a one-click water change feature. She thought for a moment, smacked her lips, and said intentionally, "Ah, if only I could have a mountain of gold." After waiting for a while, there was no response from the space. With slight regret, she poured all the fish from the fish bucket into the pond. A large area of the beach was emptied again, and roses inexplicably emerged from the sand around the stands, entwining around the frame, making the stands look much more exquisite. A circle of sand around the beach had deepened in color. Upon closer inspection, it had turned into black soil. It was illogical, but she was used to it. She was also curious, after multiple upgrades, would the beach eventually have no sand left at all? Not thinking too much, she tentatively planted a peach tree in the black soil, planning to plant another if it thrived. After busying herself, she took a bath and exited the space, continuing to watch TV alone. On the 18th floor, 2 of the 3 had left, leaving only Ji to guard the house. And with no one to play cards with her, it felt quite lonely. Fortunately, she had single-player games and endless TV dramas and novels to keep her from getting bored to death. Just as she was playing Snake and it was dominating the screen, she suddenly heard a commotion at the door. "What are you sneaking around here for? Are you sick? What are you doing here then? What is a young girl like you doing with sneaky business? You'd be better off following me. I guarantee you'll eat well." The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and since it was at the door of the 18th floor, she had to abandon her game and stepped out with an unhappy expression. However, this expression didn't last long before it turned into mild surprise. "Xiao, why are you here?" One of the newcomers was Xiao Na, dressed in a clean white outfit and bundled up tightly. She didn't call out her name because there were others present. When Xiao Na saw her come out, even through the thick windproof mask, her joy was apparent. "As I mentioned last time, my people are outside, and they'll be sent up shortly." Ji raised an eyebrow and opened the door, but instead of letting Li Mu in, She pulled Xiao Na inside and closed the door directly. Li Mu almost got his hand caught in the door and shouted angrily, "Open the door for me." Yelling wasn't enough. He even tried to kick the door, but ultimately gave up because there was nowhere to place his foot. He turned around, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Is living too long giving you the illusion that you can act recklessly on the 18th floor? Usually, when Li Mu heard her say this, he would have run away with his tail between his legs after muttering some soft words. Today, however, was unusual. Instead of running away, he stood tall and revealed the work badge on his chest. Oh, a work badge? An official staff member on the list? You're so arrogant. Does the official side know? Xiao Na leaned in to take a closer look. He raised her eyebrows, a bit surprised. The last time she saw him, he was still being dragged to do free labor, and yet in just about 10 days, he had become a formal employee. Found it quite interesting. So according to what you said, I can't touch you and have to respectfully invite you in, right? Why not just offer incense directly? Isn't that more respectful? Xiao Na sneered. Your good days are over. Chapter 61. Supplies are coming the moment he mentioned those 3 families. Her expression instantly turned cold. Weren't you quite arrogant? Li Mu said, shaking his leg with a smug expression. Xiao Na also picked up on some things from inside. But not knowing He's thoughts, she remained silent. Li Mu was quite fearless, but he was genuinely being held at gunpoint by her nail gun. All right, I'll wait for you to come begging for my help. After saying that, he swaggered downstairs to the supply truck parked in the center of the square and gave the 18th floor the middle finger. Hey, you just let him go like that? Xiao Na asked incredulously, as she had seen he several times and didn't think she was the type to show mercy. He's mouth curved into a subtle smile, her expression mysterious. It's fine, we'll talk once we go in. Xiao Na didn't pry into personal matters and obediently followed behind her into room 03. Recently, due to the situation in the Western District being under strict investigation, she didn't want to be too obvious, so when closing the door, she slipped a bit of bait into Li Mu's direction, which worked on hungry animals. Even if it didn't kill him, it would be enough to keep him busy. Once Xiao Na entered, she made herself at home, casually asking if she could come in and then quickly darting into the room to warm up. This is great. How about I stay with you for a couple of days? Xiao Na wrapped herself in a blanket, curled up next to the charcoal basin. Imagined the daily routine of roasting sweet potatoes and cooking noodles and politely shook her head. I'm used to living alone. She spoke directly, and Xiao Na always knew that. Moreover, if she really didn't stay home for 2 days, the villa would have to be renamed. The two sat for a while when Xiao Na, as people came up, carrying 2 boxes of supplies. Xiao Na gestured for her to open them, and inside were various long-lasting warming supplies. In such weather, to be able to obtain these and still have 2 large boxes to spare for delivery, only a wealthy woman could manage that. Once the delivery people left, Xiao Na mysteriously urged her to dig further. He complied, digging deeper into the boxes, and suddenly touched something with a strange shape, pulling it out in confusion. As expected, just as she guessed, it was a real handgun. She didn't recognize the model of the gun, but she could tell it was better than the pile in her space. What a big spender. She thought about how she could just eat instant noodles for a couple of days. If she didn't hold onto the rich lady's thigh tightly, it would slip away. Do you like it? I only have 2. I'll give you one. Joanna wrapped herself tightly, only her face showing, smiling broadly. He didn't believe it. After thinking for a moment, she said, these 2 boxes are enough. I'll trade you this gun. What do you want? Joanna looked at her with a face full of disdain. Forget it. If you hadn't saved me, I would have died long ago. There's more to come in the future. Take it. You should have it. Also, with the new year approaching, things aren't very safe. It's good to have something for self-defense. So when Joanna left, she took the 2 boxes with her again, but this time they were filled with various flavors of instant noodles. Swapping instant noodles for a handgun, she made a killing. The guns in her space also had a source. After all, Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan wouldn't contact Joanna. However, using them would still be somewhat difficult. She couldn't just walk around with a gun during a crackdown. She stored the handgun safely and went out to start making dinner. When she took it out to show Joanna today, Joanna was so tempted that she cooked 2 packs of turkey noodles and brought out fried chicken and soda. By the end, she felt a bit stuffed, but stopping would be too spicy, so she had to finish it all in one go. Her stomach was round and bulging, and she felt like she gained weight. She pulled out a workout video and lifted the blanket. Doing a lot of exercise after a meal led to bloating, and the pain almost made her double over. From that day on, Ji made sure to set aside time to exercise every day. Slacking off was okay, but getting fat was not. It's worth mentioning that the peach trees she tried to plant on the beach in her space were alive, with green, tender shoots, full of vitality that was completely different from the outside world. She immediately planted fruit trees in the other degraded sandy areas, and the space was starting to look more and more like a paradise. She just didn't know if the growth cycles would be the same. There were quite a few people doing tasks in various regions, but the big rewards had already been collected by the official advance teams, and the remaining ones were extremely difficult to excavate. Lin Chuan looked a bit haggard, but his spirits were quite good. Of course, we aren't donkeys from a production team. We need to take a break. Tomorrow is probably going to be chaotic. Indeed, just a little rumor has already caused quite a few people to be dissatisfied. Let us keep our distance and observe tomorrow. Back in the room, Ji suddenly remembered that she hadn't distributed the guns in her space yet. She slapped her forehead, moved the one she needed to distribute out, and promised herself not to forget tomorrow. The next day, she struggled to get out of bed. As she opened the door, the other two just happened to come out as well. He waved her hand, inviting them into room 03. What's going on? So mysterious? Jiang Zhou asked. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Is there food? She shook her head and pulled out 6 handguns, all portable models. 2 for each of you pick. As soon as the 6 black objects were revealed, both of them were stunned. He pressed them down with one hand. These are from last time. I almost forgot they were hidden in the supplies. Joanna also brought 2 more today. Nodded, got up, grabbed her prepared backpack and said, let's go. To avoid waiting too long, the 3 of them braved the cold wind and slid down. She distributed the warm supplies Joanna had brought to the 2 of them. They were much more useful than what she had stored. Even with that, by the time they arrived, the 3 were almost frozen stiff. At that moment, a loud, harsh sound came from the loudspeaker. The officials were about to release a message. Chapter 62. Settling accounts among the 3. This message was similar to what Jiang Zhou and the others had said. Neither industrial nor agricultural production had resumed, and the official food reserves were also low. Today, apart from receiving rations, they needed to register those who met the relief criteria. Some people wanted to lie and report more, which was fine, but if one was caught lying, the whole family would be disqualified from receiving food, and in severe cases, tasks would not be issued. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to some people. Although the individual rations were small, they were still free. Discontent immediately arose in the crowd. Oh, it's already hard to survive in this world, and now the officials don't care. It would be better to just die. There were many remarks like this, and some people huddled together to protest amid the chaos. The loudspeaker was turned on again. Please make way. We need to identify the person who just spoke. We will handle their registration. Those gathered here will be treated as accomplices. This had an immediate effect. The crowd that had originally gathered to support dispersed, leaving behind a few who couldn't squeeze in and were desperate to hide. After collecting the anti-cold seeds, as usual, the 3 were about to retreat when someone with an ID badge blocked them. Who is Ji? That's me. Ji felt puzzled, but still spoke up. Come with me. Someone is looking for you, he said, signaling her to follow. Ji had a faint guess in her heart. At this time, someone who could recognize her despite her careful disguise was definitely not an official. We're going together, Jiang Zhou said, grabbing her. Whatever, hurry up. The 3 exchanged glances and followed him into the official tent. Sister, a familiar and malicious male voice called out. He wasn't surprised at all. Sitting inside the tent were her biological father and brother. There was also another man who should be Li Mu's father. She had seen him once when she was following Lu Hang. Where's Song Xiao? She raised her eyebrow and asked, You still care about your mother? I thought you were Ji Yunzhong. He mocked with a smile, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. No, I was asking if she is dead. He said earnestly, hoping something had happened to her. He started to rant, and after finishing, he cautiously glanced at H's expression, only to find that she wasn't angry at all. The look in her eyes was full of agreement, which encouraged him further. Jiang Zhou also sensed something and cleared his throat, saying, he still owes us 300 pounds of supplies. Are you her dad? then you should help her repay it. He stretched out his hand confidently, and Ji Yunjong's face turned ugly. Ji He, you've grown bold. You dare to deceive me with outsiders. Huh? Ji Yunjong sneered, speaking to Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan. You two outsiders should leave. This is our family matter. They are my friends. You are the outsider. Ji He interrupted him. Don't forget how you all left the country. How did this idiot come to be? We have no family matters to discuss. After saying that, she turned to leave with the two. Suddenly, two armed men appeared at the door, blocking their exit. Old Ji, your daughter hasn't been raised well. Li Songming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, smiling, but his eyes were cold. The three instantly understood that the two at the door were clearly arranged by Li Songming. Now, Ji He was genuinely curious. They dared to create such a scene in front of the officials. Was it because Li Mu was dead or something else? Today, old Ji won't talk family matters with you. I want to settle accounts with you too. The Liu family is still waiting for you. Li Songming glared at her darkly. Your son's arm was injured by you, right? Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan instinctively frowned. What kind of person would use the term training regarding their daughter? No wonder Ji He was more ruthless than ordinary people at the beginning of the apocalypse. With family like this, one couldn't survive without being tough. However, it seemed that this daughter was not very obedient. My sister listens to my mom the most. If she doesn't obey, I'll have my mom beat her. If she doesn't obey, let her go hungry for 3 to 5 days. She'll naturally listen. The three of them spoke one after another, their words dripping with malice, as if treating her as an item to be disposed of. The guns in Ji He's space were itching to move, but in the end, she held back, considering the situation. However, to others, it looked like she had backed down, and Ji Yunjong and his group became even more insulting. Jiang Zhou's eyes glinted coldly. He suddenly reached into his pocket, and Lin Chuan followed suit without hesitation. Ji He sensed their intentions and held down the two who were radiating murderous intent with one hand each. Don't say we parents don't care about our children. I advise you to admit your mistakes, and you might live a few more days. He continued calmly. Is that so? When did she send you the letter? Ji He asked, pretending to be nonchalant. More than half a month ago, I think. She couldn't remember the exact time, but she was sure that since she had thrown Shen Yuru into the sea, at least a month had passed. Moreover, with both hands and feet bound, it would be impossible to break free. So, how did Ji Yunchong receive Shen Yuru's message? On the surface, Ji He showed no signs of suspicion, but her heart was filled with uncertainty, and she had no intention of staying any longer. She exchanged a glance with Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan, and the three of them turned and rushed out simultaneously. No one expected them to make such a move, and even the people at the entrance didn't stop them. By the time they thought of using guns to intimidate, there were still many people outside the tent waiting in line for supplies. Forget it. No need to chase. Ji Yunchong stopped the two and turned to Ji Zixing, saying, you go tell them they can start, keep a close eye, and see if what your cousin said is true. Chapter 63. Jiang Zhou's bad luck. Ji Zixing was most pleased to see his sister being bullied and eagerly went out, leaving only two people inside the tent. Li Mingsong smiled, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. That girl from the Shun family is quite resourceful. If you need anything, just say the word. Ji Yunchong readily agreed, but as soon as he stepped out of the tent, the smile on his face vanished. Is there anyone sincere these days? The first thing out of his mouth is benefits. He wouldn't have come this time if it weren't for his son's injury. It was all for the things in his hands. In the distance, Ji He and the other two had already blended into the crowd and slipped away amid the chaos. The crowd was disorganized, and they had a few tails following them. No matter which way they turned, those people kept a distance, following closely behind. Once they could no longer see the main road, the footsteps behind them became more pronounced, eventually following them openly and slowly. What to do about those people? Jiang Zhou asked her in a low voice. Seeing her reaction, the two of them decided to leave them alone for now and picked up a kitchen knife, attempting to chop down a tree. Ji He thoughtfully curled her lips. Shen Yuru had once said that she knew her secret and even mentioned the ability paper. But Shen Yuru and Lu Heng had fallen together. So how did she manage to climb back up and send a message to Ji Yunchong? She couldn't figure it out, which was why she refrained from dealing with those annoying guys behind them. She wanted to confirm whether Shen Yuru was dead or not, or how much those people knew. Sister He, did you bring a saw? Lin Chuan paused his actions, a bit helpless. The three of them were usually optimistic, picking up a thick dry branch and needing to show off to the other two. The people following them openly sneered, unable to hear clearly, but probably guessing they were mocking them. They laughed and got closer. He paid no mind, glancing at the time and realizing it was about time. She quickly found a tree with many branches that was easy to climb. Let's go up and get these down. Lin Chuan was puzzled, but followed suit. Looking up, Jiangzhou had already climbed 3 or 4 meters high and quickly followed. Not long after they climbed the tree, the snow surface trembled slightly, accompanied by the sound of running. A wild dog, nearly 2 meters tall, led a few smaller ones toward them. As soon as it appeared, it raised its head and sniffed around, finally locking onto the few people hiding behind the tree, growling lowly. The big dog didn't move, but the little pups couldn't wait to rush forward. The few of them realized they had been exposed and wanted to climb the tree. Jiangzhou pulled out a nail gun, aimed at the one in front, and coldly said, "Get lost." Seeing the pack of dogs getting closer, the few cursed under their breath, disregarded their mission, and ran down the mountain. Isn't Yunding Mountain a tourist spot? Where did so many dogs come from? Lin Chuan squeezed between the two, asking in a low voice. The big dog seemed to sense something and glanced in their direction before following the pack further away. The three of them finally relaxed their tense hearts and slowly climbed down from the tree. Dogs can adapt to the environment much better than we can. There are plenty of people raising dogs here. These few are probably the least. Ji had seen a gathering of barking dogs before, so it wasn't surprising. Then is Yunding Mountain more dangerous than the urban area? Lin Chuan felt a bit depressed. If animals continue to mutate, it wouldn't make a difference where they lived. Sooner or later, they would spread everywhere. Jiangzhou thought for a moment and added, but Yunding Mountain has a lot of snakes. Who knows? Our neighborhood might turn into a snake den tomorrow. Just the thought of a ground full of snakes made he shiver, and she instinctively moved a little further away from Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou looked at her in confusion, and after confirming there was no danger, turned back to continue scaring Lin Chuan. When they returned to the neighborhood, Lin Chuan looked utterly disheartened, not even complaining while climbing the stairs. "What did you do to him?" He asked curiously. Jiangzhou blinked, maintaining a poker face. "Nothing much, he might just be in a bad mood." The next day, she was startled awake by screams in the neighborhood. Wrapped in her blanket, when she reached the window, she almost rushed out with a knife to thank Jiangzhou. Downstairs, there were snakes of all sizes coiling around, and even the windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors were crawling with snakes. The screams were coming from those few households. The number was similar to the last time they encountered them in the back mountain, but the sizes were larger. Yending neighborhood had truly turned into a snake den. Bad luck. He couldn't help but curse under her breath. Just as she finished, there was a knock on the door. Put on a thick coat, opened the door with a grim face, and saw a terrified Lin Chuan. She instinctively glanced at room 01, puzzled. Today, it wasn't Jiangzhou who was bringing her to see the excitement, but was he afraid of being beaten up as soon as she opened the door? She maintained her composure. Should we give them a beating? The two of them hit it off and went to knock on the door. Room 01 was quickly opened, and Jiangzhou, wearing an apron, welcomed the two in before hurriedly heading to the kitchen. The living room was warm, and on the dining table was a pot of snake meat soup, with a plate of steamed buns brought out. Jiangzhou's cooking had surprisingly improved. It smelled delicious, and they were indeed a bit hungry. Took out a small bottle of hot sauce, and before she could urge Lin Chuan, he had already sat down and started eating heartily. "You eat too." Jiangzhou handed her a pair of chopsticks. "It's delicious, sister." He come quickly. Lin Chuan called her while taking a break to look up. Hesitantly took a bite of the snake soup. It was cooked, tasted normal, and Lin Chuan showed no signs of anything unusual, so she continued eating with peace of mind. Yesterday, that group of people was in the neighborhood, and it seemed those snakes had been chasing them. Another wave of people was blocked outside the neighborhood. If the snake pack dispersed, those people would come up. Jiangzhou pointed in the direction where that group was hiding and explained that he wasn't just being superstitious. The two of them's attention was indeed drawn, and they resisted the urge to look outside. Downstairs, a few people were using various makeshift tools to kill snakes, and that group was mixed in, but just by looking at the weapons they were holding, it was easy to distinguish them. Chapter 64. Infection ambushed. The snake pack was being heavily hunted, and the larger snakes, stimulated by the smell of blood, chased after people to bite. There were quite a few people downstairs, and a few surrounded one snake, quickly dispatching it, with one person taking a piece each. They were much calmer than when the strange beasts first appeared. The three of them on the 18th floor were too lazy to climb down the stairs and didn't join the commotion. The group mixed in with the others had disappeared. "They're coming. Stop eating." He patted the two and was the first to walk to the door. The two quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks. Grabbing the weapons they had prepared earlier, one even tucked a gun into his pocket. Jiangzhou went down to the 17th floor and hid in the corridor, while Ji and Lin Chuan guarded the corridor door, preparing for an ambush. A few people quietly made their way upstairs, and just as their hands touched the corridor door, it was suddenly yanked open. "Someone, charge up!" the frontmost person shouted in a muffled voice, and the people behind surged forward. Ji stepped out from the shadows, holding a machete, and without hesitation, lunged at the first person, with Lin Chuan closely following. Suddenly, a scream came from the back. Jiangzhou had charged up. This group of people was specifically brought by Ji Zixing, all relying on brute force to fight. Ji and the others showed no signs of weakness, their knives swinging relentlessly. Those people, however, did not retreat at all. Instead, they became even more aggressive, roaring as they charged forward, shooting at them with broken water guns they had somehow found. Ji was annoyed by the water guns. After dodging one person's attack, she quickly pulled out the real weapon from her bag. With a gunshot, the previously aggressive attackers instinctively crouched down, covering their heads with their hands. Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan, however, showed no mercy. In just a moment, the enemies were mostly wiped out. Ji, unwilling to waste bullets, raised her hand and struck down the last person with her knife. The small team of about 10 people was left with none. All were thrown out of the 18th floor window by the three. The thick layer of snow was dented in several places, and the residents on the 3rd floor could not bear it anymore. They opened the window and poked at the edges, burying the bodies deep in the snow. Apart from the bloodstains in the corridor, there was hardly any trace of the recent chaos. The food was a bit cold, so Jiangzhou took it to heat up. "You guys wipe yourselves off first. I'll go heat the food." The two hastily wiped the blood off themselves and sat at the dining table, waiting for the food. Although it was not their first time killing, they urgently needed to eat something hot to feel a sense of reality. "Those people were sent by your dad, right?" "They were ruthless." Lin Chuan cautiously glanced at Ji's expression. "He's not my dad. Severed ties long ago." He replied nonchalantly, leaning on the table waiting for food. Lin Chuan nodded in relief. "What do you plan to do?" "That person doesn't seem like he just wants you to apologize. If he dares to come, I dare to kill. Kill until no one dares to come anymore, right?" Lin Chuan gave her a thumbs up and hurriedly served her the first bowl of snake soup. "You eat first. I'll go heat up the chili sauce. It's frozen solid." Ji nodded and buried her head in the food. In the kitchen, Lin Chuan kept stealing glances at her until Jiangzhou slapped him to make him behave, and he obediently heated the chili sauce by the charcoal stove. She knew they were worried about her, but she had long given up hope on that family. Back in room 03, Ji immediately entered the space to take a hot spring bath. While undressing, she discovered that her clothes were stained with a lot of yellow pus. She immediately thought of the handguns those people had in the corridor. Because the lighting was dim, she couldn't see the color clearly and thought it was just ordinary water. Who knew it was mixed with these things? Disgusted, she tossed her clothes into a separate basin to soak, casually washed herself in the shower, filled 2 buckets with empty disinfectant bottles, and immediately went to knock on the doors of the two. Rooms 01 and 02 opened simultaneously. Ji stuffed the buckets filled with seawater disinfectant into their arms. "Change your clothes and give them to me. Use this to wipe your whole body." The two looked confused, not understanding why they needed to change clothes, but still obeyed and went to change. They had just sat at Jiangzhou's dining table, and wiping everything down was too troublesome. Ji took the opportunity while they were changing to pack all the tables and chairs into her space, soaking them in seawater before putting them back out. "What's wrong?" Jiangzhou handed her the clothes while asking. "The water those people sprayed must have been collected from infected individuals. This disinfectant can effectively suppress virus transmission," Ji explained. After Lin Chuan came out, she took the clothes and brought both of their garments into room 03. putting a basin of seawater out to soak the clothes under the bathroom's cover. When she came out, she carried 2 buckets. You need to disinfect everywhere you just touched, and the rest also needs to be sprayed, he said. Jiang Zhou held back his words, but from his pale lips, it was clear he was not feeling well. If it weren't for the fear of someone coming in, she would have wanted to replace all the furniture with those from her space, which started at a minimum of 50,000 yuan. She hadn't used them yet. Thinking this way, she felt increasingly restless and secretly swapped out for an 180,000 yuan bed. The style wasn't much different from her original one, but the mattress felt significantly better. Even lying there eating spicy strips made her feel like a rich woman. By evening, the 3 gathered again. There was no choice. The apocalypse was too dull. Staying at home alone without any entertainment facilities would drive anyone mad. Originally, Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan planned to go out again to complete mission. But since that group was accounted for, they could only gather to cook together. Each family contributed some ingredients, making a pot of braised rice with potatoes, cured meat, and beans, along with some grilled yellow fish and the indispensable green pepper sauce. After eating, everyone's stomachs were round and full, and Lin Chuan even lay down directly. He rarely cared about others, but instead of jumping up to tease him, he quietly got up, swaying as he headed for the door. "What's this? Did you sneak some of my alcohol?" Jiang Zhou wondered. "I'm not that stingy. Why are you running?" Lin Chuan covered his mouth and nose, coughing lightly, waving his hand to the 2, and quickly darted into room 02. He stepped forward, grabbing him, and tentatively touched Lin Chuan's forehead. "So hot. Do you have a fever? Is ibuprofen effective? I have some." Jiang Zhou quickly turned around to find a medicine. Lin Chuan took 2 steps back, creating distance. "I have it at home. Don't get infected. I'll come over when I'm better." He looked at him, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. Half an hour ago, Lin Chuan was in good condition. Fighting 3 was no problem for him. The sudden onset of illness didn't seem like a normal cold. Chapter 65. Fever. She forcibly pushed open the door of room 02 and pulled Lin Chuan's tightly clenched hand away, revealing a wound, with small blisters forming around it. Lin Chuan was infected. "Don't come over. It might be contagious." His face was pale, and he pushed he away forcefully. The next moment, his eyelids twitched, and he collapsed straight down. He was startled and moved him into room 02, but turned to see Jiang Zhou had already come in with the medicine. "Jiang Zhou, don't come over," she shouted loudly. Jiang Zhou seemed to not hear her and directly took Lin Chuan. "You are just a girl. Why should I be afraid?" He wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Jiang Zhou nodded in agreement, quickly turning around. So the tables and chairs in Jiang Zhou's house soaked in water again, along with anything else that could get wet. Then she filled a spray bottle with pure seawater and thoroughly sprayed all 3 households, including the corridor. After that, all the doors and windows were open for ventilation. Although it was cold, and even with Jiang Zhou's heater, it wasn't very effective. They needed fresh air to come in. After all the fuss, Jiang Zhou had dressed Lin Chuan again and took a thermometer to check his temperature. The thermometer turned bright red, but was 1 degree lower than before at 39. 9 degrees, still feeling hot to the touch. He took the medicine. "I don't know if it's effective," Jiang Zhou frowned. He remained silent. But in her heart, she recalled the scenes of the virus outbreak in her past life. Various ancient viruses mixed with nuclear radiation. With the current medical resources, there was no cure, let alone now when most hospitals were frozen in the ice. No fever-reducing medicine would work, even if one miraculously cured one type. The other viruses lurking in the body would emerge. They would either suffer from full body decay, oozing pus, or die, or they would successfully endure wave after wave of viruses, strengthening their bodies. According to the survival of the fittest principle, it was a process of genetic screening, a matter of luck. With Lin Chuan in this state, they had done everything they could as friends and teammates. All that was left was to gamble. However, he had been using the seawater disinfectant and soaking in hot spring water, so he shouldn't die easily. "Come with me." He gestured for him to follow, and Jiang Zhou immediately complied. Soon, a bucket of steaming hot spring water landed in front of him. She had overthought it. Jiang Zhou had always valued his life, so he didn't need her reminders. When Jiang Zhou came out, The two disinfected the 18th floor again. Lin Chuan was still asleep. His fever had lowered a bit, and he woke up partway to ask them to help him collect the bodies tomorrow. The next day, Lin Chuan's temperature dropped to 37 degrees, and he got up early to make them breakfast. The entire time, I wore disposable masks and gloves with 2 layers on and wrapped myself in a thick towel. After finishing cooking, I almost suffocated myself. Jihe and Jiang Zhou were just about to dig in when they saw Lin Chuan's forehead dripping with sweat. "Take off the scarf. We've come this far. Are you still afraid of this?" He urged while burying her head in her food. Lin Chuan initially insisted on keeping it on, but eventually couldn't stand it anymore and took off the scarf and mask, gasping for air. Jiang Zhou felt something was off and took out the thermometer. After measuring, it showed that Lin Chuan's high fever had just subsided half an hour ago and had turned into a low-grade fever. He followed the tutorial from memory and prepared a large bucket of electrolyte water. Lin Chuan couldn't drink it, so Jiang Zhou forcefully made her drink it with a dark expression. By the afternoon, her temperature finally returned to normal, but she was still sweating profusely. Lin Chuan lay in bed covered with 3 blankets and had 2 charcoal basins lit. Then she kicked the 2 of them out, saying she didn't want them to see her in such a miserable state. She didn't want her only 2 teammates to be gone. After returning home, she took a bath as usual and went to bed, lounging around all day. It was likely that in a few days, they would see whether Lin Chuan had mutated or evolved. It would be best if she evolved. If not, being an ordinary person would be fine. But she didn't want to end up covered in sores that would burst if she got caught in the rain. On the 3rd day, Lin Chuan was still not fully recovered when a group of people stealthily entered the community. "Don't go down there, come over here." He counted the people and pulled Jiang Zhou back, who was trying to sneak down to flank them from behind. Seeing that there weren't many people, the 2 stood guard at the door of the hallway, one on the left and one on the right. To their surprise, after they had set up, only one person came up, threw down an envelope, and ran away. Fearing it might be a trap, they waited until they saw the few people run far away before Jiang Zhou pushed the door open to pick up the envelope. "Looks like it's for you." Jiang Zhou handed her the letter and then greeted her before going back inside. He found it a bit strange. There wasn't even a date on the envelope. So how could Jiang Zhou be so sure it was hers? "What a weirdo," he muttered instinctively. She then crumpled the letter along with the envelope into a ball, preparing to toss it into the trash, but her palm was cut by a sharp object. The moment blood dripped onto the ground, she thought it was her imagination, but the blood from her wound was actually blue. There were little figures dancing on her small cake, and the television, which had long been off, suddenly played Journey to the West, with the actors staring at the mushroom-headed characters. The surroundings became increasingly absurd, and she felt dizzy, as if the house were turning upside down. Realizing something was wrong, she immediately slipped into her space, not even bothering to enter the hot spring, and plunged into the temperature-controlled seawater. The dancing little figures finally disappeared. 5 rabbits hopped over, wanting to approach her, but were too scared of the water, only daring to squeak at the shore. After soaking for a while, her clothes were completely soaked and heavy, so she hurriedly took them off and dove into the hot spring to warm up. Once she felt completely comfortable, she fed the few rabbits some fresh old cabbage leaves and had a spicy rabbit head before leaving her space. She picked up the pile of letter paper again, carefully unwrapped it, and found a small piece of sharp coral inside, along with a few fish bones. The cut she just received must have been from these things. Chapter 66. Before the outbreak, after Lin Chuan's fever subsided, it fluctuated several times. The 3 of them stayed at home on the 18th floor, and that group of people didn't return. He was relieved and spent her days teasing birds and petting rabbits, occasionally digging in the soil. The growth cycle was only 2 months, and the previous plants had already grown quite a bit. It wouldn't be long before they could eat them. The silly rabbit often messed around in the living room and on the balcony, or suddenly shouted "Dad," startling her. She moved the planting pots outside, and when the other 2 families saw her working, they silently took out their seeds and moved a pot of soil next to her. Ji didn't care about that and dug a hole in the middle to bury the seeds. Jiang Zhou peeked at her and followed suit perfectly. "Will this work?" Lin Chuan poked at the frozen ground, a bit doubtful. "Aren't these cold-resistant seeds? I planted my last batch like this, so it should be fine." Ji didn't look up and kept working, planting an entire bag of seeds. Hearing this, Lin Chuan followed suit, and the three of them worked hard to plant a row of potted plants, placing them in the hallway with a little space in between for distinction. Some residents from the community, as well as those not from this community, saw that the number of people was nearly reaching full capacity. Suddenly, there were constant sounds of banging on doors in the community, and through the hallway windows, they could see a few nearby families shoving each other, with people trying to pry doors open everywhere. However, it was cold, and the empty houses that had unexpectedly died had not been open for a long time, with the doors frozen shut. Those people were using various fire tools to gradually melt the ice. Those who couldn't light a fire stood by waiting, and when a door opened, they rushed in, resulting in another chaotic fight. Their building was the farthest away, but they couldn't escape either. Someone had already gone up to the 17th floor to pry a door. The three of them tacitly stood at the corner, able to see the movements below while remaining undetected. They knew that the outside must have cold-resistant seeds planted, given how many there were. Several envious voices continuously discussed this, kicking the anti-theft door that had been frozen for who knows how long in frustration. "Let us go upstairs. It's obvious there's nothing down here, and going in will only freeze us to death." After this statement, the hallway fell silent again. Since Lin Chuan had a fever, her hearing became particularly sensitive. Even though that group was sneaking around, she could hear at least 10 footsteps downstairs. She gestured with her hand, and Ji He and Jiang Zhou immediately understood her meaning. The three of them took out their handguns. Ji He remembered that in her previous life, this was the time of mass infection. It all started with an infection in a nearby base, and then symptoms appeared in large numbers, leading to the complete demise of almost the entire base. Orders were given to isolate the base. It would have been fine under normal circumstances, but this was during a natural disaster apocalypse, with extreme cold of -60 or 70 degrees. Normally, they could go out to complete tasks and earn some food. Once they were locked down, they lost their food supply, and all the base personnel fled at night. The people who broke into the community were mostly those who had escaped from there. She didn't want to waste bullets, but using a knife could easily lead to infection like what happened to Lin Chuan last time. Fortunately, the hallway door had been reinforced with Jiang Zhou's homemade glue, preventing it from being kicked down, but even so, the door shook from the kicks. Just as they were preparing to kick a second time, Ji He suddenly yanked open the hallway door. The few who were kicking couldn't regain their balance, their legs extending uncontrollably forward, nearly doing the splits on the stairs. They hadn't even had time to cry out in pain when Ji He delivered a clean kick, sending the ones performing the splits crashing into the people behind them. "Ah, that hurts. Get up. I can't breathe. Help, help." For a moment, the sounds of curses and cries of pain echoed through the 17th and 18th floors, rolling down to the ground before stopping. "Damn it. How come no one said anything? Making us fall? Do you have no conscience?" The one who had suggested prying the door stood up in anger, cursing. "Don't pay attention to the 18th floor. Hurry up and leave," Jiang Zhou said in a deep voice. The hallway was dim, and that group didn't see what the three of them were holding. The disgruntled man said, "You just kicked us, and over 10 people fell. What is up with that? There are only 3 of you. You better think this through." He walked to the front with her gun raised, saying, "Is this enough? Do you want me to give it to you?" The man suppressed his excitement and pretended to be calm, saying, "Barely, just hand it over." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already fired, and before the man could even reach out, he had already fallen. "Anyone else want some?" He raised an eyebrow and looked around. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan stepped forward, one on each side, playing with their guns, making them especially conspicuous at that moment. The group fell silent, their expressions indifferent, even using their feet to kick the man's body down the stairs, as if they were numb to it. "What are you afraid of? So what if you have guns? Can you kill us all in an instant?" Those people scoffed. "Yeah, as long as you can't kill everyone. You'll definitely be killed by us." There was a hint of giving up in their tone, different from the previous residents of the community, making it more difficult than they had imagined. "All right, then you all discuss who goes first, who dies, and who lays back and wins," Ji said deliberately. Sure enough, that group of people was momentarily stunned. They weren't afraid of death, but most of them were just a temporary assembly. Who would be willing to risk their lives for someone else's bright future? After a moment of silence, a voice came from the crowd. We live on the 17th floor. A bunch of big men with hands and feet. How could we all die? Saying this, the person turned around first to pry open the door. Those people resumed their indifferent expressions, silently prying at the door. Ji wanted to ask something, but seeing the pus-filled sores on some people, she thought better of it. Got it, Jiangzhou nodded. For a moment, the 18th floor was a bit silent. Jiangzhou cleared his throat. I have something that can be tested. Do you want to use it? Forget it, forget it. Lin Chuan shook his head repeatedly. I'll pay attention tonight. You all get some good rest. The three of them closed their doors, saying to rest well, but none of them actually fell into a deep sleep. Ji was even more awake because she watched a horror movie and couldn't sleep. She deliberately used spicy strips to attract the silly bird to stay with her all night. The silly bird continued to act dizzy after eating a few bites. In Ji, he felt much more at ease. Chapter 67. Base out of control. The next morning, the door was knocked loudly. The silly bird was the first to jump up and curse. Damn it. Who's knocking on my ass? Old man is sleeping. Ji sat up with a black line on her face, really not knowing where this silly bird learned such language, cursing so much early in the morning. As soon as she opened the door, the silly bird rushed out and bumped into Jiangzhou's face, chirping incessantly, damn you. Jiangzhou helplessly grabbed the silly bird and took out 2 corn kernels from his pocket, throwing them into the snow pile. The silly bird indeed abandoned its target and gleefully dove into the snow pile. Don't pay attention to that silly bird. Is there something going on? Ji asked. Base 3 has erupted with an unknown virus. There were infections as soon as it started snowing. At that time, because of the drop in temperature, the virus entered a dormant period. Now it seems to have become active again, and all medications are ineffective. Out of control? Ji frowned and asked. Yes. The group of people from yesterday escaped from there. Jiangzhou glanced down subtly and lowered his voice. He knew almost everything from memory, even more comprehensive than what Jiangzhou had learned. Let's not go out for the next few days. Wait until things calm down before going out to complete tasks. She said, Jiangzhou nodded without hesitation. Even if he didn't say it, he would indeed do it. Strictly speaking, everyone on the 18th floor talked about giving up. But privately each one was more anxious than the other, all valuing their lives. Since the infected residents moved to the 17th floor, they had gone downstairs again. The cold-resistant potatoes they each planted were also moved indoors, and nothing was dared to be left in the corridor, fearing that the group downstairs would pull tricks. It's worth mentioning that these cold-resistant seeds seemed to have been improved, and their growth cycle was faster than the previous batch, quickly sprouting green shoots. The first batch that was planted was also gradually maturing, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be long before they bore fruit. When the vegetables in the space ripened, they were all picked and stored without cutting the roots, allowing for another batch to grow, though it wasn't as good as the previous one. The potatoes and peppers in the sandy soil were growing well, and it wouldn't be long before they could be harvested. After gnawing on a watermelon at noon, he left the watermelon seeds to sprout, planning to see if they could be grown. Eating watermelon alone was bland. So she brought out a plate of marinated food and roasted a few autumn knife fish and some vegetables on the charcoal grill. By the end, still wanting more, she roasted a few large shrimp and scallops. If it weren't for fearing the smell would be too strong, she would have thought about roasting a durian. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, she flopped onto the bed and casually picked up the silly bird to watch a suspense drama together. The silly bird opened its mouth to peck at her, but Ji decisively pinched its beak, and the two of them sat quietly watching the TV series. She was comfortable, but downstairs, the others were drooling with envy. After the residents of the 17th floor left, the people in the community had heard about the 18th floor's reputation for killing, and since they often got killed, no one dared to move up here. So it remained empty. Their floor was high, and the wind was strong, so generally, no one could smell anything. Yet those on the 17th floor were nearly starving to madness. Even a faint smell, they could smell it coming from upstairs. One by one, they stared greedily at the corridor door of the 18th floor, but no one dared to go up first. During the days they were stuck at home, people in the community were gradually being kicked out. Ji took a closer look through binoculars. Without exception, they all showed obvious symptoms of infection. Those who were kicked out might not be afraid of death, but the pus-filled sores of the infected were now very prone to bursting. A slight friction could spray pus everywhere. Those who were kicked out gathered together to continue prying open the remaining empty rooms. Soon, a week later, the infected were everywhere. But apart from being covered in easily burst sores and having varying degrees of fever, there were no other symptoms, and it wasn't immediately fatal. Those stuck at home were getting anxious. Regardless of the risks, they decided to go out to complete tasks, thinking they wouldn't die anyway. The officials had urged everyone to stay at home to avoid infection, but it was of no use. Everyone's food supplies were limited. How long could they hold out by staying at home? Rather than going out to do tasks while half-starved later, it was better to go now. He reiterated to the two restless ones, "Don't rush out. Let's save our food. We can hold on. Wait until the situation improves before going out." The two of them instantly calmed down. Ever since Lin Chuan had a fever last time, he was still feeling weak now. It was rare for him to agree to stay at home. "It's too boring. Let's play some mahjong," he sighed. "Okay, we also have flying chess." He perked up. She took out all the board games and even found a similar game called Heaven and Earth. Jiangzhou was troubled about how to keep these two interested without letting them win too much, or they would just play a few rounds and leave. So when they played games, he unexpectedly won a few rounds. They had fun, and in the evening, she took a few frozen corn and deliberately wilted radishes to stew a pot of rib soup, adding a handful of goji berries and 2 big dates. Lin Chuan, who had long seen through Jiangzhou's leniency, secretly gave him a thumbs up. In the end, Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan had equal scores. In he became the biggest winner. The two of them followed the initial rules and did 50 push-ups, and as soon as they stood up, they gathered around the clay pot. When they opened the lid, the corn had a faint smell, but it made Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan stare eagerly. Their only vegetables were frozen potatoes, and they were nearly starving, so only he, with her planning talent, could share a few bites. Then they automatically took out barbecue seasoning and grilled a bit of seafood like fish and crabs. This seasoning had been on sale in the supermarket before. It was the kind that couldn't be sold even after expiration, but now, sprinkled on, it smelled amazing. The three of them held bowls of soup, huddled around the charcoal grill, grilling one skewer while eating another. Jiangzhou loved gossip, so he shared plenty of gossip with them. Meanwhile, it was tough for those downstairs. The door of the 17th floor kept opening and closing. He and the others noticed this too, and after waiting for a while without any movement, they had no choice but to continue eating barbecue around the grill. They played until 10 o'clock at night before dispersing. As soon as they entered the door, the silly bird fluttered out of the snow pile, looking mournful, and immediately spoke in a familiar tone. "Dad, which woman are you messing around with again? Don't want to live?" Before it could finish its rant, he gave a smack. "Don't pick up everything you learn. Be careful, or I'll make you braised parrot." The silly bird shook its head and dove into the snow again, pretending to be dead. Chapter 68. Red Explosion Head, Awakening of Abilities Looking at Their Bags. They must have been given some benefits, otherwise who would be willing to be with the infected at this time? He said. "However, can our community accommodate so many people?" Lin Chuan questioned. "It should be fine. Our community's occupancy rate has always been low, and quite a few people have died. So, squeezing it should be about right. So we're directly living in a toxic nest. No, this is probably happening all over the world. It's just a matter of time." Jiangzhou added. "We are worse off. The original residents of the community have almost all been replaced. And maybe tomorrow we will be surrounded and explode with pus." He deliberately scared them. Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan were grossed out, unable to hold back a chill, and goosebumps formed on their arms. Lin Chuan didn't want to talk about this and changed the subject, saying, "Isn't it warmer today? I wore half as much." Upon hearing this, he and Jiangzhou looked at him suspiciously, both taking a step back and instinctively covering their mouths and noses. "You're not coming down with a fever again, are you?" he asked, still holding onto the hot water bottle, his breath forming thick white mist. Jiangzhou was similar. He had 2 hand warmers in his pockets and had warm pads stuck to his knees. Both were well insulated. But after just a short while outside, their hair was already frosted, looking nothing like it was warming up. In contrast, Lin Chuan's face was flushed, his whole body dry, like he had just been sunbathing. "I'm not feverish. I checked this morning, and my temperature is normal." Lin Chuan blinked innocently. The two didn't quite believe it. The redness on his face couldn't he possibly just be blush, right? Jiangzhou specifically checked again, and indeed, he wasn't running a fever. He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Why don't you turn around and let us see?" Lin Chuan was confused but complied, obediently turning around several times until he was dizzy and had to stop. "What's wrong?" he asked. He nodded, tilting his head uncertainly to Jiangzhou. "Is he a bit red?" He casually took off Lin Chuan's hat, and He and Jiangzhou both initially wanted to tease him, but the next second, they looked at Lin Chuan's head and fell silent. Lin Chuan's hair was a messy explosion of red. Without the hat, he appeared radiant. Their expressions were so strange that Lin Chuan curiously touched his hair, and when he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the window, his expression went blank. My head!" Lin Chuan shouted in horror. At that moment, the silly guy squeezed in through the gap, sharply mimicking what Lin Chuan had just said. Lin Chuan didn't have time to deal with the silly guy and hurried into the bathroom to look in the mirror. "This looks a bit like an ability awakening," Ji said thoughtfully. Jiangzhou nodded in agreement. Then what could his ability be? Fire? Lin Chuan had a high fever of 41 degrees all day and hadn't lost his mind. Now he looked like a red sun, so it was highly likely. Before Lin Chuan could come out, another wave of people rushed to the 18th floor. This group seemed to be specifically targeting Building 6. With most of them coming toward them, they heard someone downstairs say, "The 18th floor has plenty of supplies. There are a lot of cold-resistant potatoes piled in the corridor. Robbing them will yield better returns than prying us open." Then, more people blocked the stairways on the 17th and 18th floors, and everyone tacitly rushed towards the 18th floor. Ji came out and saw a crowd of people in the corridor, almost thinking she had switched to a channel about zombies. That group had expressionless faces, but their eyes glinted with ferocity, and they charged straight up without saying a word. Ji didn't open the door, but shot through the gap in the iron door, followed closely by Jiangzhou and Lin Chuan. Their gunfire couldn't drown out the ferocity of that group. Those in front fell, but were kicked aside to continue rushing forward. The three had already mentally prepared. Continuous firing didn't stop that group. They pushed against the iron door, ignoring the edges, only wanting to rush and quickly have a full meal. And even if they died, they wouldn't feel regret. The three guns quickly ran out of bullets. And they knew they couldn't just deal with this wave of people and expect peace. With the remaining bullets, he gritted her teeth, prepared to open the door and charge out with a knife. Suddenly, she felt a wave of heat behind her. Jiangzhou pulled her back, and the two fell to the side. Those blocking the stairway with bodies weren't so lucky. They were caught by a sudden flash of fire that set their hair ablaze. The group could no longer maintain their indifferent expressions, all grimacing as they rubbed against the ground. "Quick retreat! Quick retreat!" After one person shouted, they quickly ran down the stairs. The remaining ones barely caring about the flames on their bodies, scrambling down. The three on the 18th floor didn't pursue them, all looking in surprise at Lin Chuan's hand. Fire ability, not bad. Ji nodded in satisfaction. Now they had an additional fierce combat power, once the fire was unleashed. Who would dare to come close? There would be no need to engage in close combat. Not bad. And it won't take effort to start a fire when going out, Jiangzhou said seriously, suppressing a smile. They looked at his still smoking red hair and still felt like he had been bombed. After that move, Lin Chuan grew fond of his red explosion head. Being a man, having strength and looks was already good enough, especially since he was quite handsome. He confidently shook his red explosion head. He, however, got distracted, subconsciously glancing at Jiangzhou, who had strength, a good figure, looks, and also stockpiled supplies. "Don't worry, I won't forget you guys once I have abilities. I'll protect you from now on." "Oh, before I had no abilities, you called me sister he. Now I'm your brother?" He raised an eyebrow, unable to help but tease him. Now that he's different, all the vegetables will be mine to eat. I can do anything. Jiangzhou played along. Lin Chuan, who had just been smug, immediately straightened his explosion head, cleared his throat, and said, "No, sister, you are my only sister." He couldn't hold back her laughter. "All right, disinfect the entire corridor and yourself too. Don't get infected again. We'll have a big pot meal for dinner." There had to be leafy greens in the big pot meal. The two quickly grabbed disinfectant and poured it everywhere. He avoided the two and brought out a bucket of seawater, pouring it all over the corridor, then opened the window to let the wind blow, and it froze. The three worked together to shovel the ice and throw it out the window, ending with a full-body disinfection. As long as they didn't come into direct contact, they wouldn't get infected. The raincoats were more than enough. An hour later, at dinner time, the three gathered at Jiangzhou's place, room 01. Lin Chuan tried on the raincoat. It was a strange design that wouldn't affect movement but could enclose the whole body inside. Sister, you found such a cool raincoat. It's quite fashionable. He maintained a straight face, quickly thinking up an excuse. I saw it when I was moving and buying things. Thought it looked a bit strange, so I bought it. The moving excuse was always foolproof, never getting old. Chapter 69. Silly guy makes a great contribution, having promised to make a big pot of food in the evening. Each person had a bowl of seafood, clay pot rice, topped with chopped green onions and minced garlic. She took a small handful of greens to make a soup. She originally wanted to add an egg, but when she took out a frozen egg, it was too round to work with. When she returned, she set up a table with grilled skewers, grilled vegetables, and crispy potatoes, which she had bought from the snack street before. In the following days, the three of them played enough cards, staying home unless absolutely necessary. The number of outsiders in the community was increasing. Just on the 17th floor, there were 20 people living in 3 households. They didn't mind where they lived, even squeezing together to sleep at night to save on firewood. The 18th floor had also seen a few waves of people, but they couldn't break through the iron door or withstand the firearms, and after a few attempts, the number of newcomers also decreased. This stalemate didn't last long. If they kept holding out, everyone would go crazy. The residents of the community were going out early and returning late to complete tasks. Now that the weather was cold and everyone was bundled up, no one could see who was infected. The three on the 18th floor also bundled themselves up and went downstairs to get some fresh air. However, they weren't going out to complete tasks. With so many people, how much more could they gather? It would be better to go to the back mountain and try their luck. There were many mutated animals, but they were also more active. He wanted to seize this opportunity to stock up on more meat. They had just climbed the mountain for a short while when bugs started falling from the trees in a rain of insects. How disgusting, damn it, Run. Lin Chuan slapped at his body randomly, jumping in disgust. He and Jiangzhou were not much better off, as bugs crawled into their clothes along the edges. Lin Chuan tried to start a fire, but all it did was fill the air with the smell of meat. The bugs didn't decrease at all. They also tried to use knives to cut them, but except for getting covered in bug bodily fluids, it was useless. Create a fire and draw them away. He shouted in exasperation. Lin Chuan instinctively threw a fireball, and the frozen branches nearby instantly thawed and caught fire. Run, Jiangzhou, the calmest among them, urged. Though his expression wasn't great, anyone covered in bugs would find it hard to keep from feeling completely on edge. Moreover, looking up, the trees around were crawling with bugs waiting to jump down, and there were humanoid shadows of bugs lying around. The three of them ran wildly, one deep and one shallow, their feet almost sinking in the snow. They couldn't care less because there were still bugs crawling on them. After running for over 10 minutes and confirming that they couldn't see any bug-infested trees, they finally stopped. All three were in a sorry state, with plenty of snow in their shoes. However, they still felt that dealing with people was much worse. At least bugs wouldn't cling to them relentlessly, while with people, a mere encounter could mean life or death. The silly bird caught up with them, and seeing them covered in bug corpses, it kept retreating, using its wings to cover its beak, seemingly disgusted by them. He angrily threw a snowball at it, and the silly bird was perfectly hit and buried in the snow, having just bound to the fire element. Lin Chuan was the one with the highest temperature nearby, and also the one most crawled over by bugs, with bug marks all over him. Don't worry, they're not poisonous. If they were, we would have been done for halfway through our run. It's just their bodies that crawled over us, he said, rolling her eyes at him. Hearing this, the two men shuddered and began rubbing their bug bites with snow and cloth frantically. All right, Lin Chuan, create another pile of fire. And let's hide and see if any food comes our way, Jiangzhou suggested after rubbing for a while, still smelling of bugs. Ultimately, they had no choice but to shift their focus to attracting animals. G's eyes lit up. Sure, that way we won't have to search everywhere. and we won't have to worry about getting bugs in our faces again. Once Lin Chuan heard that they wouldn't encounter bugs, he unhesitatingly created a fireball, while Ji He and Jiang Zhou gathered a pile of firewood, successfully igniting the fire. She also placed a few sweet potatoes beside it, thinking they could eat them later. After preparing, the three of them hid behind a snow pile and also piled up dry branches and snow together, forming a perfect hiding spot. The space was small, and with Lin Chuan, the walking lighter, around, it wasn't too cold. As for the silly bird, still recovering from being hit, it dove into the snow pile in front of them, leaving only its backside facing them. Jiang Zhou silently placed a leaf over it and didn't bother with it anymore. The three of them and the bird waited for an hour, but nothing came by. Lin Chuan's feet were almost numb. What was going on today? Not a single snake in sight. Were they afraid he would roast them in a jerky? Even worse was Jiang Zhou, whose long legs were curled up for so long that they had long gone numb. TSK, the sweet potatoes must be done. Let's eat and then change locations. Ji He suggested. The three agreed unanimously. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan's legs were so numb that they didn't dare move a step, only propping themselves against a tree to manage their expressions. The two skeptically tried to move, but their expressions quickly fell apart, nearly becoming completely numb. Ji He chuckled and slowly walked over to add some fuel to the fire, pulling out the roasted sweet potatoes. They were a bit charred but smelled delicious. The still numb duo tried to lift their legs, and Ji He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, you two are getting old. You won't steal my sweet potatoes, will you? She hadn't finished speaking when a plump chicken about 1.56 meters tall swooped down from the sky and snatched the sweet potatoes beside her. Ji He let out a shout and hurriedly chased after it, but the wild chicken, although fat, was used to running in the snow and took off quickly with a flap of its wings. Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan didn't care about their numbness anymore and limped after it. The sweet potatoes didn't matter, but they hadn't eaten chicken in a long time and couldn't let it go. The wild chicken seemed to be toying with them, circling around them and occasionally stopping to call out provocatively. The three were even angrier, trudging through the snow with difficulty. Lin Chuan couldn't control the intensity of his fire, afraid of burning down the forest, so he didn't dare use his powers. Ji pulled out her hunting rifle, even if it attracted others. She had to catch this chicken. Dad. Suddenly, a clear and angry parrot call sounded, and a huge parrot flew above the wild chicken, then swooped down fiercely. The bird and the chicken pressed against each other, raising a white mist that obscured most of their view, but at least the chicken couldn't escape now. The three hurriedly moved forward, with one person using a knife to bleed the wild chicken. The wild chicken struggled desperately, but eventually went still, twitching one last time. Great job, silly bird, Lin Chuan praised. However, instead of acting proud as usual, the silly bird lay on the wild chicken and refused to get up. After observing for a while, Jiang Zhou confirmed it stuck by its beak. It can't get up. Chapter 70. Lin Chuan is leaving the three of them exerted a lot of effort, but couldn't pull the enlarged silly bird off. The silly bird finally got up from the wild chicken, spinning in circles and squawking, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The three looked at each other helplessly and could only deal with the wild chicken first. The chicken was too big to scald the feathers off, so they had to pluck them. Lin Chuan got frustrated after plucking just a couple and burned the feathers off with fire. When the fire receded, the chicken's skin was all char black. Now what do we do? Jiang Zhou asked with a twitching mouth, feeling helpless. Let's clean out the insides and then chop it into pieces, Lin Chuan suggested. He had camped out a lot more than them, so he was better at handling it and wasn't afraid of the cold, so the task of butchering the chicken fell on him. After a tense journey, they finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the villa area, glad they no longer had to worry about being covered in bugs. The people in the villa area had plenty of supplies and lived in separate houses, so the three couldn't help but feel envious as they passed by. How about we see if there are any empty houses to move into? Climbing up 18 floors in that building is not only tiring, but also involves avoiding a bunch of people, Lin Chuan said enviously. Look at those empty yards. The snow is piled at least a meter high. How can we even live there? Jiang Zhou retorted without hesitation. Lin Chuan sighed and took one last look before continuing on. He casually glanced at a certain spot, her brow furrowing slightly as she urged the two to hurry up. What's wrong? Jiang Zhou asked quietly. Nothing, it's just too cold. She had just seen Joanna again, killing someone, waving at her to hurry up and leave, probably not wanting to be seen by others. She didn't ask for help, and he wouldn't seek trouble either. Just as they reached the entrance of the community, they saw several cars parked outside, one of which was clearly a military vehicle. The three paused, hiding to the side. Lin Chuan hesitated, thinking, they shouldn't be here looking for me. I haven't used my powers in front of anyone else. That group of people had run away a while ago. Jiang Zhou squatted beside him, raising an eyebrow and reminding him, the officials are collecting research materials. Creating an energy detection device isn't hard, and your powers are quite noticeable. It's only a matter of time before you're discovered. Lin Chuan frowned deeply, looking conflicted as he glanced at the two. Let's go with the officials. It's a bit safer, he proposed. Jiang Zhou nodded as well, feeling the same way. It was actually a bit unfair to Lin Chuan. All three of them had powers, but only he had to use his openly. But in this apocalypse, no one will hold back. Ji knew that if she wanted to live comfortably, she couldn't stay with others all the time. For Lin Chuan, whose powers were exposed, joining the officials and enlisting was the best option. As for Jiang Zhou, she had imagined that this temporary small team would eventually go their separate ways, and she had no other feelings about it. Instead, she was happy for Lin Chuan, at least by joining the official side. He would be able to survive the Great Earthquake and the Ocean Period. Sister He, aren't you going to miss me? Lin Chuan said gloomily. As soon as she finished speaking, those people indeed started a fire right where they were. Jiang Zhou, with her sharp eyes, noticed that there were pots and pans inside. Moreover, those people had brought binoculars and were staring in their direction. He sighed again, thinking to herself that she should go see what they meant. Today, there were many people downstairs, all waiting to watch the excitement from a distance of several meters. The three of them hadn't taken more than 2 steps when 2 people surrounded them. They were from the official side. There were also 2 cars that hadn't let anyone out, but it could be vaguely seen that the people inside were also watching them. Even a casual inquiry would reveal that they were a group. He and Jiang Zhou carried their things upstairs. The attention of those people was not on them, so they ascended smoothly. The officials were still around, and even if Lin Chuan rejected either side, no one would be foolish enough to act directly. They didn't have to worry. The people on the 17th floor hadn't come down, but because the officials were present, they were quite subdued. Your ability is quite rare. Don't you want to go? He asked tentatively. Jiang Zhou shook her head without thinking. No, even if abilities are rare, they're not unique. I still prefer freedom. Will Lin Chuan go, or should we tell him about our abilities? He hesitated. After all 3 of them on the 18th floor had abilities, but only Lin Chuan openly displayed his abilities without reservation, which felt somewhat unfair in a certain sense. If he were to join the army, it might be better for him not to know for now. With Jiang Zhou saying this, he stopped worrying. The 2 of them prepared dinner, using today's chicken. They had specifically saved some for the big pot meal in the evening. A whole pot of firewood chicken was prepared, with a large handful of dried chili peppers and a few small millet peppers, accompanied by white radish and potatoes, as well as dried asparagus, all of which absorbed the juices and were perfect for rice. After all the ingredients were in the pot, Jiang Zhou eagerly spread flour paste around the pot's edge. She also roasted 2 wings over the fire, with a large amount of crabs and squid beside it, sprinkled with clumped barbecue seasoning and minced garlic. As the aroma wafted out, the 2 were almost drooling. The cars downstairs roared, and all 3 vehicles drove away, and the crowd of onlookers also dispersed. He added some fire to the clay pot rice and conveniently opened the door for Lin Chuan. Come quickly, people are about to starve, she shouted, not mentioning the officials at all. Lin Chuan had been struggling with how to start the conversation, but as soon as he opened the lid, the smell of firewood chicken wafted straight into his nose, making him forget everything in an instant. The 3 of them gathered around the firewood chicken to eat. The fire could still keep it warm, and the noodles would also cook quickly. After warming up in their stomachs, Lin Chuan no longer hesitated and said, I'll report to the officials tomorrow. We're also certified people now. Chapter 71. Survival base. This was a good thing. Their impending separation had no effect on the 3 of them. Picked up a bowl of hot soup and said with a smile, work hard and promote us together to wealth. Lin Chuan nodded, hesitated for a moment, then picked up his bowl with a beaming face. He didn't say anything. And he wouldn't ask either. The three clinked their bowls, dreaming about how wonderful the future would be. The next morning, Lin Chuan left. With one less person on the 18th floor, everyone in the community knew, and it was likely that more and more people would target them in the future. He thought for a moment, packed everything into her space, and prepared to run away at any time. Then she started to slack off seriously, sticking to her 2-hour daily exercise, and spent the rest of her time either researching recipes or farming. After all, when she pulled the curtains, no one knew what she was doing inside. The people sent by the G family hadn't appeared again, but he felt a thrill of excitement. However, as more and more ancient viruses and radiation-infected individuals flooded into Yunding community, he felt a rare sense of panic. Yunding Mountain had a high terrain, which was hard to climb. It took an hour just to descend. Even some of the original residents of the community could not bear it and had moved to the survival base. Except for the high-temperature period, not many people were willing to go up the mountain. They preferred to live in the empty buildings. In contrast, there were large numbers of infected individuals pouring in under increasingly cold conditions, with at least 10 people squeezed into every household. The original residents also showed symptoms to varying degrees, and the entire community suddenly became lifeless. He suspected that all the infected individuals in the city had come here. After thinking for several days, she finally knocked on the door of room 01. Come in first. Jiangzhou stepped aside to let her in, and the warm air rushed in. Ji stood outside for a while, her face numb, and hurriedly squeezed inside. Seeing her frowning, Jiangzhou couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? We can't stay here much longer. I plan to move after the new year." "What are your plans?" He asked straightforwardly. "I've thought about this too, but wherever we move now, the situation probably won't be good. There are too many infected individuals in the community. It's hard to defend against them. In the past few days, I've seen yellow pus in the hallway, which I suspect was deliberately spread by someone." He frowned, feeling a bit disgusted. "Where are you planning to move to? Maybe to the survival base? Or find a big building to hide in? Anyway, in the end, no place will be spared from the great earthquake." He didn't say that last part. He wanted to mention that she had a space, so she didn't need to carry a lot of stuff, but thought better of it. However, she did have a car. That Wuling van was still well preserved in her space. She told Jiang Zhou about the car, saying that she would need his help to make the car look old to avoid suspicion. The next morning, she greeted Jiang Zhou, stuffed the silly guy into her space, and went down the mountain. This time, she planned to visit the Triangle Man to trade for some supplies in preparation for moving. Sliding down the mountain, she arrived at her destination in just half an hour, although her face was almost frozen. She couldn't help but tuck a warm water bag in her clothes to keep her hands and belly warm. After a moment of pause, she walked toward the Triangle Man's stronghold. However, when she arrived, there was no one guarding the courtyard, and among the 3 small villas, only the middle one was still somewhat intact. Ji hesitated and slowly raised her leg to walk inside. Everything inside had been moved out. Even the furniture had been taken away, indicating that no one was left to trade supplies with her. But wasn't surprising? She had a premonition on her way here. Just with the supplies of the 3 people on the 18th floor, several groups had rushed over. This place was not far from the main road and the beach, so being attacked by infected individuals was not unusual. But since the Triangle Man had firearms, it was likely that they had just moved to a different location and had not been wiped out. She still wanted to ask if the Triangle Man had any live chickens and stock up on glass and such, but now that she couldn't find anyone, she had to give up. Closing the courtyard gate, she continued to endure the cold wind while sliding along. Her final destination was the nearest survival base. The Coastal No. 1 survival base was centered around a newly built community, expanding outward with many temporary houses. It was enclosed by a wall 2 to 3 meters high and looked quite large from the outside. She inquired a bit and learned that moving into the survival base required payment of an admission fee and rent, and also that each month, one would need to contribute labor points or use supplies to offset the cost. The supplies could be anything. Fish caught from the sea would weigh a bit more. But for ordinary people, it wasn't difficult to obtain. Additionally, the base had a street for residents to exchange goods freely, and outsiders needed to register to enter. She prepared to go in for a look. Just as she stood at the registration point, suddenly, a snow vehicle stopped at the entrance of the base. Everyone at the gate looked on in envy, and G he was no exception. Unfortunately, there was no snow vehicle exhibition in the building at that time, or else she wouldn't have had to endure the wind sliding down the mountain. However, the next second, 3 familiar figures got out of the car. There were quite a few survival bases, but unexpectedly, they bumped into the G family trio by chance. It was hard to say whether it was good luck or bad luck. Wrapped up tightly, the 3 didn't recognize her and only stayed for a moment before having someone drive the car to the parking lot and walking into the base. G he got a temporary entry permit, and since the path to the barter market happened to be the same, she followed behind at a distance. After thinking for a moment, she stealthily slipped into her space and caught the silly bird that was pecking at the sand. As soon as the silly bird heard Strawberry, it dripped 2 drops of suspicious liquid from its beak and, once released from the space, rushed eagerly towards Ji Yoonjong and the others. Ji he was anxious watching it, fearing that this silly bird would be caught by someone. Fortunately, it was relatively clever and, somehow, shrank to a tiny size, hiding gently in the hood of Li Mu's down jacket, unnoticed by anyone. Only then did Ji he breathe a sigh of relief, wash a plate of strawberries, and wait while eating. Chapter 72. Recording, trading for chickens. It was still hiding in the space, and the silly bird couldn't find it, flapping around anxiously. After being placed in the space, it dropped 2 drops of suspicious liquid and flew towards its little plate. Ji sat on the side with the recording playing out loud, while also paying attention to the situation outside. After the rustling noise mixed with the sound of flapping wings, human voices finally emerged. Is your sister done handling things over there? Soon, the people from No. 3 have all been guided over there, as my cousin said. All right, just be careful. Don't leave any evidence behind. I say, just call her over and give her a beating. She would tell everything right away. Why go through so much trouble? Mom, have you forgotten? Last time she cursed you to death. Immediately, Song Shio sneered. If I had known back then, I shouldn't have given birth to her. If it were Ro, she wouldn't have turned out like that, and everything would have been ours. All right, Ji Zixing, do as your Ro says, keep an eye out. And it's best to bring Ji he over before taking action. If she really wants to listen to you, it doesn't matter if you kill her. You can search later. The recording lasted more than 20 minutes. Although there was little useful information, the amount of information was substantial. First, Shin Yuro is indeed not dead and is likely infected and mutated. She revealed some information about the space to Ji Yoonjong, but it seems she didn't disclose everything. Second, the infected individuals in Yunding community were intentionally led there by someone. She was merely dealing with it incidentally. The real target was the supplies in the villa area, but the time of action was not mentioned. The rest was either insults directed at her or Ji Zixing trying to entertain the two in various ways. After listening to the recording, Ji exited the space with a blank expression and headed straight for the barter street. It wasn't tea because of the Ji family's attitude towards her. She was just surprised at how greedy these people were, daring to eye the villa area. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her and a hand patted her shoulder. Ji's eyes narrowed, and she was about to perform a shoulder throw in response. Ji. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and Ji quickly stopped her actions. You guys moved here? Ji asked in surprise. The one-eyed man chuckled through his scarf, lowering his voice. We didn't move in. We're on the outskirts. I'm here to make some business. He then asked her, what about you? What are you doing here? Do you want to trade for something? There was a familiar buyer, and since he was stocking up, she casually mentioned her idea of buying chickens to the one-eyed man. There are some, and today the boss found a few chicks, but the price is a bit high, the one-eyed man said. Can I trade with cigarettes? The kind from last time? Ji asked without hesitation. Sure, but since we're acquaintances, I'll be honest with you. This batch of chicks hasn't been mutated, so they might be hard to raise. No problem. I raise chickens at home. I have experience, Ji replied without blinking, telling another lie. Seeing this, the one-eyed man readily agreed. All right, we'll trade outside the base in the afternoon. After they settled the deal, the one-eyed man went off to handle other business, while Ji planned to wander around the barter street again. After all, the temporary entry permit was valid for 24 hours, and it wouldn't make sense to go out without bringing something back. The street had all sorts of items for sale, including urinals and worn socks. The most commonly sold items were those fished out of the sea, and firewood was probably the best seller. Everything else was quite expensive. She casually asked a vendor, And a pack of heating pads was priced at 1 pound of grain or 10 pounds of processed sea fish. Asking around, she found that besides useless trinkets and odd items, most other prices were quite high. Noticing that it was still early, he set up a stall right there. She wasn't selling anything else, just seasonings, especially a lot of chili powder. She specifically froze the items in her backpack for a while. And once they formed a block, she placed them on the cloth of her stall, where they quickly frosted over. The vendor selling gold jewelry next to her curiously glanced over and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you find this? Can it still be eaten?" While he asked if it could be eaten, his eyes were glued to the items, unable to look away. Currently, food was not scarce, with just a small hole. Fish would automatically come to the door, but seasonings were either broken bags or soaked in water and inedible. Salt could be extracted from seawater, but other sellable items were pitifully few. Prepared a small plate, her eyes gleaming with pride. Although it was clumped, the taste was absolutely guaranteed. She poured out a spicy version, and having gotten used to light flavors, she was drooling at the strong, spicy scent. Even other vendors couldn't help but look over at her stall. "How much is it? Can I trade this big gold chain for it?" The gold chain vendor asked after swallowing hard. "Look at how shiny and beautiful it is." "All right, 5 chains for a small bag. Can we trade?" "Let's trade." The gold chain vendor quickly nodded and even added a pair of bracelets and earrings. She bit down on them. They were pure gold and quite substantial when combined. After happily pocketing the items, another customer approached her, just a heating pad she wanted. She didn't trade much for 10 pieces, just a bag of chili powder and Sichuan pepper. There's also a big spender who brought a bag of charcoal, trading away almost half of it, likely from a group or family. Once someone started, those with resources not so tight gathered around to trade a little. When the crowd dispersed, her backpack full of seasonings was nearly sold out, with her flat backpack now bulging, filled with all kinds of random items. He collected the cloth and prepared to head to the agreed location, only to see an old man staring at her curiously. Yes, he was staring at her, not at the items, as if he wanted to see through her scarf to her face. She hesitated and asked, "What do you want to trade? Chili powder?" The old man instinctively nodded, but quickly shook his head. "I can't eat spicy food. My stomach isn't good." However, the old man blocked her path, hesitating as if he didn't know what he wanted to do. Feeling alert, quickly stepped back 2 paces, her tone not pleasant. "What are you doing? Trying to scam me?" "No, please don't misunderstand." The old man seemed flustered, waving his hands repeatedly. "I just want to see what you have in your pocket. Is it candy?" By the end of his sentence, his voice gradually lowered. If hadn't been close, she really wouldn't have heard it. She looked down and saw a bit of chocolate wrapping paper peeking out from the edge of her coat pocket. It was something she had packed before leaving, but after being blown by the wind all the way, she completely forgot about it. Pulling out a bit of chocolate, the old man's eyes shone brightly behind his glasses, and he took something out from his pocket and offered it to her. "How can we trade? Is this okay?" Chapter 73. Instant kill, though, it was a question. The moment the old man took it out, he was already trying to shove it into her arms. It was a strange little yellow duck, very small, seemingly just born, looking a bit weak. "Do you have any more? I'll trade with you." His eyes lit up through her scarf, comparing to the old man's earlier look at the candy. Trading chocolate for a nearly dead little yellow duck was definitely a win for her, especially since she had space. When the little stir-fried wild rabbits were just picked up, they were all wilted, but now they are starting to gain weight and can be raised. The old man shook his head in distress, saying there was only this one left. He felt a bit disappointed, but it was to be expected. Finding one was already an unexpected gain. She carefully tucked the little yellow duck in her pocket and continued packing her things to prepare to leave. The old man suddenly became serious, coughed twice, and quickly walked with the young man towards the central building. He was startled and quickened her pace, returning her entry permit and leaving in a hurry. She wasn't sure if it was related to her, but it was better to run first. Outside the base's wall, there were rows of tents and campfires, all occupied by people who couldn't find a place to stay. With the danger of mutated animals or robbery around, the guards wouldn't ignore them. As soon as she came out, pairs of eyes in the tent piles stared at her, more of them greedily eyeing her backpack. She kept her gaze straight ahead, tightened her grip on the backpack straps, and quickly left. A group of people got up, shivering, and followed her. This was one of the reasons they camped here. At least they wouldn't have to worry about going hungry for a long time. He ignored them and let them follow. When they reached the place, the one-eyed man was waiting there with two brothers. When that group of survivors saw the one-eyed man, they could only leave reluctantly. The one-eyed man also saw this scene and had his brothers keep watch while handing her a cage filled with chickens. It's a bit small. We can't tell what breed it is. Are you sure you want to trade? The one-eyed man confirmed again. He nodded without hesitation, took out the agreed currency from her backpack, and received the chicken cage with her other hand. The transaction was completed smoothly in just 2 minutes, and they quickly parted ways to head to their next destination. He wasn't sure how extensive the official powers to detect abilities were, so after sliding away, she put the chicken cage and some of the traded supplies into her space. The community was eerily quiet, but he remained vigilant, cautiously climbing through the corridor window with her backpack. Suddenly, several nails from a nail gun shot towards her. He was startled, desperately twisting her body, but still got a nail lodged in her shoulder. Thankfully, her clothing was thick enough to prevent it from being fatal. However, it seemed the nail had something smeared on it, and though the wound wasn't too deep, half of her shoulder was itching. She quickly drew her gun, suppressing the discomfort in her shoulder, and shouted in a low voice, "Who? Come out." Just as her voice fell, people streamed out from various rooms on the second floor, and even 2 people crawled out from the snow pile outside the window. The paths in front, back, and sides were blocked, and more people kept coming over, armed better than the previous waves, clearly well prepared. She gripped her weapon tightly and warned, "Step aside, or don't blame me for being rude." Those people covered their faces with various items, their expressions hidden, but it was evident from their eyes that they were excited about the prey they were about to capture. "Open the door to the 18th floor and let us in, and we'll let you go," the people behind greedily echoed. He knew there was no negotiation, and without hesitation, she quickly opened fire. When her bullets ran out, she made a feint and swapped for a new gun from her space. The group was ruthless, using various weapons and aiming to kill her. Gua couldn't sit still. It slipped out of the space, suddenly growing to about 70 or 80 centimeters and then skillfully causing chaos among the people. "What is that?" "A bird. It's meat." "Meat? Shoot it down." "On my eyes." "Stupid bird, get down." With Gua drawing some of the firepower, he felt much less pressure. She glanced at Gua, who was quite clever, knowing the height wasn't sufficient, so it kept fluctuating in size, avoiding any contact. She felt reassured and focused on dealing with the group. With agile movements, she could hardly be approached. Suddenly, a blinding white light burst from the corridor, temporarily blinding everyone. Only he, inexplicably, felt a sense of relief. This fluctuation meant Jiang Zhou had arrived. Soon, more and more people voiced the same question. Those in the corridor were eliminated within a minute, not even having time to scream for help. And even he felt a chill run down her spine. If this was the level of combat power, it wouldn't be surprising if Jiang Zhou single-handedly took down the giant crab. Just as she was hesitating, a figure suddenly fell straight down from the 3rd floor with a thud. Chapter 74. Overuse. She was already preparing to treat the person as a corpse. But in that moment, she realized it was Jiang Zhou. The areas not covered by a scarf were gradually turning purple, and no matter how she called, she couldn't wake him. So, taking advantage of no one being around, she quickly placed Jiang Zhou into her space, then swiftly put her backpack back on and climbed up to the 18th floor. Jiang Zhou was already awake, but his hands and feet couldn't move much, and for now, only his eyes could move. "Can you use your abilities yourself?" He asked. Jiang Zhou weakly opened his mouth, but she could only hear him when she leaned in close. He said he couldn't, but was it that he had no abilities left? He couldn't guess. But seeing him take a long time to recover, it was likely he couldn't use his powers at all. She searched around but couldn't find any medicine suitable for Jiang Zhou's condition. In the end, she had no choice but to set up an inflatable bathtub on the beach and let the hot spring water flow in. She didn't know if it would be effective, but every time she soaked in it, she felt very comfortable, so she guessed it might have some use. Finally, she carefully helped him out of his outer clothes and gently placed him in the water, of course, not daring to remove what was underneath. Even so, a hint of red appeared on Jiang Zhou's purple-tinged face. He, without any reservations, called for Daigua. Help me keep an eye on him. I'll make you something delicious tonight. With Daigua watching, she felt relieved and left the space. Jiangzhou's expression was unusually strange. He tightly pursed his lips, fidgeting. In contrast, Ji was more at ease, bringing out beef bone soup to boil with tofu and vegetables. Then, a miracle happened. Jiangzhou silently sat up. Looking much better. Is everything all right? Ji asked. Jiangzhou's expression was a bit odd. He replied, It's nothing, just overdrawn my abilities and got a bit winded. It's not a big deal. Ji's expression changed several times, but she ultimately held back, lightly clearing her throat and handing him a bowl of soup. Let us eat first. The beef bone soup was rich in flavor, and even with just vegetables, it opened both their appetites. The 6 unknown chickens and 1 sickly little yellow duck had been in her space for a while, and they were much more spirited. Without even feeding the medicine, she ground some coarse grains mixed with water and vegetable leaves, and the 7 little ones ate heartily. They should be fine. From a distance, she saw a rabbit hopping over, so she pulled off a piece of old cabbage to feed it. With nothing else to do, she rolled and crawled back into her space and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep as soon as she hit the mattress. The next day, she first went to knock on room 01's door, holding 2 thermal containers. After all, the other party was in this situation because of her, so providing 2 meals wasn't a big deal. The door opened a bit slower than usual, and Jiangzhou's complexion was still not great. Although the terrifying purplish hue was gone, he still looked pale, as if he could barely open his eyes. Don't talk. Eat breakfast first. I brought buns, still warm. Saying this, she handed 1 bun to Jiangzhou. She opened the other 2 thermal containers, which contained rice porridge, a kimchi platter, and stir-fried dishes. Jiangzhou initially wanted to hold back, but once the lid opened, the warm aroma of the buns wafted to his nose. So he simply took one and started eating porridge with buns and side dishes. The 2 quickly finished all their breakfast, and Jiangzhou, after eating, gained some strength, his complexion becoming much more vibrant. Thank you. Once I'm better, I'll cook, Jiangzhou said seriously. Ji couldn't help but twitch her lips. She still couldn't forget the porridge that made her stomach hurt after eating. She tactfully replied, You got like this because you saved me. Just 2 meals, and you're the one who is at a loss. So, you don't need to worry about the food. Jiangzhou, however, had a face full of eagerness and was about to insist, when Ji silently brought out a plate of chicken juice braised bamboo shoots. And his words got stuck in his throat. This kind of day went on for 2 days before Jiangzhou finally recovered. Ji no longer had to get up on time to deliver meals, and that day, he slept soundly. Besides his daily exercise, he would go into the space to feed the 12 walking meats and take care of the cold-resistant potatoes left by Lin Chuan. The 2 would occasionally gather to eat grilled fish or something, but most of the time, they stayed at their own homes. 01 would occasionally make clanging sounds, while 03 had a faint aroma. The people on the 17th floor were very irritated, but almost everyone had seen the miserable state on the 2nd floor that day. So no one wanted to touch this bad luck. They suppressed their anger and went downstairs, but no one dared to go up to the 18th floor. Days passed, and the community inexplicably became lively. Ji looked at the calendar and realized it was already the 29th. Tomorrow was New Year's Day. That night, the chain lock on the hallway door was opened by someone. Ji and Jiangzhou both appeared in the hallway with knives in hand. The flashlight at the door shook and pointed at the newcomer. After a month of restraint, as soon as the door to 02 opened, a blast of cold air rushed out, resembling a cold storage. How about you come to my place for a while? Jiangzhou hesitantly asked. Lin Chuan shook his head. No need, I'm fire type and not afraid of the cold. At this temperature, I can just cover myself with 2 blankets. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 who were almost wrapped up like round balls and still felt cold fell silent, filled with the same envy. Lin Chuan had no chance to refuse and could only grin widely. All right, I'm not a 3-year-old. It's a bit embarrassing to do this. While saying this, he wrapped his arms around their shoulders and walked them to the door. It's too late today. Come to my place tomorrow. I'll treat you to a meal. Let's have a good gathering. Rest early. Just let me know if you need anything. He then added, just remember. Lin Chuan readily agreed, urging the 2 to sleep early so they could gather together after waking up. The 3 households on the 18th floor were temporarily filled again, just with an additional person, making everything feel different. The next morning, the doors of 01 and 03 were knocked on simultaneously. He wore the red down jacket from the last New Year's Eve, and Jiangzhou opened the door with a heater, also dressed in red, and Lin Chuan was no exception. The three of them, all dressed in red, joyfully greeted each other, but soon they were defeated by the cold wind outside. The three quickly dashed into 02, which was noticeably tidier than yesterday's cold storage. And today, it had a more lively atmosphere. Especially above the charcoal basin was a red soup pot, and the small table was filled with ingredients, including fresh cucumbers. Cucumbers? He exclaimed. These were developed up there. They are harder to grow than cold-resistant potatoes. We ability users get a few every month to barely maintain our vitamin intake. Lin Chuan explained. She took a bite. The taste was a bit astringent and not as good as those in her space, but given the current conditions, growing such out-of-season produce was already quite difficult. Even if sold, one cucumber could fetch a price higher than grain. Chapter 75. The snow melts. Each of the three held a bowl and gathered by the pot, with Jiangzhou's ugly heater running, making the room feel about 10 degrees warmer. He rarely took off her thick outer coat, revealing a starry plush pajamas underneath, her mouth red from the spiciness, still shoving food into it. The two looked on in curiosity, and Jiangzhou, unable to resist, pinched the ear of her pajamas. He lowered her head and devoured her food, completely unaware of any oddity. The two looked down to see that there wasn't much left in the pot, and they quickly joined the battle. The 5 or 6 servings of meat and vegetables were cleaned up in less than an hour by the three of them. He glanced around and suggested, "How about we play a game? The stake will be this pot of soup." Jiangzhou looked at what she was pointing at, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, and his eyelids jumped. Lin Chuan, whose mouth was also swollen from the spice, wore the same expression. He gulped down water, waving her hand. "I'm this perennial loser, not afraid. What are you two hesitating for?" Once these words were out, the two decisively stopped hesitating and quickly pulled out their cards. The result was surprising. The biggest winner turned out to be He. She shook her pajama ears triumphantly, but didn't tea really make them drink? The two sighed in relief and quickly took on the dishwashing duties for the next few days. Lin Chuan had a 5-day holiday, and the three agreed to take turns cooking during these days, so they still had to wash dishes for another 7 days. He didn't let them suffer either. The next day, she cooked at her place. She picked some ingredients that wouldn't seem strange when taken out, and the vegetables were the kind that had been dried and frozen. From the 4th day, the meals declined. Leftover dishes mixed with a big bowl of noodles became one meal. For several consecutive days, the situation was similar, and all three were somewhat tired of it. On the last day of Lin Chuan's holiday, the sun rarely came out. He called the two to the rooftop for a simplified hot pot tea session. A large area in the center of the rooftop was cleared, and they set up tables and chairs, a charcoal basin, and even a grill for barbecuing sea fish. Jiangzhou found a tea cake from somewhere, and each of them broke off a piece to steep. It was well preserved and had no moldy smell. Lin Chuan brought out some long-preserved snacks and set up a whole table. "This is the kind of life I want." Lin Chuan squatted beside the grill, flipping skewers while sighing. "Aren't you doing well now? Not afraid of the cold? And your salary is pretty high?" He replied. "That's true," he said, as if remembering something, suddenly becoming serious. "By the way, I heard they're developing a vaccine related to the virus. Each area is starting to distribute from the base. If you guys move into the base now, you can get the vaccine sooner, and I feel like the community isn't safe anymore." Just as he was speaking, a commotion erupted downstairs, and even they on the 18th floor heard angry shouts and cries for help. Jiangzhou's gossiping nature was exposed. He leaned over the edge and watched for a while before looking up and saying, "They're cutting themselves to feed others." Upon hearing this, both were startled, their faces showing disbelief. Jiangzhou helplessly pulled out a simple binocular from his pocket. The two quickly took it, one looking down each side. They saw a crowd gathered below, with a seemingly wealthy man being restrained in the middle. The clothes he wore were more expensive than an ordinary person's annual salary. His mouth covered in blood, and his body caked in thick pus. In the innermost part, a person was exposing different parts of their body, grotesquely pressing the pus out. This bizarre behavior lasted for 2 minutes, after which those people seemed to regain their senses, tightening their skin while the terrified man screamed and ran away. Someone tried to tear off his clothes, but was stopped by the others. Soon, the people downstairs returned to normal, lying together to bask in the sun. The two were still in shock, almost vomiting. These people, have they gone mad? Lin Chuan murmured. He, however, inexplicably thought of what she heard at the base last time. Is this part of their plan? Damn, where did the water come from? Jiangzhou, did you pee? Lin Chuan shouted, standing up with his butt soaked. Jiangzhou's face darkened, barely holding back a kick. Look closely, it's melted snow. Are you messing around with your powers? Nonsense, Is it really? The place where they had set the table was still dry, but now it was completely wet. He took a deep breath and immediately made a decision. We need to move quickly. Let's pack our things now. We can't wait until after the new year. Now, based on her experience from her past life, once the snow began to melt, the extreme cold period was nearing its end, and it would soon conclude within 2 days. Yinding Mountain had a high terrain. She had survived the first wave of tsunami flooding here, but next would come even more terrifying floods and mudslides and extreme weather. Staying on the mountain was definitely not a wise choice. They could either be swept away or trapped to death here. Lin Chuan thought for a moment and took out the map he had prepared earlier. You guys should go to base 4 in Lin City. The terrain there is high, and the buildings are low. There aren't many supplies, but you shouldn't be lacking either. What he said was exactly what he was thinking. Being so close to the sea here, it would eventually be flooded. Lin City was currently the best place they could reach. What about you? Jiangzhou asked Lin Chuan. I've joined the army now. Even if I'm not officially on a roster, I still have to follow the organization, Lin Chuan said seriously, which was rare for him. With ability users being so rare now, I'm safer than anyone. The 18th floor was about to be completely disbanded, and the 3 of them were unusually downcast. But no matter what, the outbreak of infected individuals and the melting mudslides were imminent. They had to act quickly. I'll go out tonight to see if I can borrow a car for Joanna. No matter if I get it or not, we will leave tomorrow morning. He broke the silence. Chapter 76. Sleep together tonight after dinner. He took advantage of the dim light to go downstairs lightly. Someone upstairs pulled back the curtains to stare at her, and a few others followed behind. He ignored them, quickly put on her shoes, and slid towards the villa area, soon leaving those people far behind. After more than 10 minutes, he successfully arrived at the villa area. The original Golden Gate was stained with a lot of blood, and the man who had been pressed down in the square today was hung on the gate. It looked like it had gone through a fierce battle. He glanced at it and headed straight to Joanna's villa. As she spoke, she pulled Joanna in the yard, quickly locked the big door, and then took out some preserved alcohol to disinfect her whole body. What are you doing here? Joanna asked. I'm moving tomorrow, and I was planning to come and find you then. But you came so soon. We really have a good understanding. He raised an eyebrow. She came mainly to have a route for driving tomorrow and to remind Joanna, but she didn't expect that Joanna had already prepared the car. Joanna didn't know and thought he had come specifically. I'm going to base 4. Do you want to come with me? I have a car and can help you carry things. It might not be very safe here. Forget it. I'll go with my friends. Those 2 last time? Let us go together. They should be able to drive, so I want need to hire another driver and have to worry about being robbed. She initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Joanna's sincere expression, it didn't seem like she was just being polite. After thinking about it, hitching a ride with a rich woman should be more suitable for driving in the snow than her own car. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. All right, it's settled then. Joanna seemed a bit excited. Why don't you stay here tonight, and we can go together tomorrow? Okay, have you packed your things? Nodded and asked again. Everything's packed. My people are scouting the base, and the driver is from Building 9. Lin Chuan and the others can drive. I'll let him know not to come later. Joanna said. Peeked outside and said, no need to wait. He'll be here tonight. Joanna initially didn't understand what she meant, but following He's direction, she saw someone peeking through the door crack outside. Just looking at the appearance, they really looked like a naive little girl. He had never been fooled by her appearance. After thinking for a moment, she asked, can you handle it alone? There are about 10 people in my family. It's fine, I can handle it alone, Joanna said, but it was obvious she sighed heavily. Her eyes looked innocent, like a kitten waiting to be petted. If he hadn't seen her kill people every time, She might have believed her, but the expression left by that made it too obvious. Joanna's eyes lit up, and then she modestly pulled out a box of snacks. The two of them slept in a bedroom with 2 beds, snacks spread out on a table, even more than he had in her space. They sat on the carpet, with a projector showing a movie in front, a solar power battery, and a row of electric heaters. So it wouldn't be cold, even in a single layer of clothing. He clicked her tongue. Was this the power of money? Even her comfortable living was because she had space, and she had gotten a lot for free. If it came to living comfortably and luxuriously, it couldn't compare to these rich people. The two of them picked several Psalm movies for excitement. In the middle of the night, there was a strange sound coming from the front door. The two excitedly grabbed the prepared weapons from the nightstands and ran to their predetermined positions, one on the left and one on the right. Downstairs, 11 or 12 people climbed over the fence and headed straight for the garage. There was no noise at all. If Ji and T come at the right time, and the two of them hadn't seen it, Joanna would have been in trouble. A gunshot shattered the silence. Joanna shot the one closest to the garage, and before he could scream, he fell to the ground. She aimed at the next one and shouted, "Hey, are you treating this like your own home?" The remaining people quickly found cover to hide, only angry for a moment before splitting into 2 groups. The main force moved toward Joanna's shooting position, while 2 crept toward the garage from the shadows. "Damn it," Joanna cursed, firing several shots, but not paying attention to the garage location. The garage door was opened, and the person couldn't help but laugh maniacally. "So what if you have a gun? It's all ours now. If you surrender and join us, we might spare your life." He fantasized about having resources and beauties in hand, but overlooked the figure still standing in the garage. Joanna didn't have many bullets. Once they were gone, she switched her knife. The position she chose was just right for defense, so she managed to cope. Joanna chopped at people like she was chopping watermelons. And the man was getting annoyed, shouting, "Aren't you going to act?" He was startled, suddenly searching everywhere, and finally saw a figure in a place he had overlooked. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment Joanna spoke, Ji had already rushed in with her knife. Without even using a gun, she caught the two of them off guard and immediately ran upstairs to help. "Honey!" A sharp scream, followed by several sounds of knives stabbing into flesh. Soon, everything returned to calm. The two, covered in blood, dragged several corpses and threw them outside the yard, simply splashed some water to clean the hallway. Then they quickly disinfected themselves before both pouncing onto the valuable bed. How could these people be so weak? How dare they try to ambush me? Joanna snorted. A single rich woman. Just those words are very attractive, let alone no one expected you to be so fierce. He said helplessly. Well, blame me for being too rich, Joanna said while picking a movie, quite pleased with herself. Let us watch a horror movie together. I didn't dare to watch it alone. Nodded, not asking her anything else, like how Joanna would move all her family's wealth with just one car. They simply sat quietly watching the horror movie, showing no expression during the climax. This is still too conservative. There's nothing compared to the horror of the current apocalypse. Before they finished watching, the two were trapped in sleep. When they woke up, it was already 8 o'clock, and the sun was shining brightly. Are you up? There's sandwiches and milk over there. After eating, we'll set off, Joanna called her for breakfast. The truck was parked at the door, ready to set off as soon as they got on. Chapter 77. Evacuation. Get in the car. I had someone modify it. It can handle snow and mud roads without any problem, Joanna urged. He responded and swept everything from the table into a bag before climbing into the car. Joanna's subordinates drove at the front, followed by a few smaller snow vehicles, protecting their cargo truck in the middle. He clicked her tongue again. Indeed, she was worthy of being a rich woman. She couldn't help but ask, you have so many subordinates. Why still hire that one from Building 9? He wanted to come by himself when I was packing. I wanted to see what he was up to, so I agreed, Joanna said directly. He was momentarily speechless. Most people would avoid risks, but Joanna seemed to get more excited after knowing there was a risk. The two chatted casually along the way, snacking continuously. 20 minutes later, the convoy stopped near the neighborhood, and he got out alone to go upstairs to call the two. Wait a minute, Xiao Lu and Mo will go with you. Xiao and I called out to her. Okay, you all be careful, there are infected people all around. Nodded without hesitation and quickly led the others towards the neighborhood. People in the neighborhood had already noticed their movements, and heads were poking out of the windows of a building. Put on. She took out 3 sets of fully sealed raincoats and put one on herself first. Xiao Lu and Mo had also experienced the terror of the infected and immediately put theirs on without hesitation. The 3 quickly ran towards Building 6, while the crowd remained eerily quiet, staring at their retreating figures. Damn, this is really unsettling. The Mo muttered. Whatever. Seeing but not touching is like a knife in the heart. Who dares to come at me? I'll crush them. Xiao Lu cursed in a similar manner, filled with determination. While cursing, they quickly made it to the 18th floor, where Jiang Zhou and Lin Chuan were waiting at the door. Pack up and go. He said succinctly. He opened room 03 and pulled out the things she had pre-packed. The rest were all in her space. Not even the bed was left behind. The potatoes they had planted were also ready for harvest, and they had collected them in advance, secretly stashing some in the space. So the luggage wasn't too heavy. After making the last trip, as the 5 of them were heading downstairs, an unexpected event occurred. It suddenly started raining yellow rain from the sky. He frowned in disgust and looked up slightly to see the infected above, bored and blowing bubbles. Run. The 5 of them all looked disgusted and ran madly towards the truck. As their speed increased, the people inside the building also moved, jumping out of various windows. Xiao Na suddenly sat up in the truck. Cover me. Get ready to leave. With a shout, all the vehicles roared to life. Suddenly, a number of people surged from behind and jumped onto the truck. They must have sneaked out through the back windows while they were moving things, focusing on the people inside the building while neglecting the back. Today we robbed the big truck. Tomorrow we're on top of the world. Charge. What are you afraid of? They're living the good life. And just one truck is worth more than our lifetime's worth of food. Block the truck. Rob. With a few shouts from the crowd of infected, the infected became even more frenzied, throwing various weapons aimlessly. Quick, get in the car. Let us go. He kicked away someone who lunged at her and ran towards the truck while protecting the goods. The infected were scared and dared not approach until the fire was out. Hurry, I can't use my powers on civilians, Lin Chuan whispered. The few people guarding the truck quickly finished off their attackers and got in to start the engine. He and the others exerted their strength to pull the goods onto the truck, then squeezed into a single vehicle, and the entire convoy set off, shaking off the pursuing crowd. Once in the truck, everyone was panting heavily, watching those people, fearing that someone might still recklessly come at them. Envy, jealousy, resentment. All the malicious emotions seemed to take on a tangible form, making everyone in the truck feel uncomfortable. These people are not right. Lin Chuan observed for a while before suddenly speaking. What's wrong? They don't seem like a temporary organization. They seem more like a team. The group fell silent, increasingly feeling that way. TSK. He couldn't help but speak up. They just blow bubbles when they see people. Who can fight against that? Take care. We'll meet again. Jiang Zhou patted Lin Chuan's shoulder, the bond of manly friendship needing no further words. The convoy slowly drove away, and the 3 parted ways at the rescue station. Only Lin Chuan stood alone in the snow for a long time, then resolutely walked towards the assembly point. In this disaster-ridden world, with viruses and mutated creatures rampant, it was hard to say if they would meet again, but each person was rushing towards the life they wanted. The truck stopped halfway for a break. The moment He got out of the car, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. Not far away, there was a group of people, and one of them looked very familiar. As that person turned around, He couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart. It was Shunyiru. So she really hasn't died. He thought curiously. What kind of person could be tied up and thrown into a sea full of fish and still climb out unharmed? Chapter 78. Base number 4. While she was thinking, Xiao Na came over after getting out of the car. There's still 2 hours to go. Let's share a car later. It's so boring. Xiao Na yawned. When she turned around, the group of people had already vanished. Xiao Na cheerfully squeezed past Jiang Zhou to sit next to He and started chatting with her. Jiang Zhou had no choice but to shift positions and move to the pile under Xiao Na's hand. When it was time to get back in the car, the 3 squeezed into the truck's cabin, but it turned into Jiang Zhou sitting in the passenger seat, while the 2 girls sat in the back. Jiang Zhou awkwardly turned halfway to play cards with them. The brother driving couldn't help but sneak a look or two. occasionally unable to hold back and giving Jiang Zhou suggestions, which left him astonished at Jiang Zhou's winning hands. When they arrived at base number 4, the group was reluctant to let go of the moment. This base was smaller than the coastal base number 1 she had been to before, with fewer campers at the entrance. As they approached, the registrar explained the base S regulations. To stay in the base, one needed to register their ID number, registered residence, etc. It was best to have an ID, and each person needed to pay 20 pounds of supplies or 50 pounds of frozen fish. Special supplies could be paid in part. Additionally, to rent a house, one could inquire at the task hall, and each month needed to pay 5 contribution points, which could also be offset with supplies. Contribution points could be earned by taking tasks at the task hall, with one task yielding 1 contribution point. Weapons could be possessed inside the base, but fighting was not allowed. Anyone who harmed others would be expelled from the base. This was similar to what she had learned about the base before, and it was even cheaper. After understanding everything, Jihe and Jiang Zhou took out 50 pounds of frozen fish from the truck and properly filled out the registration form. Renting houses and taking tasks both required identity information, and anyone found with fake identity information would be detained for verification. Those who concealed their true information without proper reasons would also be blacklisted. How about a standalone place here? Do you want to move in with me? Xiao Na asked with a smile. Jihe envied the real name system a bit, but still declined. I'll go check out the task hall later and see if there are any tasks. Xiao Na didn't press her and lend him a snowmobile. You guys use it first. I'm in District 15. Just come find me there. This was an unexpected delight, and the two understood that saying more thank you words was useless. They could only promise to treat Xiao Na to a meal once they settled in. The two got on the snowmobile and first went to the task hall. Ji stayed outside to guard the vehicle, while Jiang Zhou went in to check the rental prices. There were still a few scattered people on the street, and when they saw such a large snowmobile loaded with supplies, they cast envious glances. However, when they got closer and discovered that the driver was a girl, those glances turned hostile, filled with a hint of malice. He sat expressionlessly in the driver's seat, even somewhat hoping that someone would dare to make a move at the entrance of the task hall, rather than just envying and resenting her supply's origins. If someone really came at her, she would still have some respect for those people. Soon, Jiang Zhou came out of the task hall and recounted the housing situation to her. Basically, there were 3 districts, with the prices increasing the closer to the center one got. The standalone villas in District 1 had a monthly rent of 200 pounds of supplies, but they could also be bought for 50,000 pounds. District 2, with 6-story apartment buildings, was much cheaper, ranging from 30 to 60 pounds of supplies depending on the floor, with prices increasing closer to the center circle. District 3 was the most outer activity board house, which would get the first wave of impact in case of anything, with the rent being the cheapest at 5 to 10 pounds. All these could be exchanged against contribution points, with special ability users receiving preferential treatment, and District 3 being allocated for free. After He finished looking at the location distribution map, she took her 60-pound share out of the vehicle and said, "Help me rent a spot closer in." "Sure." Jiang Zhou nodded and took his own supplies. Soon, Jiang Zhou came out of the hall again, holding 2 keys. "They're both in Building 2. I'll unlock it." The two switched positions, and the snow vehicle drove directly towards the area, which wasn't far from Mission Hall. It took just 2 minutes to arrive. After getting out of the car, they continued to alternate carrying supplies upstairs, with one person always staying below to pack and guard the vehicle. Although fighting was prohibited here, there were always loopholes, so it was wise to be cautious. The houses they rented were all on the 6th floor, with 2 units on each floor, conveniently opposite each other to avoid encountering any odd neighbors. Jiang Zhou took a careful look. It was indeed a bit unfamiliar. "All right, I'll go out tomorrow to take a look around this area. Are you going?" "Yes, call me tomorrow morning." Ji nodded without hesitation, locked the door, and asked, "Shall we return the car?" The two reached a consensus, and Jiang Zhou took out some homemade strong glue to reinforce the entire door. After confirming that the door couldn't be forced open, they went downstairs. The standalone house was located right in the center of the base. Although the house wasn't exquisite, at least it had its own entrance, and the patrols were more frequent, so they didn't have to worry about safety. Xiao Na had reported their specific location to them, and soon they found the place. The snow vehicle stopped at the entrance of Area 15, and the previously vigilant brothers also relaxed their guard. "We're here to return the car," he shouted to clarify their intent to avoid being mistaken for intruders. "So soon?" The man looked a bit surprised, then added, "Our boss is out running errands. You can come in and wait." As he spoke, someone came to open the door. Jiang Zhou drove the car inside and parked. But the two jumped out without intending to stay. They were both straightforward people and had a lot of things left to handle, so they didn't linger. Nevertheless, the wind blew, making their faces feel like they were freezing together at the back of their heads, and the ground was wet and mushy from the melting snow. The melted snow seeped in through the cracks, and when they reached the first floor of Building 1, their shoes were also soaked. They hurried upstairs without exchanging a word of pleasantries and quickly entered their respective rooms. The three-bedroom apartment was similar to her place in the Yunding community. The first thing she did upon entering was to replace the sheer curtains with blackout curtains, swap out her bed for the 80,000 yuan bed she got for free from the building, and lay out the mattress. She set up a heater and an electric blanket, making sure nothing was missing. After taking a bath in the space and releasing the almost crazy Daigua, she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, she woke up at 6, roused by hunger. She had 2 pieces of bread and a cup of hot milk, and after finishing, she felt no more sleepiness. So she played a single-player game while waiting for Jiang Zhou to leave. When it was 8 in the morning, she got up to wash up in the space, and Daigua skillfully curled up in her pocket. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Zhou happened to come out. The terrain here was relatively flat and not near the sea. He checked the original map and finally decided to head to the nearest shopping mall. There were definitely no supplies left. Everything had been scavenged clean, but their purpose wasn't to search for supplies, but to find a door. Chapter 79. The pain is real. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally saw a small town. "This is it. It's too cold," he said, tucking her hands into her pockets, unwilling to take another step. Jiang Zhou's expression wasn't great either. "All right, it looks like there's a factory over there. Let's check it out." He looked in the direction he pointed, where a few billboards advertising various factories were at the end of the small town. The two of them trudged past the crowded areas, making their way toward the nearby industrial zone. Most of the town consisted of 3-story small buildings, and the snow had piled up to about a floor's height, nearly completely covering the original streets. There were some residents, but they were few. Most were those showing some symptoms of infection or unable to afford the food and rent. This place was far from the sea, and even if frozen fish occasionally appeared, it was hard for them to obtain. Fortunately, they moved quietly, and even if someone noticed them, it wasn't like in the Yunding community where they would stare directly. Confirming that they weren't there for trouble, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, in this weather, moving even a little was uncomfortable. If it weren't for looking for a door, they really didn't want to go out. After about another 10 minutes of walking, they finally reached the industrial park. The view was filled with factories buried in snow. He, with sharp eyes, spotted a Jiame anti-theft door factory, which was quite large. From the exposed tiles, it also looked relatively new. The cold wind made her reluctant to speak, so she tugged on Jiang Zhou and pointed toward the door factory. Jiang Zhou instantly understood, and the two of them trudged up the slope. The snow was melting, and there were no handholds to help them. They fell several times before finally making it up. They circled around the factory and eventually found an artificially open hole on the side. "Be careful, there might be someone," Jiang Zhou warned, pulling her back as he crawled in first. Once he confirmed there was no issue inside, he cautiously looked around before entering the factory. Inside the factory, everything wooden that could be useful had been taken away. Even the wooden doors from a few offices had been dismantled. However, fortunately, the stainless steel doors they were looking for had not been taken. They were scattered together, looking as if they had been trampled, all marked with creases. "Can he still be used?" "They've all been stepped on," he said with some doubt. Jiang Zhou had already started handling a relatively straight stainless steel door, bending it back into place with a couple of clicks and testing its strength. Once the skilled craftsman spoke up, he had no further objections. After that, the two headed towards the workshop and office. No matter how thoroughly those people scavenged, there were always things they hadn't thought of that could be very useful later. When the earthquake was over, buildings worldwide would either be submerged in water or collapsed, and all areas would need to be rebuilt. He collected everything that might be useful and stored it in the space, placing it in a circle behind the villa. It served the dual purpose of being stackable and not obstructing the view of the villa. After collecting most of it, they slid down the slope. "Do you need any more?" Jiang Zhou turned to ask her. He, still wanting more, replied, "Let's go to the glass factory. It's right across." Glass would also be needed later, and getting some now was better than having to buy it later with supplies. The two fell several more times before finally crawling into the glass factory. However, the situation inside was much worse than at the door factory. Most of the glass had been violently destroyed, and there were shards everywhere. "Since we're here, let's see if there's anything usable." He sighed and began to search. Eventually, they found a bit of intact glass in a small room, but as soon as they opened the door, a frozen person came crashing towards them. He was startled and quickly stepped back. Jiang Zhou reacted even faster, pulling He into his arms while raising the knife in his hand to protect them. "It's okay, it's a corpse." He wriggled a bit. He was holding her too tightly, and the spot where they bumped was a bit painful. Only then did Jiang Zhou let her go, moving the body aside before saying to her, "Go in. I'll keep watch." He quickly collected all the glass, and they left in a hurry. Falling in this snow really hurts. He grimaced behind her scarf, wanting to rub her bottom but feeling a bit embarrassed. She thought to herself that if she were the female lead in a novel, she would probably be the most awkward one. Not cool at all. Suddenly, she felt a weightlessness under her feet, and half of her body started to fall. Fortunately, Jiang Zhou was close enough to grab her. "What kind of broken thing is this?" After he stood up straight, she couldn't help but curse. Jiang Zhou suppressed his laughter, kicking the snow away to reveal a drain. It seemed that the melting snow had just been stepped on by her. He was feeling dejected as she patted the snow off her pants, but then her attention was drawn to the drain, where water was continuously flowing towards the hole. The snow around the drain was visibly diminishing, and the water flow was increasing. Her expression changed slightly. "Look, isn't the melting speed getting faster?" Jiang Zhou observed carefully, and his expression also became serious. By this time, the snow near the drain had completely flowed into it, exposing the concrete ground, and the area was continuously expanding. They even felt a pushing sensation at their heels, and soon the ground beneath them turned to water with a damp, cold smell in the air. Along the way, holes kept appearing, only to be blocked by something, quickly forming small puddles. The more anxious they became, the more cautious they were not to walk too fast, fearing they would fall into the drain again like before. The snow piles melted, and wherever they stepped, their feet sank in, and after just a few steps, their shoes were soaked, their toes nearly numb from the cold. After more than 30 minutes, when they reached the base's entrance, they were almost frozen stiff. The patrol team at the entrance looked curiously at them as they dragged a stainless steel door. After showing their base resident ID to the person at the entrance, the two of them dragged the door towards the district with calm expressions. The base often had people shoveling snow, so there wasn't much piled up, and the ground was already soaked through. Chapter 80. The bird died from anger. There were noticeably more people out today, all celebrating that the snow had finally melted. It was raining, and it was pouring. The ground was even muddier and slicker, and if one wasn't careful, they would slip into a snow pile, causing several people to lie on the street. "Good thing we ran fast," he said with relief. She then remembered she forgot to remind Daigua. That silly bird loved to stay on the balcony, and it probably didn't hide in time when the snow melted. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and called out, "Silly bird, come here." Daigua was trembling all over, its wings soaked and unable to fly, looking at her pitifully while calling out for its dad. He had no choice but to take off her wet boots, give Daigua a warm bath, and then dry it off and place it next to the charcoal stove. "You'd better dry off before going to bed, or tonight I'll roast you," she threatened while pinching Daigua's neck. Daigua nodded repeatedly, and she finally let go and entered the space. The first thing she did upon entering the space was to quickly take off her clothes and jump into the hot spring. After soaking for a bit, she casually put on some clothes and got up to feed the little ones. She realized she forgot to add new food before leaving, and now all of them were jumping at her feet, so she hurriedly tossed a few cabbage leaves and corn powder, which calmed them down. The little stir-fried rabbit ate the fastest, its belly round and plump, and it rubbed against her. When she reached out to catch it, she noticed that the stir-fried rabbit's belly looked strange. It didn't seem like it was full, but rather like it was always this round. Pregnant? Gee, he wondered, unsure since she had never raised rabbits before. But calculating the time, it seemed about right. These rabbits were at a suitable breeding age. All right, I'll give you more to eat. Raise those little ones well, she said happily as she prepared a special meal for the stir-fried rabbit. After taking care of a few rabbits and the little yellow chickens and ducks, she simply tidied up and picked some greens and other ingredients to take back to the base. The base had 2 hours of electricity and gas supply every morning and evening, so cooking and bathing were completely manageable. She hadn't cooked in the real kitchen for a long time and wanted to take the opportunity to get her hands busy, as her stock of prepared food wasn't much. So she aimed to save wherever she could. Once outside, the rain had stopped, and since the gas supply time hadn't arrived yet, she turned on the heater in her room to prepare the ingredients, so she could stir-fry them right away. Previously, she had hunted wild boar meat on the mountain and cut a few pounds, and she took out the pig trotters separately to make pig trotter soup later, along with a pile of various vegetables that were currently unavailable. Once the gas supply started, she hurriedly turned on both stoves at the same time, one for stir-frying and one for soup, using a pressure cooker to make 2 pots in an hour. Then came the various frying, boiling, and ing. By the time the gas supply ended, the entire kitchen was filled with smoke and every smell was present. Luckily, with the melting snow and muddy smell outside, other households were also cooking, so her smell wasn't too noticeable. After eating, she went out on her own. Today, she needed to install the stainless steel door so she could sleep well at night. As Jiangzhou was tightening the screws, he said to her, "I estimate all the snow will be gone by tomorrow. The authorities are looking for people to clear the drainage to prevent flooding again. Quite a few people have signed up. Do you want to go?" She shook her head without hesitation. "I won't go. I'll let others have the opportunity." Jiangzhou knew she had stockpiled plenty of supplies, so he didn't try to persuade her. Once they finished installing the door, they reinforced it with Jiangzhou's homemade glue, welded iron spikes, and installed bells. Although it was said that the base was absolutely safe, no one could guarantee that. By the way, Joanna should come tomorrow. How about coming to 602 for dinner? He suddenly remembered to ask before closing the door. "Sure, I'll come over tomorrow to help you out," Jiangzhou replied directly. "What are we having? I'll bring the ingredients." Ji thought for a moment. "How about hot pot? It's too much trouble to fry everything separately." "All right." Jiangzhou nodded, showing no objections. He liked to relax and rarely went out unless her card addiction kicked in. Since she was anticipating Joanna's visit, he got up early the next morning. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Daigua bouncing around on her bed, occasionally covering its beak with its wings. "Stinky, stinky, stinky. Who the hell pooped in my bowl? Stinky." Daigua was jumping up and down, cursing loudly. He was curious. It was the first time she saw Daigua reacting so strongly to something other than spicy food. She put on her plush pajamas, wanted to see who had messed in Daigua's bowl. Before she got close, a strange, rotting smell wafted from Daigua's bowl. She immediately covered her nose, her face full of disbelief. "Why is this bird so unhygienic?" Daigua jumped even more energetically, its white feathers faintly tinged with pink, chirping for a long time before finally managing to say, "You," slandering the bird. "You." He was taken aback, feeling like she was watching a chameleon, and didn't dare to laugh at it anymore, fearing the silly bird would really explode. Daigua's face turned red, and with a final chirp, it fell from midair. Fortunately, he was quick and caught it, poking it, only to find that the silly bird seemed to have fainted from anger. "Hey, Daigua, it wasn't you who did it, right? Get up. I have strawberries for you," she coaxed helplessly. Daigua's wing tips trembled. Its eyes rolled around, but it still didn't wake up. She took out a strawberry, pinched it open a bit, and held it up to Daigua's mouth. He grew anxious, stuffing the strawberry in and then knocked on Jiangzhou's door. The 601 door opened swiftly, and before she could say anything, Jiangzhou saw the bird in her hands and understood immediately, stepping aside to let her in. She didn't think much, entering the room and shoving the bird into his hands, saying urgently, "Quick, help me see what's wrong with Daigua. I just laughed at it, and it got itself angry to death." Jiangzhou paused for a moment, feeling the bird's body, his gaze towards her growing complex. What did you do to make it this way? Chapter 81. Pooped in the bowl, it's nothing. I just asked it if it pooped in the bowl. And it reacted like this. I didn't do anything. Jihe blinked innocently, but if one looked closely, a hint of worry could still be seen. After a long silence, Jiangzhou looked at her with an even more complex expression, cleared his throat, and said, "It should be fine. It probably just got mad and fainted. It will be okay when it wakes up." Jihe was puzzled. Getting angry could promote mutation? Ahem. Do we need to help with cooking now? Jiangzhou changed the subject, not daring to ask what had happened in the bowl. Almost, but we need to air out the smell. Its bowl really stinks. Jiangzhou followed her inside, and just took one look. His face suddenly changed. He quickly reached out and covered Jihe's mouth. "No, wear a mask." Jihe looked closely and realized that it wasn't Daigua who had messed in the bowl. It was the bird food it and tea finished eating last night, which had now rotted and smelled foul. She took out 2 masks from the space and handed one to Jiangzhou behind her. Then, wearing gloves, she put the bowl into a plastic bag and threw it away. It was all rotten vegetables wrapped around it. Even if the clumsy bowl protector woke up, they wouldn't want this bowl. She then took out seawater and alcohol to spray both of them and the floor indoors as a form of disinfection. After handling all this, they both sighed in relief and removed their masks. The weather had warmed up, but was the food rotting too quickly? He rubbed her hands together in frustration. In any case, it just didn't feel normal. Jiangzhou, on the other hand, didn't care, his face showing no fluctuation, as if he was used to it. This cursed weather, there hasn't been a single normal day, she complained, and then started putting on her gear, preparing to run a trip to the area. Jiangzhou glanced at her and handed her another mask to wear on top, saying, "Be careful." Jihe nodded, made a gesture, and then went downstairs. "Jihe?" Xiaona exclaimed, "You finally came. I was almost bored to death." Jihe just smiled and nodded, explaining her purpose for coming, to eat with them and get familiar with the route, so she could come find them when she was bored. She was just being polite, but when Xiaona heard she could come find them, her eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly, immediately pulling her to the area. A rich woman living in a detached house would be bored? I don't believe it for a second. But seeing Xiaona so excited, Jihe felt a bit lighter, and the wet floor didn't seem so annoying anymore. "Wow, this house is quite nice, and it's close to the area. I can come find you any time in the future," Xiaona said, cupping her face, her eyes sparkling. Jihe couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Sure. Then we can play cards again." "Jihe, where did you find her?" She asked, quite capable. Xiaona lightly nudged her shoulder, joking. Jihe was confused, "My neighbor, the one who cooks poorly. Don't you remember? I know her. Aren't you two always together?" He was at a loss for words, feeling something was off, but indeed they had coincidentally lived across from each other since the apocalypse. Later, they played cards every day, went out, and fought monsters together. Weren't they always together? Xiao Na had a subtle expression. Jihe and Jiangzhou both looked confused and could only focus on preparing the ingredients. Xiao Na, bored alone, insisted on helping, and Jihe couldn't refuse her, so she let her slice potatoes. She held a potato that had been cut 3 times. Lost in thought, wondering if she should change her knife? "How about it? My knife skills are good, right?" Xiao Na proudly pointed at the potato slices, staring at her eagerly. Jihe coughed lightly, nonchalantly swiped the potato a couple of times, then said, "Very well cut, but don't continue next time." Xiao Na only heard the well-cut part and excitedly continued to pick vegetables. Jihe quickly handed her a bunch of garlic to peel. Otherwise, they would have to eat thick cuts of meat and vegetables tonight. Soon, all the ingredients were laid out on the table, and the spicy hot pot was bubbling away. The 3 of them simply raised their cups of hot water and then buried their heads in eating. The doors and windows were all tightly shut, but the overpowering spicy aroma of the hot pot still wafted out through the cracks. The 3 on the 6th floor were happily eating, while those downstairs were almost driven crazy by the smell. Heavy flavored hot pot ingredients had long been snatched away. Even if there was some left, they wouldn't put in a whole bag but rather cut a small piece for flavor. So when they smelled the familiar and overpowering spicy scent, someone hesitated and walked away from the 6th floor corridor. Jihe and the others also heard the faint sound of bells. But no one dared to come up for a long time. The base still had its benefits. If they were at Yunding Mountain, they wouldn't be able to eat a peaceful meal without getting soaked in liquid. Jihe sighed. If I had known, I would have moved earlier, so I wouldn't have been disgusted for so long. Hearing this, Jiangzhou nodded in agreement. Only Xiaona, who always loved the hustle and bustle, felt a bit disappointed when she heard those people were scared. However, despite her words, her chopsticks didn't slow down at all. After eating and drinking to their fill, Jiangzhou took the initiative to wash the dishes. Now that the food was rotting faster, he didn't dare leave anything in the pot, putting it aside to cool before bagging it, planning to throw it away later when he took it to Xiaona. He then went to find the playing cards and all the card games. The three of them played various card games, but with one person changing, he finally didn't end up at the bottom. We'll take you. It's just the right time to throw out some garbage, Jihe said. Jihe smiled without saying anything, picking up a pile of trash, but just as she reached out, a long hand swiftly gathered all the trash and picked it up. Let us go. Jiangzhou had a pile in each hand, some from room 601 and some from his own place. Good teammates don't say thank you. So Jihe pulled Xiaona to walk in front. They'd just gone downstairs when the door on the 5th floor opened. Someone came out from inside, standing still in place, seemingly struggling with something. Chapter 82. Mudslide. Everything outside was a mess, flooded everywhere, but the base had been intentionally raised a bit, and the drainage system was good. Otherwise, we would be soaking in water now, Jiangzhou said in a deep voice as he took off his raincoat and disinfected himself with seawater disinfectant. The situation outside might be even worse than he described, as his face didn't look too good. However, Jihe had been soaking in water for a few years, so she wasn't too surprised. Moreover, many people were starting to have fevers and coughs, and the medical point was crowded with people. If you're fine, it's best not to go out. Jihe nodded, thinking it wouldn't be useful to go to the medical point. The available medicine was probably very limited, and even if there was, the efficacy of most would be pitifully low. Yeah. After Jiangzhou finished rubbing the disinfectant, he looked at her again. Also, I saw Li Mu at the registration point. Jihe raised her eyebrows, not expecting this person to be quite resilient, surviving for so long despite not being very bright. Was he alone? Yes. He should have been assigned to assist with area rescue. He clicked her tongue. If only Lin Chuan had been assigned here. I have a feeling Base 4 is going to suffer. Not long after she spoke, she saw a large crowd gathering in front of the mission hall from a distance. They set off without even waiting to organize themselves. A huge crowd, chattering about something, as if there was some major event. What's going on? She couldn't help but ask. Jiangzhou had already started putting on his raincoat. Want to go down and take a look? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he handed Jihe a raincoat as well. She had just heard the words Yunding Mountain and was quite curious, so she locked the door and went downstairs. At this moment, the rain had lessened, with only occasional raindrops falling, and people were gradually coming out of the building. Oh dear, this world really doesn't give anyone a way to live. How many people must have died from that mudslide down Yunding Mountain? Isn't that right? I heard that the community over there was washed away. The foot of the mountain suffered too. Many people were envious of them living high and close to the mountain. But what happened? But it's good that it collapsed. Those living in that community were all patients. Some of them looked quite peculiar. Now that they're dead, it saves them from scaring people. The crowd was getting more animated, and the rumors became more outrageous, until it was said that all the people inside were demons. Jihe and Jiangzhou quietly listened from the side, piecing together the situation. They had thought of the mudslide at Yunding Mountain early on, but the eruption was still 2 days later than they expected. However, the consequences were similar to the tsunami at the beginning of the apocalypse. The entire mountain's vegetation was inexplicably washed away, and no community or villa area was spared. Moreover, the flood continued to wash out things from the mountain, including the bodies of the victims. Did these people not think about what would happen when a bunch of virus-infected corpses rotted together? Jihe frowned and said, Yunding Mountain has at least a few hundred people. With a virus and the recent abnormal proliferation of bacteria, the entire Yunding Mountain area could truly become a toxic nest. If there are any survivors, as long as they carry even a little bit of the virus, it will quickly spread. There are no suppression methods available. We can only endure. Don't think too much about it. Suddenly, Jiangzhou patted her shoulder, saying, what we can think of, others can think of too. There will definitely be countermeasures from above. Jihe, rare enough not to give up, started to exercise. She hadn't worked out much since the new year. She thought it was a time to relax during the festive season, but now it seemed there was not a moment to slack off. If they had truly waited until after the new year to move, they would either be floating in the water or hiding underground. The daily 2-hour workouts continued, and after a short break, she went into the space to mess around with planting. Once she had planted enough vegetables, she took out the specially prepared watermelon seeds to germinate and planted them in the pots, then left it to fate to see them grow. After messing around in the sandy ground, she inadvertently walked up to the mural wall. 3 fragments were floating above, but there was still a large empty space on the wall. Perhaps if she could piece the fragments together into a complete piece, she could glimpse the secrets of the apocalypse. She didn't know if it was because of the murals, but she suddenly realized that she hadn't seen the fragments and subtitles in a long time. Suddenly, the mural wall began to tremble faintly and slowly lit up, and she suddenly had a strong urge to go out and drift. Jihe expressionlessly raised her hand and gave herself a big slap. What are you thinking? Is giving up not appealing? Is lying flat not appealing? She muttered, then disappeared from the spot and appeared in the living room. Whatever the secret was, as long as she couldn't see it, it had nothing to do with her. However, lying flat was impossible. The specially raised base also didn't escape this wave. The entire base was flooded up to adult calf height. Jihe and the others on the 6th floor were fine, but the 1st floor and the temporary board houses outside truly suffered. Early in the morning, she was awakened by urgent knocking at the door. When she opened it, Jiangzhou was standing outside in white, looking a bit damp, as if he had been out, his clothes clinging to him, vaguely revealing the outline underneath. What is going on? Jihe asked, unable to resist taking another glance. He indeed had abs, and they looked very healthy, which was somewhat different from what Jihe had imagined, instantly shattering her view of Jiangzhou as a pure, abstinent pretty boy. Jiangzhou cleared his throat. I just went out for a bit. Before he could finish, Jihe had already pinched her nose and stepped back 2 paces. It's fine, you go ahead. She nonchalantly put on a mask, signaling for Jiangzhou to continue. Jiangzhou's mouth twitched. I got a bit of disinfectant spray on me. All right, you continue. Jihe said, but she didn't take her mask off for even a moment. Jiangzhou, helpless, continued. There's also a trend of landslides on the nearby mountain, and the base is asking each household to take on flood control tasks. I came to tell you specifically so you wouldn't be unaware. As for what to do, it will be assigned in the task hall. Jihe's focus shifted, and she suddenly chuckled. You seem to be the one providing plot points. After saying that, she walked towards room 601, and before the door was even closed, she took off her white clothes. With smooth lines and evenly distributed healthy, solid back muscles, her figure would definitely be deemed borderline online. Jihe stared wide-eyed, not quite understanding why he was undressing without closing the door. She was dressed in thin long sleeves and long pants, with a transparent raincoat over it, even wrapping her shoes inside, making it a bit stuffy. But at least she didn't have to come into contact with corpse water. After putting on an N95 mask and gloves, confirming everything was in order, the 2 of them went downstairs together to the task hall. Chapter 83. Want to give up? But the space doesn't allow it dig drainage ditches or build flood control walls. You choose. Just report to the person in charge when you get to the area, the staff said, pointing out a few locations, and the group had no choice but to follow the map. The 2 of them, dressed in strange raincoats, stood out in the crowd, attracting quite a few mocking glances. Once they reached the area that was submerged, the looks turned instantly to envy and jealousy. The task location was a disaster zone, with a group of people submerged in sewage up to their thighs, and their task was to find abandoned drainage pipes and try to repair them. The sewer was filled with everything, various bodies, remnants, waste, etc. It was bearable when frozen, but now that it had warmed up, the smell was unbearable. Moreover, the stench was secondary. The bacteria and viruses inside were the real issue. At this moment, Jihe was increasingly grateful that she wore a protective raincoat. While working, she only had to deal with visual discomfort. The group that had just been mocking the 2 of them suddenly turned pale, with two people unable to hold back and running away to vomit. Thus, the team that had just been spirited instantly wilted, all covering their mouths, struggling not to vomit. Damn it. Jiang Zhou picked up his tools and said he would go in alone. Ji tightened the cuffs of her pants, took out a small flashlight, and said, "Let's go together." The two didn't need to say much and crawled into the pipe, one in front of the other. The water in the pipe was half submerged, and they not only had to wade through the water, but also endure the impact of corpses and the accompanying rotten stench. He took out a small, inconspicuous gas mask from her pocket and handed one to Jiang Zhou, saying, "Put it on, or you'll faint from the smell." The two quickly put them on, and indeed, the smell in front of them became much fresher. Supporting each other, they followed the map deeper in, not knowing how many turns they had made, when suddenly he caught a glimpse of white out of the corner of her eye. Before she could see clearly, a white object suddenly smashed down, and the water started to flow inexplicably. Inside the pipe, the water suddenly rose to waist height, and all the objects began to swirl. The two struggled to stabilize themselves, but were occasionally hit by objects in the water. Ji had just been struck by the white subtitle and hadn't recovered when she was pushed forward by the current. Jiang Zhou shouted, reaching out several times but couldn't grab her. She leaped with all her might and grabbed Jiang Zhou, the walking medical kit, then fainted with relief. The current grew stronger, pushing the two helpless individuals deeper into the water. When Ji opened her eyes again, she was awakened by a blinding white light, and the familiar bulb above her slowly dimmed. Jiang Zhou's face was pale, his expression somewhat strange. "Where do we come in? Can we still get out?" Ji couldn't help but ask as she took off her raincoat that had already been torn. Hearing this, Ji looked around and realized they should be at a junction of several pipes. The space was quite large, and the water level was much lower than in the pipes. However, water was still continuously pouring out from the pipes all around, along with various corpses and branches, as if they were being spewed out. "Let's go. We can't be trapped here forever," she said. The two sighed in tacit agreement and stood up, walking toward the incoming pipe. "What's wrong?" Jiang Zhou asked. "It's nothing. Let me try again," Ji replied, her expression strange as she attempted to lift her leg again. But it was still the same situation. She couldn't lift the other leg no matter what. After a few minutes of stalemate, Jiang Zhou was about to get her some medicine when suddenly a flowing liquid began to spill out of the pipe, and they could vaguely see several corpses being pushed through. "Ji," he said in disdain, resigned to it. "Let us go. We'll check over there." She could roughly guess what the anomaly was. The thing that had just hit her was the subtitle. Now, the reason she couldn't move was likely the same. Following the pulling force, they crawled into a dry pipe, and Jiang Zhou, not understanding, silently followed behind. After walking for about 10 minutes, the pipe gradually widened, and the pulling force became stronger, almost pulling her forward as if she were about to fly. When she finally turned into a dead end, Ji instantly understood where that gravitational pull was coming from. It was another unknown fragment. In front of her, the sealed wall of the pipeline was adorned with a complete mural depicting a balanced scale, one side illustrating humans and the other depicting numerous species. Below it, a line of small text read, "Error in serial number." She reached into the space and indeed saw that the mural wall was faintly glowing and trembling. His expression didn't seem fake, but last time he had called out the name of the fragment. Was he pretending? But why pretend not to see? She stopped overthinking and decisively pressed her hand against the mural. "Now can you see it?" Ji, without even having time to read the subtitles, poked at the newly acquired fragment and asked, "There's one more piece." Jiang Zhou was somewhat surprised. "Was the one on the wall just now this? You can't see it? Then why could you see it in the space?" "I can only see the shape. The content on it probably can only be seen by you," Jiang Zhou explained. She was half convinced, and after finding 2 sets of raincoats, she pulled Jiang Zhou out of the space. As he waded through the water, she secretly cursed in her heart. She hadn't figured out anything else, but she finally comprehended this series of unexpected events. Behind this question, there was another doubt. Was her space being manipulated by someone? Chapter 84. Contribution points were swallowed. Is the pipeline open? The water here has become much shallower, he said with some surprise. The earlier string of curses vanished in an instant. Collecting a fragment could upgrade the space, and now the pipeline was open. She didn't even have to do any work, and the task was completed. This trip was truly worth it. Team leader, have we registered? G stepped forward to ask. The team leader was somewhat surprised to see the two in transparent raincoats, stepping back 2 paces to maintain a safe distance. Will you try to register after slacking off? Both of them looked puzzled. Although they hadn't done anything, the pipeline did open after they went in. In a team of 10, only the 2 of us went in. Is it really necessary to spell it out who's slacking off? He raised an eyebrow and retorted without holding back. The team leader scoffed disdainfully, shot them a glare, and prepared to walk past them. Zhou stepped forward. Blocking the way, you swallowed the contribution points yourself, right? What do you mean swallowed? The team leader widened his eyes in anger. Can I still fake it? You slacked off and didn't complete the task. That means you didn't do it. Not blacklisting you is already good enough. Yet you dare to come here and play tricks. Their voices were not small, attracting a crowd nearby. Hearing the team leader's words, they all looked at he, and the others with disdainful expressions. Why are you all crowding around? Show some respect, the team leader said sarcastically. As soon as he said this, even more people gathered around, as if they were eager to see them being called out for slacking off and playing tricks. All right, for one task, a person can have at most 1 contribution point, right? He said calmly. Then do you dare to come with us to see how many contribution points you have in the registration book? The team leader sneered, completely unfazed. Go ahead. Try to see if you can open that registration book. Got fired up. 1 contribution point is worth about 10 pounds of supplies. She didn't lack this little bit, but that didn't mean others could swallow it and slander her. On February 18th, Feng Jianbin had 2 contribution points. At that moment, Zhou shouted loudly in the task hall, Team leader Feng, this is you, right? 1 task, 1 contribution point. How come you have 2? Feng team leader? He curled her lips, thinking that Zhou was truly a quiet worker, managing to pull out the registration book without saying a word. You Feng Jianbin blushed furiously, unable to say anything further. Someone didn't believe, rushed over to look at the registration book, and then shouted, gossiping loudly. It really is 2. The team leader privately swallowed people's contribution points. The regulations in the base were clear. Contribution points were 1 per person. And the 2 behind Feng Jianbin were especially slapping his face. No wonder I felt like my count was off earlier. It turns out the team leader could operate like this. Right, I also lost 2 contribution points. The crowd immediately began to chime in, saying they also lost contribution points, surrounding Feng Jianbin and shouting. He finally felt relieved, standing on the steps and watching Feng Jianbin's face turn green with anger. The noise here was too loud, and the patrollers quickly arrived, causing the crowd to quiet down. You can't make trouble in the base. Do you all want to be kicked out? The patrol team scolded sternly. Big brother, this isn't us making trouble. It's team leader Feng privately swallowing our contribution points that has angered the crowd. He stepped forward and recounted the whole story. We can't manage this matter. The patrol team frowned after hearing this and added, but if the situation is true, we will report it to the base leader. While saying this, they looked at he pleadingly. After all, if this matter was truly reported, it would be the end for him. Being dismissed would be mild. If he got blacklisted, no base would allow him in again. It's all because of these 2. It's just 1 contribution point. Did it need to escalate to this level? Just swallow it and be done with it. Thinking this, the resentment in his eyes couldn't be concealed, along with a hint of threat. He was about to let it go, but seeing his expression immediately shook her head decisively. No way. So many people have had their contribution points eaten. Can you afford to compensate? It's better to report it directly. Hearing her say this, the originally curious crowd became excited again. Yes. We want compensation too. Feng Jianbin couldn't help but roar. Nonsense. What did I swallow yours? The 2 groups of people started arguing again, and the patrol team, stuck in the middle, felt a headache and quickly separated them. All right, we'll report it all. The patrol team's words finalized it, and with dark expressions, they took Feng Jianbin away. The remaining people were still discussing the matter, while He and Zhou followed the patrol team to the office. Is it worth causing such a fuss over one contribution point? I advise you to quickly tell them to let it go. Otherwise, in the end, who knows who will suffer? Feng Jianbin approached them, threatening in a low voice. I'm the one who loves to suffer the most. Ji looked at him with curiosity, not knowing what kind of fairy medicine Feng Jianbin had taken to suddenly become so assertive. All right, you want to give up until you see the Yellow River, huh? Then let us wait and see. Feng Jianbin snorted coldly. At this moment, Jiang Zhou, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Is Li Mu's family well connected? Jiang Zhou seemed to ponder. Just now, Li Mu had made eye contact with him upstairs. Do you think? No wonder. I was wondering why he suddenly became so assertive. Ji scoffed. The office was not far from the task hall, and after a short walk, they arrived. The moment the door opened, Ji and Jiang Zhou further confirmed their thoughts. Oh, what happened here? Li Mu was sitting in the office, legs crossed, looking impatiently at the few who came in. The patrol team hesitated for a moment, seeing Li Mu somewhat resembling the base leader, and recounted the whole matter. All right, I understand. You all continue patrolling. I'll handle it. Li Mu waved his hand, signaling them to leave. The patrol team was also uninterested in hearing such matters and breathed a sigh of relief as they hurriedly exited. Once only the three relevant people and Li Mu remained in the office, Feng Jianbin stepped forward with a flattering expression. Little Li, want to smoke? Chapter 85. Official becomes personal. Li Mu took the cigarette with his nostrils in the air, but ignored Feng Jianbin, even dismissively pushing him aside as he turned to look at the two by the door. TSK. Things have gotten so bad that you're fighting over a single contribution point. Li Mu laughed openly. The two were bundled up tightly, having not spoken since entering. Yet they were still recognized. Oh, unlike me, who already owns a survival base. You should have listened to me back then. Of course, if you beg me now, I might reluctantly let you have a way out. Ji raised an eyebrow, removing her hat. Own a survival base? What do you mean? Li Mu sneered, looking at her with disdain. Base 4 has been renamed Silver Base. Do you think this base belongs to whom? Ji's expression changed slightly, her eyes growing colder. Silver is the name of Li Mu's family company, and the connection between the two is obvious. There are many bases, and some have been taken over by private groups, but she never expected Base 4 would become private property of the Li family. Is it because of the Liu family? Or the resurrected Shinjiro? I told you back then, you are finished. Li Mu said maliciously, curling his lips and speaking each word deliberately. Then let's see who is finished. He said coldly, pulling Jiang Zhou out of the office. Hey, an old friend wants to see you. You better not run away in fear. Li Mu's mocking voice came from behind. Jiang Zhou paused and wanted to turn around, but Ji grabbed him. Ji took out 2 bottles of cola from the space, while Jiang Zhou pulled out his treasured spicy snacks. The two opened several bags and started munching randomly. Jiang Zhou asked, what are your plans? Let's wait and see which old friend travels a long way just to meet me. He said, while stuffing her mouth with snacks. She could roughly guess who it was, in a world where food was scarce. Only a few people would come this far to find her. Are we moving? All right, let me know in advance when the time comes. He added at the end, don't forget I can shine. Ji nodded and raised her cola for a toast. Sighing, she covered the silly bird with a towel as a blanket, then added a handful of grain to the new bowl nearby, in case the silly bird woke up suddenly while she was away and had nothing to eat. Look, she was still very good to the silly bird. She really hoped the silly bird would wake up soon, so it could transform back into a listening device. After waiting for a while, with no reaction from the silly bird, she entered the space. She did a simple round, and the overall space visibly expanded a bit. The once cramped beach now had about 2 meters more space behind it. Unfortunately, the golden mountain she wished for last time did not appear, which made her a bit disappointed, but it was also expected. After checking the space, she began watering, picking vegetables, and feeding all the lively plants. The little stir-fry's belly was getting bigger, and the whole rabbit seemed to swell up, its temper frighteningly irritable. When she tossed in a leaf of cabbage, the little stir-fry jumped over to guard it fiercely. This truly matched its name. However, rabbits do become unusually irritable during pregnancy. She could only feed the others from a distance. After feeding, she wandered along the beach to find the chicken coop, and the 7 little chicks were growing well. With a little cruelty, they could even be made into chicken stew. Then she discovered that the peach tree she had tried to plant last time was alive and sprouting green buds. She was overjoyed and took out the fruit tree saplings she had stocked up, planting them around the beach. By the time she finished planting, it was almost evening, and she felt completely exhausted. However, looking at the transformed space, it felt even more like a paradise. She happily put down her tools and floated into the hot spring. The warm water enveloped her body, and she thought comfortably that if one day she truly didn't want to move anymore, she could tie a few handsome guys to come in and keep her company for a lifetime. She probably wouldn't be bored. The future Earth, devastated and devoid of greenery, might not be as comfortable as her space. The next day at noon, she woke up feeling sore all over. Planting trees was thrilling at the moment, but waking up exhausted was a different story, so she happily continued to lie down and slack off for the whole day. However, in the afternoon, she still got up to exercise for 2 hours, running a few laps around the beach. With her exercise quota met, her appetite surged, and she even finished 2 bowls of rice. In the following days, she stayed indoors, not even opening the hallway door, leaving those watching downstairs puzzled. "Are you sure she hasn't gone out?" Li Mu asked, frowning in confusion. "Sure," that person vowed. "Li Gu, she must be too scared to go out." Li Mu was skeptical, recalling his own embarrassing experience in the Yunding community, and couldn't help but sneer. "Better that way. Keep an eye on her, don't let her take any missions. And make sure she's in the base before those people arrive." "Don't worry, Li Gu. I'll definitely keep a close watch on her. Not a single hair will escape the base." "All right, you can go." Their conversation quickly ended, and the man inconspicuously squatted in the corner of the wall opposite Building 6, with a bowl in front of him as if begging in the base. He lowered the curtain corner and snorted coldly. Sure enough, someone had been watching her these past few days. Chapter 86. Pink-feathered silly bird. The silly bird woke up. It began flapping around, cursing and making a terrified, pitiful sound. "Daddy, Daddy, your uncle, your uncle." He was jolted awake and quickly jumped up, grabbing the silly bird's beak, only to feel its fluffy texture, which was quite pleasant. Why did you turn pink?" She rubbed the silly bird with some surprise. Who could resist a fluffy little bird in pink? Of course, except for the bird itself. "Your uncle." The silly bird tilted its head, cursing nonstop, and bizarrely, there was a hint of shame and anger visible on its face. She couldn't help but rub it a bit more. This color resembled that of a silly bird when it was furious. She didn't expect that after a nap. It would settle into this color. It looked quite nice, but it was like a completely different species. As for whether it had mutated or evolved in other aspects, she couldn't tell for now. Mainly, the silly bird was unwilling to cooperate, and even without swearing, it felt like it was cursing a lot. He helplessly rubbed its pink fluffy feathers, coaxing and praising it. Finally, the silly bird resigned itself to its pink look and angrily flew to the balcony to cool off. Then, outside, the sun was shining brightly, with a beam of sunlight coming in, blinding yet warm. The silly bird was stunned. It woke up to find its feathers pink, and its favorite snowy days and cold were nowhere to be found. It immediately started flapping around the room, cursing again. Ultimately, he had to bring a bucket of ice cubes from the space to calm the bird down. The bird was awake, and for the first time in days, she went downstairs. She carried a bag of trash in each hand, which she had painstakingly gathered, fearing that some pervert might rummage through others' trash. Sure enough, not long after she threw it, a dirty person ran over to dig through the garbage. He displayed a subtle smile. There was a surprise she had specially prepared for them inside. If it weren't for the need to keep it hidden, she would have loved to see their reactions up close. After a few days of carefree living, Zhou, whom she suspected, brought the latest news. The Li family had completely moved into Base 4, or rather Silver Base. The sign at the base entrance had also been changed to the Li family's emblem. Base 4 was officially reclassified as a private base. Official personnel were gradually withdrawing and being replaced by their own people. And there were several people rotating to keep watch around their building, Zhou said. "TSK, they really think highly of us. Even in this weather, they can rotate 24 hours to keep watch." He exclaimed. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go together. I haven't explored the trading street here yet, and I'll probably see it in the future." Zhou nodded, remaining silent. He knew his guess was definitely correct. The base was bound to face trouble. Early the next morning, The two appeared at the door at the scheduled time, locking the doors and windows before heading towards the trading street with clear objectives. Today was the big trading day set by the base. It only happened once a month, where some base personnel openly sold food and supplies. Thus, this day was also the busiest day on the trading street, with even people from independent buildings coming to join in the fun. After the two mixed into the market, they hid in a corner, entered the space to change their clothes, and casually disguised themselves while putting on masks to prevent infections. At least in a place with so many people, it's impossible to accurately identify them. Once outside, they quickly moved around the various stalls, similar to what she had seen before, with someone selling ancestral urine buckets. Most of the offerings were drought-resistant crops and unfinished seeds from before. But anyone who buys them must be foolish. One type is enough to cause a problem. However, Ji-hee was different. She had collected all the drought-resistant crop seeds. On the surface, she seemed foolish, but in reality, she had the space to ignore temperature conditions. The drought-resistant seeds were in a large bag, and Jiang Zhou reached out to stuff the seeds into his backpack, signaling to move on to the next one. Ji-hee's hand, which was about to collect them into her space, paused as she recalled the news she heard at Coastal No. 1. It wasn't far from here, and it was possible they could detect spatial fluctuations. The rest of their shopping could only be done while carrying large and small bags. Most of the items for exchange were frozen fish and other bubbling goods, traded for a pile of things that others looked down upon, but she found useful. Just as they arrived at the bottom of Building 6, they noticed the people who had been lurking and monitoring them suddenly perked up, leaning against the alley, excitedly watching the two of them. Ji-hee and Jiang Zhou exchanged a glance, tightened their grip on the bags, and discreetly quickened their pace up the stairs. At the sixth-floor hallway entrance, they found it empty, but there was a clattering sound of someone trying to pry open their door. Who? Jiang Zhou coldly asked, stepping in front of Ji-hee. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? She said coldly, trying to control her impulse to shoot. The visitors were Song Xiao and Ji Zixing, one of them holding a pair of pliers, trying to force open the hallway door. Ji-hee, you've really grown bold, living with a man while daring to keep your mother outside. Hurry up and open the door for me, Song Xiao said with a cold glare, her disdain evident. Hurry up, my mom and I are tired. Open the door so we can rest. Ji Zixing added impatiently. If it weren't for his laziness, he would have rushed in and acted like before. This was their family matter, and Jiang Zhou couldn't intervene, only frowning with concern at Ji-hee. Ji-hee wasn't going to indulge them. She stepped forward, carelessly pushing the two aside. Go wherever you want. Get lost. Well, had Song Xiao ever been insulted like this? She immediately erupted in anger, shouting, the apocalypse is here, and there are no medicines left, right? If I had known, I shouldn't have given birth to you. Giving birth to a lunatic who dares to scold her own mother. It's truly bad luck for 8 generations. Yes, if you're crazy, we want to despise you, but you should hurry and open the door to let us in. The two chimed in, getting more and more worked up, mentioning mental illness every few sentences. Ji-hee was used to it and hadn't exploded yet, but Jiang Zhou couldn't hold back any longer, his face darkening as he silently shoved his hands into his pockets. Then she noticed the faint light coming from Jiang Zhou's pocket, and the two who were yelling became increasingly flushed. God, I'm so angry I could explode. Crazy person, hurry and open the door, Song Xiao said, clutching her chest and rolling her eyes. Ji-hee, unable to tolerate any longer, stepped up and kicked Ji Zixing, who was both uncomfortable and watching the drama unfold. Ji Zixing, caught off guard, flailed his arms helplessly as he fell, pulling the rolling-eyed Song Xiao down the stairs with him. Ah, you're really fucking insane. Why are you kicking me? Mom, look at her. Ji Zixing yelled in pain. Get lost. Don't force me to kill you. Ji-hee glared at the two, speaking fiercely. Jiang Zhou hadn't said a word, but was still glowing, standing beside Ji-hee with an imposing presence. The two turned crimson, as if their blood was rushing, unable to even speak. When they opened their mouths, it felt like their hearts were about to leap out, with a suffocating sense of impending death enveloping them. Chapter 87. Pulling a job, Song Xiao and Ji Zixing were scared off. Ji took a spray bottle and disinfected the entire hallway. Even though she was used to being treated differently, it was a lie to say it didn't affect her. There was still a layer of blood relation, she could easily end things with others. But this was her nominal mother. Even if she was thoroughly hated, it wasn't something that could be resolved with a single cut. That evening, she used a disposable die to turn the silly bird into an ordinary one and attached a miniature wireless camera. Go find these people, and if that woman is there, take a good look, got it? He held up photos of several individuals for the silly bird to recognize. The silly bird nodded blankly and flew off in the direction he pointed. Watching its familiar silly appearance, he doubted whether the silly bird could understand. But there was no other way. As soon as she went out, several people would follow her, so she had to take a gamble. The moment he opened the door, Jiangzhou happened to push the door open too. The two exchanged a tacit glance and stealthily moved toward the hallway door. "It's me, Joanna." Joanna stood at the door, shaking a bell and announcing herself. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the two instantly lowered their guard. He quickly stepped forward to open the hallway door for her. "What brings you here today?" "Bored. Wanted to do something," Joanna said with a sly smile. Noticing someone lurking downstairs in their building, thinking they wouldn't mind doing something together, Joanna used a declarative sentence. Convinced that these two were not the type to stay truly obedient. Slacking off and staying at home was just a facade. "Hold on. Let us go in and talk slowly." Joanna pulled the two into room 602, bringing along 2 bags of sunflower seeds and almonds. They laid the items on the table, then pulled the curtains closed, the three sitting together mysteriously. This base was almost negotiated before it was taken over by the Lee family. I was just waiting to sign the contract, but when it came time to exchange materials, they told me it was taken by others. She sneered, looking at the two. "Li Mu is the one from Yunding community, right? Want to pull a job together?" He looked at her curiously. "What are you planning to do? Blow up the base?" After listening for a long time, Jiangzhou finally spoke. "Just the 3 of us against the whole base? Of course not. Everyone came here initially for the fairness of the official base, but now..." Joanna laughed mockingly. He continued her unfinished words. "Now it has become a private base, lacking support from resources. Li Mu is still managing it, and even the apparent fairness can't be guaranteed. It probably won't last long. Exactly, we just need to strike at the right moment, and my people will help. But we need to do it soon. Otherwise, if he uses up all the materials, it'll be useless to rob him." The 3 exchanged smiles and cracked open some sunflower seeds. After Joanna left, Jiangzhou lost his smile and pretended to be nonchalant as he asked, "Are you really planning to?" "Yes." He nodded without hesitation. "I need to settle things with the Lee family and the G family, but Joanna has manpower, materials, and force. Why is she looking for 2 ordinary people like us? Are you thinking about that?" Jiangzhou added. "Exactly. Joanna might not be trustworthy. But the Lee family want to let me go, and I want to endure it. If someone is willing to act, that's just perfect. Then still the same question. What does she want from us? We haven't exposed our abilities except for Lin Chuan, but he joined the military and definitely wouldn't get involved in this." He had been pondering this question since Joanna first spoke, but after thinking it over, she couldn't come to a conclusion. "Whatever. Let us take it step by step and see what we can gain." He closed the door, entered her space, and removed the storage card from the camera to connect it to the computer. Skipping over the silly bird's chaotic flight scenes, soon there were images and sounds. Li Mu and Ji Zixing were confronting each other at the desk, seemingly arguing over unequal distribution of materials. They were having an internal conflict, which was good news. In the end, the two muttered something to each other. Li Mu looked pleased while Ji Zixing had a dark expression, and they awkwardly shook hands to make peace. After watching the recording, he was almost certain that Shun Yuro hadn't come. She felt a bit disappointed. If they could all gather at once, she could use Joanna's help to resolve everything. The only good news is that they don't need to cause trouble. Li Mu's guild will self-destruct. First, the rent has decreased, but at the same time, contribution points have been canceled and everyone must use resources to rent houses. If you use fish, the exchange rate doubles. On the surface, it seems that the rent has decreased and the pressure is less, but in reality, the resources earned from tasks are even less than before. Apart from the accommodation fee and rent, almost nothing is left. Ji and others have experienced this once. She mocked them on the spot, calling it performance fees. and generously handed them garbage bags to share slowly. The patrollers and pickpockets turned green with envy, and no one dared to rob them again. Before long, the residents in the base couldn't stand it anymore, and complaint letters piled up in the main office, even sooner than they expected. He was very satisfied. It was rare for her to go downstairs, but while watching the commotion, she was blocked by Song Xiao. "Don't you even recognize your mother?" Song Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes and curse. He stopped and coldly looked at her. "To correct you, we have severed ties. Please don't discuss me anymore." "Ha ha. Isn't what you said funny? The most disgusting and despicable person is you. The fact that I can still let you call me mom is the greatest tolerance," Song Xiao said viciously, her eyes filled with almost palpable hatred. "He, why aren't you dead yet? Why are you still alive in this apocalypse?" He once doubted their blood relationship, but unfortunately, they were indeed mother and daughter. She was puzzled as to why Song Xiao hated her so much. She only learned the truth before her death in her last life. Does Ji Yunzhong know? What is your relationship with your niece? Chapter 88 gave birth. Song Xiao's expression changed drastically, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. "What relationship does it have to you? Hurry up and die." It was unclear if her earlier words had provoked her, but her eyes were red as if she wanted to skin Ji alive. He chuckled lightly, confirming her guess. "Does that person know you gave him a son? What nonsense are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart," Song Xiao said angrily, trying to suppress her voice. Leaving Song Xiao to maintain her image, she didn't dare to shout loudly, only glaring at Ji with resentment. Back at Building 6, Ji immediately locked the door and went into her space to take a shower. Then, as usual, she kneaded the rabbit, fed the chicks, and watered the vegetables. After being busy to the point of having nothing left to do, he finally stopped expressionlessly, lazily lying on a beach chair, soaking up the non-existent sun. She had just laid down for a short while when Xiao Bao Chao suddenly cried out in a frantic and miserable way. She turned her head to look and immediately got up nervously from the beach chair to check. She saw that Xiao Bao Chao's white fur was covered in blood, and even the nest underneath was stained. She didn't know what to do and could only put a few tender leaves in Xiao Bao Chao's nest, then waited anxiously. About half an hour later, 6 pink baby rabbits were born. She specially wore gloves to move Xiao Bao Chao and the 6 baby rabbits into a large cage. This was to prevent the other 2 male rabbits from suddenly getting aroused. Bao Chao's body couldn't handle giving birth again. It was also to prevent those few from eating the baby rabbits. Additionally, the other 2 female rabbits were somewhat unusually overweight and had increased appetites, suggesting they were also pregnant. This litter had a good size, and they didn't resist inbreeding, so when this litter grew up, she would have an endless supply of rabbit meat to eat at any time. Solving the future meat supply issue made he feel instantly relieved, and she crawled out of the space to take a long nap. The next morning, after exercising, he went out with Jiangzhou. Whether they hide or not made no difference. The 2 swaggered into Joanna's standalone courtyard. Joanna led them to the rooftop, where barbecue materials were already set up, along with a king crab weighing dozens of pounds. Her subordinates were busy skewering food around the table. Upon seeing them, they hurriedly greeted them before continuing their work. "See, we just need to wait for the food," Joanna called to the 2. "Next Monday, Li Mu will hold a gathering, probably to celebrate taking over the base. This weekend, we will act. The gathering will be a perfect opportunity to announce who the real owner of the base is," Joanna said straightforwardly, her ambition barely concealed in her eyes. "What do you need us to do?" Jiang Zhou asked. Joanna smiled broadly. "Just kill Li Mu. This guy values his life and has good luck. He always has several bodyguards around him when he goes out, and my people aren't confident they can kill him." "And then?" Ji asked. "Leave the rest to me. I'll help you deal with the people you don't want to see, and once the job is done, we'll distribute the rewards fairly." The task distribution was very clear. Let the 2 of them kill Li Mu, and the rest was none of their business. He nodded, and the 3 quickly moved past this topic. Just then, Joanna's subordinates began to bring over the barbecue, filling the table with beef, lamb, and other dishes that were usually hard to find. Half of the king crab was steamed, and half was grilled, the aroma wafting through the air. Thinking about enjoying a free meal, temporarily set aside other thoughts and focused on eating. Jiang Zhou always ate neatly and elegantly, but his plate was empty quickly as well. You come over tomorrow, and I'll go over? Jiang Zhou asked before leaving. Come over tomorrow afternoon. I'll treat you to something delicious. The two went their separate ways into the house, washed up simply, and then rested exhaustedly. The next afternoon, Ji couldn't get up and only rose at 2 o'clock, dressed in loose white shorts to find Jiang Zhou. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Jiang Zhou looking at her with a resentful expression. You said you would treat me to something good for lunch. As he spoke, his stomach audibly grumbled in response. Ji awkwardly smiled and weakly explained, I'm preparing the ingredients. Come quickly. The dining table in the 602 living room was rarely used, covered with dishes like cold rabbit from Zhegung, double pepper fish, farmhouse stir-fried meat, and cold cucumber salad. After 2 hours of waiting, as soon as they met, Jiang Zhou's stomach started to growl, and Ji felt a bit guilty. So she brought out 2 cups of milk tea. Since Jiang Zhou had already been to her space, he looked smart enough to guess. So she didn't need to pretend anymore. Everything was taken from the space. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Zhou raised his hand to stop her modestly. Let us eat first. We'll talk after, he said. Ji, with sharp eyes, clearly saw him swallow, and couldn't help but chuckle as they both picked up their chopsticks. Gua flapped from its nest to the edge of the table, tilting its head and opening its mouth as if ready to call out. Ji decisively pinched the bird's beak and scooped a small portion onto its designated table. Gua immediately flew over and continued to eat a few bites before getting dizzy. Ji wiped her hands and paused for a moment as she turned her head. Jiang Zhou was watching Gua like it was television, while eating vigorously. The bowl that had been full was now already dented. The two silently focused on their meals. Once their stomachs were full, there were still plenty of dishes left on the table. The two of them integrated information while occasionally eating a few bites. We have 2 days until we act, right? Ji asked, stopping her chopsticks. Yes, Jiang Zhou nodded, then suddenly asked, what is your relationship with Joanna? Ji thought for a moment, not to the extent that I would trust her unconditionally. That's good. This matter is very unfavorable for us, whether it succeeds or fails. We are the ones who will have to kill the base leader. We're completely in a passive position. I must kill Li Mu. There's no doubt about that. And we may need to leave quickly because the people behind him are much harder to deal with than the Li family. Jiang Zhou was chewing on cold rabbit, frowning as he thought about something. Or, you can withdraw first. It's best to head in the direction of higher ground. Ji suggested sincerely, watching him. She had her space. At worst, she could privately take all of the Li family's resources, find a corner to hide in her space, and wait until the impending earthquake passed before coming out. Although she was reluctant to part with the mobile medical box, Jiang Zhou was different. They were at most teammates who happened to be on the same path and had a good cooperation. In her view, they were still not at the level where they would disregard their own safety for each other. Chapter 89. Sending the daughter, let's talk about what you plan to do. There are many people around the office, Jiang Zhou said, avoiding the topic of leaving first. He didn't mention it, and Ji wouldn't bring it up again. The two quickly finalized their plan for 2 days later. Killing Li Mu was not a difficult task. The challenge lay in the fact that there was a larger person guarding him closely. In the past 2 days, Ji rarely lay idle and started exercising continuously, asking Jiang Zhou to pack her things, putting all the valuable and rare supplies into her space for temporary storage. On Monday, surprisingly, there were no robbery incidents in the base, but the residents still went out trembling, always on guard against pickpockets. The two on the 6th floor slept in and then began to check for any items they might have missed. At 6 in the afternoon, someone sent Ji an invitation to attend the Li family's celebration party. That was good. She wouldn't have to put in much effort to sneak in. The people downstairs who were watching them stood up and followed her closely, keeping a tight watch on her. Ji led Jiang Zhou in circles, quickly ducked in her space, then changed her clothes and added some height. When the target disappeared, the pursuers' faces changed drastically, and they couldn't care less about disguising themselves as they searched everywhere for her. At this time, Ji and Jiang Zhou had disguised themselves and appeared at the trading market. Someone was selling fish, and there were quite a few people gathered around. She curiously leaned in to take a look, but quickly felt nauseated and lost her appetite for dinner. It was unclear if it was because the apocalypse was accelerating, but most of the fish displayed were bizarre. People coming from that direction said there were fish covered in eyes and fish with two heads. The whole sea was like that. Under the double influence of nuclear wastewater and apocalyptic evolution, such situations were not surprising. It was just very off-putting. She didn't even feel like eating dinner afterward. "Let's go. It really affects my appetite," Jiangzhou said, looking at her with a complicated expression. Pulling He away from the fish stall. After turning around a couple of times without finding anything new and nothing better than what was in her space, he noticed someone selling the latest hydroponic seeds. Now that the weather wasn't so extreme, they were actively restoring the production chain. And these seeds could be exchanged at the official base. He rarely went out, and this was her first time seeing them. She exchanged quite a few using her spices. After all, she had looted the grocery store, and her stock of spices would last her a lifetime. This was probably a hotel from before the apocalypse, remodeled by Li Mu, and it looked quite decent. The entire hall was bright, and many people had come. He saw Li Songming and Ji Yunzong in the crowd, with Li Mu following closely behind, walking around the crowd with a proud expression. There were also some people she didn't recognize, but they looked very wealthy. "Have you seen Xiao Na?" He asked in a low voice. Jiangzhou gestured with his chin, indicating that she was over there chatting with Ji Zixing. He looked over and saw the two of them chatting happily, making it hard to tell that she was planning to snatch the base from the person across from her. Seemingly sensing something, Ji Zixing smiled wickedly at her and then continued to chat with Xiao Na, looking very pleased. As the crowd began to gather, extravagant music played, and Li Ming's song, beaming with joy, raised his glass to toast everyone. Jiangzhou glanced at the wall clock and nodded. "It's about time." Just as he was saying this, Ji Zixing suddenly stood up, holding a glass and walking towards her with a hypocritical smile on his face. "Sister, we are siblings after all. How about a drink? Otherwise, you won't get to drink such good wine in the future." He glanced at the wine, which was a bit murky. She didn't know where it had been fished out from. Can this even be considered good wine? She frowned in disdain, but, thinking of the plan, tilted her head and finished the glass. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jiangzhou looking at her with a worried expression. She lightly patted Jiangzhou's hand to signal that everything was fine. She wasn't that foolish. She had poured the entire glass in her space. "Sure enough, you're a country bumpkin." Ji Zixing, seeing that the task was completed, disdainfully walked away. Ji Zixing walked over to Ji Yunzong's side and whispered something, and Ji Yunzong smiled meaningfully. About 2 minutes later, he felt that the drug's effect should be kicking in, so she staggered and sat down, pretending to be drunk. Jiangzhou seemed anxious and rushed outside, saying he would get her some hot water. Ji Yunzong and Li Songming also came over with their glasses. "Li brother, I didn't lie to you. I've brought this person. You can make her apologize to Li Mu however you want." He laughed self-importantly, casually reaching to pull off the hat that was covering Jihee's face. Jihee frowned and subtly turned to avoid it. "Looks like your daughter isn't too willing." Li Mingsong sneered. "Her life was given by her father. What does it matter if she is willing or not? It's just a matter of whether Li Mu finds her acceptable." He waved his hand, and his words were full of disdain. Everyone present either had wealth or skills, and while they looked down on Ji Yunzong's words, it didn't stop them from enjoying the spectacle. They had seen daughters treated as gifts, which was not unusual in these times, but they had never seen someone drugged in public so openly. They appreciated it, but also looked down on Ji Yunzong. "In that case, Li Mu should thank your Uncle Ji." Li Mingsong smiled, but anyone could see his disdain for the Ji family. Ironically, Ji Yunzong acted as if he couldn't see it, eagerly following behind Li Mingsong and urging people to hurry and send He to Li Mu's room. Even he found it amusing and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. However, considering that the scene was full of Li family members, she managed to restrain herself. 2 subordinates grabbed her, and she endured the discomfort, pretending to be in on the scheme. Ultimately, she was thrown onto a bed. After a brief, lewd discussion, the door was closed from the outside. She was left alone, pretending to be unconscious on the bed. Chapter 90. Trapped outside the room, there was complete silence. They were very confident about the convincingly unconscious Jihee. The entire small courtyard was empty, as everyone had gone to the banquet hall. Even the 2 who were sent to guard Ji he couldn't resist the urge to join the fun. Ji opened her eyes without making a sound and surveyed her surroundings. This was Li Mu's private residence, with no surveillance equipment. Seeing this, she felt completely at ease and immediately got up to stand by the window to observe the situation. The intercom in her pocket vibrated a few times, and at the same time, gunshots rang out, getting closer and closer to the small courtyard. She didn't have time to think and immediately jumped down from the second floor, reaching out and grabbing an arm just as she pulled the person into her space. "Quick, check over there." Outside the courtyard, footsteps were chaotic, accompanied by unknown angry shouts. Ji lay on the bed and then stepped into her space. The person she pulled in was Jiang Zhou, and next to him was Li Mu, tied up and looking around the space in surprise. She stepped forward and removed the gag from his mouth, and when she saw his defiant expression, she slapped him hard across the face. "How dare you hit me? Aren't you afraid I'll expose this?" Li Mu shouted angrily. "Where does your confidence come from? Thinking I would let you go?" Ji raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Jiang Zhou clicked his tongue and stepped forward to give him another slap. "We ask, you answer. Otherwise, we'll throw you to feed the fish." Seeing that they didn't seem to be joking, Li Mu also backed down, greedily looking at the supplies in the space while nodding in cooperation. "Where is Shinjiro?" Li Mu looked up in surprise, his expression strange as he said, "I don't know." "By the sea?" Ji pondered. "Yes, by the sea." Li Mu quickly added, "The base was her suggestion for us to take over. She said the officials were already planning to abandon it and merge it with other regions. So we took it without much effort. The woman is just a novel that the base originally gave her. Brother Hang's father sent a letter, and they changed their minds. If you contribute your space, I could still help you say a few good words." The more Li Mu spoke, the more confident he became, as if he was convinced that he would be intimidated. But obviously, he was never someone who could be threatened. Without even moving her hand, a knife suddenly flew out, piercing directly through Li Mu's throat. Li Mu only had time to make a choking sound. His expression twitched, and then he fell to the ground dead. Jiang Zhou, who was watching the entire process from the side, was not too surprised and calmly blocked the corpse to avoid being disturbed by it for too long. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the corridor. "I'll go out first. You keep an eye on him. Otherwise, just stab him a couple more times," he quickly said before exiting the space, maintaining the appearance of fainting on the bed. Outside the room, the footsteps stopped in front of her door. He tightened her grip on the dagger hidden under her pillow, and the firearms in the space were also eager to move. "It's me. Miss G, are you okay?" A slightly rough, yet familiar voice sounded from outside the door. It was Joanna's subordinate looking for her. "I'm fine. I'll be out soon," he said, hiding the dagger. The weapons were put away, but her vigilance did not relax at all. Jiang Zhou was worried that she would be disturbed by the corpse in the space, so he also exited the space. The moment he saw him, she had a guess in her heart. Sure enough, it was pretty much what she had guessed. The two exchanged no more words, nodded, and got into the car to set off. As the car drove out of the base, after just one turn, she stored both the car and the person into the space, and they changed into new clothes, along with the hard-to-find wig. The two looked at each other after getting made up and almost burst out laughing. After confirming that Li Mu was really dead, they disposed of the corpse near the base, then took advantage of the commotion caused by the discovery of the body to blend into the community. On the way, they saw vehicles coming this way, and the low-profile body could be easily recognized as official. They quickened their pace, heading straight for Building Number 1. At this moment, the standalone courtyard of Building Number 1 was unguarded, and she found the key on Li Mu, heading towards the exclusive basement of the standalone building. Just as she successfully opened the door, the official convoy entered the base, and the noise from the banquet hall nearby immediately quieted down. Didn't even have time to see what was inside, shoving things into the space indiscriminately, leaving behind a pile of items that were heavily protected. "Hurry up. People are coming." Jiang Zhou's head popped up from above, whispering. He quickly rushed out of the basement, then grabbed Jiang Zhou and ran wildly, wanting to escape, only to find the official vehicles had already reached outside the courtyard. With no better hiding place, she simply pulled Jiang Zhou in and directly flashed into the space, then brought up the screen to observe the situation outside. A team of people came in with a clear target, leaving some to keep watch while a few along with a military dog, charged straight through the basement door. Moments later, there was movement from inside. Drugs. It's all drugs. And guns and ammunition. Building No. 1 was quickly surrounded, a police line was drawn, and no one was allowed to approach, even on a night when there was no one around. It was still heavily guarded. Looks like we won't be able to get out today, Ji-hee blinked and said. She regretted not being quicker, otherwise. They wouldn't have ended up trapped in the place with the most guards. If they dared to show even a shadow now, they'd be suspected of having ulterior motives and shot to pieces. Cough. How about we eat something first? I'm hungry, Jiangzhou lightly coughed, saying somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Ji-hee realized she hadn't eaten much either. Her stomach felt empty. She hadn't even had a bite of the banquet that the Li family had painstakingly set up before she was dragged away. Not only that, but now being trapped here, she probably wouldn't even hear any useful information. She was also quite curious about whether Joanna had succeeded and whether the 3 members of the Ji family were still alive. Don't think about it. They won't leave for at least 3 days. Jiangzhou patted her shoulder. And judging by the situation, they probably wouldn't leave without turning things upside down. Then let's eat. Ji nodded and started rummaging for ingredients. Since they could only stay in the space for a while, Ji planned to make some dishes that were usually hard to come by. Spicy crayfish, steamed hairy crabs, garlic clams, a platter of cold dishes, roasted wild boar meat, charcoal grilled brain, and a plate of egg tarts, along with homemade sour plum soup. She set a full table. It didn't matter if they couldn't finish it. After all, they would be stuck in the space for the next 2 days, and it wouldn't spoil. Plus, it was temperature controlled. Chapter 91. The pursuit. At first, the floods and freezing were unexpected, but they never anticipated the emergence of drugs. However, a large quantity of drugs and crates of guns and ammunition were found in the Enfong base. The entire base was subjected to a major inspection. And even if the Li family and the Ji family hadn't been dealt with by Joanna, they were finished. The inspection took longer than they had estimated. It was as if the base was turned upside down in search. There was no way out. The two could only shrink in space. Jiangzhou was treated as a laborer, and he was quite happy to do everything from picking vegetables to farming and feeding chickens, ducks, and rabbits. When they had free time, the two practiced their physical fitness or researched recipes in the kitchen. When tired, they snacked on a pile of food projecting movies, sitting in front of the screen, stuffing themselves while watching films. During these few days, he had watched several horror movies she wouldn't dare to watch alone. At first, Jiangzhou refused, but with the temptation of delicious food, plus he forcing him to sit down, he eventually compromised. The weather outside gradually warmed up, stabilizing around 30 degrees Celsius after 2 days. Although it was hot under the sun, it was much more bearable than last year. The space remained at a constant temperature, neither cold nor hot, but seeing the reactions of people outside the space, he also felt dry and parched. She dug out the stock from the ice cream shop they had looted before, each taking one to satisfy their cravings. It was still the type of ice cream she couldn't bear to eat before the apocalypse, but now she opened her stomach to eat. 5 days later, the officials finally prepared to withdraw, and the ownership of the Enfong base was determined. No matter how far the Liu family's reach extended, they couldn't manage the drug issue. These two families would most likely not come out, and she didn't have to worry about anyone exposing her secrets. Of course, there was also the biggest hidden danger, Shun Yuro, but according to Li Mu's description, she seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation and was unwilling to appear in front of people anymore. Sooner or later, she would find Shun Yuro. Just as they were about to exit the space to sneak away, they turned a corner and unexpectedly ran into Joanna. "You haven't left yet?" Joanna said, in surprise. Her gaze flickered, and she didn't know whether to believe them. "Put this on and follow me." Ji and Jiangzhou took the mask with suspicion and complied. Joanna led them back into building number 1, using a key to open the door, indicating that this place already belonged to her. The three entered a room on the 3rd floor, cautiously locking the door before speaking. "There are people searching for you everywhere outside. Wait until dark to leave," Joanna said with a frown, her voice low. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. "You don't know yet?" Seeing their bewildered expressions, Joanna had no choice but to explain. "Li Mu died outside the base, and someone reported that you did it." With the two girls talking, Jiangzhou didn't want to interrupt and automatically moved to the window to keep an eye on the situation outside. So the officials didn't take action. For the past few days, there's a group of people from an unknown family guarding the building you rented. My people have tested them. They're not easy to deal with and are armed. Furthermore, they claim that you reported the Leaf family for hoarding drugs. Now, not only is the base involved, but they are searching for you everywhere. Once she said this, he roughly knew which family it was. Why would the Liu family go to such lengths and expense to come to this remote place, to occupy a base that the officials were preparing to give up? She considered herself not charming enough to attract them specifically, but if the drugs were obtained by the Liu family, then it made more sense. All right, we'll leave tonight, he said after coming to a realization. They had originally planned to leave today. They had already packed most of their things on the 6th floor, and what remained were just some scraps she had taken from her space. Joanna nodded and put on a worried expression. I'll have someone send you some supplies later. Be careful on your way, and I'll try to help you out. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the subtle reluctance on Joanna's face. After saying a few more words, Joanna left. He nodded in agreement, understanding that in times of disaster, only interests endure. Yet, she still felt a slight discomfort in her heart. After all, before the incident at Yunding Mountain, Joanna had been lively and loved to play with her. And she was the one who had given her the escape pod. If possible, she still hoped to have 1 or 2 friends by her side. At 2 in the morning, when those who had stayed up late were the most tired, He and Jiangzhou jumped down from the 3rd floor, blending into the night as they quickly ran toward the base entrance. There was no one on the way. The guards at the intersections of various districts had also vanished. However, this only made them more nervous. After they emerged from the base, their unease peaked. Before they could steady themselves, a cold, gleaming big knife swung towards them. The two were startled and had no time to care about their image as they awkwardly rolled aside. Then, dozens of people rushed towards them. They fought back desperately, but the numbers were overwhelming and they sustained injuries to varying degrees. Fortunately, with Jiangzhou, the walking medical kit, they quickly dealt with the situation and left the scene before the next wave of people arrived. As they left, he made sure to collect all the weapons on the ground into her space. Although they weren't as useful as hers, they were good enough for chopping wood. The two ran toward the nearby hillside, with pursuers already hot on their heels. They were fast and had caught up. Chapter 92. Earthquake. He took out a mask from her space and handed one to Jiangzhou. As they ran, they tightly covered their faces with the masks, slipping on the ground as they ascended the hillside. The people behind them were relentless, and they couldn't shake them off. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly, accompanied by occasional loud bangs. An earthquake was happening. The pursuers had no place to grab onto for support, like bowling pins. One person slipping caused a domino effect that knocked over everyone behind them. He slipped, and Jiangzhou quickly pulled her to a nearby tree. They clung to the trunk, quietly waiting for the earthquake to pass. Usually, a minor earthquake like this would only last a few seconds. But today it persisted with continuous shaking. He had a moment of doubt, wondering if tectonic movements had accelerated. But even if not, the tectonic movements were not far off. After 2 minutes, the earthquake finally stopped, and the group of pursuers began to regain their footing, menacingly preparing to come up with their knives. The two at the top simultaneously pulled out nail guns, and after he missed a few shots. Only one person remained alive on the field. Jiangzhou quickly slid down the hillside and subdued that person with a single strike. Who sent you here? He asked with a frown. Jiangzhou tightened his grip on the person's neck. The nonchalant man turned pale, his eyes darting around, and said, "It was Joanna who sent us. She was afraid you would hold a grudge against her for revealing that you reported the Leaf family." Jiangzhou frowned and demanded, "Speak the truth." "I'm speaking the truth. Please, let me go. I'm just trying to make a living. I don't want to die." The man suddenly cried out, but it sounded a bit fake as he didn't even shed a tear. Having learned what she wanted to know, he stood up thoughtfully, ignoring his wailing. Jiangzhou decisively finished him off, leaving no one alive. He felt he was right. Now that the man was saying he didn't want to die. Would they want to die while being surrounded and attacked by a dozen people? "Where are we going?" Jiangzhou asked after wiping his hands clean. Thought for a moment and took out a van from her space, saying, "Get in the car first." Jiangzhou didn't ask further and sat down in the driver's seat without hesitation. Originally planning to drive herself, Ji took the opportunity to sit in the passenger seat and pulled out a map to study the route. I plan to go to the beach near Base 1. What about you? Ji quickly decided on the route and asked Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou turned the steering wheel without hesitation, heading towards Base 1. Let us go together. I still have my things with you. I can lend you the car. I'm going to hire to find someone for revenge. You don't need to come. This time, she not only wanted to find Shinjuru, but if possible, she wanted to cause some trouble for the Liu family, preferably throwing a couple of grenades at them. She had sent 2 letters with the idiot. One was to report the Leaf family, and the other was about the impending earthquake and the disasters to come. The fact that officials had come to investigate the drug issue proved that her letters had indeed been delivered and taken seriously. It felt as if the timeline was fast-forwarding. So she didn't want Jiangzhou to go. Jiangzhou also had no reason to keep following her into danger. She preferred being alone when Jiangzhou was around. Many things were restricted, like not being able to soak in hot springs. However, Jiangzhou's attitude surprised her. You don't want a walking medical kit? He was momentarily speechless. That was true. A healing profession like his was probably one of a kind globally. If it were anyone else, they would have to be tied to her side. Her situation was special, and she loved to slack off. But at that moment, she couldn't help but feel tempted. Not for any other reason, but because Jiangzhou seemed to feel hot and took off his long sleeves, revealing a sleeveless tank top underneath. It's getting hot again, He thought to herself. She coughed lightly, leaned back in her seat, closed her eyes, and fell asleep, no longer mentioning the idea of him leaving. She was right. Who would want to give up a healer? The 2 took turns driving, heading toward their planned route. The van had a self-heating pot left by Joanna, so they made do with that for food, planning to enter the space at night. Along the way, due to melting ice, the roads were muddy, but fortunately, the water had receded significantly, so they didn't need to change boats. 2 days later, they successfully arrived at Haishur. He didn't rush into the city. Instead, she stored the van in a concealed spot near the base, and they each carried a backpack. I'm going to the beach. You go into the base and wait for me, he said as she handed him her organized backpack. Jiangzhou looked a bit puzzled, but obediently took the backpack and put on. All right, do you need help finding the idiot? Jiangzhou nodded, and the 2 split up on the spot. He followed the direction described by Li Mu. As long as Shinjuru was still alive, she would need to eat and wear clothes, so there would always be traces of human life. However, after searching the beach twice, she didn't see a single strand of Shinjuru's hair. All she could see was sand, with no signs of human habitation. The water looked dirty and black, and Shinjuru had a cleanliness obsession, so it was impossible for her to hide in there. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the sea, as if something large was about to emerge. Cautiously grabbed a machete for protection, but unexpectedly, a tail suddenly slapped the water surface, splashing her face with water. She took a step back and realized she had spoken too soon. Shinjuru leaped out of the sea, arrogantly flipping onto a rock in the middle of the water. And upon seeing he drenched and disheveled. She laughed at her without any courtesy. The lower half of her body had transformed into a tail, resembling a legendary mermaid. Took a couple of steps back, inexplicably finding that laughter somewhat grating. If it weren't for her face, she really wouldn't have recognized her. After a while, Shinjuru finally stopped her piercing laughter, looked up and down, and disdainfully said, "You may have a space, but you're not doing so well." "What space are you talking about?" asked, frowning slightly. "I'm not going to kill you, so why are you acting like this?" Shinjuru said disdainfully. "Do you think I'm pretty? Weren't you the one who believed in mermaids when you were a kid? Well, I am one now." He couldn't understand what Shinjuru was trying to do, but she was indeed curious about how Shinjuru had turned herself into this and how she had survived. Perhaps Ji's curiosity was too obvious, as Shinjuru shouted angrily, "Don't look at me like that." Then the nearby sea surface erupted as if something had struck it, creating a huge splash. "Am I not pretty? Why are you looking at me like that?" Shinjuru tried to maintain her image, but her stiff cheeks and almost fiery gaze made her anger evident. Chapter 93. The round exploding mermaid. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Shinjuru suddenly laughed. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have evolved my underwater breathing ability so early. The earthquake is coming sooner, right? The entire continent will sink. And even if you have space, it will be hard to survive, won't it? Jihi thought she was acting a bit crazy, and she quietly reached for her pocket, preparing to shoot Shinjiro. If she resolved this quickly, she could go find her silly bird. Do you want to become a mermaid? I can help you. After becoming a mermaid, earthquakes and tsunamis are nothing. Shinjiro continued. Jihi looked skeptical. Although she didn't understand, she knew that during an earthquake, many deep-sea creatures floated to the surface, and tsunamis turned the entire sea into a washing machine. Staying in the sea was definitely more dangerous than being on land. At least she could find a place that had been least affected by disasters in her previous life to hide. Don't doubt it. Mermaids have their own earthquake defense methods. In short, the seabed is much better than land. As long as you come, I can ensure you will be well-fed and sheltered. You can also seize the opportunity. Shinjiro became more excited as she spoke, her eyes filled with fervor. I killed you once, and now you want to ensure my well-being? Jihi asked. You have my space. I won't let you die as long as you listen to me. So how do you turn me into a mermaid? Jihi asked again. Come to me, and I'll tell you. But you only have today. The mermaid clan is moving to avoid disaster. If you miss today, you just have to wait to die. Do you know where they're going? Shinjiro squinted her eyes. Are you trying to pry information from me? Before she could finish her sentence, he quickly drew her gun and fired. Shinjiro hurriedly fanned the water with her tail and jumped into the sea. The bullets slowed significantly in the water, and no matter how many times Ji shot, she couldn't hit Shinjiro, who dodged like a fish. At that moment, an ethereal sound seemed to penetrate from the depths of the sea. Both confronting parties were momentarily stunned, and their movements naturally paused. Then, with a flick of her tail, Shinjiro dove deep into the sea. Regret? Regret my ass. He sneered, pulling out 2 round objects from her space. She quickly pulled a pin and threw both round objects towards Shinjiro's diving position. Within just 2 seconds, the round objects exploded near Shinjiro. From Jihi's position, she could only see that Shinjiro seemed to be injured by the explosion, then propelled deep into the sea by the huge shockwave. But she didn't have time to think, and before she could even see where Shinjiro had been blown off to, she quickly threw another round object on a whim and left before it could explode. The nearby guards had heard the commotion and were coming over. She could hear the warning gunfire from a distance. In this day and age, having a gun wasn't a big deal, but grenades were strictly prohibited. Even those wealthy people wouldn't dare to collect such things. She had only found these in a box in the Western District. After running for over 10 minutes, she slowed down and entered her space to change clothes as she was drenched. Upon entering, she saw a steaming hot spring and couldn't resist taking a quick rinse before jumping in a soak for about 20 minutes. She changed into a work vest and a 3-proof sun protection jacket and wore cool work pants underneath before heading out again. To avoid looking too clean, she rubbed her clothes a bit to make them look worn. Even so, when she arrived at Base 1, she still felt out of place. Those who could enter Base 1 were either strong or wealthy, and their clothing was better than that of other bases. But there was no exception. They were either old or wrinkled, creating a stark contrast with her bright white clothes. When she went to register at the entrance, the registrar was a bit surprised to see someone dressed so well, applying for only a temporary access permit. Ji didn't pay much attention, pulled down her hat, and walked into the base. They had agreed to meet at the Exchange Street, and Ji had been there before, so she walked there with ease. It was now close to 6 p.m., and the crowd on Exchange Street was growing. She turned around twice before finally finding Jiangzhou in a crowd. Is everything done? Jiangzhou asked in a low voice, wearing a mask and frowning slightly, seeming a bit uncomfortable in the crowded scene. Ji pulled Jiangzhou closer and nodded, then asked, have you seen my bird? Ji furrowed her brows, debating whether to rescue her silly bird. When she found the silly bird, it was in a large office building, and judging by the decor, it was clearly not from an ordinary person. But what were the odds of running into it? Just thinking about it made her feel a pang of sadness, even though she hadn't taken much care of the silly bird. It was solely relying on its strong vitality. While she was lost in thought, the crowd ahead suddenly stirred, and people automatically squeezed to the sides. Then, the sound of a flashy sports car grew louder. The car stopped at the intersection, and a man dressed in hip-hop fashion opened the door, holding a fluffy pink object, his face full of irritation. Pick for yourself. What do you want to eat? Then a pink, unknown little bird flapped its wings, hovering in front of every stall, but eventually flew away with a disdainful expression. The surrounding people looked dumbfounded. This was the gap between reality. They fought hard to hoard items for exchange, while the wealthy could drive a $1 million sports car and let a silly little bird choose whatever it wanted to eat. To make matters worse, that bird was adorned with gold and silver jewelry. "That's your silly bird," Jiang Zhou said with a hint of sympathy. Chapter 94. Reorganization on the 18th floor. He had raised it for several months, so she could tell at a glance that it was indeed the silly bird. Watching the silly bird happily picking and choosing, she really wanted to rush up and make it spit out everything it had eaten. But that was just a thought. "Let's go. Forget about it." Ji decided to leave after taking one last look. The two of them walked through the crowd towards the task hall, hoping to see if they could find the triangular man and his group, perhaps to exchange a little more before the earthquake hit. He cursed the silly bird under her breath and hurried toward the task hall. By this time, the staff in the hall had already left for the day, and the doors were tightly shut. However, compared to her last visit, there was now a bulletin board at the entrance, and an earthquake alarm device was installed nearby. The announcement stated that earthquakes might become more frequent recently, urging everyone to be vigilant and to run to open areas as soon as an earthquake struck. It seemed that her letter had had some effect, but not much. After all natural disasters could switch overnight, with no predictable chances. If someone anonymously sent a letter about the possibility of the entire land sinking, she wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't been reborn. But it didn't matter. She could only do so much. There was one more thing. The antiviral vaccine had been developed, but it would have certain side effects. The vaccination range would start with the residents of the base. She had entered Base 4 for this reason, as well as for some peace and quiet. But after just a couple of days, many things had happened. She would just have to be careful in the coming days. At this moment, the flashy sports car guy and the white-eyed bird had left, and there were fewer people on the street, allowing them to finally stroll quietly. The items available for trade here were similar to those at the Silver Wind base, with the biggest difference being that there were the latest research agricultural seeds for sale. The surrounding cities had only one large research institute, located within base number 1, and this was one of the first batches to obtain the seeds. However, not many people were patient enough to grow them and wait for results, so they traded them for other supplies. There were quite a few varieties available: tomatoes, cucumbers, leeks, lettuce, and peppers. She used 2 packs of Huazi in exchange for a bit of everything. With these seeds, she could now confidently present vegetables in the future without needing to hide anything. Moreover, Huazi was useless to her, far less practical than edible items. After exchanging for the seeds, it was already 8 o'clock. The two of them returned the temporary entry permits and were preparing to go out when suddenly someone patted her shoulder from behind. "Sister, what are you exchanging for today?" The one-eyed guy greeted her with a silly smile. "I heard someone say that there are exchanges for Huazi here, so I came over. I didn't expect it to be you." He breathed a sigh of relief. She had been ready to give up after not seeing anyone after turning a few corners, but luck was on her side, and someone had come to her. A hint of joy appeared on her face as she pulled the one-eyed guy to a corner to discuss, forgetting about Jiang Zhou altogether. Jiang Zhou was used to it and automatically stood guard skillfully. After reserving a bunch of items with the one-eyed guy and agreeing on a trading time, they each went to prepare their supplies. "What did they reserve?" Jiang Zhou asked. 2 sets of diving gear and a ball that could be used in water. He said, her tone a bit disappointed, "But there's no submarine, so what do we need these for?" Jiang Zhou hesitated to say more, wanting to tell her that private submarines were impossible now as they had all been collected by the authorities for use. "By the way, you have your half. Remember to bring me the supplies," she added. Jiang Zhou didn't know what the diving gear would be useful for, but still nodded in agreement. Since it was still early for the trading time, the two decided to wander around a bit more and pick out something fresh. However, soon after, a team of patrol officers arrived, and the vendors gradually started to pack up. The owner of the gold jewelry stall urged them, "Are you exchanging or not? Once they patrol over here, I will have to close up." After more than a month, they met Lin Chuan again on the 18th floor. The only person who could still be flamboyant in the apocalypse was Lin Chuan, whether it was due to the military influence or not. He had completely changed from his previous careless image, now looking full of righteousness. The two felt a bit nostalgic, unsure whether to go up and greet him. Lin Xuan clearly saw them as well. His eyes lit up suddenly, and after greeting the person next to him, he walked over to them. "Long time no see," Ji said with a faint smile. Jiang Zhou tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't you have a mission today?" He glanced at the time. There was still plenty of time before the trading, so she agreed. The three of them walked towards the residential area and arrived at a separate building that required a swipe of a security card to enter. It was estimated that there were not many places in the entire base that still used a security system, but to save electricity, the elevator was not in operation. The building Lin Xuan lived in was mostly occupied by mutated individuals. While climbing the stairs, they even saw the water-type practitioner who had helped them before. He lived on the 4th floor in a 4-bedroom apartment. "You guys have a pretty good setup," he said after looking around. Lin Xuan came out of the kitchen holding a bowl of vegetables and fruits, tomatoes and apples, which were distributed by the base. "You guys should try some." The two had just taken a bite of the apple when he said, "I have to go on a mission tomorrow. There's not much time. I have some news to share with you." His expression was unusually serious, and the two stopped chewing. "Go ahead, we're listening." Lin Xuan took a deep breath and said, "The base is currently constructing shelters. All materials and special supplies are being packed and moved. I don't know where exactly they are being sent, but it is said that a massive earthquake will happen soon." The two feigned surprise. Jiang Zhou's reaction was uncertain, but he was genuinely surprised by the efficiency of the authorities. Lin Xuan glanced at them meaningfully and continued, "Moreover, this information came from an anonymous letter delivered by a bird, which wrote a lot about future natural disasters. Initially, I didn't believe it, but after the earthquake 3 days ago, for some unknown reason, preparations began. Originally, this information was confidential, but it would be made public tomorrow. It's okay for me to tell you now." After listening, both of them fell silent, especially Ji, who had once escaped death. "We plan to leave tomorrow, to find a place with a flatter terrain," Ji said after a while. Chapter 95. Before the earthquake, Ji and Jiang Zhou recounted the events happening at the base, mixing truth with lies, omitting the part about reporting to prevent Lin Xuan from connecting it to the simultaneous appearance of the letter about future natural disasters. The three of them shared their experiences until 9 o'clock, at which point Ji and Jiang Zhou prepared to find the one-eyed guy for their trade. They felt a bit reluctant. With the earthquake approaching, this time, it might be impossible for the three of them to gather on the 18th floor again. Lin Xuan divided the remaining vegetables and fruits, giving a large portion to the two. Ji felt guilty and took out 2 packs of cigarettes and a box of chocolates for Lin Xuan, along with 2 bottles of liquor. This pile of supplies, when exchanged, would be enough for an ordinary person to live frugally for a while, but for Lin Xuan's current salary, it wasn't much. But there were good items to give away. "We found this during our last mission. I've been keeping your share," she said, winking. The packaging was clean and intact, without a single crease, looking brand new, not at all like supplies from a disaster. Lin Xuan took the items, already having a guess in his heart, and after hesitating for a moment, he solemnly said, "Take care, and I hope the 18th floor trio has another chance to regroup. We will. Everyone must survive." The three parted ways, and Ji and Jiang Zhou headed straight for the agreed trading point. As soon as they arrived, the one-eyed guy came with 3 brothers. By now, it was completely dark, and there was no time for pretense. After quickly checking the supplies, both sides left swiftly. Ji and Jiang Zhou successfully shook off the tail behind them, just as they wanted to enter the space for a good rest. They felt a familiar tremor beneath their feet. "The earthquake!" Jiang Zhou exclaimed softly, then decisively grabbed Ji and ran. Ji's space could shelter them from the earthquake, but wherever they entered, they would come out in the same place. So they still needed to run to a completely safe location before entering the space. Otherwise, if they entered the space from a room, their lives would be spared, but they would be trapped by the collapsed building. This tremor was even stronger and more prolonged than the last one. The two stood in front of the space screen, looking solemnly at the situation outside. Ji felt a bit regretful. This trip yielded nothing, and it was easy to get caught here. Damn it! Damn it! Suddenly, a familiar comical curse echoed from outside the space, and a fluffy pink bird dashed past the screen, adorned with gold and silver jewelry and a small crown. It fluttered around, seemingly searching for something. "Is that the silly bird?" Jiang Zhou asked hesitantly. He recognized the silly bird from the first sound, but seeing it decked out in jewelry, she didn't reveal herself. Do we still want it? Jiang Zhou, seeing through her thoughts, found it amusing. That silly bird wandering around in that outfit will probably get skinned and cooked by someone. Why don't we bring it in and cook it for ourselves? We can't let others benefit. Once she said this, he seemed to find a reason and confidently pulled Jiang Zhou out of the space, heading toward the direction of the silly bird. You're right, we can't let others benefit. If we cook it, I'll do it, she said. Jiang Zhou just held back his laughter and nodded, calling out, Silly bird, come here. The silly bird heard a familiar voice, quickly turned its head. But because it was adorned with gold and silver jewelry, it lost its balance and almost fell into the mud. Dad, you grandpa. After flying up again, the silly bird rushed towards the two, cursing and swearing. He let out a hum and silently mocked, Silly bird. You grandpa, don't wait for me. I'm all gold, gold, gold. The silly bird jumped around, causing the things hanging from it to fall all over the ground. Spicy, I want to eat. The silly bird hopped and pulled out its beak to shout loudly. He was speechless. Did this silly bird only think of looking for her when it wanted to eat? She had only raised the bird because she was lonely and bored after moving to the 18th floor. When it saw it thought she was there to pick it up, but when it realized it was time to eat, the dad turned around and left, forcing her to pack up overnight to chase after it. Had its IQ dropped? Jiang Zhou observed for a while and said suspiciously. Before he could respond, the silly bird got angry, suddenly flinging off the little crown on its head. Food. Spicy. He picked up the gold jewelry that had fallen to the ground and couldn't help but take a bite. Hey, really? Jiang Zhou looked at her half convinced and sighed. This bird is really stupid, not hugging such a big gold master tight. Before he could finish speaking, he saw he looking at him with a half smile. Tomorrow we'll head in this direction. Jiang Zhou cleared his throat to change the subject, pointing to a spot on the map, suggesting they avoid the big earthquake first and then consider where to go next. He studied the route. It was indeed the optimal location nearby. With little time left before the earthquake, even if she had cheats to know where to settle for disaster avoidance. With the current road conditions, they wouldn't make it halfway before it fell apart. It was better to find a random place to hide and then look for another place since everything would be submerged anyway. Both of them had a laid-back attitude, and after a few exchanges, they reached a conclusion. The silly bird was still squawking about wanting to eat spicy food, so they decided to have a late-night snack. Skewers, grilled fish, chips, and happy drinks. The three of them, 2 people and 1 bird, enjoyed their meal. His room was on the 3rd floor, and she had prepared a room for Jiang Zhou next door, though it contained some of Jiang Zhou's supplies. The space was spacious enough now, and even if supplies were stuffed into other places, they could still barely squeeze out 2 rooms. The next morning, someone was resting where they had entered the space the day before. In 30-degree weather, long sleeves were unbearable, so the sores on their bodies remained uncovered. He then remembered the virus infection. They disinfected daily with seawater, and since no symptoms had appeared and most people they had contact with were fine, she had forgotten about it. The person outside lifted their shirt, revealing more sores on their chest and abdomen. They took out a piece of cloth, pressed each sore on their body until it burst, and then smeared a lump of black substance on it. He and Jiang Zhou watched from a space, frowning slightly and stepping back in unison. They decided to wait for the person to leave before going out again. Chapter 96. Plate reorganization. After being disturbed by the previous scene, didn't even feel like eating breakfast after washing up. So she went to the beach area on the left. She had seen last night that there were still some large sealed boxes from the last collection at the standalone unit number 1 that hadn't been organized. What is this, drugs? Jiang Zhou asked curiously. He shook her head uncertainly. Let us open it and see. However, the boxes had a combination lock, and they tried for a long time without success. He got angry, pulled out a large chainsaw, and with one cut, not only broke the lock, but also cracked the box's walls. Jiang Zhou quietly moved 2 steps aside, finally understanding where the bundles of wood in her space had come from. The silly bird was attracted by the sound and landed on Jiang Zhou's head. Mimicking their usual tone, he cowered, being mocked by a bird. Even the best temper couldn't hold back, while he was opening the box. Jiangzhou secretly grabbed the bird for a quiet retaliation. He was completely unaware of what was happening behind her and focused on opening the box. To her surprise, these boxes were filled with rare metals, with some sand and silt on top, likely retrieved from salvage. Even before the apocalypse, a few boxes like this could lead to wealth. No wonder they were placed in the innermost part, surrounded by miscellaneous items. However, she took everything into her space, leaving nothing behind. Not counting the other supplies in her space, just these would be enough to ensure she wouldn't go hungry. She was now quite looking forward to seeing if the Li family and Ji family members were still alive. Wanting to see their collapse upon realizing that she had painstakingly gathered supplies but had left no packaging behind, having stumbled upon a big fortune. She was in an excellent mood, taking out soy milk and fried dough sticks along with 2 bowls of fatty intestine noodles, ready for breakfast. Jiangzhou, still bullying the bird beside her, came over when he smelled the food. After finishing breakfast, the person outside had left, and the two of them took the seawater disinfectant out of the space. He took out a van, and Jiangzhou disinfected it thoroughly before automatically taking the driver's seat. The vehicle slowly started, moving along the muddy road, stopping and going. Along the way, there were attempts to climb aboard and some kneeling for sympathy, but they ignored them all, even speeding up to rush past. Someone with a hard head rushed over holding a knife, but they didn't plan on stopping. With blood on their head, it was almost impossible to charge forward again. There were hardly any more people trying to scam them. Everyone claimed they weren't afraid of death, but in reality, no one wanted to die. On the 5th day after leaving base number 1, the water had largely disappeared, and the sea was also showing signs of receding. He felt something was off and decided not to go further. This place was the highest within a 10-mile radius, and after the earthquake passed, they wouldn't have to worry about being buried when they came out of the space. Fortunately, they successfully climbed to the top of the mountain. The area was relatively flat and open, with a simple yet damaged viewing platform, where they set their camp. It was exactly 6 in the afternoon, the sun was setting, and the temperature dropped to 24 degrees. The scene below, though shattered, was still quite beautiful. How about we sleep outside tonight? There will definitely be stars at night. He suddenly suggested. She had never camped before because she didn't have money, and when she did have money, she was reluctant to spend it. Now that she had the opportunity, she wanted to enjoy it according to her laid-back philosophy, especially since in a couple of days, they might not see such scenery again. Jiangzhou never had objections. Whatever she said was what they would do. Just as she finished speaking, Jiangzhou had already started setting up the tent. Got even more excited, pulling out a complete set of camping gear, including a rainfly and tables and chairs. The two of them quickly set up a double camping site. The barbecue grill was also successfully set up, along with a portable gas stove. If anyone were to pass by, they would surely be surprised that they could camp on a mountaintop during frequent minor earthquakes. He was also quite excited and took out her camera to snap several pictures. "Let us take a group photo," she said, smiling and waving at Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou put down the ingredients in his hands and walked over to He, while the silly bird flew onto He's head to join in the fun. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook again. He was standing in the best position for a shot when it swayed, almost causing her to fall. Jiangzhou was startled and quickly ran over to grab her, while the silly bird reacted slightly faster, using its claws to grab her hair and pull her up. Although he could stand steadily, she was quite moved by their concern. However, her hand was almost dislocated from being pulled, and her hair was nearly yanked out. Fortunately, the suitcase didn't get lost. Jiangzhou sighed in relief. The silly bird tilted its head and echoed, "Fortunately, your grandpa has spicy food, didn't get lost." His previous feelings of gratitude were instantly wiped away, and she coldly laughed. She realized that their concern for her was merely because one treated her like a suitcase, while the other treated her as a source of spicy food. "I thought it was good. Tonight, we can have spicy stir-fried men or braised parrot." She cast aside her messy thoughts and pondered seriously. Jiangzhou moved a couple of steps aside and continued grilling skewers. The small tremors continued, but they didn't affect the 2 people and 1 bird at the mountaintop. As they enjoyed their skewers and hot pot, the cool mountain breeze felt quite pleasant. Lying on the 68,000, Yuan's sofa that he had brought out from her space. They quietly chatted, exchanging idle talk. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble again. At first, the two thought it was like before, just a brief shake that would soon stop. However, the shaking lasted a full minute without any sign of stopping. The silly creature grew more restless than usual, its mouth never stopping, flapping around anxiously and even tugging at their hair. Animals always sense disasters before humans do. The unease in G's heart intensified, and she suddenly stood up, taking out her binoculars to look ahead. At the same time, the ground's tremors felt as if someone was shaking her body. She glanced once, then turned around and pulled bird brother Zhou into the space with her. The moment they entered the space, the outside world experienced a cataclysm. The place they had been was already split in half, with the area where they watched the stars plummeting to the base of the mountain. If she hadn't run in time, they would have fallen with that half of the observation deck. And it wasn't just this. All over the world, similar events were occurring. The entire earth was shaking, as if it were about to explode at any second. In the distance, human civilization was gradually collapsing. All buildings swayed left and right with the intensity of the earthquake, ultimately succumbing to collapse. In her previous life, following the Shun family, he had been relatively lucky. During the great earthquake, she only ended up with a limp, but was still alive. How much longer do you need to touch? Chapter 97. Unable to enter the space, how much longer do you need to touch? He asked, looking down at the voice. The two were overlapping in an extremely awkward position. Her hand was tightly gripping Zhou's collar, exposing a large expanse of his fair chest. Even though Zhou was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush at that moment, awkwardly shifting to push her away, but afraid of being too rough. He immediately sprang up, brushing off the dust on her clothes. I just saved your life. Remember to pay rent. Zhou nodded, having returned to his normal demeanor. Okay, next time is not guaranteed. Outside, the earthquake gradually subsided, but the effects of the tectonic movements were far from over. The ground was entirely torn apart. Many roads ripped in half, and buildings collapsed extensively. Meanwhile, the sea suddenly receded by several meters. Soon, the cities closest to the shore were completely submerged. By this point, people who believed the apocalypse was about to end had lost all hope. The traces of human civilization were being devoured. The two who had escaped the disaster in the space stared blankly for a while, their lips moving several times before finally letting out a deep sigh. Where can we go from here? He asked, somewhat lost. Although she had experienced it once, seeing such a devastating scene again still left her bewildered. But perhaps with her letter, there would be more survivors, and maybe the difficulty of rebuilding would decrease. I don't know, Zhou replied calmly. The authorities will quickly come up with a response. As long as there are people left, rebuilding will continue. Then he quickly added, but for now, let us think about how to get out. The place they originally entered the space was just at a boundary line, at least 20 meters away from the ground they could touch. Moreover, the original mountain path was destroyed, making it difficult to climb down in such circumstances, even if they landed. Let us jump down. He pondered for a moment, preparing to wait a few more days before leaving, as there might still be aftershocks. Zhou nodded, agreeing that this was the best option. He stood in front of the screen for a while before turning it off. The two and the bird didn't have a place to land, so they huddled in the space without slacking off. He and Zhou exercised together, even bringing in the silly creature for weight training, making it maintain its larger size to stimulate evolution. She was still very curious to see if the silly creature could grow even bigger. Maybe then she could have a fantastical mount that could fly. Aside from their exercise time, the two spent time in the kitchen experimenting with recipes. Zhou's cooking skills improved rapidly, and now he basically took on the task of cooking. After 3 days of this life, the two and the bird started to feel restless, especially the silly creature. It was a bird trapped in the room every day, so bored that it was almost counting its feathers. They had heard any aftershocks outside for a day, and they were ready to go out. Are you ready? He asked, gripping Zhou's hand. Zhou nodded heavily, affirming with a sound. He looked calm, but only he knew how much sweat was in the palm of the hand she held. He smirked slightly, then looked at the height on the screen, took a deep breath, and flashed out of the space. The moment they exited the space, the sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. The speed of their descent was faster than they had imagined, and they were nearing the ground in just a few seconds. Jiangzhou, unable to maintain his composure any longer, tightly hugged Jihe. However, Jihe's face looked very bad. She couldn't enter the space. Furthermore, she felt a familiar pull. She tried several times but couldn't get in, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. Just before landing, she quickly took out the escape pod. The two crashed into the escape pod, forcing themselves to get up and fasten their seatbelts despite the pain. The next second, the escape pod slammed against the mountain wall, and they both cried out in pain as they fell violently again. "I can't get into the space," she shouted, her voice laced with panic. "It's okay. It should be fine," Jiangzhou reassured her, gripping her hand tightly. He calmed down as well. She had felt that pull once before in the sewer. She estimated that there were fragments desired by the space below, forcibly preventing her from entering. So, the space should not let her die. With this thought, Jihe relaxed her tense mindset due to weightlessness and quietly awaited landing. Sure enough, although the speed of descent did not decrease, and they were continuously colliding as they fell, the escape pod remained intact without a single crack. Outside the escape pod, they were wrapped in a layer of transparent, sticky substance. The two inside felt dizzy and occasionally jolted, nearly fainting when the spherical escape pod finally landed. The moment it hit the ground, the escape pod bounced up and then fell again, rolling for several minutes before finally stopping. Jihe couldn't hold back and immediately ran to the side the moment she exited the escape pod. Jiangzhou, although he didn't vomit, also didn't look well. Once they recovered, Jihe immediately tested the space again, but still couldn't get in. The inexplicable pull in her heart grew stronger, and she began to understand what it meant. She looked around. They were in a cave at the bottom of a mountain, with dirt and rocks blocking their way in from the escape pod. Jiangzhou wandered around a couple of times, seemingly trapped. "Let us go in and take a look," he said helplessly. "Rather than that, we might as well follow the path from start." The cave was dark and devoid of light, so Jihe took out flashlights from the space, giving one to Jiangzhou. She also let the silly creature out. He felt exasperated, unsure of what this silly bird had been watching with Jiangzhou. However, it was rare that it didn't peck at them, and with the silly creature chirping and flying ahead, both of them relaxed a bit. The cave in front was dark and long, extending downward, and the two and the bird slowly explored forward. Chapter 98. The little electric donkey in the cave. I'm going crazy. Jihe couldn't help but shout. At this point, they had been walking in the cave for several days, but had yet to see a glimmer of light, as if there was no end in sight. If it weren't for the air still being present, she would have thought they had walked into a dead end. Jiangzhou sighed and patted her shoulder. "Before you go crazy, can you give me a razor? I don't want to be a bearded uncle later." Jihe paused, her expression shifting, and reluctantly took out a razor. At first, it was fine, but after walking 2 days, she was breaking down. Without seeing light for several days, they were exhausted. And since they couldn't enter the space, they would just take out sleeping bags to make do. But the surroundings were dark and gloomy, making them feel as if something was lurking nearby. Neither of them had slept well. After a few days, even the chatterbox was quiet. They kept descending, but where would this road lead? Jiangzhou sat down, rare for him to sigh and speak. He gritted her teeth. Who on earth is so heartless to dig the road so deep? Couldn't they have done it outside? Have you seen a movie where the main character falls into the Earth's core and has adventures? Who knows? Maybe this is our situation too. Jiangzhou, helpless, half-jokingly tried to lighten the mood. Maybe. After venting her anger, he calmed down. "Let's keep going. The sooner we find a way out, the better." Resigned, she stood up and continued walking. After taking a couple of steps, she stopped again. "What's wrong?" Jiangzhou asked, puzzled. "Wait for me to show you a magic trick." He raised an eyebrow, her consciousness diving into her space to rummage around. Although Jiangzhou was confused, he stayed by her side. Then, an electric scooter appeared in front of them. He happily hopped on, calling to the stunned Jiangzhou, "Come on. It's high enough. We can ride it, and even if we fall, we won't die." Jiangzhou's mouth twitched, thinking, is it a question of life and death? Riding a little electric scooter in a cave seems odd, no matter how you look at it. With a strange expression, he climbed onto the scooter, while he excitedly started it. Although the cave floor was relatively even, the two still bounced around on the scooter. Its unique sound echoed in the cave, and no matter how they listened, it sounded strange. Just when their butts were numb from the ride, the cave finally had a turning point. The scooter's front light suddenly dipped, causing the whole vehicle and its riders to bounce. Then with a thud, they landed on the ground. They were jolted, and their already sore behinds felt even worse, their faces turning pale. But the scooter didn't stop. Instead, it continued to rush downwards at a steady pace. He gritted her teeth, trying to control the direction, but the slope was steep, and no matter how she tried to steer, they would be jolted up and down. Moreover, the brakes didn't work. When the vehicle finally burst out of the cave, it gradually slowed down. However, the situation didn't improve much. Both of their expressions changed to varying degrees. Before them was a patch of grass taller than a person, mixed with unknown trees and strange flowers, as if they had entered another world. "We're going to crash. We're going to crash." He couldn't help but shout, desperately squeezing the brake and using her foot brake. Zhou behind her also tried to help, but it was useless. In desperation, at the last second before crashing into the grass, Zhou pulled Ji, and they jumped off the scooter. Ji reacted quickly. They rolled together twice, dissipating most of the impact. Apart from a few scrapes, they were mostly unharmed. How is this not a case of bad luck? Ji patted off the grass and mud from her clothes, her expression a bit resentful. Zhou clearly recalled their earlier mention of the adventure in the Earth's core and looked somewhat gloomy, muttering, "It really is the Earth's core. Won't we have to crawl for 2 years to get out?" Ji didn't hear clearly and leaned closer to ask, "What?" "Nothing. Let's first look for the murals. Maybe we'll find a way out." Zhou changed the subject and stepped forward to scout the way. Their first challenge was the tall grass in front of them. He felt an overwhelming attraction everywhere, unlike the last time in the sewer, which guided her to a specific location. If they recklessly charged in, they would most likely get lost in the grass. Just as she pondered which way to go, Zhou had already stepped into the grass. While she couldn't see the path in the grass, Zhou easily spotted the situation ahead. She had underestimated him. She hadn't thought Zhou was taller than her. The two ventured into the grass, each wielding a stick to push aside the vegetation, while a machete hung at their waist, ready for use. After pushing through the grass, they found themselves in an open area, still filled with unfamiliar plants. He took out her camera to capture this peculiar scene. Although she didn't know what they were, she found it strange that things grew in places where fragments were found. Zhou, however, was particularly focused on these bizarre items, seemingly searching for something, filling a bag with them. Once it was full, he had he stored in her space. Repeating the action, he couldn't help but ask, "What are these for? Are they edible?" Zhou paused his fruit picking, helplessly saying, "I used to know about ancient plants, though I've forgotten some. But these look quite similar to those in the guide." "Really? Well, since we're here, collecting a bit for potted plants wouldn't be bad." Jihee's eyes lit up. While taking photos, she also gathered the things she liked into her space. It was incredible. Apart from her, no one else could enter. She could stuff in a big pile of soil without issue. This feeling was quite subtle. Enjoying the benefits of her space also required some effort, like diligently searching for fragments of unknown purpose. The two were engrossed in picking, and time passed quickly, but it seemed there was no concept of day or night here. It didn't gradually get dark. Instead, it suddenly switched from day to night, as if someone had pressed a light switch. The surroundings were pitch black, and the temperature dropped rapidly. Jihee stuffed the last handful into her space, took out 4 flashlights, and finally felt secure enough. "Let's go under that rock. We can look for more tomorrow," Jihee suggested. Zhou had no objections and went ahead to scout the situation. After driving away a few bugs, they built a small fire, and the warmth and light gradually rose, diminishing the eerie feeling. Even with the fire lit, visibility was only about 1 or 2 meters. In this strange and unsettling environment, Jihee couldn't help but lean a little closer to Zhou. Zhou casually brightened the fire a bit. "How about we set up a tent? I remember you have a folding one. Just unfold it." Jihee thought for a moment, then shook her head. "We don't know what might be here. It might be safer to stick together. I've seen it. There's a two-person one. If we're together, you won't be scared. Chapter 99, Please see G. He rummaged through her space and finally found a two-person folding tent that could accommodate a few people tucked away in a corner. With a shake, the tent was successfully opened, revealing a soft mattress, a set of bedding, and a rechargeable lamp inside. The moment it was set up, He immediately crawled inside and even placed a hot water bottle on her bed. You sleep first. I'll keep watch for a while. Jiangzhou sat at the entrance of the tent. He didn't tea refuse. Watching the flickering fire made it easier to fall asleep than she had imagined. And she almost fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. In her dream, she was happily munching on a chicken leg, a bottle of beer in hand, when suddenly someone pushed her. She jolted awake, her heart racing, and before she could speak, a hand with the smell of firewood covered her mouth. Shoo! Jiangzhou signaled her to be quiet. He nodded, and after a moment, the hand covering her lips slowly moved away, allowing her to finally see what was in front of her. The dark valley that had turned black at night revealed a different scene in the middle of the night. Not far away, houses filled with a sense of technology sprang up, and humans, animals, and strange plants slowly emerged. It was as if a small town had come to life. Most of these people had various forms, some with wings, others were fish with legs, and metallic robots were working around the town. But she wasn't in the mood to joke because she felt that pulling force drawing her into that bizarre town. Her expression turned serious as she struggled to control the agitation of the mural wall in her space. It wants you to go over, Jiangzhou said affirmatively, clearly sensing something was off with He nodded, wanting to say something, but suddenly a creature resembling a caveman chased after a six-legged dog towards them. Both were startled and quickly drew their weapons for protection. The first to approach them was the dog. Jiangzhou swung the knife, but only heard a sound of wind cutting through the air. The dog passed right through them. Is it a projection? He hesitated slightly, feeling a bit numb. After coming into contact with the fragments, her perception of this world had been refreshed, and nothing peculiar seemed strange anymore. It should be, but it felt more like wearing holographic glasses. It was too real and three-dimensional. Jiangzhou frowned slightly, his grip on the knife never loosening. Once he was sure these people did not exist, or rather could not be seen, he stood up. Let's go, let's take a look, she said, leading the way in the direction indicated to her. The characters in this scene were illusory, but they still followed the doors and corridors towards the center of the town. In this scene, there were rare plants growing everywhere, but there were also neatly paved white roads interspersed among them. Next to her, people and animals were bustling about, shopping, arguing, different species falling in love like a real existing city. Or rather, this city had existed before, but had disappeared for unknown reasons. After navigating the winding streets, nearly tripping 3 times, she finally stopped in front of the door of the most central house. This place had the strongest attraction for her. Moreover, she had already seen what was behind the door. A blank wall separated the door from the room. Without hesitation, she stepped inside, with Jiangzhou closely following behind. The wall had no patterns, but she had already determined that this was the fragment the space wanted. The moment she stepped in, she was stunned. Inside was a large laboratory, with various petri dishes hanging on the surrounding walls and dozens of operating tables arranged on the ground, with people in white coats bustling around. Does this have anything to do with those strange species outside? He couldn't help but whisper. These people really can stir things up. Jiangzhou scoffed after watching for a while. He pulled at the corners of her mouth, feeling very uncomfortable. One of the fragments she had obtained had previously hinted that a certain sequence number had the best results. Could this be related? Were they the optimal results tested from such a laboratory? Don't be ridiculous. Moreover, it seemed that these experimental results were being abandoned. The natural disaster caused by this update was the best evidence. Her mood plummeted, and she lifted her leg to step inside, eager to obtain more information. Suddenly, the people in the laboratory turned their heads in unison, seemingly having discovered the 2 intruders. Someone who let them in. Low-level servers cannot be overridden. One person inside shouted sharply, appearing extremely impatient and angry. With this shout, the entire small city gradually became bizarre, with certain connections appearing as if the game had not loaded. At times, pixel blocks flickered, and at other times, everything returned to normal. Furthermore, all living beings in the city heard that person's command and began to approach. The frequency of the pixel blocks appearing grew higher and higher. Go. It's going to disappear. Collect the fragments. Jiangzhou whispered urgently. The moment her hand pressed against the blank wall, it transformed into a blinding white light that illuminated the valley for a moment. And then the entire city projection vanished as well. Moments later, the two finally adapted to the sudden change in light. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves facing a mountain wall. Just now, we went inside. How could this be? He was momentarily confused, unable to understand. Jiangzhou's expression was also somewhat dazed, his gaze fixed on the mountain wall before them. Relax. She couldn't help but yawn. Let's go sleep a bit more. Okay. Jiangzhou nodded, taking out the flashlight. The path they had come from, which had seemed flat, was now overgrown with weeds. Taking a few more steps would easily get them tangled up. Chapter 100. Out. Home is gone. They couldn't find their tent and couldn't tell where it had come from. But fortunately, the space had finally returned to normal. Unable to endure the unclear state any longer, he pulled Jiangzhou into the space. After being tense for several days, they finally relaxed, sleeping until noon the next day. Ji's stomach growled from hunger, just in time for a meal. She took out double pepper rabbit, spicy fried rice noodles, braised chicken, and iced milk tea, placing them on the beach stand while also bringing up the outside screen. They had been in the cave for several days and had not been in the mood to eat anything flavorful, just wanted to get out quickly. I'm so hungry, Jiangzhou said, unusually weak, having slept too long. Let us eat. If it's not enough, there's more. Anyway, we have plenty time to go out. She opened the packaging and sighed. The silly bird, catching the scent, flew over eagerly, finally full of energy after being listless for several days. Took out its special little bowl and filled it. The three of them, 2 people and 1 bird, were so hungry they didn't bother talking and just dove into their food. After eating and drinking enough, the 2 finally had time to review what happened last night. A new piece had appeared on the mural wall, depicting the scene they had seen last night. The most crucial part was that all the species in this image were staring in the same direction, as if they were looking at them. It was a bit chilling. What exactly were these people? What do they mean by low level and high level? He was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. I saw a very interesting comment online before. It basically said that the planet we are on is just the way we think it is, actually shielded from certain things by a special energy field. And what we can see is just what some people want us to see. Jiangzhou suddenly spoke after thinking for a while. I used to think it was nonsense, but now that we are in this unknown place, I kind of believe it. Including the later 3 fragments, all mentioned sequences and seeds. To some extent, the guesses of those internet users were quite similar to what she had encountered. What does that space want me to collect fragments for? Gathering all the fragments, who benefits? Us. But after this earthquake, who knows how many humans are left alive? Jiangzhou fell silent for a moment, his tone dry. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. No matter how much we think, it won't change anything. Even if this is true, we can't change anything. After 8 o'clock outside, everything returned to its original state, looking beautiful, but at night, it was terrifying enough to give someone a heart attack. As soon as it got light, the location of the tent was easily visible. He walked over to pack up the tent and found a hole about 2 meters high behind it, with the wind blowing through. Looks like we don't have to walk in the dark for a week anymore, he said with a smile. She had always been easygoing. She felt lucky to still be alive and would take it one day at a time. As for everything else, let it be. That said, when she swept her gaze over the mural wall and the space again, she couldn't help but sigh silently. Perhaps when she collected all the complete fragments, she would know the truth behind it all. But knowing or not, it held no significance for her personally. Before setting off, he let the silly bird out, which didn't want to go inside, let alone the 2 who were about to throw up from the hurry. There was no choice. The 2 reluctantly stepped into the dark cave. They initially thought it would take 1 or 2 weeks to walk through, but unexpectedly, by 4 in the afternoon, they saw light after just 3 hours. We're out. Ji's eyes lit up, and she quickened her pace to run outside. Although Jiangzhou didn't say anything, his expression clearly showed he was much more relaxed as he quickly followed Ji out. They didn't exit at the original location where they fell, but rather on another mountain at least 100 kilometers away from that mountain. Ji looked at the map for a long time, but couldn't figure out her location. She wanted to use the navigation, but had no signal. This space is interesting. We kept going down. Not to mention how far the span is from that mountain to here. Just in terms of height, it's ridiculous. Jiangzhou said. Jiangzhou nodded without hesitation. I believe you. If that place were so easy to find, someone would have cordoned it off by now. He released the silly creature, and the silly bird flew in the sky, making several circles while the phrase your uncle echoed through the air. Let's go. Let's take a look around nearby. It shouldn't be far from the city, Jiangzhou said again. He glanced around and noticed debris from buildings not far away. Likely remnants from the earthquake. All right, they will definitely rebuild a survival base there. Let's check it out, and if it's suitable, we'll get a whole set of housing. A whole set? Jiangzhou was somewhat shocked. Yes, Ji nodded confidently, not thinking too much about it. Housing prices must be sky high now. We can split the materials. It makes sense, but Jiangzhou's expression was still a bit strange. Upon closer inspection, one could see his earlobes slightly reddening. Are you shy? He found a bit odd. They had been in the same space for so many days. Why was he shy now? I'm not going to do anything to you. Huh? Then let's just get one set. I really need to save on materials. Jiangzhou said with an inexplicable sense of regret. When they had walked halfway, they realized how naive their thoughts had been. They had overlooked the tsunami that came with the earthquake. Although it wasn't raining, the water was still spreading continuously. It looked as if there was a sea in front of them, and they could even see fish swimming in the water. Ji took out her binoculars and saw that everywhere she could look was sea, and some areas were pitch black and very deep. The closest iconic buildings visible were submerged almost halfway. Is the base still there? Jiangzhou said in a deep voice, but it wasn't a question. In contrast, Ji became much more determined. It must still be there. She had no other thoughts. In her previous life, there were volcanic eruptions and a series of problems. But the bases gradually got back up, and even the sea bases started to take shape. Although the timeline was different from her previous life, the direction wouldn't be too bad, and the country would never give up resisting natural disasters. With water all around, he took out the speedboat. Jiangzhou automatically took the helm. Where to? Anywhere is fine. Anyway, the map is useless now. We'll go wherever we end up. Chapter 101. Getting on the boat, she had previously stocked up on 2 types of speedboats, one electric and one fuel-powered. They used the electric one, which could run for 6 hours when fully charged, and they advanced in bursts. When the battery ran out, they would rest in the space. She also had a small yacht, but it consumed too much fuel and easily attracted others and things from the sea, so she saved it for later use. Since they currently had no destination, they just drifted aimlessly wherever the current took them. During their journey, they often saw buildings submerged underwater, with only a few pointed tops sticking out. One could say that aside from the mountain they had come from and the iconic buildings still standing, almost everything else was submerged. Moreover, the water level was continuously rising, swallowing the remaining surviving cities. No one forced her, but she was eager to do any work to ensure Xiaoyang could have a better time in the Shen family. But in the end, she felt a flash of insight, realizing that she had been foolish back then. If she were to go through the same situation now, she would definitely slap herself. The two drifted on the sea for 2 days without seeing a single intact building. Without navigation, they could only head towards places they estimated were still above water. Along the way, they saw more and more fish, but hardly any people. They probably had all been swept away. Her anonymous letter would likely be believed after the earthquake. Now, no one believed that natural disasters would end or that the sea would recede. Let's catch some fish. These fish are getting stranger and stranger. And if we want to eat them later, they might be gone, Ji said as she leaned over the speedboat to look down and managed to grab an octopus. Jiangzhou turned his head to see that many fish had gathered around their boat, and they were quite large. All right, let's just use the net. As he said this, the speedboat slowly stopped, allowing it to drift with the current. Here, Ji took out 2 nets and handed one to Jiangzhou. Both of them found the water splashing onto the boat uncomfortable, so they fished and sorted out the mutated ones, putting them directly into the space. The silly creature also excitedly grew in size to help catch fish, though it had a strange preference for eels and sea snakes. After catching them, it tossed them in front of the two, startling them. Ji grabbed it and threatened to make sweet and sour parrot fish, causing the silly creature to behave. There were many fish and all sorts of bizarre fish were present. Aside from those they couldn't eat, they collected everything. Just as he was enjoying the fishing, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. There will be heavy rain in the coming week. Survivors in need should quickly head to Yun City Base or the temporary rescue point at sea. The address is. The helicopter arrived quickly and left just as fast, repeating the announcement several times. If anyone was below, they could hear the information clearly. The temporary rescue point is quite close to us. Should we go? Ji asked him. They hadn't seen any living people for over half a month. And although the space could serve as a shelter, it still felt uncomfortable. Let's go, put some fish outside, and just pack one backpack with supplies. Jiangzhou quickly made the decision and began adjusting their course. He started gathering the supplies they needed to take out, each carrying a backpack while placing a bag of fish on the boat. With a destination in mind, they traveled for about another 4 hours, and the sky began to darken as dark clouds gathered rapidly. It's going to rain, Jiangzhou said as he looked up. Ji took out her binoculars to survey the surroundings, and her gaze finally fixed on a position about a kilometer ahead. Her eyes lit up. Is that it? The cruise ship. It should be. Let's go over. Jiangzhou adjusted their course and accelerated toward it. At this moment, raindrops the size of coins began to fall, stinging when they hit their bodies. After advancing 500 meters, the crew members on the cruise ship noticed them and waved to signal them to come closer. The two checked their backpacks one last time to confirm everything was in order before approaching the cruise ship, folding up the speedboat. The silly creature insisted on staying outside with them, so he casually tucked it in her pocket, not letting it show off. Once on board, the two, carrying 2 backpacks, a speedboat, and a large bag of fish, clearly attracted the attention of some people. Be careful, don't stray too far from me, he said in a low voice. Jiangzhou nodded, his gaze fixed on a military-clad figure approaching them. Someone's coming. The person explained the rules on the ship. Materials were not required aboard, and levels 1 to 4 were free, providing some basic food. To avoid safety hazards, fires were prohibited on the ship, as were fights. They were responsible for their own supplies, which could also be handed over to earn contribution points, usable at the base. He glanced at the items in their hands. You can hand over these fish, it's hot, and they'll all die in a couple of days. It's better to exchange them for contribution points. He thought for a moment and asked, if we choose to hand them over, how do we register? Follow me. The person nodded and led the two up to the deck. Most of the people on the ship were survivors from the earthquake, with hardly 2 changes of clothes. It was just that the weather was hot now, so they could take them off, wash them a bit, and hang them out to dry. However, Ji and Jiangzhou not only had bulging backpacks, but also a speedboat. They were already eye-catching, and if they kept all those things, they would likely have to keep one eye open while sleeping at night. The registration room was separate, with someone guarding it to prevent anyone from getting close. Ji took a glance, and then, pretending to adjust her pocket, discreetly placed it into her space. It seemed casual, but if someone knocked her out and searched her, they wouldn't find anything. After exchanging the supplies, they made their way up. The cruise ship was large, but every level was packed with people. As soon as they stepped into the cabin, they were hit by a strong smell of foot odor mixed with sweat and an inexplicable rotten scent. Ji instinctively frowned and quietly withdrew the foot that had just stepped in. Let's go up. Jiangzhou's expression remained normal as he pulled Ji to continue moving up. However, every level here was packed tightly and marked with makeshift sleeping areas. Chapter 102, The Strange Fourth Floor. There were relatively fewer people on the 4th floor, so they didn't have to squeeze together to lie down. But there was a very strong smell of decay. Suddenly, the light dimmed, and the sky outside was overcast, as if it would collapse at any moment. Then a thunderclap sounded, and the coin-sized raindrops they encountered earlier became dense, as if a basin of water was being poured down from the sky. The barrier above the corridor was ineffective. When the wind blew, the fine rain splashed in. The two had no choice but to settle on the 4th floor. Let us stay here. It should be over in a couple of days. Ji sighed and held her breath as she went in. Jiangzhou followed closely behind, both thinking the same thing. They could tolerate the smell, but sleeping next to strangers' feet was absolutely out of the question. They found a relatively empty spot. took out an inflatable tent from Jiang Zhou's backpack, and laid out an inflatable mattress inside. Once the door flap was down, it blocked the curious gazes of others. Although the tent was spacious enough, the widest distance between them inside was no more than 1 meter. Ji didn't mind, but Jiang Zhou's earlobes turned red, seeming a bit embarrassed. "Don't worry, I want to take advantage of you." He patted her chest and assured him. Jiang Zhou opened his lips slightly, then sighed helplessly. There must be a reason why those people prefer to squeeze on the lower 3 floors instead of coming up, so they shouldn't sleep too soundly at night. Ji nodded, understanding without needing Jiang Zhou to remind her. Suddenly, they heard some commotion from the window above their tent, and they paused their movements to eavesdrop and sync. A group of children was leaning by the window, whispering quietly, but they couldn't help but get louder. "They dare to stay on the 4th floor. As my dad says, they must be looking for trouble. My mom said that there are monsters on the 4th floor that eat people at night. But why haven't we seen any? Are you stupid? It's daytime. How can we see monsters? Really? But last night when I went to pee, I saw someone being dragged away and thrown into the sea." "Huh?" The children all exclaimed in surprise, laughing and running off to chase the one who claimed to have seen a monster to hear the story. He and Jiang Zhou exchanged glances, sensing a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. It could be true, otherwise. Why would the 3 lower floors be so crowded and the 4th floor so empty? He whispered. Jiang Zhou peeked outside through the curtain seam. Those people were still huddled in place like quails, quiet to the point of being eerie. But it shouldn't be that sinister, otherwise. There'd be no reason to only drag people from the 4th floor and not the 3rd, and only 1 per day. Have you ever seen a mutated monster that patient? Jiang Zhou raised a question. Ji thought for a moment and said, "You're right. Anyway, this ship will dock soon, so we just need to be careful." Jiang Zhou nodded. Then his stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Although his expression didn't change, he still noticed a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Stop thinking about it. Let's eat," she said immediately. They had missed mealtime when they boarded the ship. So Ji took out a few plain, steamed buns and pickled vegetables from her backpack to make do. She didn't dare take out any meat buns, fearing unnecessary attention. After all, it was only a few days, and they could endure it. The silly dog nibbled on the dry, tasteless buns, regretting his earlier decision to tag along. He stifled a laugh and secretly gave him some pickled vegetables. With the pickled vegetables, the silly dog had energy and started wandering around the tent. However, it was very obedient this time, not barking or causing a fuss, and despite the many pairs of eyes watching them, it didn't seem to realize they had brought a bird. The rain continued outside, and by 6 o'clock, it was completely dark. It was still early, and they couldn't sleep. But with no entertainment, Ji had a thought and used her mental power to control the crops in their space. "Keep an eye on things. I'm going to." She made a motion as if digging. Jiang Zhou understood immediately, nodded, and signaled her to go ahead. Then he fell onto the inflatable mattress with a thud, using her mental power to pick vegetables and tidying them up a bit. After finishing all this, she was almost exhausted and didn't bother to refill the empty space. This was much more tiring than controlling things in the space while standing. Just as she withdrew her mental energy from the space, her eyes opened, and she saw Jiang Zhou stealthily moving his hand away from her face. "What are you doing?" Ji asked, puzzled. Jiang Zhou looked a bit embarrassed. "I was checking if you were still breathing." Ji was left with a face full of question marks. "You suddenly fell to the ground and lay very still. If it weren't for the fact you were still gasping for air, it really looked like you were dead." He quickly added. Hearing this, she understood, but she had thought Jiang Zhou was being inappropriate. Now that she looked at him, his white short-sleeved shirt was lightly damp, faintly revealing some abdominal muscles, and he was sitting awkwardly in the corner of the tent, looking at her with embarrassment, his earlobes still a bit red. Looking at herself again, she was dressed loosely, looking a bit messy and dirty, and her hair was a mess as if she had just woken up. For someone who usually had little desire, he immediately overturned her previous assumptions. In comparison, she looked like the one with ulterior motives. She cleared her throat and changed the subject. "How is it outside? Is it still raining?" The sound of the rain outside was almost as loud as drumming, so her question was indeed somewhat unnecessary. However, Jiang Zhou still nodded seriously and said, "It's still raining. Those people have gone out to collect rainwater. Should we go too?" She struggled to think of a word to describe it, to fit in. Jiang Zhou shook his head without hesitation. "I always feel the smell of this rain is strange. It's too dark to see right now. Anyway, we don't lack drinking water. We can wait until tomorrow morning to confirm before collecting." Ji didn't really want to move either and immediately agreed with the suggestion. Thus, the two decided that one would sleep for a while the other kept watch. Even the silly dog was brought in to serve as labor. It didn't need to do anything, just had to wake the two if anyone approached their tent. The first night passed relatively peacefully. Once night fell, the fourth floor seemed to have pressed the mute button. Only the faint sounds of shifting could be heard. The smell of decay spread, completely masking the heavy foot odor. And the darkness enveloped the entire fourth floor like a curtain, leaving no hint of light. Everyone on the fourth floor slept soundly, as if they couldn't smell the increasingly strong odor. Only he remained awake, noticing all these changes, and just 2 minutes ago, she had seen moonlight faintly shining through the window. Something felt very off. She covered Jiang Zhou's mouth with one hand and quietly pushed him awake. Chapter 103, Pretending to Sleep. The fourth floor had originally been a dining hall, with the kitchen at the back. That creepy rustling sound was coming from the kitchen. The two cautiously approached the door flap, holding sharpened machetes, vigilantly watching the outside of the tent. Then they heard the commotion in the kitchen grow louder. It seemed like utensils were being scraped, while footsteps wandered around the crowd. Strangely, despite the noise, no one on the fourth floor awoke. Only the sound of even breathing remained, with even the sounds of shifting ceased. The two found it odd but remained motionless, blending in with the crowd. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped right in front of their tent. From their angle, they could only see a pair of leather boots and a stout, muscular figure. Ji unconsciously grabbed Jiang Zhou's hand beside her, ready at any moment. However, the owner of the leather boots walked away from them, heading towards the door. Soon after, the sound of footsteps on the stairs was heard, indicating someone had gone down to the next floor. "Ah, there's a monster." A child's frightened voice came from the third floor. Then the child's mouth was covered, leaving only faint muffled cries for help. With a splash, something fell into the water outside the cabin, and the whole ship fell silent again. He felt curious and desperately wanted to know what was happening outside. What strange secret lay on the fourth floor? When the door closed, it made a loud bang, and a wail echoed from downstairs, quickly muffled by someone covering the mouth, leaving only the sound of sobbing. The fourth floor remained as quiet as ever, not making a sound from start to finish. But the noise of restless movements on the uneven ground resumed. The two exchanged glances, and he pulled Jiang Zhou into the space. It was too quiet outside, and even a slightly heavier breath could be heard. "We're pretending to sleep," he said confidently. Jiang Zhou nodded. "That wasn't a monster, it was a person, right?" "Yeah, don't you find it strange? Such a commotion, yet everyone seems to agree to stay quiet, including those left on the cruise ship." He lay on the beach chair, feeling somewhat puzzled. Jiang Zhou frowned and slowly said, "According to what those kids said yesterday, there's a monster on the fourth floor that appears every night. After so many days, haven't they figured out that it's a person?" He continued, "Besides, no matter how strong that person is, the people on the fourth floor could probably hold them down together." He spoke while chewing on a piece of candy, feeling less anxious. "The authorities can't possibly ignore this. Either they know but can't handle it, or these people treat it as a ghost story and agree to stay silent, while the guards are completely unaware." He felt overwhelmed and couldn't figure it out. "We just got on the ship and don't know the situation. Having an acquaintance would make things easier." Jiang Zhou suddenly relaxed his brows and smiled. "No need for acquaintances. We'll find those kids tomorrow. 2 lollipops, and we can ask them anything." "All right." Immediately agreed with his idea. "Let's not think about it for now. Are you hungry?" The two exchanged smiles, thinking of grilled lamb skewers, crayfish, grilled vegetables, and some happy soda, while they ate heartily and kept an eye on the commotion outside. However, the silly creature nearby still caught a whiff of their lingering scents and silently protested over their heads. Finally, he tossed it into the space to find something to eat, and that settled it. In the morning, they were awakened by the noise of footsteps. Jiangzhou was already dressed and waiting at the tent entrance. "Are you up? Breakfast is being served over there. Do you want to go, or should I?" Jiangzhou asked. Ji thought for a moment, put on her wrinkled clothes, and said, "Let's go together. The silly creature will guard this spot." Although the silly creature rarely moved, it was definitely not weak. After growing larger, few dared to provoke it. The two followed the crowd to the deck. The dull atmosphere they had seen upon arrival had finally lifted a bit. There were many people in line, but everyone followed the rules and quietly waited. Jiangzhou pointed to a corner by the ship's edge, and they quickly occupied that spot. The people nearby were chatting sparsely, mostly reminiscing about their families or cursing the damn natural disaster. No one mentioned what had happened last night. Not hearing any useful information, the two finally lay down, quietly resting their arms on the railing to bask in the sun. Suddenly, the sea surged, and the cruise ship swayed slightly. The two quickly grabbed the railing to avoid being thrown off. Some people were not so lucky, especially those in the best view spots, caught off guard. A few fell into the sea. "Quick, grab the life ring." Someone on the ship immediately threw down life-saving gear and shouted loudly. However, the people below seemed to have seen something terrifying, screaming in panic as red blood bubbles continuously erupted from the water beneath them. In an instant, those on the ship were too afraid to jump into the water and could only stand on the platform, trying to throw ropes to the people in the water. The people in the water desperately clung to the ropes, while several on the platform pulled with all their might. "There's something in the water," Jiangzhou whispered close to her ear. Ji also saw it. It seemed there were several large tails thrashing about underwater, somewhat resembling Shunyuru, who she had seen that day. Is it Shunyuru? She was not sure. Just as she was pondering, the people beside them suddenly began to retreat quickly. She turned to look, frowning as she felt uneasy. The people on the platform were strenuously pulling up the person who had fallen. When they couldn't pull them up, they had added several more people to help. Finally, the person in the water had their lips wide open, and only their bloodied lower half was pulled up. And due to the sudden loss of strength, they were thrown onto the deck, crashing into several people. Instantly, chaos erupted on the deck. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, they were no longer afraid of death, but being torn apart like that still shocked everyone. The people who had just been fighting for the best sunbathing spots immediately vanished, leaving the deck mostly empty except for those who had not yet received their food and were reluctant to leave. Jiangzhou had wanted to watch a bit longer, but Ji pulled him away. There were people on the sixth-floor balcony just now. Before the apocalypse, they were ruthless characters. This cruise ship is probably requisitioned by them. Ji explained when she saw Jiangzhou looking puzzled. Jiangzhou looked up in surprise. From their current angle, they could still see the sixth-floor balcony. Indeed, a man in a bathrobe was holding a wine glass, watching the deck with great interest, as if the scene just now was the best movie ever. The two quickened their pace and merged into the fleeing crowd, but their relatively neat clothing still caught the attention of some. "Do those two look familiar?" The man in the bathrobe squinted his eyes and pointed at them, asking someone nearby. The person only glanced at them and respectfully replied, "Understood. Tonight I'll send that one a test." "No. Just throw them down directly. Last night S was too small. Tonight, 2 will just make up for it." Chapter 104. The target is them back on the 4th floor. The silly creature had grown to over 2 meters, fiercely guarding the tent entrance. Many who had been sleeping nearby had moved inside. It was clear that someone had come by earlier, but had likely been chased away by the silly creature. Ji's gentleness instantly disappeared as she pressed the creature's head and entered the tent. Jiangzhou at the back coldly scanned the people observing them until everyone averted their gaze, and only then did he satisfyingly enter the tent. "Do you want to eat steamed buns? Or shall we eat inside?" He subtly asked the silly creature. The silly creature immediately eagerly burrowed into her palm, indicating it wanted to enter the space. Considering its good behavior, Ji quickly sent it into the space, preparing a favorite treat and a strawberry for it. The strawberry, taken from the fridge, still had a slight chill. "It seems to be warming up today," Jiangzhou said as he chewed on the icy strawberry in his mouth. Ji took out a portable thermometer, glanced at it, and nodded. "It's 40 degrees. I hope it won't be as hot as last year." At this moment, both of them missed the constant temperature inside the space. Even if they were sitting in a speedboat, at least it was ventilated, and using an umbrella was better than being cooped up inside now. However, he had made up her mind not to suffer anymore after her rebirth. The tent flap was slightly ajar, and she quietly took out a foam box of ice cubes, carefully placing them in a corner of the tent. The temperature inside the tent instantly dropped a few degrees. She also took out an ice pack for each of them, along with 2 not-so-smelly ice creams. The area around them was mostly empty, so they were not afraid of being discovered. It was much more bearable to be cooped up in a tent like this. After getting their food, they wandered around, but strangely they did not see the few kids who had spoken above them yesterday. However, there was a woman with a deathly pale face sitting by the railing, staring blankly at the continuously surging sea, muttering something about her son being gone. He glanced around. No one upstairs was watching the scene. Only then did the two casually walk not far from the woman, where he could hear some of what she was saying. "My son, why is your luck so bad? How could it be you among so many people on this ship? Why was it you?" The woman was in great pain, but she struggled to restrain herself, only able to let out low growls. "Why is it that so many people didn't choose, but chose my son? Heartless, truly heartless." After listening for a while, he noticed that the woman's lips kept muttering the same sentence over and over again. It was as if she was furious about something, yet also fearful of something. What could it be? A monster that came out at midnight from the 4th floor? And why was it about being chosen? He didn't know what had happened on this ship that made so many people tacitly refuse to talk about it, even fear it. She looked at the deck. The half-corpse from the morning had long been cleared away, leaving no trace of blood. Zhou tugged at her hand, and the two of them, like an ordinary couple in a post-apocalyptic world, walked into the corridor. There was a ceiling here and no windows behind, so they didn't have to worry about being noticed. "Look at the color of the floor," Zhou said, leaning closer to her with a smirk. He felt a bit uncomfortable, her ears itching, but she quickly understood Zhou's intention and leaned into his embrace. Nearby, there were a few couples who had chosen this place for a date, and they blended into the background. Taking advantage of their movements, he quietly examined the floor. She then noticed that the color of the floor was a mottled light pink, and it was oddly patchy. The color was very light. If one didn't pay attention, they would think it was just the floor's pattern. But both Zhou and he were meticulous and had cleaned up many scenes before. It seemed that many people had died here. He leaned against Zhou's chest and whispered near his ear, "Does this relate to their reaction last night?" Zhou raised an eyebrow and replied, "Even though their movements seem natural, they're tightly pressed together, and it's a good place for young couples to meet. It's unavoidable that some bored onlookers would be staring this way." He felt it was strange, but as soon as she thought of the roles they were playing, she relaxed. They had noticed that on every floor and staircase, there were the same light red marks. Conflicts were normal in a post-apocalyptic world, but bloodstains like this on such a large scale were quite rare. Comparing this, he suddenly thought that during their time at Yunding Mountain, that group of infected people was at most just disgusting. Spitting and picking at sores were minor issues. It had been almost 24 hours since they boarded the ship, and they had traveled from a sea with ruins to one where no trace of human civilization was visible. Without navigation, the map was useless, and they couldn't determine whether boarding the ship was a good decision. But now, they couldn't disembark. They could only take it one step at a time. According to the ship's law enforcement personnel, they would find land in 2 to 3 days. There are always greater powers and people, and she couldn't be sure that among so many people on the ship, there wouldn't be a fool who couldn't handle it. However, in the middle of the night, he, who had fallen asleep first, was suddenly awakened by a palpitation. At that moment, the door of the small kitchen had already been opened, and a strong stench of decay spread out. A robust man in 2 boots, holding a mobile phone and an iron chain, walked straight towards their tent. It seemed like they were the target tonight. Chapter 105. Falling into the sea, the iron chain dragged along the ground, making a piercing sound, and the 4th floor became even quieter. Those people might have woken up, but they still pretended to be asleep. He and Zhou couldn't pretend to be invisible tonight. The man in 2 boots was clearly coming for them. The fool also put down the cookie that looked like a honeycomb and hovered ominously above them, ready to transform at any moment. As he got closer, the man in 2 boots approached without a hint of hesitation, swinging the hammer towards the tent, creating a terrifying sound as it sliced through the air. Jiangzhou suddenly pushed her, and they both fell to the side, the inflatable tent and mattress making a deafening cracking sound. The two of them hurriedly scrambled out of the broken tent, narrowly avoiding the next blow. Ji drew out a sharp, bone-cutting knife and slipped beside the man in 2 boots, swinging down hard. Jiangzhou also didn't hesitate, striking with his knife in less than a second. The fool transformed into a 2-meter giant, silently screaming, its claws like sharp hooks lunging towards the man's face. Caught off guard by the simultaneous attack from both, the man in 2 boots couldn't dodge in time and received 2 deep cuts on his legs, letting out a horrific scream. The group of people on the 4th floor, who had been pretending to sleep, began to tremble violently, creating more distance between them. It was as if the injured man in 2 boots was even more terrifying than when he was unharmed. The man shouted once, and then swung the hammer angrily at the two. The weight and destructive power were too great. They weren't prepared to face it head-on. Ji-hee, using the cover of her clothing pocket, took out a nail gun that was effective for close combat and made little noise. Jiangzhou noticed her small movement, gritted his teeth, and stepped forward with his knife to draw attention. The floor of the cabin echoed with the sound of the hammer striking, likely loud enough for the entire cruise ship to hear. But just like last night, not a single person dared to speak up. Not even anyone on the same floor dared to open their eyes to look at them. However, this was just convenient for Ji-hee's actions. Taking advantage of Jiangzhou's knife swings for cover, she kept her nail gun ready. Jiangzhou secretly activated his ability, continuously healing the wounds on their bodies. While the man in 2 boots became increasingly flushed, the fool opened its mouth wide, ferociously clawing. The man in 2 boots momentarily paused, caught off guard by the sudden surge of satisfaction. Ji seized the opportunity, quickly pulled out the nail gun, and fired sharply. The shot hit home, piercing through the back of his head to his forehead, blood spraying out like a stream. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the messy, broken inflatable tent, their bodies stained with blood from their injuries, but without a single wound. Ji finally felt that having a walking medical kit in her space was not a bad thing. "Good bird, you're finally not foolish," Ji exclaimed. Hearing this, the fool turned its cute little head around angrily, about to open its mouth the next second. "Damn it." Jiangzhou glanced at it and silently muttered, "Kiss ass." Ji, feeling helpless, began to ponder what to do with the tent on the ground. They couldn't just sleep out in the open, could they? When there were no conditions. They could endure any hardship, but her space was already filled with supplies. She couldn't endure any more hardship. However, before she could figure it out, she suddenly realized that the monster on the 4th floor had been killed, but these people not only hadn't stopped pretending to sleep, they had actually moved even further away from them. Each of them was almost huddled together in a semicircle, as if they were afraid of something. Soon, the door of the small kitchen opened again, providing her with an answer to her confusion. This time, 2 more men in 2 boots came out without a hint of hesitation, charging straight towards them. The two were startled, their hearts, which had just calmed down, immediately tensed again. It wasn't that they couldn't fight back, but felt somewhat like restocking. Killing one resulted in 2 more appearing. What a coincidence. If they killed these 2, how many more would come out later? Ji took out her nail gun and fired twice. But the 2 who came out were clearly prepared, easily dodging with only a light scratch left behind, not even furrowing their brows. "Jiangzhou," she whispered, signaling him to take action. Jiangzhou understood her intention as soon as she spoke. The palm hidden in his clothing began to glow, and a large amount of healing energy surged towards one person. The energy rushed in, quickly promoting cell growth. Before the 2 men in 2 boots even reached them, the selected one visibly stiffened. Ji seized a moment and fired another shot, hitting the target right in the heart. 1 man in 2 boots went down, but the other continued to lunge at them, and the 2 of them dodged while keeping an eye on the direction of the small kitchen. Almost at the moment the man in 2 boots fell, the kitchen door moved again. This time, there were still 2 that emerged. Kill 1, and 2 appear. The more you kill, the more there are. Is this the reason why there are so many people on a cruise ship but cannot stop a single monster? For a moment, these 3 monsters became troublesome. The 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously ran towards the door. The staircase was pitch black, with not a glimmer of light. They couldn't be sure if there were other monsters below. Damn it! The fool flapped his wings with all his might, and after a sharp scream, suddenly grew to twice his previous size. G was surprised, but had no time to think. The three men in boots were already chasing after them. Just as the hammer was about to swing in front of them, he shouted, "Jump!" Then the two jumped up and grabbed the legs of the low-flying fool, who flapped his wings vigorously and flew away from the cruise ship. The next second, the three of them were dragged out and unceremoniously thrown into the sea. He saw this action clearly, and a series of questions flooded her mind. The three men were still lively. Why did the monster throw them down? What was in the sea? How did the men in boots transform from humans into monsters? And why was there a fixed pattern of killing one and having two appear? Who was controlling them from behind? Looking at the dark cruise ship, with only a faint light on the top floor, an idea suddenly flashed in her mind. Just as he grasped a glimmer of inspiration, she felt empty-handed. Then, a pair of hands wrapped around her waist, and the two of them fell towards the sea surface. Chapter 106. Mermaid. The moment she put the fool into her space, they fell heavily into the sea. Before they could react, like entering a space or something, a pair of hands grabbed them and quickly dragged them towards the seabed. Those hands were cold enough to sting, and the grip felt more like a claw, firmly holding onto them. The two couldn't escape, and he was too curious about the secrets of the cruise ship. So she simply allowed herself to be dragged into the depths of the sea. In less than 2 minutes, they were pulled to a place several hundred meters underwater. It was then that she could see what was dragging them. The legendary mermaid, with a human body and a fishtail. What she saw that day was not an illusion. The monsters on the cruise ship would come out every night and randomly choose one to throw into the sea. And the reason they never saw anyone struggling or even a drop of blood was probably because there were mermaids waiting for them to be thrown down. The mermaid dragged them along, and she could see several other hands also holding on to people, and it was indeed the three men who were thrown down later. As they were being dragged, those being pulled had their mouths wide open in terror, screaming, though there was no sound, and they felt no choking sensation. Jiangzhou patted her and pointed to his throat. He tentatively exhaled, but found no water. It seemed they were isolated by something, able to breathe freely. Now, the two felt more relaxed, and the wounds on their hands were nothing since Jiangzhou could heal them. So they waited to see where the mermaid would take them. Soon, the mermaid dragged them through coral and slowly stopped in front of a ruin on the seabed. He leaned forward to look. It was an ancient building submerged in water. As a poor student, she couldn't tell which dynasty it belonged to, but it must have been very luxurious before being submerged. Even now, though it was underwater, it still looked somewhat intact. Did the mermaid live here? This place wasn't too far from the original coastline, and the depth wasn't too great. Why had no one discovered it before? This series of events made her almost explode with questions, as she had never seen anything like this in her previous life. Suddenly, a familiar pull came from her heart. Another piece. She was shocked. Could it be that in her last life, she didn't understand these things because she didn't have the space, thus lacking the preconditions to understand them? Before she could think clearly, the mermaid quickly dragged them inside. The pull exclusive to the pieces in the space grew stronger, and the direction aligned with the direction of the pieces, giving her even less reason to break free. Moreover, according to the nature of the space, she had to collect the pieces before she could enter the space. Sure enough, there stood a wall in the courtyard with murals carved on it. He squinted her eyes to see clearly what was depicted on the mural. It showed many species inside a sealed sphere, with several giants bending down to look at the species inside. The giants somewhat resembled humans, but also bore traces of other species. Suddenly, a familiar figure slid past her, blocking her probing gaze. Have you figured out? A familiar female voice said with a gritting tone. He then shifted her gaze. The fish was actually Shun Yuru, whom she had injured. She raised an eyebrow and tentatively spoke, "You're really tough, still alive." Indeed, being underwater didn't affect breathing, and talking was possible too. She looked once more at the mural wall that Shun Yuru was blocking, and any strange sight at the location of the pieces was no longer surprising. "So, have you thought it over? Would you like to join my race?" Shun Yuru seemed to ignore her, speaking to herself, The future belongs to the sea. How long can you live on the surface? She turned to look at the two, her eyes filled with mockery. As long as you follow me, your space will combine with my abilities, and we can dominate the entire ocean. All races will become our subjects. He watched her impassively, thinking that Shun Yuru must have gone mad after staying at the bottom of the sea for too long. But she was curious about what Shun Yuru's abilities were and why she seemed to have become the leader of the mermaids. With a wave of Shun Yuru's hand, two mermaids grabbed her and were about to take her to the bed in front of the mural. Jiang Zhou frowned and tightly grasped her. He subtly patted his hand, signaling him not to worry, pretending to struggle weakly as she was taken away. Jiang Zhou's gaze darkened as he stared fixedly at He, who was being dragged away, his healing power ready to burst forth. In contrast, He was much more relaxed. She was worried about how to get close to the mural in front of so many strange mermaids. And now the opportunity was presented to her. As they approached the mural, she suddenly exerted force and pressed against it. The mural wall erupted with blinding white light, and the surrounding seawater began to boil. She was ready for a fierce battle. However, the mermaids, for some unknown reason, all floated in the water in a daze. Shun Yuru's eyes widened in shock as she shouted incredulously, "What did you do? You!" Before Shun Yuru could finish, the sand at the seabed began to tremble rapidly, causing everyone to lose their balance. Initially controlled, the mermaids were suddenly awakened, panicking as they fled. The oldest among them spoke up, her voice laced with fear. "Who took the holy stone? It's sinking. Who took the holy stone?" The disjointed speech was confusing, but the last sentence was true. This seemingly magnificent ancient ruin was sinking, and the seabed they stood on was torn in half. didn't have time to think. She grabbed Jiang Zhou's outstretched hand and quickly took out a life buoy. The two shot up like arrows, instantly surfacing several meters away. There was no other choice. He pulled Jiang Zhou into the space. In the space, they were not in a hurry to leave, standing in front of the screen, watching the situation outside. They saw the ancient building completely sink into the crack, and the group of mermaids looked like they were sealed, frantically dashing but unable to escape being dragged into the abyss. Finally, they could only see Shun Yuru with a twisted face, unwillingly roaring in the direction they disappeared. Then, the seawater surged violently again, the crack completely closed, and no trace of the ancient building or the mermaids could be seen. After a long while, the two finally calmed down, and He quickly walked to the mural. She seemed to have just seen the long-lost small subtitles. Chapter 107 Update Progress 80 before her. The mural had been pieced together, with only a gap in the middle. He stood dazed in front of the mural wall, faintly sensing a glimmer of inspiration. Would the natural disasters of the apocalypse come to an end? He was not very sure. In her previous life, she barely survived for a few years before dying, and she had never seen any sign that the apocalypse would end. Moreover, time felt terrifyingly slow. But now, all the natural disasters seemed to be fast-forwarded, making this speculation quite possible. However, most of the land was already submerged, and finding the last piece would be incredibly difficult. The fact that she had encountered a mermaid to find this piece was already an absurd and bizarre result. Who knew where the next piece might be hidden? But thinking too much about it now was pointless. The sea outside was still surging, and they were still 200 to 300 meters underwater. After the sea calmed down, He retrieved 2 sets of diving suits that she had previously stored and handed one to Jiang Zhou. The two of them put on the diving suits and strapped on oxygen tanks before exiting the space. This depth was barely bearable, but since they were not professionals, it was still somewhat uncomfortable, and they didn't dare to swim fast, only slowly making their way up. The huge cruise ship had long since disappeared from sight, so He had no choice but to take out the inflatable boat again, and the two of them struggled to climb aboard. "Cough, just one piece left?" Jiang Zhou coughed lightly, spitting out the seawater in his mouth. Although they could talk underwater, the seawater kept rushing into their mouths, which was very uncomfortable. He took out 2 bottles of mouthwash, rinsed her mouth quickly, and then said, "Yes," and that pulling sensation hasn't disappeared. "This current seems to be pushing us somewhere. I estimate we'll be able to complete the collection soon. Have you thought about what will happen after we complete the collection?" Jiang Zhou suddenly asked. He shook her head. It didn't matter what would happen, and she didn't want to know. Upon hearing this, Zhou tilted his head and looked at her with mild confusion. You saw it too. Those things on the fragments clearly pointed to this disaster and the Earth. Are we merely subjects under a microscope, or are we being controlled by someone? If this hypothesis is correct, then what do the disasters we experience mean? He turned and stared directly at him, feeling both awake and confused for the first time. To be honest, regardless of the outcome, I feel it's going to be bad. So it's better not to know. For a moment, only the inflatable boat they were in and the vast ocean remained. As the era belonging to humanity might soon come to an end or perhaps rise anew elsewhere. The inflatable boat was not ignited, but the seawater was carrying them towards the unknown. After a while, Zhou suddenly chuckled and looked at her with a bright smile. You're right. Once we find the last piece, let us find the best base and buy a house to just chill. Jihe's eyes lit up. She was quite interested in this suggestion, but that wasn't the main point. They had just come out of the sea, and, without changing clothes, the wet fabric clung to them, revealing Zhou's perfectly toned muscles. If they had to live in a group, then someone like Zhou, with his physique, looks, and strength, would definitely be an excellent roommate. However, she didn't rush to agree because the sky suddenly darkened and that familiar pulling force grew stronger, with the sea surface becoming increasingly turbulent. Then a massive dead volcano came into view. The inflatable boat was heading straight toward it. Zhou took 2 steps forward, trying to control the boat being tossed by the waves, but a giant wave crashed down, and both of them were violently knocked off the boat. Before they could react, they were swept into the water along with the inflatable boat, tumbling without knowing which direction they were going. He was stunned for a moment, gritting her teeth and taking out the escape pod. If this continued like a washing machine, she would be done for. The spherical escape pod was immediately pushed away by the current as soon as it was released, but fortunately, Zhou was quick and grabbed the edge of the escape pod with one hand while holding on to Ji, who was nearly dizzy from the tossing. Cough! The two of them struggled to climb into the escape pod, and Ji finally felt relieved enough to cough. Zhou was also not feeling well, but he forced himself to reach out and pat her back. However, before his hand could land, the escape pod started shaking violently, rushing toward the dead volcano faster than the inflatable boat. The surroundings seemed to boil, and even the long-dormant dead volcano began to emit white smoke. Ji instinctively let out a cry, feeling a sharp pain in her chest, as if the fragments in the space were about to fly out. This feeling was different from when she found other pieces. It wasn't just the shaking that made her dizzy, but the strange urgency made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't sleep. We're almost there. Zhou suddenly shouted, and along with the roaring sound of the tsunami in her ears, the escape pod's rolling speed increased. He could only struggle to take a glance before, in the next second, the escape pod crashed violently against the rocky wall of the dead volcano with a loud bang. Chapter 108 Finale. The escape pod's door and windows were all shattered. At that moment, she only saw a white subtitle appearing behind her. It looked like it was about to crash down in the next second. She widened her eyes, not knowing where the sudden strength came from, and forcefully pushed Zhou, who was tightly holding her, away. The next moment, in Zhou's nearly terrified gaze, she was thrown out of the window and crashed hard against the rocky wall. Blood splattered everywhere, and a blinding white light flashed. He closed her eyes, finally able to escape what could be described as torturous pain. When she opened them again, they were still on the island of the dead volcano. The volcano had not erupted, the sea had calmed down, and the wind that blew no longer carried the stench. Before her stood a man with an exposed upper body next to her, his hair a disheveled mess, his pants dirty, but the hands they held tightly together, glowing, were relatively clean. Ji struggled to get up, feeling weak and boneless. However, what mattered more to her was whether the person in front of her was Zhou. The handsome guy she had seen before she fainted had turned into this? Zhou, seeing her wake up, suddenly had a bit of color return to his pale face, his lips trembling. She hesitated, unsure whether to ask, but the person across from her spoke first. Quick, give me something to eat, Zhou said urgently, almost about to collapse. He was surprised, But her hands didn't slow down as she quickly and skillfully pulled out a pile of cooked food and filling rice. She pushed it in front of Jiang Zhou, who eagerly dove into the food. Watching him eat made her stomach growl as well. So without caring about anything else, they both focused on eating first. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhou put down his chopsticks, looking at her with a strange expression. You really want to know what happened, don't you? Ji nodded. How long did I sleep? Half a year. Jiang Zhou took a deep breath, his voice dry and trembling. You were thrown out of the escape pod and nearly suffocated. I used all my powers to save your life. But you didn't wake up for a full 6 months. During this time, I maintained your life with my powers. In fact, even if I hadn't done that, you probably wouldn't have died. He spoke with such certainty that he felt puzzled. Why? Just take a look at the space. You should understand. At that moment, Ji's curiosity piqued, and she hurriedly dragged Jiang Zhou into the space. You wash up first. I'll go take a look. She quickly pushed Jiang Zhou into the bathroom and then rushed to the mural wall. However, when she excitedly saw the wall, she instantly calmed down. The mural wall was gone, leaving only a familiar subtitle. The new version of Earth has been updated and loaded. Specific contents are as follows. The disaster apocalypse template has been removed, entering planet reconstruction mode. Current status and acquired resources can continue to be held. Note, the highest completion planet will receive dimensional rewards. In the distance, there was a small island on the sea, appearing to be lush with trees and rich in resources, making her space increasingly resemble a small world. The barrier between her and the ocean had finally disappeared, and perhaps there were undiscovered creatures within. What's wrong? A low voice greeted her from behind. Jiang Zhou was only wearing shorts, drying his wet hair with a towel. He glanced at him and couldn't help but let her gaze drop. The unknown that referred to Earth as a server had taken away the mural wall, and she no longer had to struggle with whether to explore the secrets. But at the same time, her gains were also extremely abundant. At the very least, what was in this space was enough for her to lounge around for a lifetime. The end.